Chapter 381 Another Barrier? Oh! It seems that this castle is not so easy to attack. Looking at the vampire castle that has revealed its true form, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but shake her head and said jokingly with a smile, Indeed? Indeed? Sepesh nodded and agreed with Ouyang Qianjin's words. Then the two looked at each other. They couldn't help but think of the same thing in their hearts. The buildings are so compact. If you want to attack on a large scale, this castle will basically be ruined. Right? That's right. What they said not so easy to attack means that they don't want to destroy the castle. Although this castle looks very large, there are many buildings, bell towers, castles, warehouses, squares, front and back streets, city walls, everything is there. But the distance between buildings is very small. If you don't count the loss of the castle, Ouyang Qianjin only needs to let the army go directly. Kill gods and Buddhas. But it is obvious that Sepesh will definitely not agree to such a thing. If it were you, how would you attack this castle? Although it would be very difficult. Teeps wanted to hear Ouyang Qianjin's opinion first. The heads of several houses might be able to come up with some good ideas. Me? Ouyang Qianjin was stunned. Then thought about it, and slowly said his tactics. If it were me, I would choose to let my skeletons rush in directly, and then collectively self-destruct to blow up the entire castle. At that time, no matter what monsters are inside, they will only run out and fight with my army. After all are resolved, revive the enemy's corpses, and let them search for the target of this mission in the ruins. The sacred objects of the vampire clan. Ouyang Qianjin's tactics are actually very simple. Make good use of your skills to shorten the battle time and maximize the benefits. Simply put, it's reckless. Just rush up as hard as you can. There are no so many fancy tricks. After all, no matter how many fancy tricks there are, they are so pale in the face of absolute strength. However, her words made Capiish's mouth twitch and his eyes rolled. Is this your tactic? Yes. Basically I use this tactic to fight. Seeing Ouyang Qianjin nodding proudly, Capiish couldn't say anything for a while. Looking at the skeleton holding her, Capiish sighed that the skeleton is still useful. It works because this thing is cheap. It only needs a skill to transform the skeleton. There is no need to train it like a vampire. So even if it explodes, Ouyang Qianjin probably won't feel heartbroken. Okay. I get it. You better not do it yet. Let my people try first. And then you can do it when I need you. Sepesh sighed. Originally, she called this guy here to be her thug. Especially after seeing Ouyang Qianjin take action against the dragon group. She knew the gap between herself and the other party. That's why she invited the other party at all costs. After all, the opponent's tactics are not effective. But at least they are destructive. But when she saw this vampire castle, she regretted it a little. After all, this castle is very much to Sepesh's taste, both in terms of shape and atmosphere. If Ouyang Qianjin destroyed it, she couldn't repair it to the current state. There is no way. The sense of history is there. Even if I have something like a blueprint in my hand, it is impossible to build it into the appearance I see now. So while Sepesh was seriously warning Ouyang Qianjin, he raised his hand and prepared to attack. However, at this moment, a deep sound came. Dong. 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 This is the sound of the bell in the bell tower. Although the bell has a sense of history, it sounds a bit creepy to Ouyang Qianjin and others. When the 12th bell faded, Ouyang Qianjin saw that the castle gate opposite the stone bridge was slowly opened. The vampires under Sepesh quickly surrounded Sepesh and Ouyang Qianjin in the middle, protected them. Squeak. After the tooth-grinding sound of the door opening, there was no evil dog rushing out. Quietly, nothing happened. It seemed as if they were welcoming their arrival. This abnormal reaction made Ouyang Qianjin and Sepesh feel that there was something wrong. I'm inviting you. Ouyang Qianjin gestured with her chin. I know. Sepesh curled her lips and waved her hand that had been raised before the bell rang. The several Earl-level vampires behind her immediately turned into bats and rushed into the gate along the stone bridge. After a while, Ouyang Qianjin saw a vampire appear in front of the gate, waving and nodding at the side. It seems that there is no danger inside. Sepesh nodded seriously, causing Ouyang Qianjin to roll his eyes. Nonsense! Do you think the dark eyes in my sky are a decoration? How could I not know if there was any danger? What a joke. Be careful. My eye of darkness can't penetrate those buildings. Although she was complaining in her heart, Ouyang Qianjin still gave the information she had collected to Sepesh with a serious face. Eye of Darkness? Ah. Your skill, Sepesh said, looking up at the black and white eyes in the sky. Then she pointed to the windows of the castle in the distance and said, You seem to have said before that as long as there is a gap, this skill can penetrate. Right? Isn't there a broken window there? That's why you have to be careful. Even my skill can't penetrate. Which means there is some kind of barrier or something. Another barrier? Who knows? Ouyang Qianjin spread her hands and pretended to be helpless. But it feels more like a protective cover to prevent peeping. After all, there are similar devices in the city that never sleeps. TSK? Sepesh was shocked. Then quickly turned around and ordered a vampire. Then the vampire went to pass the order. Queen, each building in the castle does have some skills or items to prevent intrusion. No matter what skills are used. The specific situation inside cannot be checked. But it does not seem to prevent people from entering. Count Adrian and Count Parr have entered the castle to investigate. But they have not come out until now. In just a few minutes, the vampire came back to report. It seems that it is impossible to wait for information outside. You can't peek. But you can let people in. If nothing unexpected happens. I believe that after entering, it should be impossible to come out before there is a strategy? After listening to the vampire's report, Ouyang Qianjin looked at Sepesh and said, After saying that, she even gave Sepesh a thumbs up. It seems that we can only break in quickly. Do you want my help? This kind of break-in is what I am best at. Chapter 382. Now, we have something to mock her. It seems that we can only break in quickly. Do you want my help? This kind of break-in is what I am best at. The expression that looked like he was not afraid of trouble at the funeral made Sepesh angry. Very angry. Break in? Break in now. Every marquis and earl will break in with his team immediately. Odilon will go to the warehouse. Bridget will go to the church. Alexei will go to the square. Dana will go to the back street. Elena will occupy the city wall. Thane will take people to the bell tower. The rest of you will follow me to the main building of the castle. Ignoring Ouyang Qianjin's attack request, Sepesh immediately began to work on the strategy for this castle. After commanding the vampires behind him, Sepesh turned his head to look at Ouyang Qianjin again, and spoke to her with a very serious expression. Don't attack without my warning. Do you hear me? Wait until I call you. Yes. Yes. But if people are restricted from entering and leaving, maybe the sound will also be restricted. Don't be a monster when you can't help shouting. But don't worry. If you don't come out after a day, I will kill you. If you can't win, just hold on for a day. Ouyang Qianjin snapped his fingers helplessly. Sebastian came out of the space. And by the way, there was a centaur skeleton pulling a carriage. Tables, chairs, teacups, parasols, stove, firewood, kettle. There was a complete set of tea utensils on the carriage. Looking at this, Sepesh knew what Ouyang Qianjin was going to do. He was going to watch the show. Although he couldn't see anything because of that unknown skill. It was okay. At least the castle was saved. Sepesh sighed, and then heard the voice of Ouyang Qianjin. Sebastian, I want to eat some dessert. Preferably cake. Fruit cake or something. TSK. One day is enough for me to go up and down the castle. Inside and out. And kill several times. Sepesh, who was not convinced, was shocked. And then took people to the castle. Really? My plan is so safe and saves time. What on earth is she dissatisfied with? I can't understand. Sitting at the small round table waiting for tea and cakes. Ouyang Qianjin shook her head regretfully. She really wanted to experiment with the castle town. Test whether the collective self-detonation of the skeletons over level 90 can blow up the castle across the canyon and the surrounding town. But she also knew that Sepesh wanted to save this castle. Although it was overgrown with weeds. Creepers all over the walls. Broken windows. Corroded wooden boards. And rusty iron doors. It was obvious that it was dilapidated at a glance. But it only needs a little repair and some replacement of facilities. This castle will be completely renewed immediately. It will become the base camp of Sepesh. But then again, the slightly glowing cross on the castle makes Ouyang Qianjin feel a little interesting. Although I don't know what the specific function is. This thing is definitely a good equipment. I want it. I just don't know if Sepesh will give it to me. How about taking advantage of the other party being trapped inside and taking action directly? Ouyang Qianjin sat on the skeleton throne, stroking his chin and thinking about how to do it. After all, It was said before that the gains here are 50 to 50 or 30 to 70. But if there is equipment suitable for me, that would be the best. But if I really want to do this, I will have to wait until Tsepesh comes out and sees it. I guess I won't have to save my face. But it seems that the distribution system can be used to prevaricate. Miss, your tea. Just when Ouyang Qianjin shamelessly obtained the glowing cross, Sebastian brought hot tea. Thank you. That's it. Ouyang Qianjin drank jasmine tea, ate strawberry cake, and admired the gloomy castle. One day, not long, not short, the place where Ouyang Qianjin, who was waiting outside, slept at night was naturally the pumpkin carriage. After getting up and washing up the next day, Ouyang Qianjin was ready to enter the castle. She said that one day was enough for me to clear it 3 or 4 times. Now it seems that there is material to mock her. After packing up, Ouyang Qianjin shook her head. Let Sebastian push the wheelchair slowly across the stone bridge and enter the gate of the main hall of the castle that Tsepesh entered yesterday. Hee. I didn't expect there would be a different world inside, Ouyang Qianjin said with a smile as she entered the castle hall and looked at everything in front of her. In front of her was the magnificently decorated castle hall. This was a huge and extremely luxurious hall, with gorgeous stone slabs and thick carpets on the floor. It felt like being in the clouds. Soft and comfortable. There were many oil paintings hanging on the walls, each of which was a treasure of art, making people stop and appreciate it carefully. In the center of the hall was a huge fireplace, with a blazing fire that illuminated the entire space. There is a sofa that looks very soft next to the fireplace. Its color and material complement the decoration style of the entire hall, making people want to sit on it and feel its comfort. A gorgeous chandelier hangs on the ceiling of the hall, and the light is dazzling, illuminating the entire space. The chandelier is inlaid with many gems and crystals, flashing dazzling light, making people feel as if they are in the starry sky. There is also a small bar in the corner of the hall, which is filled with various fine wines and drinks. There are several small tables and chairs next to the bar, where people can enjoy food and relax. Although the decoration style of this hall is luxurious, but it also gives people a warm and comfortable feeling. It can be seen that the person who decorated this hall, or the person who lived here before, is still very tasteful. But it's a bit strange. There are no signs of fighting at all. Not even the signs of tens of thousands of people entering. It's really a bit too much. Looking at everything in the hall, Ouyang Qianjin murmured to himself. Luxury, warmth, comfort, relaxation. These words are all good words, but they have nothing to do with fighting. And there were no footprints or other traces on the ground or the wall. It was as if no one had ever come in. This inevitably made Ouyang Qianjin suspicious. That's right. No one has been here. That's right. After thinking for a while, Ouyang Qianjin grasped the key. Tsepesh brought more than 20,000 people in at that time. It was impossible not to leave any clues. So this is actually not the place where Tsepesh and his men came in. Or, ha! Ouyang Qianjin roared pretentiously. In an instant, the gorgeous things around disappeared. Instead, there was a rotten smell that permeated the entire space, and the ground was covered with dust, footprints and gravel. Chapter 383. This should be profitable. Even the faces of the characters in the paintings by famous artists before have become distorted and creepy. No, it's not just distorted. Some have blood on their faces, while others look lifeless. All the people in the paintings look like they are dying. In fact, it is true. After all, these are ghosts, or spirits living in the paintings. So they will not dissipate after being killed, but will only be reflected in the paintings when they are dying. Of course, these are not done by Ouyang Qianjin. She just shouted because she was under illusion, or it was a counterattack of mental attack. As for the people in the paintings, if nothing unexpected happened, they should have been killed by Tsepesh and others who came in yesterday. But compared with these, Ouyang Qianjin is more concerned about the gravel on the ground. Not because of anything else. Because these gravel are all the remains of gargoyles. Yes, it is a gargoyle. Ouyang Qianjin was very familiar with the gargoyle. Go pick that up. After looking at the debris on the ground, Ouyang Qianjin commanded a skeleton to pick up a piece of debris on the ground and brought it to Ouyang Qianjin. This was a small half of the upper left corner of the head. Or in other words, the left eye of the gargoyle could be clearly seen. After comparing this gargoyle with the gargoyle he made, Ouyang Qianjin found that the workmanship of the gargoyle in this other world did not seem to be better than his own. It was even slightly worse. Of course, this was not Ouyang Qianjin's self-praise. Rather, the workmanship of these gargoyles is so rough. At most the surface is polished and looks smooth. Although she doesn't know which alchemist made these gargoyles. But logically, she also made them according to the production methods in her mind. The process, and so on, are the same. Then the gargoyles made by everyone should be the same. Is it because of the different makers, or different professions that make the difference? Or is it completely a difference in level and rank? After all, when Ouyang Qianjin made gargoyles for the first time, her level was not very high. But the things made for practice are not so rough. In Ouyang Qianjin's reasoning, it is very likely that these gargoyles were made by beginners who have just started. Otherwise, they would not be so vulnerable. There was not even a vampire corpse left in the hall. As for why there is no blood in the hall, please, isn't it normal for vampires to manipulate blood? After figuring it out, Ouyang Qianjin collected the fragment of the gargoyle, and then let the skeleton carry her to the stairs in the corner of the hall not far away. In fact, there are stairs in the 2 corners deep in the hall. Ouyang Qianjin just randomly chose a staircase that seemed to be used by many people. The castle stairs are steep and narrow, and the steps are covered with a thick layer of dust, as if no one has ever cleaned them. But now that many people have stepped on them, many footprints have been left. The stairs look rotten. Even a skeleton with little weight will make a squeaking sound when walking up, as if the stairs are protesting against people's trampling. Walking up the stairs, Ouyang Qianjin felt the atmosphere more and more oppressive. When she stepped onto the last step, Ouyang Qianjin saw a long corridor divided into several sections. At the end of each corridor, there was a heavy wooden door inlaid with countless gems, shining with an alluring light. But these wooden doors were all open. It was obvious that the people of Tsepesh had already visited. But Ouyang Qianjin didn't mind at all. After all, she had her purpose. And it was a purpose that did not conflict with Tsepesh. The skeleton held her and walked to the corridor inside, and then entered the room. This is a library. A circular library with a diameter of about 50 meters. Towering and spectacular. It looks like a huge wheel of knowledge, as if telling the pursuit and desire of mankind for wisdom. There are also exquisite murals carved on the walls of the library, although I can't understand what it is. These murals can make Ouyang Qianjin feel the historical and cultural heritage. The interior space of the library is very spacious, with spiral stairs to go up. The design of the stairs is inspired by the double helix structure of DNA, which symbolizes the infinite extension and inheritance of human wisdom. Going up the stairs, you can reach each floor of the library. Unlike the halls, stairs, and corridors that were like ruins before, this library is very clean. At least there is no dust. Ouyang Qianjin looked at a book that Sebastian picked up, and then asked, "What is written in this book?" "It's a novel about the love between vampires and humans." "Oh, that should make a lot of money." Ouyang Qianjin looked at the bookcases that had fallen to the ground due to the battle, and the books scattered on the ground. With a wave of her hand, she summoned the skeleton and the centaur carriage and packed the books. Although I don't know how many novels are in here, but there is no doubt that these books definitely contain some records about the other world continent, since Sebastian can understand it. Just let him find it and translate it. Yes, what Ouyang Qianjin said about making a fortune is the premise that Sebastian can understand these words. As for Tsepesh, it is easy to solve. Anyway, no one in her hands can understand these words, so it is better to make a profit for herself. At most, she can give her a copy of the translated books and materials. What Ouyang Qianjin wants is intelligence. As for selling intelligence to make money, it is just a side thing. "Miss, there are some corpses over there. Do you want to go and see?" "Well, lead the way." Ouyang Qianjin nodded, and let the skeleton holding her follow Sebastian to a corner of the library. It can be said that the corpses of the entire library were intentionally carried to this corner and piled up. I don't know why. Filth Cleaner, the cleaner of the Scarlet Library. Not much combat power, but the best partner of the maids in the castle. Hidden information. Filth Cleaner is a very friendly creature. Many necromancers will use it to clean their skeletons. Is it a proper way to clean it? After looking at the gelatinous, slime-like remains of the monsters on the ground, Ouyang Qianjin, who was complaining in his heart, turned his attention to the humanoid monster next to him. Scarlet Reaper. They are soldiers guarding the Sate Castle. and they are born with strong defense against magic attacks and blood attacks. Hidden information: be careful of their claws, which have toxins that can destroy the blood structure. Chapter 384: The Singer in the Oil Painting. Destroy the blood structure? Isn't that equivalent to immediate death? This toxin is really overbearing. Looking down at the claws on the hands of these pale-skinned humanoid monsters, Ouyang Qianjin fell into silence. Nothing else. The main thing is that there is really no blood left on these humanoid monsters. No matter they were killed by weapons or bitten to death by vampires, there was no blood on all the wounds. It seems that this Sepesh is really amazing. No. It should be said that once a group of vampires fight, they will probably start with the blood of others. TSK. Just thinking about it is scary. But blood is not the point. For her, a necromancer, a corpse is enough. And compared to the powerful Scarlet Harvester, Ouyang Qianjin pays more attention to those filth cleaners. Although there are a few in number. Only a few hundred. But it is still very good to use them in her own mobile castle. After all, up to now, she still doesn't have a maid in the true sense. As for the castle, it's all cleaned by the undead. Huh? Ouyang Qianjin raised her hand to revive the two monsters. But she never expected that in addition to the cleaner, the Scarlet Harvester did not revive as she wished. This made Ouyang Qianjin frown slightly. This situation. She had encountered this situation of being unable to revive before. But what she encountered was not resurrection, but inability to transform. That was the body of the black-skinned dwarf found in the garden of the Centaur King city. At that time, Ouyang Qianjin wanted to transform into a skeleton, like the gray-skinned goblin, but failed. So, in order to confirm whether his idea was right or not, Ouyang Qianjin used the skill of skeleton transformation. But the result was still the same. It can be seen that the wind direction is a bit wrong. TSK. Ouyang Qianjin was shocked. You know, the Centaur Khan mutated on the spot before. This place is in the dark forest, where the tentacle monsters, like the Apostle of the Abyss, once appeared. No matter how you look at it, there must be something in this castle. Right? For example, the bugs that I encountered in several copies before. It seems that I was right to ask Sepesh to be careful before. With a careful mentality, Ouyang Qianjin put the resurrected dark cleaner into the space, and then went to another room. Here I have to say that Sepesh is a good guy. Just pile all the corpses into a pile, and don't waste your time collecting them. Nodding. After moving all the things in the library, Ouyang Qianjin went to another corridor. The end of each corridor is similar. It was either a study room, a library, a reference library, an office, or something like that. Ouyang Qianjin was naturally not polite. All the documents, materials, and books that could be taken away were taken away. The dark cleaner also collected a lot. Of course, not all corridors were like this. In the middle of several corridors, there was a room that did not belong to these categories. This was a room like a platform. The room was not big, but it led to a large garden at the back. Of course, this garden was overgrown with weeds because of its abandonment, and only the traces left by Sepesh and others after the rampage, as well as the body of the Scarlet Reaper, were left. Looking at the corpses all over the garden, Ouyang Qianjin felt that she had lost out. Originally, she wanted to revive some rare or extraordinary species, but she didn't expect to end up like this. Disappointed, a little sad, as she walked towards the corridor opposite the garden. Ouyang Qianjin thought frustratedly. When she reached the corridor, Ouyang Qianjin opened the Eye of Darkness and the Eye of Identification to look at the situation on both sides. Now there is a door on each corner. She didn't know whether it would lead to the same place on both sides like the hall before. But the time for decision has come, because both doors are tightly closed. What is inside cannot be detected by the Eye of Identification, let alone the Eye of Darkness. So, Ouyang Qianjin chose to use a coin. Go to the left if it's the front, and go to the right if it's the back. With this idea in mind, Ouyang Qianjin threw a gold coin. This is a commemorative coin sent by the foundry before she left. There are a full 100 pieces, which are intended to be distributed to those who participate in the Eternal Night Coin plan. Of course, after learning about it, Sepesh took 10 of them. Ding! The gold coin rolled in the air and finally fell on the back of Ouyang Qianjin's hand. It's about to be revealed. It's about to be revealed. Even if there was no one around, Ouyang Qianjin was having a lot of fun by herself. She squinted her eyes, slowly opened her hand covering the back of her hand, and looked inside. It's the front side. Sebastian. Make way. Ouyang Qianjin suddenly opened her hand, and it was the gold coin with the front side up. Then she waved her hand and ordered Sebastian, who was holding a long sword, to make way in front and open the wooden door on the left. When Ouyang Qianjin entered this door, she turned her head and looked at the door opposite. Outside the door, a series of footprints proved that someone had entered there not long ago. Obviously, it was another masterpiece of Tepesh and his team. Wow! What's going on? When Ouyang Qianjin was pushed into the door by the skeleton, she was shocked. This is an opera house. A shabby opera house that can accommodate about tens of thousands of people. On the stage of the opera house, thick dust and dense spider webs are intertwined, like a painting that no one cares about. The once gorgeous red velvet seats have now lost their former glory, revealing the shabby wooden frame inside. The roof of the opera house is covered with mottled marks, and the huge crystal chandelier is covered with dust and no longer shines brightly. There is a huge oil painting in the center of the stage. It depicts a singer in a white long dress. Although the oil painting is peeled off, the image of the singer is still clearly visible. She had a smile on her face, as if she was telling people about the glorious history of the opera house. The whole opera house was filled with an old atmosphere, as if time had stopped here for a long time. What surprised Ouyang Qianjin was not these shabby facilities, nor was she surprised by the fact that there was an opera house in the castle. She was surprised by the transparent figures that could be seen everywhere in the opera house. To put it more bluntly, these transparent figures were all ghosts. Some of these ghosts wore coarse cloth clothes, which looked like the dress of a peasant woman. Some wore silk long skirts and looked like a noble lady. Although they were dressed differently, these ghosts had one thing in common. That was that they were all women, and all of them had no expression on their faces, and their eyes were hollow, just like puppets without souls. Chapter 385: The Distorted Phantom of the Opera. It's obviously a ghost, but it looks like it has no soul? What a joke that makes people laugh. Ouyang Qianjin muttered. These ghosts did not attack Ouyang Qianjin after seeing her come in, but turned their heads and continued to look at the female singer in the oil painting in the center of the stage. It seemed that they were looking at something important. Suddenly, the sound of musical instruments rang out in the huge and quiet opera house. It was like some mysterious magic. The sound of the musical instruments awakened the ghost dancers sleeping on both sides of the stage. They dressed in gorgeous dance costumes, emerged from the darkness, and began a thrilling dance performance. The ghost dancers danced lightly and gracefully, like ghosts shuttled across the stage. Their figures were dreamy, and people seemed to be in a ghost world. Their dance moves were smooth and coordinated, and each dancer seemed to be talking to the music, expressing the emotions in the music vividly. At the same time, the female singer in the oil painting also began to sing. Her singing voice was clear and melodious, echoing with the ghost dancers' dance, creating a mysterious and romantic atmosphere, making people feel as if they were in a dream world. Damn it. I got the worst luck. The moment she heard the singing, Ouyang Qianjin knew she had gone to the wrong place. Or rather, compared to the door on the right, the door of the opera house on the left made her more passive. Mental attack. Another mental attack. Although Ouyang Qianjin had plenty of mental power, but compared to these ghosts that could attack mentally, she still hoped to encounter an enemy that could get along with her on the physical level. Ha! Ouyang Qianjin used the mental reflex she had used in the castle hall to rush out of the illusion. However, she noticed two things at this time. One good thing and one bad thing. The good thing was that she did not enter the illusion because of the singing of the oil painting singer. The bad thing was that the singing alone could match the mental attack that had put her in the illusion before. You should know that this kind of true feelings is the most terrifying, because you don't know when the other party will attack. However, until the last moment, when the singing and the sound of the instruments stopped, nothing happened. It was as if it was specially for singing this song. After the performance, Ouyang Qianjin clearly saw the female singer in the oil painting holding the hem of her skirt with both hands and bowing slightly to thank her. Thank you? Is it an illusion? Looking at the opera house that had fallen into calm again, as if nothing had happened, Ouyang Qianjin had a black question mark on her face. Woo-woo. At this moment, the whole opera house was blue with a cold wind, and the ghosts who had been sitting quietly on the tattered chairs also stood up instantly. The expressionless face immediately showed a panic expression after feeling the cold wind. As if afraid of something, it screamed and disappeared in an instant. Wow! The real master has appeared? Seeing this scene in the opera house, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but be curious. What could make those ghosts run away cleanly? That's right. Although those ghosts disappeared, they were not dead, but all ran away. As for where they ran to hide, Ouyang Qianjin didn't know. Click! Click! Just when Ouyang Qianjin was confused, the lights on the stage came on. Then, the ghost dancers came on stage. In addition to them, there were ghost performers holding various musical instruments. But compared with before, the ghost dancers were dressed more in a dark style. It seems like they are going to set up a battle. Sure enough, this is how a copy should be. Ouyang Qianjin nodded, then waiting for the real owner to come on stage. After all, these mass-produced goods have already appeared. So the people who manage these guys must come to the front to take a bow. Sure enough, not long after, Ouyang Qianjin saw a red figure walk onto the stage and come to the center position. This is a person dressed in gorgeous red clothes, wearing a bright red cloak, a mysterious white mask on his face, and a slender sword on his waist, which is eye-catching. He is tall and straight, and his steps are light and firm. As if dancing, it reminds people of the heroic image in martial arts novels. The red costume shines with gorgeous light, showing his nobility and majesty. The cloak flutters with his movements, like a burning flame, adding endless charm to him. The mask hides his true face, but through the gap of the mask, you can see his eyes flashing brightly, revealing a firm and resolute temperament. The rapier on his waist, with gemstones on the hilt, flashes an alluring light. The blade is so sharp that it seems to be able to cut the air easily. His mysterious identity and gorgeous dress make people curious and yearning for him. His existence seems to be a symbol, representing strength, courage and mystery. The Phantom of the Opera. Phantom, a mixed-blood vampire, not welcomed by humans or vampires. A monster living in the bottom of the opera house. Because he fell in love with the singing of the opera genius Christine, he sealed her in an oil painting and admired her every day. He is like a voyeur and stalker. Be careful not to be targeted by him. Hidden message: be careful. This vampire seems to be abnormal. What's wrong? Can't you see it? Of course he's a pervert. He's a terrible guy in every sense. He's a mixed race, not liked by both races, and can only live in the darkest bottom of the opera house. No matter how you look at it, he's got the buff of psychological distortion stacked up to the fullest. Right? He looks like he's starting to take on a human form. But he sealed him in an oil painting just because he likes his singing. So he can listen to it every day? Look! Is this something a human can do? Oh! Not a human. But a vampire? That's fine. Ouyang Qianjin looked at him. It was as if he knew the other party's identity at once without any cover-up. How brave. So crazy. Seeing that the other party didn't even hide his identity, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but look up to him. After all, there are things here that can block perception skills. But the other party just doesn't cover it up. He's playing with his heartbeat. Or it could be said that he looked down on Ouyang Qianjin, who came here. Of course, Ouyang Qianjin wouldn't get angry because of this. Because the other party exudes a very familiar aura. This aura is the same as those insects, centaur cons, abyss messengers, etc. that I encountered before. It seems that there is something to play. Chapter 386. Why are you helping? Just standing there. Swish. No matter what. Ouyang Qianjin didn't care about the destruction. She waved her hand and summoned the nether wolves in her space. Of course, the nether wolves didn't have mental attacks, but they had soul attacks. They were able to tear apart the ghost dancers and ghost performers. Awoo! The Wolf King's cry was like a charged horn. After receiving the order, the nether wolves rushed to the stage, and a melee began. Caw! When the entire opera house was in a mess, a slight sound came into Ouyang Qianjin's ears. Huh? What sound? She looked around with doubts, and didn't find anything wrong. Sebastian, did you hear any strange sounds just now? Ouyang Qianjin asked Sebastian, who was guarding her. The old servant of the eldest lady didn't hear any strange sounds. Sebastian shook his head. Really? Ouyang Qianjin frowned. Although she might have heard wrong, she still had to remember that she was in the middle of a battle. Any small detail could cost her her life. So Ouyang Qianjin moved her fingers, and many skeletons came out of the void to surround her and protect her. She was no longer the Necromancer, who only had 2 or 3 kittens under her command. Anyway, she had many soldiers. Since she had discovered that there might be something wrong, she must protect herself first, even if it might just be her own illusion. Sebastian, go help Kay. After protecting herself, Ouyang Qianjin turned her attention to the battlefield of the melee. While the Nether Wolves were fighting the dancers and performers, the Wolf King Kay was also fighting the unique vampire individual named the Phantom of the Opera. Although Kay was the Wolf King, he had an absolute advantage in speed. But perhaps because the opponent was a vampire and had the added effect of the mysterious aura, the Wolf King could not hurt him at all. The Wolf King was even stabbed with several wounds by the opponent's rapier. It must be said that this special individual with a name is really powerful. Even if Sebastian rushed to help the Wolf King, it would only be a 50-50 fight. If he wanted to go further, he had to rely on himself. So after looking at the surrounding environment and thinking about it, Ouyang Qianjin decided to move forward and give the opponent a fatal blow. No. In fact, you don't need to do anything. You just need to increase the opponent's strength. For example, a weakness curse can reduce the opponent's movement speed and attack methods. However, just when Ouyang Qianjin wanted to let the skeletons move, the strange voice came again. Kaka. Ouyang Qianjin's eyes jumped. That's right. It's definitely not an illusion. There must be something wrong. So Ouyang Qianjin finally chose to stay put and wait and see. Kaka. The sound became stronger and stronger. But Ouyang Qianjin looked left and right, but still couldn't find the source of the sound. This made her a little nervous. After all, she was already fighting with a special individual. If another one came out later, wouldn't she make a fortune? You have to know that the opera house is fighting alone now. Which means that Sepesh doesn't know the situation here. If I were to penetrate the opera house first, then the other party wouldn't know if I hid something secretly. Right? How could this not make Ouyang Qianjin nervous? Boom! However, Ouyang Qianjin's plan failed. When the strange sounds became thicker and denser, there was a sudden explosion, and Ouyang Qianjin finally knew the direction of the sound. That was the backstage. The explosion directly collapsed the entire right rear part of the stage, revealing the backstage and other things that Ouyang Qianjin didn't want to see, at least now. For example, Sepesh flew out from the explosion hole and was fighting with a guy who looked appetizing. Hey! Sepesh. You're so tired after not seeing him for a day? Although Sepesh still maintained his elegance, the blood on his forehead and the corners of his mouth could not be faked. After all, he was a vampire, and he could definitely control the blood if he wanted to. However, this guy couldn't care about the blood sticking to his body because of the battle, which showed how fierce the battle was. But compared to other things, Ouyang Qianjin's attention is now more on the guy who is disgusting. This is a guy with a weird appearance and a burly figure. It has a bloody mouth that reminds people of the monsters in the movie. The ears are big and fat, looking like 2 pork jerky, and the belly is bulging like a balloon, as if it will explode at any time. What's more eye-catching is that he carries 2 huge machetes. The appearance of this guy is really hard to describe, and it makes people feel uncomfortable when they see it. The fierce appearance and the disgusting existence make people feel that they dare not approach easily. Yes, it is dare to approach easily. At least Ouyang Qianjin does not dare. After all, this guy's mouth is dripping with saliva all the time. Just looking at it makes people feel physically uncomfortable. Hungry Judge Asher Big Mouth. This is a guy who is definitely not handsome, and even a little ugly. His favorite thing to do is to throw the judge sinners into his big mouth and let the sinners become his food. Hidden information. Don't think it's just ugly. Its knife, its saliva, and even its heart are all poisonous. Be careful not to get infected with these things. Why are you still standing there? Help! Suddenly hearing Ouyang Qianjin's voice, Sepesh turned his head and saw that he had unknowingly fought with the opponent and hit Ouyang Qianjin's side. It's obvious that Ouyang Qianjin must have entered the room with the door on the left. But I didn't expect that it was the same as the door on my right. And the interior was so unique. Okay. I'm very trustworthy when I take money to help people get rid of disasters. Ouyang Qianjin spread his hands. No way. Although Ouyang Qianjin didn't want to do anything to the big mouth that could make any girl feel physically uncomfortable. But who made me charge? If the news of taking money but not doing anything spread, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive. So he raised his finger and summoned a group of skeletons. After these skeletons appeared, they rushed towards the big mouth without caring about anything, and indirectly submerged the other party. Boom! The huge explosion resounded throughout the opera house. Ouyang Qianjin used corpse explosion without hesitation. Chapter 387: The Fighting Style of the Undead. After all, they were all contaminated with the toxins of that thing, and Ouyang Qianjin had no interest in using these skeletons again. It is better to say that if such a big and greasy guy is not forced, Ouyang Qianjin does not intend to do anything to the other party. Disgusting. Disgusting. On the other side of the explosion, the vampires under Tsepesh were fighting a group of guys called Hungry Believers. I think they should be the monsters of the Inquisition. Right? Ouyang Qianjin was not interested in this, and just hoped that the vampires would not be too heavy. Otherwise, he would not even have a chance to collect the bodies. Is it solved? Tsepesh, who was freed from the pursuit of the big mouth, came to Ouyang Qianjin as soon as possible. Who knows? Let's see the effect. Ouyang Qianjin replied, and then stared at the explosion. Now it has become a sea of ashes. If nothing unexpected happens, after these ashes floating in the air dissipate, we can see clearly what is going on inside. After all, even the Eye of Darkness can't see anything with this kind of visibility. By the way, what is your place? How can there be such a disgusting thing? Is it a slaughterhouse or something like that? Although she had read the other party's information and knew that it was a judge, Ouyang Qianjin still couldn't help but complain. The judge's office is full of hungry believers. Their fighting power is obviously not high. They seem to fall down at the first touch, but they are unexpectedly difficult to deal with. My team of 20,000 people has been beaten down, and only 19,000 are left. Tsepesh shook his head and said angrily, "It was just a small map, but I didn't expect that it would consume more than 1,000 of me. This is a huge loss. If this continues, I'm afraid that I will consume all my men to conquer the entire castle. This kind of loss is not something he can bear. You know, it takes a lot of effort to cultivate a vampire. About 1,000 people is completely the biggest loss before her debut. Even if she fought several Mediterranean wars with the opposite Ninatai, there was no such loss at one time. It's very painful. Not bad. The big mouth just exploded and consumed hundreds of my skeletons. Did I say anything?" Ouyang Qianjin rolled his eyes. "Then it's up to you next." Tsepesh sighed, feeling so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. What? I decided to leave the next battle to you. Have you figured it out? Tsepesh nodded. Even if I can't figure it out, what else can I do? As expected, the number of vampires under my command is more important than a dead thing like a castle. The castle can be built slowly later. However, losing a vampire means losing a combat force. This is for those who originally planned to use this opportunity of the vampire holy object to confirm their status as the fifth of the four kings. If the combat force is reduced too seriously, it will be a loss. Right. Why didn't you do this earlier? Why did you have to show off? Now you show off yourself. Ouyang Qianjin shook his head slightly and said venomously. Tsk. Tsepesh was shocked, but did not refute. In fact, if it were not for his naive thoughts before, it would be impossible to suffer such a terrible loss. Okay. I won't say anything more. Just watch my performance. After a snicker, Ouyang Qianjin started to work. Now there are a group of ghosts with mental attacks in the opera house, and a group of ugly monsters with physical and toxin attacks in the court next to it. What are you going to do? What else can I do? Of course, I want to let you see the magnanimity of being the number one brother on the list. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. And then Capia saw countless black portals appearing around her. Skeletons, or undead, wearing armor and holding sharp weapons walked out of the portals one by one. To be honest, seeing these things at such a close distance, Capia was still somewhat shocked, even though he had seen Ouyang Qianjin open the undead space many times before. This sense of shock still existed, especially this time the distance was so close. Whether it was the skeletons or the undead, they were only a few meters or 10 meters away from her. Even as a friendly army, she could feel the oppressive feeling of the army. 1, 2, 10, 100. Tsepesh didn't know how many Ouyang Qianjin had released, but she had an absolute advantage in numbers. Do you know what the Necromancer is best at? Ouyang Qianjin smiled and asked Tsepesh calmly. Fighting? Sepesh thought for a while and said, "After all, if you are not good at it, you can't be the first." Although Ouyang Qianjin took the lead, it must be said that her skill selection route is very suitable for her. And everyone is a different branch evolved from the Necromancer. But it must be said that as a former Necromancer, Sepesh is still very clear about the Necromancer profession. It is a profession born for continuous and uninterrupted fighting. So Sepesh answered like this: "No. It's war." Ouyang Qianjin shook his head. And then the skeletons and undead rushed towards the enemies. Although there are other races in Ouyang Qianjin's space. But no matter which race, it is not suitable to fight in such a place with a ceiling. Although this opera house is a large place that can accommodate tens of thousands of people to watch opera. But for those guys, it is still too small. Not to mention whether it is a giant dragon or not. Just those little demons are enough for these two building owners to drink a pot. A little attack may directly explode and collapse on the spot. And finally Sepesh will complain again. TSK. It's really short of hand. You have to consider the consumer. Even at this time, you have to endure it. Ouyang Qianjin was sighing. And Sepesh's face was full of excitement. She finally saw a real fight between the undead. Compared with her vampires, the levels of the undead were somewhat uneven. And the overall strength was much lower than that of the vampires. However, compared with the vampires, the most important thing about these undead was their desperate fighting style. They rushed forward desperately. Whether they were poisoned or had their arms cut off, they could not stop the attacks of these undead. Sepesh even saw some undead, who had their heads chopped off, still had to rush forward a few steps to create opportunities for the undead behind to attack. The beauty of this fighting style is that it does not give the opponent any breathing space. Like a flood, a wave of attacks can take down the target fighting with you. The disadvantage is naturally the loss. The battle damage ratio is not something that anyone can bear. Chapter 388. Did you get stupid from drinking tea? Of course. For Ouyang Qianjin, the creator of the undead, this kind of battle damage is basically equal to nothing. After all, the opponent only needs to raise his hand. These dead undead can be resurrected. The broken parts can be connected with threads. Sepesh saw that many undead had more or less sutures on their bodies. How to say it? It's very convenient and interesting. But Sepesh couldn't laugh. Put yourself in their shoes. Although your vampire is one level higher than the undead. But when facing such an overwhelming enemy who is not afraid of life and death, your people may only have two choices, escape or death. Deku is dead. When the smoke dissipated and the melee continued, Sepesh glanced at the Deku judge who had just chased him, and said slowly. At this moment, there was not a single piece of good meat on the body of this Deku. Not only was his body covered in pits and bleeds, his hands, feet, and even his head were deformed by the explosion. Even the two sharp and heavy machetes were broken. This shows how powerful the explosion was. Of course, most of the stage was also destroyed along with the explosion, as well as the Phantom of the Opera. Fortunately, there were no other bodies at the scene. Otherwise, Sepesh would have seen a spectacular chain explosion. If they die, they die. They are all going to die anyway. Ouyang Qianjin shrugged. For her, there are only two kinds of enemies, the dead and the dying. As for the corpses, to be honest, Ouyang Qianjin only wants skeletons. At least in this big mouth. Even if its corpse is resurrected, it is useless. At most, it can be used to disgust people. But this evil act naturally includes Ouyang Qianjin himself. It is a way of hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting oneself by 800. Ouyang Qianjin is not so stupid. By the way, those gargoyle statues in the never-sleeping city are real gargoyles. The kind of alchemical products that can move. After Ouyang Qianjin used the undead, the battlefield situation was very clear. So Sepesh no longer cared about the battle, but looked at Ouyang Qianjin and said some questions she wanted to know since yesterday. As soon as she entered the hall yesterday, her army was attacked by the gargoyles placed in the hall. Although it did not cause any substantial damage, but it also made her understand the meaning of why Ouyang Qianjin did not sell her the gargoyles. What's more, Ouyang Qianjin also clearly stated that it was a part of the never-sleeping city's defense system. This thought can tell what those gargoyles in the never-sleeping city are. Alchemical products. Although it doesn't seem to be a big deal in terms of attack. As a flying unit, Sepesh can think of many uses just by thinking about it. And compared with Ouyang Qianjin's gargoyle statue, the statue here seems to be slightly inferior. This kind of good thing was kept secret before. If he hadn't encountered it by chance during the attack on the vampire castle this time, he would still think that those gargoyle statues were just statues. Sepesh, who was deceived, looked at Ouyang Qianjin with dissatisfaction. Ha! Exposed? If I still can't think of this, I should go home to farm. Let's not talk about this. Let's not talk about this. Let's go out first. Leave this place to them. We just need to wait outside. Ouyang Qianjin smiled faintly. Then he turned around and walked out of the opera house with her skeleton in his arms, and returned to the small garden full of the corpses of the Crimson Reapers. Get ready and continue drinking tea. Suddenly I feel very envious of you. Do you always come here leisurely like this every time you brush the dungeon? Sitting in the small garden drinking tea, Sepesh looked at Ouyang Qianjin helplessly. That's about right. Except for the first few dungeons when we were short of manpower. The rest of the time, whether inside or outside the dungeon, the fighting was basically done by the men. You can't expect a patient with inconvenient legs to play positioning with the enemy. Right? Besides, I position myself as a commander who plans and strategizes, not a soldier who charges in the front. I just need to sit in the back and listen to reports and process intelligence. After stuffing a piece of strawberry cake made by Sebastian yesterday into her mouth, Ouyang Qianjin drank tea leisurely and said, "You have a lot of nerves." Looking at the corpses around, Sepesh didn't have much appetite anyway. But thinking of Ouyang Qianjin's bone and dark skills, he suddenly felt relieved. This guy can eat, drink and sleep well even if he sits in a cemetery. Maybe there is such a cemetery in the city that never sleeps. After all, it is to summon skeletons. In fact, Sepesh guessed correctly that there really is such a thing as a cemetery in the city that never sleeps. Although I don't know how it works. But for the undead, going to the cemetery when they have nothing to do is like going to the mall, which makes them very excited. Even the unreliable news seems to restore a lot of spirit. So in order to create a comfortable cemetery for the undead, who will never die, Ouyang Qianjin has to hire people to pretend to be corpses in the cemetery, or hunt monsters and bury the corpses. It's ridiculous. It's outrageous. Then how long do we wait here? Of course, wait until the whole dungeon is completed. Or wait until a strong enemy that even the undead and skeletons can't solve appears. Holding up the teacup, Ouyang Qianjin looked at Sepesh and laughed. Okay then. Sepesh could only nod reluctantly, and then looked at Ouyang Qianjin as if he suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, why are you in the castle? Didn't I say I would come in a day later? Ah? Hearing Sepesh ask this, Ouyang Qianjin was also confused. Hasn't a day already passed? No. It seems like only 12 hours have passed here. Sepesh looked at the clock in the vampire maid Anna's hand, and then looked at Miss Ouyang strangely. She remembered the one-day agreement very clearly. So after entering the castle, she deliberately asked Anna to hold the clock in her hand, so that she could calculate the time correctly. As a result, this guy actually said that a day had passed outside. I see. There is a certain limit on time. Is this considered slowing down or speeding up? After the two of them checked their accounts, they instantly understood what was going on. Stupid. Of course it's slowing down. The internal time is slowing down. Sepesh curled his lips, not expecting Sister Ouyang to ask such a stupid question. What's wrong with this person? Did he get stupid from drinking tea? Chapter 389. It doesn't work. Vampire. Let's discuss it. Hearing this, Ouyang Qianjin's narrowed eyes radiated excitement. Why? If you want a prop that can slow down time, forget it. This is not for necromancers. It was as if he had seen through the opponent's trick. Sepesh looked at Ouyang Qianjin with a smile on his face with caution. Once this guy showed this kind of smile, there would be nothing good. TSK. So stingy. Knowing that the possibility is not great, Ouyang Qianjin still wants to try to fish in troubled waters. It seems that he has been dealing with the other party for too long. My behavior pattern has been understood by the other party. This is not a good thing. It seems that I have to leave immediately after the job is done. Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin shook his head slightly. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, I have already got the spoils of the battle in the opera house. The next step is to wait for the army under his command to complete the capture of the entire castle, so that they can sit down and divide the spoils. Thinking of the trophies lying in the space, Ouyang Qianjin was secretly happy. Tick, tick. The clock placed by the maid Anna on the small round table was ticking second by second. 5 hours have passed since they left the opera house to rest. Oh! Upgraded. 97. Not bad. Not bad. During the long wait, what Ouyang Qianjin wanted to hear most was the news about the upgrade. After several hours of fighting, she finally upgraded from level 96 to level 97 after killing the dragon. There are still 3 levels. There are only 3 levels left to reach level 100. Ouyang Qianjin wanted to know what the scenery was like at level 100. Ouyang Qianjin smiled as she did what she was doing. At this moment, Ouyang Qianjin and Sepesh had just finished lunch prepared by Sebastian and Anna. And Ouyang Qianjin naturally had to do something that only she could do. Of course, what she did was not to personally attack the dungeon or something. Instead, she was working on resurrecting the dead undead. She was looking for hands and feet, and stitching up the bodies. After all the operations, Sepesh's eyes twitched. When the processing was almost done, the skeleton side of the dungeon finally sent back the news. In the middle of the castle, they found a bath as red as blood. But because it was sealed, they could not enter. Ouyang Qianjin knew that the sex scene was coming. So she packed up her things and took Sepesh to that place. Passing through a hall called the audience room. Passing through an office called the Harvest Council Hall. And going up along the corridor, Ouyang Qianjin and the others finally arrived at the sealed place. This is a bathhouse. Just like the bathhouses in ancient Rome. Just standing at the door and looking inside, you can feel the spaciousness of this bathhouse. The architectural style of the bathhouse is full of rich exotic style. The huge arches and stone pillars support the ceiling, making people feel as if they are in the glorious era of the prosperity of the vampire clan. Standing at the door and looking inside, the spacious and bright bathhouse is eye-catching. It's just that because the water in the bath is all scarlet. It's a bit of a spoiler. And because of the seal, the two of them can only stand at the door and look. This seal is different from the previous ones. You can see what is inside. But because there is a layer of something like a film covering it, the subordinates can't enter it at all. It's up to you. After looking at the situation inside and finding that there were no monsters, Ouyang Qianjin turned his head and smiled at Sepesh. How could Sepesh not know what this guy meant? So he directly pulled his wrist with a knife and splashed the blood on his wrist on the seal. Well, it doesn't work. After waiting for 10 minutes, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but complain. Hey! It was she who asked her to use blood to remove the seal. And now it's still her who said it didn't work. How can this person do things so easily that even shameless people can't do? Wait. Let me think. Ouyang Qianjin raised his hand to stop Sepesh's complaints. Then he touched his forehead and thought hard. Oh right. Come on. Go search the Harvest Council Hall and bring the bodies of the 3 special individuals with names. Ouyang Qianjin seemed to have thought of something and immediately asked people to start preparing. It didn't take long. The bodies of the 3 special individuals were brought over. Military Minister Drake, in charge of the defense of Sayet Castle, and all the troops in the territory of Queen Elizabeth Sayet. He is a fierce general among fierce generals. Government Minister Humphrey, in charge of all civil servants and government affairs in Sayet Castle and the territory of Queen Elizabeth Sayet. He has rich experience in handling government affairs. Victoria, the Minister of the Palace, in charge of all the maids in the Sayet Castle, responsible for the daily maintenance of the castle, and the daily life of the Queen Elizabeth Sayet, glancing at the corpses on the ground. Except for Victoria, who looked relatively intact and had not mutated. The other 2 had basically mutated beyond recognition, and were chopped into several large pieces by his own men. It can be seen how tragic the battle was at that time. However, since it was an existence that could be killed by the skeleton and the undead coalition without his assistance, then I think it should not be a powerful character. For Ouyang Qianjin, anyone who can be killed by her men is not a powerful guy. If her men can't kill them all, but she can kill them with her assistance, they are not considered anything. Only those who can't be killed with her assistance can be considered as tricky masters. But until now, such enemies have never appeared. What do you want these corpses for? Teeps asked curiously. Wait a minute. Let's see if there are any important special items in the Harvest Council Hall. If not, Ouyang Qianjin shook her head. Now she herself had no clue. She could only use exhaustive method to slowly test one guess after another. If not, then we can only think of a way from these 3 bodies. For example, try their blood or something. Ouyang Qianjin shrugged at Sepesh. After all, it was all related to blood before. So since your blood doesn't work, then we can only start with these special individuals. Fortunately, even if they are cut into pieces, blood can still be squeezed out a little. Looking at the bodies of the 3 special individuals on the ground, Ouyang Qianjin expressed helplessness. After all, when the data and information are not clear, this stupid method can only be used to solve the puzzle. In this case, do you think it is possible that the blood of all special individuals is needed? Chapter 390 Bloodbath. In that case, do you think it is possible that the blood of all special individuals is needed? After listening to Ouyang Qianjin's explanation, Sepesh suddenly thought of this question. You know, she has encountered many special individuals so far. If special individuals are really needed, then these 3 alone are not enough. Well, what you said makes sense. So Ouyang Qianjin ordered the collection of the remaining corpses. And Sepesh also asked his vampires to carry the corpses of the other 2 special individuals that Ouyang Qianjin had not seen. Vanguard Parapiki Iron Block Phantom of the Opera Phantom Cleaner Bika Ooze Hungry Judge Asher Big Mouth. TSK. 7 corpses. If you add the queen here, it will be 8 special individuals. If this isn't a game, it must be a 50-person group. Looking at the neat row on the ground, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but sigh. After all, even she had never seen so many boss-level special individuals in the previous dungeon strategy. Even in the Asgard Snow Mountain. No! Although the dungeon on the Asgard Snow Mountain looks very powerful, there are no special individuals. What should we try now? What else can we try? Arrange them one by one. If it doesn't work, just pour them all on and try it first. Seeing that Sepesh actually asked such a stupid question, Ouyang Qianjin was also very surprised. Okay. Try slowly. There is time anyway. Sepesh also realized that he had just said something stupid because of nervousness. So he nodded and began to prepare silently. I saw that this guy first took back his own blood on the seal, and then began to operate on the blood of those corpses. It can be seen that he still has brains. Ouyang Qianjin nodded, and then waited for Sepesh to arrange the team. It actually doesn't take much time to arrange the blood of 7 people and apply it on. It took only a short time to experiment. Cleaner plus Hungry Judge. It's really an unexpected combination. Seeing the seal lifted, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but complain. After all, the 2 guys, the cleaner and the judge, one is clean and the other is physically unwell. Completely extreme. One black and one white. But thinking about it, it feels unexpectedly appropriate. Bloodbath. The place where the vampire Queen Elizabeth Sayed is sealed. The Eye of Identification took a look. Ouyang Qianjin had a bottom line in his heart. Since this is the Queen's sealed place, the final boss of this instance should be here. As for the holy relics. What holy relics? What does the holy relics of his vampire clan have to do with my undead clan? Get ready. I'm going to open it. Sepesh put his hand in the air, and it looked like he was ready to touch the panel. Open it. Everyone is waiting. The moment the seal was lifted, the strong smell of blood filled the entire bloodbath, making people feel suffocated and uncomfortable. The 2 people who were considered to be well-informed could not help but turn pale after smelling this pungent smell. The whole pool of blood was bright red and surging. The huge pool was filled with dark red blood, and bubbles were floating in the blood, as if something was surging in it. Circles of ancient runes were engraved on the edge of the pool, and these runes flashed with strange light, as if protecting something. The 2 stood at the door of the bath and did not enter. But the undead, skeletons, and vampires behind him rushed in very consciously to clear the way for their boss. However, nothing happened. It seems that if the main person who broke the second seal does not go in, nothing will happen. Right? Seeing that nothing happened inside, Ouyang Qianjin stood at the door and said jokingly, "Then what are you waiting for? Let's go!" After speaking, Sepesh urged. He took the lead and entered the bath. After all, it was the holy relic that he had been thinking about, now that he had not found it in other areas of the castle. Sepesh could only pin his hopes on this queen sealed place. If there is really nothing, he can only depend on the situation of the other teams. After Sepesh entered the bathhouse, the skeleton holding Ouyang Qianjin followed him in. The bathhouse is very large, with columns and deliberately built stone walls in the middle to separate the entire bathhouse. The walls and bottom of the bathhouse are paved with gorgeous marble, and the columns are carved with exquisite patterns, which complement the stone walls, creating a luxurious and peaceful atmosphere. The existence of columns and stone walls not only adds an artistic atmosphere to the bathhouse, but also plays a role in zoning. In this way, the bathhouse is divided into several relatively independent areas, and the water temperature and depth of each area can be adjusted according to needs. Under the barrier of the columns and stone carving walls, the water flow between different areas will not interfere with each other, ensuring the independence and privacy of each area. In addition, the columns and stone carving walls can also serve as supporting structures, enhancing the stability and safety of the bath. The deliberately built stone carving walls, in addition to being decorative, can also play a role of shielding and protection. Behind the stone carving wall, there is a comfortable rest area, providing a variety of recliners and sofas, providing people with a more comfortable and private enjoyment space. In general, the existence of columns and stone carving walls brings more layering and three-dimensionality to the entire bath, while also ensuring the practicality and beauty of the bath. Taking a bath in such an environment, I believe you can enjoy the relaxation and comfort of your body and mind. While walking, Ouyang Qianjin admired the bath. If it weren't for the fact that the hot water that should have existed in the bath, which made people happy physically and mentally, turned into smelly blood, I believe it would be a good place. At least it should be better than the bath in his own castle. Should he renovate it? Seeing this, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but compare it with the bath he was proud of, and the result was naturally a complete defeat. However, the bath in his own castle is for one person, and it doesn't seem to need to be divided into sections. The last time he won Wuyong and his group was completely an accident. It was an accident created artificially for the sake of showing off. Hula la. When they walked to the edge of a golden bath, suddenly, a white hand stretched out from the bath. Then 2, 3, 8, 10. This golden bath, which is about the size of a basketball court, gradually became a sea of arms. Although they were not scared, this scene alone was enough to shock the two. Hey, is this coming? It should be. Ouyang Qianjin and Sepesh whispered to each other, and then their respective men gradually gathered around them. Chapter 391 Vampire Bride. Ouyang Qianjin's side is naturally the old configuration. The skeletons are inside, and the undead are outside. Each of them holds a weapon and protects Ouyang Qianjin well. Everyone should not enter any bathing pool. Just stand outside. Ouyang Qianjin, who has no idea what is wrong with the blood, immediately sent a message to all the undead and skeletons under her command. Those who were originally searching in the bathing pool jumped out immediately after hearing it. As for the vampires, although they don't know what is going on, but after seeing the actions of the undead, they also followed suit and came out of the bathing pool. To be honest, they actually don't want to come out. After all, staying in this blood pool feels very comfortable, and some people even feel that they have broken through the ranks and promoted to a high level. In an instant, the whole bathing pool was very lively. After all, there are so many pools, but the aisles on the side are extremely limited. In addition, there were a lot of people who came in before, and congestion was instantly created. Some vampires can only stand on the shoulders of 2 undead. Seeing this, Ouyang Qianjin immediately opened the undead space and recalled all the extra undead, especially those undead who had entered the bathing pool before. Again, I said, God knows what the blood in this blood pool is used for. It is always right to be cautious. However, in this way, although it is not crowded, the number has suddenly decreased by a lot. This undoubtedly makes Ouyang Qianjin, a young lady who wins by numbers, a little uncomfortable, difficult. Ouyang Qianjin looked around with a somewhat ugly face. As the undead in the bath walked out of the bath, arms gradually stretched out from the bath. These arms were the same as the arms in the golden bath, all white without any blood color. Against the background of scarlet blood, they looked even paler. Those who didn't know would think that they had entered a horror house to play with their heartbeats. Splash. Just as Ouyang Qianjin was observing the surrounding situation, there was a new movement in the blood pool. I saw these arms supporting the surface of the blood pool in a very unified manner, slowly climbing out of the blood pool, revealing their true bodies. This is a group of women. A group of women with an extra eye on their foreheads, like the three-eyed tribe. They have beautiful faces and slender and plump figures. Each of them is pale, like porcelain, without a trace of blood color. Long black hair falls on their shoulders like a waterfall, gently brushing their fair skin like silk. They are wearing white dresses made of white linen. Simple and elegant. The white dress is light and flutters with their movements. There is no decoration on the dress. Only simple tailoring and smooth lines. But it can show their incomparable beauty. It's like a group of elegant dancers. However, the most special thing is their eyes. The black eyeballs are like deep black holes, attracting people's attention and making people fall into them. The scarlet eyeballs are like burning flames, emitting strange light, which makes people shudder. The contrast between pale skin and black eyes further highlights their weirdness and mystery. There is a kind of indifference and ruthlessness in their eyes, as if they are full of disgust and hatred for the world. When you look into their eyes, you will feel an invisible pressure. This pressure will make you feel like you can't breathe, as if you are being swallowed by the pain in their eyes. Vampire brides. The sacrifice is captured by the vampire army and presented to Queen Elizabeth. Elizabeth will pour their blood into the blood pool, and then rely on this blood to maintain her beauty and smooth skin. Hidden information. They are the queen's slaves. After the blood is drained, even the poor creatures can't save their bodies. They are the existences that serve the queen forever and ever. There is no death, no self, and even no soul. Got it. After taking a look at these vampire brides standing on the surface of the blood, Ouyang Qianjin sighed. Not only were they bled, but their bodies were also used to serve their enemies. If I were treated like this, I would probably be disgusted with the world. What a bad taste. No wonder Queen Elizabeth's subordinates either imprisoned people's souls in oil paintings because they like singing, or they were maggots with feces in their mouths. As expected. What kind of boss you have? What kind of subordinates you have? They are all perverts. Look at these long black hair. They are not your sisters or something like that. After seeing these vampire brides, Sepesh couldn't help but complain. After all, whether it is these vampires or Ouyang Qianjin, they all have long, smooth black hair. The most important thing is that their skin is still this unhealthy pale. If it weren't for the different facial features, face shape, or hairstyle of each person, you would really think they were carved from the same mold. Ha ha ha. Sepeshi, you long-handled guy really knows how to joke. Ouyang Qianjin tilted her head and looked at Sepeshi with a fake smile. Sepeshi didn't know how to fight back for a moment after being confronted by Ouyang Qianjin. After all, the other party's words were too straightforward. Okay, I'll bear it. The overall situation is the most important. Knowing that his words just now angered Ouyang Qianjin, Sepeshi could only accept it when Ouyang Qianjin fought back. After all, the enemy is at hand, and now is not the time for internal strife. Well, I definitely didn't choose to give in because I was afraid of Ouyang Qianjin. Sepeshi comforted himself in his heart. Swish, just as the two were confronting each other, the vampire brides took the lead in launching an attack. And with so many people, they pointed their spearheads directly at Ouyang Qianjin and Sepeshi, who were protected. The targeting is self-evident. Because of their actions, the battle was about to break out. Needless to say, vampires and undead are all active in protecting their masters. And skeletons are even faster. Among the vampire brides, there are individuals with enhanced speed. These guys are the first to rush to the front. And some of them are so fast that even vampires and undead can't react. Fortunately, the skeletons protecting Ouyang Qianjin are passive. As long as you enter the protection circle, the protection command will be triggered no matter how fast you are. However, it was miserable on the side of Sepesh. The three vampire brides who broke through the protection circle suddenly showed their claws and fangs that didn't exist before, and then gave Sepesh a physical and cordial greeting. If the opponent didn't have any life-saving skills, he might have been seriously injured if not killed. Asshole. The enraged Sepesh also forgot what elegance was, and started to attack regardless of anything. Ouyang Qianjin's mouth twitched when he saw it. Chapter 392. Even if it is ashes, it is also an alchemical material. Think about it. This guy should not have suffered such a big injustice after becoming an epic profession. However, understanding is understanding. But, hey! Show mercy. Just cut them in half. Leave the bodies for me. Watching the unreserved attack of Sepesh and her men on the vampire brides, Ouyang Qianjin was in pain and couldn't breathe. Who cares about you at this time? The crazy Sepesh didn't care about showing mercy, and he beat the three vampire brides into ashes. To be precise, all vampires will turn into ashes when they die. Alas, life is not easy. Qianjin sighed. Ouyang Qianjin had no choice but to use the worst plan. Let his skeletons mess with those vampires. And try to save those vampire brides when they use their killing moves. After all, skeletons have no flesh and blood. So in a sense, they can be regarded as the natural enemies of vampires. As for why these vampire brides were kept, it was all because of Ouyang Qianjin's whim. After all, from the hidden information, it can be seen that these vampire brides are just bodies without souls. Like puppets, their existence that can only mechanically execute certain commands makes them immune to some interesting attacks. For example, those corpses contaminated by insects. In reverse, it means that even if the vampires in the entire castle and town are infected, these soulless vampire brides will not be infected. To be honest, it is very awesome. After all, even Ouyang Qianjin herself has no effective means to prevent the infection of those insects. That's why she tried to stack her mental power. And her soul strength is not strong or unstable because of the anchor point. If she encounters a bug that infects her, she can only use soul-related skills to resist. That's why Ouyang Qianjin wants to save these vampire brides. It's not that these vampire brides can protect themselves without souls. It's just that Ouyang Qianjin likes their looks. It's pretentious to have them around. And now she doesn't have a maid. These brides can just make up for the vacancy in her castle. It's a pity not to wear a maid outfit with such a beautiful figure. Anyway, in terms of having no soul, the skeletons with only soul fire are almost the same. As long as they are not Sebastian and Cannon who have their own souls. It's fine. Don't hinder me. You who play skeletons. Obviously. Sepesh, who was repeatedly hindered in attacking, was a little unhappy. Hindering? What are you talking about? I'm helping you fight monsters. Ouyang Qianjin smiled and didn't admit that she had any obstructive actions at all. In this way, a group of people were fighting against thousands of vampire brides with two minds. Originally, Ouyang Qianjin summoned a lot of soldiers, but because a large part of them had been taken away before, the troops were a little stretched. But it didn't matter. For Ouyang Qianjin, if one died, she could summon another one. It was not a big deal. At most, because there was no superior force, she could not rush forward like before. So this time, Ouyang Qianjin did not act as a spectator on the side as before, but was busy commanding. Fortunately, although the vampire brides are strong in combat, they are not very strong, so they can be dealt with barely. And every time a vampire bride is killed, Ouyang Qianjin will let the skeletons keep her in the space. After all, as long as the vampire brides are not blasted into ashes like Sepesh, they will not die. Of course, the empty income does not mean a decrease in vampire brides. In fact, those blood pools are constantly crawling out of new vampire brides. A tug-of-war over military strength has begun. Is it that the skeletons in Ouyang Qianjin's space are used up first? Or that the blood pools are insufficient? The answer is very simple. After all, there are tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers in Ouyang Qianjin's undead space. And there are about 500,000 undead standing troops. So as one grows and the other shrinks, the vampire brides in the bathhouse are slowly decreasing. After collecting about 20,000 vampire brides, the blood pools finally stopped producing new vampire brides. This made Ouyang Qianjin relieved and a little excited. After all, for her, the more this kind of material the better. And Ouyang Qianjin's troops are also slowly increasing. I finally made it through. It's really uncomfortable. After a not very fierce battle, the vampire bride was completely solved. And Ouyang Qianjin finally had the opportunity to sit in a wheelchair and have a good rest. Although she was held by a skeleton. But this is both commanding and observing. Plus the skeleton's bones are really hard. So Ouyang Qianjin was uncomfortable for a while. It can be regarded as the first level. I don't know what will appear next. After the battle, Sepesh also asked Anna to take out a stool and sit down. Although it was after the battle, she still had to remain elegant. It's tiring. But you can't sit on the ground. Right? How many did you kill? During the interval of the battle, Ouyang Qianjin looked at Sepesh and asked. About 15,000? Sepesh was not sure. But the general feedback was about this number. I have about 20,000 here. And you have 15,000 there. How many girls did Elizabeth kill to fill the blood pool? Ouyang Qianjin shook her head with some disgust and said with disdain. Using the blood of girls to ensure her beauty. It should be said that vampires are originally immortal and youthful. What is she doing this for? Is this feudal superstition? Or is there a corresponding magic? Hearing Ouyang Qianjin's disdainful voice, Sepesh was also surprised. After all, she is also a vampire, and she knows the racial characteristics of vampires themselves very well. As a result, she didn't expect that the other party would use this method that seemed like a folk remedy. This really puzzled her. Why do you want to try it? How is that possible? I don't pursue these things. Tepesh shrugged. By the way, what is your skeleton doing? Tepesh looked at those holding brooms and dustpans, and seemed to be putting something into a glass jar, and asked curiously. Collecting the ashes of the vampire bride you killed. Although the person is gone, the ashes of the vampire are also rare alchemical materials. Okay. Ouyang Qianjin sat in a wheelchair, and drank a sip of juice, and said slowly. You seem to be no different from that queen. Tepesh curled his lips. Alchemists really think that everything is alchemical material in their eyes. In her opinion, Ouyang Qianjin, who would not let go of even the ashes, is exactly the same as Queen Elizabeth, who would not let go of the corpse even if the blood was drained. Chapter 393 Sacred Object Pond of Blood. However, Ouyang Qianjin rolled her eyes at him. There is still a world of difference. After all, you killed a person, and my men didn't kill anyone. Yes. Anyway, whenever you encounter something that can be blamed, you can easily blame it on others. Yes, even if you have to blame it, you have to do it elegantly. Ouyang Qianjin was not angry at Sepesh's ridicule. On the contrary, she retorted. Then everyone supplemented what they needed to supplement, and rested when they needed to rest. After all, no one knows what will happen next, and being able to seize the opportunity to rest is the key. Sealed land. Now they just hope that the sealed queen can appear soon, because they have done what they should do. But they have not broken the so-called queen seal. Speaking of which, have you found that sacred object? During the break, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help asking. Although I know that this is someone else's family affair. No matter what, everyone is curious. And if there is a holy object, maybe it can break the seal that can seal the queen? I don't know. I haven't found it. How can it be so easy? Speaking of the holy object, Sepesh sighed. She naturally knew what Ouyang Qianjin meant by asking this. But the problem is that now the castle has been searched up and down. Even the sleeping, eating, and toilet places. But the holy object cannot be found. This made her a little discouraged. Do you think the holy object is in this bath? Ouyang Qianjin suddenly asked. What do you mean? For example, it is sunk in those baths? Because it is blood red and opaque. It can't be seen? Sepesh has always been impressed by Ouyang Qianjin's imagination. After all, the other party has relied on this imagination to survive until today. Even the first two seals were finally broken because of the other party's speculation. Then, it is very likely that it is in the water. Sepesh thought about it. And after saying it, her vampires began to search for the possible holy objects sunk in the bathtub. However, as time went by, one bathtub after another was searched but could not be found. Sepesh's heart fell into disappointment again. There is no disappointment without expectation. And this is the expression on Sepesh's face now. On the other hand, Ouyang Qianjin was very happy to appreciate Sepesh's expression. Wait. What? What do you mean? Your smile now. There must be something wrong with your smile now. Looking at the smile on Ouyang Qianjin's face, Sepesh suddenly came to his senses. This guy's almost funny smile. No matter how you look at it, there must be something wrong. Right? Ah? Really? Ouyang Qianjin touched his face unconsciously. Hurry up and tell me. You bastard must have discovered something. You just said something about the holy object being in the pool. Looking at Ouyang Qianjin's stupid look, Sepesh gritted his teeth and said, I was found out. Ouyang Qianjin smacked his lips. Sure enough, this guy has figured out his behavior pattern. Tell me, what did you find? Rune. Look carefully at these runes engraved on the bath. You can also find something wrong. After that, Ouyang Qianjin stopped talking and let Sepesh judge for himself. And Sepesh immediately started to investigate the magic runes. In fact, magic runes are not rare. At least in this year. Both Sepesh and Ouyang Qianjin have seen a lot. For example, Li Taiying was also a rune warlock before. And Xue Manqi was also a rune knight. They are all professions that use the power of runes to fight. So when he saw these rune pages when he entered the bathhouse, he didn't think there was anything wrong. However, after Ouyang Qianjin's reminder, Sepesh also found something unusual. Before, I thought these runes were acting on the vampire bride. But now it seems that this is not the case. Queen, look! A certain vampire seemed to have discovered something and immediately reported to Sepesh. What's the situation? The runes here are exactly the opposite of the runes engraved on the edge of other baths. Opposite? Sepesh walked to the edge of the blood pool pointed by the vampire and frowned at the runes on it. Compared with the blood pool next to it, the runes here are indeed reversed. One is on the front and the other is on the back. And the bath with the runes engraved in the reverse direction is exactly the bath with the golden edge of the vampire bride crawling out first. How did you find this? This is called details determine success or failure. Ouyang Qianjin raised a finger and shook his head. That look is as irritating as it can be. At least Sepeshi was irritated. But what's the problem with engraving it in reverse? Sepeshi asked Ouyang Qianjin, who was watching the fun. Is it possible that the one engraved on this golden bath is the front side, and the one engraved on the edge of other baths is the back side? Ouyang Qianjin asked curiously. After all, there are thousands of magic runes. How could they know them all? It's just that most of them are in one direction, so they unconsciously call a few backwards. Well, it's not impossible. But no matter whether it's the front or the back, what's the problem? Ouyang Qianjin's words. Of course, Sepeshi understood. But the question goes back to the origin. What are the use of these runes? What if this golden blood pool itself is a holy object? Ouyang Qianjin asked back. What? This is a holy object? Sepeshi stared at Ouyang Qianjin in surprise. No one stipulates that holy objects must be something that can be held in the hand. Right? Although it is not very obvious. This golden blood pool is indeed a little higher than other blood pools. That is to say, the blood in other blood pools is overflowed from this blood pool. And I believe that the vampires under your command should have felt something. Look how happy they are laughing. Ouyang Qianjin raised his chin and gestured to Sepesh. Sepesh looked and found that all the vampires standing in the blood pool bathing in blood had a relaxed smile on their faces. TSK? Sepesh, who felt a little embarrassed, was shocked and then asked the vampires under his command. It turned out that almost everyone he asked said that as long as they came into contact with the blood in the blood pool, they would feel very happy. Some people even thought that if they soaked in it for a while, they might be able to directly break through the class and be promoted from Baron to Viscount. Sepesh was surprised to hear this. You know, it is not an easy thing to train a Baron to a Viscount. Just by soaking in it, I feel like I have upgraded my level. What else could it be but a holy object? Chapter 394 Human. Girl. Blood. So the somewhat excited Sepesh looked at the golden bath with excitement. She had imagined many possibilities before. She had thought of keys, blood cups, sickles, canes, rings, and even musical instruments and mirrors. She didn't expect it to be a bath. It doesn't matter what shape it is. Anyway, as long as it is a holy object. It's fine as long as it is a holy object. Sepesh kept repeating this sentence in her heart as if she was praying. She just didn't know what the function of this bath was. Is it just to help vampires advance? Or is advancement just one of the functions? And there are other functions that she doesn't know about and are sealed. But she didn't expect that Ouyang Qianjin would actually guess it right. Sure enough, this guy observed carefully enough. And she remembered all these subtle changes in expression. In the end, she even deduced what the holy object was. Apart from anything else, she felt that Ouyang Qianjin really looked like the big brother on the list. At least it must be good at playing puzzle games and dungeons. But then again, how can we take this thing away? It's too big, isn't it? Keeps complained. After all, unlike the things that can be used directly, this bath is 10 meters long and 6 meters wide. Not only can it not be lifted, but it can't be taken away. Right? I don't know about that. Ouyang Qianjin shrugged helplessly, and then continued. But from the information we have now, since Queen Elizabeth uses this pool to store the blood of young girls, if fresh blood of young girls is injected into it, it may have some miraculous effect. Although I am not sure whether it is right. I think it is worth a try. Girl's blood. Hearing this, Sepesh couldn't help but sigh again. Where did the girl's blood come from? First of all, she is not a woman physically, and there is no girl among the vampires under her. Moreover, vampires are vampires, and humans are humans. She can't guarantee whether the blood of a vampire girl has the same effect as the blood of a human girl. Do you want to go out and try? Ouyang Qianjin asked. After all, they are now inside the building. And according to Ouyang Qianjin's own guess yesterday, this is probably a one-way passage. Unless the entire building is conquered, there is no way out. The difference in time is the best evidence. So after seeing that there was no human girl, Ouyang Qianjin asked Sepesh if he wanted to find a way to go out and prepare something. However, her proposal was immediately rejected by Sepesh. No need. Aren't you a girl? A human? Sepesh looked at Ouyang Qianjin and said seriously. Tepesh's words made Ouyang Qianjin take a breath. She never thought that Tepesh would set his sights on her. Good fellow. I am a girl and a human. But is it really okay for you to say it so bluntly? Although Ouyang Qianjin also knew that she couldn't get out of this situation. All her subordinates were undead, while Tepesh's subordinates were all vampires. Looking at the whole scene, she was the only human being. In other words, if you want to use the blood of a human girl for experiments now, you can only do it yourself. Damn! Big loss. Looking at Kph, Ouyang Qianjin was confused. Is there a way? No. No one can replace me. After all, forget it. Let's not talk about it. Ouyang Qianjin sighed. And then she added one more sentence when she felt that she had lost out. All. I want all. This. Kph was dumbfounded. Who knows the family members? This woman wants all right away. The previously agreed profit-sharing agreement has changed again. However, this is the current situation. Under Ouyang Qianjin's direct control, Kph can only bow his head in the end. 37. All. 28. All. 50 to 50. Plus a Necromancer spellbook. The Necromancer spellbook I used before level 50. You still have such a good thing hidden? Do it or not. Just one word. Deal. Swish. Ouyang Qianjin, who had gained benefits, gave herself a palm without saying a word. Sepesh also reacted quickly, and immediately manipulated Ouyang Qianjin's blood to throw it into the golden bath. Hey! 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 Are you manipulating the blood in my wound? Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help shouting as she watched the blood flying out of the wound on her palm. 400 milliliters? Hold on. Hold on. Not to mention after the advent. Even before. Except for the car accident. I haven't lost so much blood. Ouyang Qianjin cursed. The pale face that was originally due to illness became even paler due to blood loss. 400 milliliters? Are you kidding me? This is almost as much as a bottle of mineral water. As she said, from childhood to adulthood. Except for the accident when she was controlled by someone. Where else had she suffered such a serious injury? However, since she has already agreed, it is useless to regret it. At this time, Ouyang Qianjin seemed to have forgotten that she was pierced by countless black thorns when she was inducing Kobayakawa Daisuke. But fortunately, 400 milliliters is not fatal for an adult, which means that it just needs to be replenished slightly. Why is it 400 milliliters? Ouyang Qianjin suddenly came to her senses and looked at Sepesh without knowing what was going on. The amount of blood donated each time. 400 cc. Facing Sepesh's innocent remarks, Ouyang Qianjin was speechless. Good guy. Am I donating blood? It's obviously you who are using your skills to draw blood. But wait, this transaction seems to be. It seems. It should be considered a kind of blood donation. Right? After all, I am the only one who has girl blood. Not healed yet? It's done. It's done. Ouyang Qianjin urged. And after seeing the blood cut off, she immediately handed her palm to Sebastian, who had been prepared. Disinfection, hemostasis, bandage. The whole process was incredibly fast. He was so skilled. But speaking of it, bleeding is also a good thing. Recently, because she ate too well and didn't exercise much, Ouyang Qianjin felt that she had a belly fat. Bleeding to balance it out. Maybe it can be used as a way to lose weight? Although I don't know if this bloodletting method of weight loss is effective. At least Ouyang Qianjin comforted herself in this way. Gurgle gurgle. Just after Sebastian bandaged Ouyang Qianjin's palm, there was a reaction in the golden blood pool. Chapter 395 Vampire Queen. The originally calm blood pool suddenly began to bubble up like boiling water. Both Ouyang Qianjin, who had just been injured, and Sepesh, who had been staring at the blood pool, became excited, although they didn't know whether the seal had been lifted. But at least the blood pool had reacted, which was a good thing. The only worry was that the blood pool would not have any reaction, which would have returned to the starting point and would have required new guesses. That was a big project, and no one wanted to see it. Fortunately, it did react. Even if it was the Vampire Queen, there should be some follow-up clues that could provide them with something. Splash. With a sound of water, a figure emerged from the golden bath. Sepesh, I don't know much about vampires. Can you tell me if vampires have such a form? The woman stood on the surface of the blood pool, about 3 meters tall. Blood dripped from the other person's body into the blood pool. Her upper body is the same as a normal person, except that her head is disproportionately small compared to her body, and her eyes are large and round, flashing a cold light. Her skin is a dark gray tone, covered with a rough texture, like the scales of a fish or snake. Her hair is wet, but it is light gray like dead grass. Her whole body exudes a terrifying aura that makes people shudder. It's like a monster rising from the abyss, making it impossible to imagine what kind of creature she is. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that the other party has no feet. Instead, it looks like a giant octopus. These tentacles seem to have grown out of her body, replacing her feet and becoming her way of moving. They are thick and flexible, constantly wriggling, as if showing people the peculiarities of her body. Her tentacles are long and short. The short ones are about 1 meter long, and the long ones are about 3 meters long and curled. But each tentacle is about 20 centimeters in diameter, and the whole is light purple, with a smooth mucous membrane on the surface, which looks very soft. Each tentacle has a sharp hook-like claw at the end. These claws can flexibly grasp objects, and can also walk on the ground. This shape that is not like a human, not like a vampire, but more like some kind of deep-sea monster makes Ouyang Qianjin feel like she is in the sea. Vampire Queen Elizabeth Sayet, mutated in existence, infected and mutated by the Star Traveler, with powerful physical attacks and powerful mental power. Hidden information, compared with the Centaur Khan we met before. The Vampire Queen's mutation is deeper and more complete. No wonder she wants to maintain her youthful beauty. I understand a little bit. After seeing the appearance of the Vampire Queen, Ouyang Qianjin complained with a twitch in her mouth. The one who wanted to complain more at this time was Sepesh. But he couldn't, because time and energy are limited. From entering to now, except for a period of rest due to Ouyang Qianjin, he has basically been fighting. So Sepesh wanted to win the last battle in one go. Of course, the most important thing is that after killing the opponent, even if the holy blood pool cannot be taken away, it can be enjoyed on the spot. Is it time to complain now? Attack! Attack! Sepesh didn't care about the attack mode, and directly let his men rush up to kill the opponent. This style of play is very Ouyang Qianjin, but Ouyang Qianjin likes it very much. After looking at Sepesh, Ouyang Qianjin also let his undead and skeletons rush up. She also read the introduction of the Vampire Queen, although the opponent has a strong physical attack. But this did not make Ouyang Qianjin feel any problem. After all, she often fights this kind of enemy. What she cares about is the statement of strong mental power at the end. It's not a mental attack, but a simple strong mental power. In other words, if she wants to use life absorption to pull with the opponent, she may be more likely to fall into it. After all, the opponent's mental power is very likely to be higher than hers. Then the rest can only rely on brute force to deal with this guy. Ouyang Qianjin looked at the Vampire Queen, who was attacking everyone with the hooks of her flexible tentacles, intending to read some attack patterns from the opponent's attack. Unfortunately, at least until now, this guy is only using physical attacks to attack everyone, and did not use the strange abilities of vampires. For example, the blood sacrifice mentioned by Sepesh. Sure enough, it's a bit difficult to rely on this number alone. Sebastian, do you want to go up and try? Seeing the fierce battle in the field, Ouyang Qianjin finally couldn't help but let Sebastian go up and try. As you wish, Mississippi. Sebastian, who was named, naturally did not refuse. In fact, as a warrior in his lifetime, he also wanted to fight with this so-called Vampire Queen, who was completely unrecognizable. Tepesh, let your people step down. Let my housekeeper fight with the other party. Since Sebastian was going to play, Ouyang Qianjin would naturally not let the crowd fight. This is respect for Sebastian's identity as a warrior. Although he didn't understand Ouyang Qianjin's intention, Tepesh still cooperated and asked his vampires to withdraw. Of course, the undead and skeletons also evacuated quickly. And Sebastian, when he saw the crowd begin to evacuate, he also drew his long sword. Sebastian, who walked forward slowly, took every step steadily. And with every step, the soul fire in his deep eye sockets became more and more intense. Obviously, the infected vampire queen aroused his fighting spirit. The battle was about to break out. It was Sebastian who took the lead in the attack. He waved the long sword in his hand and rushed towards the vampire queen. The vampire queen was not afraid. She used her tentacles to quickly entangle Sebastian's body and make it unable to move. However, Sebastian, who was experienced in combat, would never let him succeed. While stabbing the attacking tentacle with a long sword in his hand, his body also changed direction in the air to avoid the attack of another tentacle. Then, taking advantage of the force, stepping on the stabbed tentacle, Sebastian dragged the long sword and stabbed directly at the queen's head. Shoot the horse first before shooting the man, regardless of whether it works or not. The ruthless style of hitting the head first made Ouyang Qianjin nod repeatedly. However, the other parties seemed to have noticed this intention. The queen quickly turned her head and avoided Sebastian's attack. Sebastian's attack missed. After flying over the queen, he turned over and stepped on the wall, and hit the queen's back fiercely again. Chapter 396 Sebastian vs the Vampire Queen. Swish. Ding. Sebastian's sword was blocked by the barbs on the tentacles, while the other tentacles took the initiative to attack. This kind of attack from the blind spot behind the vision is usually avoided by perception. But the queen directly used the tentacles to block and counterattack. Sebastian's second attack failed. This has to be said that there seems to be something wrong with the queen's mutation direction. Fast reaction speed, quick attack, and no blind spot in vision. It has to be said that it is really tricky. Seeing the series of fierce attacks just now, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but say, if physical attacks are useless, then use magic attacks to increase her strength. Don't you have magic? Sepesh naturally saw it from the side. Just as she said, the melee ability of this mutant queen can be said to be a tricky existence. So this suggestion was made to Ouyang Qianjin. You don't have magic attacks? Ouyang Qianjin looked at Sepesh in a daze. I put all my points into physical skills. Otherwise I can't become a vampire. Sepeshi spread his hands, indicating that he was helpless. Wow. You can play the Necromancer like this. You are really a freak. Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but sigh in amazement. You know, the reason why Necromancer has the word mage is because most of his skills are magic attacks. But you are so good that you have to find faults in everything. You picked out the few physical attacks to use? If you like close combat so much, why did you choose Magic Book when you first chose it? Choose Warrior. There is also a bonus to physical fitness. Ouyang Qianjin was speechless. Isn't this a hidden profession that I just got? Besides, every magician has a melee heart. If you weren't disabled, I believe you would definitely understand this feeling. Regarding Ouyang Qianjin's speechless expression, Sepesh explained to him very patiently. Every magician has a melee heart? Hearing this, Ouyang Qianjin was silent. Although Sepesh said that he couldn't understand because he had difficulty in walking. But Ouyang Qianjin said that he could understand this feeling very well. In the game, I chose the magician because the magician was handsome. But when I saw other melee characters rushing up to chop melons and vegetables, it was impossible not to envy them. So sometimes, I would take a staff to the novice village to knock down the novice monsters. Of course, Ouyang Qianjin was not the only one who did this. In fact, I really met many people with this mentality in the game. Some even directly train the trumpet as a warrior or something, in the name of fully understanding the skills of the front row, etc. You are filthy. You are shameless. Are you understanding skills? You are just coveting someone's body. I am too embarrassed to expose you. Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but despise these guys. While the two were chatting, the battle in the field had entered a white-hot stage. Sebastian's tuxedo was torn with holes. The black top hat with a blue ribbon on his head was also knocked into the blood pool. Of course, the vampire queen was not much better. There were wounds on her body and tentacles that were cut or stabbed by long swords. Dark green blood oozed out of the wound. Just like the Centaur Khan, the Abyss Messenger, and the Meatball Mushroom underground when he first met Sebastian. As we all know, the blood of infected monsters is dark green. So Ouyang Qianjin was not surprised. It was just because this dark green blood merged with the scarlet blood under her. It made the water in the whole pool look a little yellow. Not that yellow, But this yellow, well, it's the kind of yellow that is mixed with black in the motor oil, like industrial waste. And it looks dirty at first glance. TSK. Sorry. It seems that your holy object has been dirty. Seeing this scene, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but make a little joke to Sepesh. Nothing. Wait until the matter is resolved. Clean up these old-time things and use them again. For this little joke, Sepesh naturally laughed it off. For her, the holy object is the key. As for the things inside, if they are dirty, they are consumables that can be replaced. Hey, you don't want to use the girl's blood to refill the bath like the queen did, do you? Ouyang Qianjin looked at Sepesh in surprise, feeling something was wrong. Although she knew that the other party was a vampire, not a human, she also knew that the other party was a smart person and would not do such a thing. But Ouyang Qianjin still asked about it. Ha! I'm not such an ugly freeloader. I still understand the principle of eating one meal and then another. I will never do such a thing of sustainable exhaustion of resources. You know, even my blood slaves have a good life. It's just different from your residents. They have to donate 400 cc of blood every 3 days in exchange for protection. Sepesh, who knew what Ouyang Qianjin was thinking, proudly talked about the things in her territory. In fact, there was a moment when she also thought about doing it like the vampire queen. But after thinking about it, there were few girls among her blood slaves. If they all died at the same time, she would still be a nobody. So she changed her mind and decided to take it slowly. Anyway, the holy objects have been obtained, so there is no need to rush. Besides, everyone is a professional now, and their physical fitness is much better than before the advent. 3 days, they can fully recover. What's more, there is now something like blood pills, so filling the entire bath is just a matter of time. Not to be impatient, and waiting slowly and gracefully is what Sepesh will do next. Anyway, these castles and other buildings still need to be repaired. There is enough time. Of course, it was after the mutated vampire queen died. After making up his mind, Sepesh turned his head to look at the battle in the field. It must be said that Ouyang Qianjin's subordinates are really talented. A butler doesn't need any skills. He can fight back and forth with this queen just by relying on combat skills, and even cut off several tentacles of the opponent. It seems that he is slightly in the upper hand? Bang! Just when Sepesh was thinking this, the tentacles of the vampire queen finally succeeded in a sneak attack. He slapped Sebastian away, like a kite with a broken string. Sebastian's body drew an arc in the air and finally hit the wall of the bathtub hard. His whole body was embedded in the wall, and the surrounding walls cracked instantly, and fragments flew everywhere. Although Sebastian is a skeleton, the expression on his face cannot be seen, but from his open jaw, it can be seen that he seems to want to make some sound, but he can't make it because of the impact. Chapter 397 Passive Skills Similar to the Law. It can be seen how great the impact of this attack is. Even the skeletons that can make sounds without vocal cords can't make a sound at the first time. His body was tightly pressed against the wall, as if it was held down by an invisible hand and couldn't move. A huge dent appeared on the wall, with a depth of more than 10 centimeters, and Sebastian's body seemed to be embedded in it. After a while, Sebastian's body slowly slid down from the wall and fell to the ground. Then everyone saw Sebastian sticking his sword on the ground and trying to stand up tremblingly. However, when he stood up, one leg fell to the ground. This was the leg that was broken by Kobayakawa Daisuke once, and Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help twitching his eyes. It seems that it's our turn. Seeing that the generals under Ouyang Qianjin were like this, Sepesh was also prepared to lose some manpower. However, Ouyang Qianjin stretched out his hand to stop her. No, it's not the right time yet. Look, Sebastian's eyes are still alive. They are still full of burning fighting spirit. When Sepesh looked at her in confusion, she shouted something very childish. Nonsense! What can you see from the eyes of the soul fire? Besides, what else can the soul fire do if it's not burning? Do you think the battle is some hot-blooded comic? Very hot-blooded. Very childish. But Sepesh doesn't buy it. I really don't know what's wrong with Ouyang Qianjin. The soul fire is burning. But what can Sebastian do without a leg? Then you just need to see if Sebas can still fight. Ouyang Qianjin smiled slightly. Then he let the skeleton put him down and made a sitting motion. Sepesh, who didn't know what was going on, suddenly saw a bunch of skeletons suddenly appearing under Ouyang Qianjin. These skeletons automatically combined, spliced and intertwined with each other, and finally formed a skeleton throne with a backrest as high as 4 meters. This throne is made of bones, and the back of the chair is engraved with ancient runes and patterns, exuding a mysterious and terrifying atmosphere. The armrests of the throne are composed of 2 huge ribs, bent into an elegant arc, covered with a layer of leather as thin as a cicada's wing, which feels delicate and smooth. There is even a crystal skull on the armrest. It looks small and exquisite, as if it was carefully carved by a master. The seat was made of a huge skull. The teeth on the skull were sharpened into serrations, and the seat was covered with a gorgeous cushion made of countless small bones, revealing an evil and gorgeous atmosphere. At the top of the skeleton throne was a huge skull with horns of some unknown monster. The entire skeleton throne exuded a breath of death, as if it was an evil thing rising from the abyss. And Ouyang Qianjin, who was sitting on the throne, looked like an evil demon king. Her eyes were cold and ruthless, full of evil. Her skin was a little paler than before, without a trace of blood, and looked like a dead person. Her lips were tightly closed, without a trace of smile, and she looked extremely majestic and terrifying against the backdrop of the throne. Her fingers gently stroked the crystal skull on the throne, as if she could feel the powerful power contained in it. The temperament of the naughty little girl before has completely disappeared. Instead, there is an evil, terrifying, and unapproachable demon king. This, after seeing Ouyang Qianjin's outfit, even the self-proclaimed Queen Sepesh had to feel a sense of fear from the bottom of her heart. She understood that this was the complete form of Ouyang Qianjin. The previous business-style little girl's appearance was just an interest. However, this is not over yet. Just when Sepesh wanted to open her mouth to say something, but didn't know where to start, Ouyang Qianjin's tightly closed lips slowly opened. Stand up. Sebastian. This is a battle you want. Stand up. Pick up your weapon. Aim at your enemy, and then kill him. Ouyang Qianjin's voice was a little lower than before, but it was just a difference in tone. However, it was this small difference that made Sepesh see a miracle. No, perhaps this should not be called a miracle, but a natural thing. At this moment, Sebastian was standing there steadily with only one leg, holding the long sword tightly in his hand, standing there like a flagpole that was not allowed to break. He exuded a powerful aura, like an insurmountable fortress. His beating soul fire revealed his desire for battle and his persistence in victory. Go, my butler. Bring me victory, or the death of the enemy. Yes, Mississippi. So, after answering, Sebastian, who had a broken leg, swung the long sword in his hand again and rushed towards the vampire queen. This time he was faster, and the long sword in his hand was like a flash of lightning, piercing straight into the queen's chest. The mutant queen felt the threat from Sebastian, and the 4 tentacles left in her lower body kept waving, trying to stop Sebastian's attack. However, Sebastian was not afraid. He flexibly dodged the opponent's attack and swung the long sword at the same time. Ding ding. The long sword and the tentacle hook collided with a crisp collision sound, and sparks flew. You are really amazing. Your old bones. Let's not talk about what the current situation of Ouyang Qianjin is. Just looking at Sebastian, who can play so happily with one foot, Tepesh will unconsciously sigh from the bottom of his heart. After all, there is no skill, and the difference in level between him and the opponent can be made up by skills and combat experience alone. How could he not make Sepesh envious? Should he also think about training his men in combat skills? This way, those with low levels or those who are afraid of fighting outside the city can also gain some combat experience. Sepesh couldn't help but think, how could she have thought that there was actually a personal problem with Sebastian? But there is another existence that cannot be ignored. That is, the skilled blessing of Ouyang Qianjin behind him. Skeleton throne, passive. Every time you sit down, a skeleton chair will be automatically generated, which can give you absolute compulsory control over your summons. Erosion effect. No matter how serious the opponent's physical disability is, as long as it is your order, it will ignore obstacles and be executed 100%. Yes, the passive ability of the skeleton throne is so powerful and unreasonable. Even if the vampire queen's attack just now broke Sebastian's legs, for Ouyang Qianjin, it is just a matter of opening her mouth to give orders. Sitting on the skeleton throne, one's own orders are absolute, and they are 100% executed without obstacles. That's why Sebastian can fight more and more bravely with the help of this unreasonable law. Chapter 398, Level 98. Of course, Seabass can fight the Abyss Messenger without even using any skills. Ouyang Qianjin raised her chin with pride. Ouyang Qianjin, who was sitting on the throne of bones, turned back into the little girl in a blink of an eye. It was a little hard for Tsepesh to adapt. Should we say that this speed of face change is worthy of being a businessman? Although Ouyang Qianjin turned back to her previous appearance at this moment. But Tsepesh did not underestimate her. Or never underestimated her. It was just that they got to know each other again. What? Is the Abyss Messenger you are talking about the Abyss Messenger I think of? When Tsepesh heard the name of the Abyss Messenger from Ouyang Qianjin again, the first thing he thought of was the monster that caused trouble in the city. But in fact, it was a much smaller copy of the hidden boss. It's a little bit smaller than what you thought, Ouyang Qianjin added. So that's what you were talking about last time. I understand. I really envy you. Tsepesh nodded. He immediately thought of the Abyss Apostle that Ouyang Qianjin had mentioned. After seeing Sebastian's combat performance, he roughly understood how Ouyang Qianjin and the Abyss Apostle fought before. It was nothing more than the old-fashioned combat method of front row containment and back row output. It's not new, but it works. The blood sacrifice of the vampire can actually be roughly divided into the front and back rows. It's just that he chose the same combat method as a melee mage. Of course, if you only talk about skills without talking about the actual situation, you are just being a hooligan. The reason why I made this extreme choice is entirely because I have been competing with the guy Ninatai since the day of Advent. At that time, both of them were hidden professions, and they happened to be necromancers. They were close to each other and knew each other. So invisibly, the two formed an unspoken competitive relationship. Knowing that Ninatai was a long-range magic system and summoning system, Tsepesh chose the extreme combination of melee magic system and blood system. But now it seems that it is thanks to this extreme choice that he can become an epic profession and a hegemon. But looking at your butler's fighting style, I'm afraid victory is only a matter of time. Do you want me to send someone to help speed up the progress? Looking at the battle in the field, Tsepesh said sourly. Forget it. Are you sending someone to help? You are sending someone to steal my experience. Right. I am level 97 now. Maybe I can reach level 98 after killing him. So don't move around. You are satisfied with getting this blood pool relic, right? It looks like it should be something that can produce vampires? Sister Ouyang spread her hands and said it clearly, directly blocking Tsepesh's room for maneuver. Hey, how do you know the function of this thing? Did you just eavesdrop on my subordinate's report? Tsepesh was also a little surprised to hear that Miss Ouyang said the function of the blood pool so accurately. Then he thought of the way his subordinates reported before. He turned his head and glared at the stupid subordinate. This glance made the vampire sweat coldly. Fortunately, the queen did not execute anyone since Ouyang Qianjin, the top brother on the list, appeared. So he escaped this time. Don't be ridiculous. Do you call the normal volume of speaking whispering here? Sorry. I don't understand your customs here. Ouyang Qianjin's venomous tongue function was activated again. In fact, she herself doesn't like to take the initiative to find out other people's secrets, because knowing things like spoilers in advance will make her less fun when she really needs to know. This is a fatal blow to people who like to have fun. It's just that the volume of Tsepesh and others talking is really impossible for her to ignore. So this time Ouyang Qianjin can't really be blamed. Oh, forget it. Just hear it. It won't lose a piece of meat. But don't tell the guy Ninatai. Tsepesh held his forehead and sighed. Since the other party already knows, there is no point in hesitating here. Anyway, as long as the other party doesn't tell anyone, especially Ninatai who is closest to her, it's fine. Others, let's see what Ouyang Qianjin, the top brother on the list, will do. If you can't win, you can only swallow your anger. Don't worry. These things are not important to me. I'm just a businessman who comes to discuss cooperation. In response, Ouyang Qianjin, the big devil sitting on the throne of bones, patted his chest and said that he was very tight-lipped. And she is not interested in things that are not related to work and fun for the time being. Ding! You have upgraded. And you can use +1 summons. Just as the two were arguing, the sound of upgrading sounded in Ouyang Qianjin's mind. It seems that the winner has been decided. Ouyang Qianjin, who immediately turned his head to look at the battlefield, couldn't help laughing. A copy can be upgraded twice. No matter how you look at it, It is a very cost-effective thing. Thank you, Sepesh. Thank you, vampire. Thank you, holy object. Sepesh, who didn't know the situation, turned his head after seeing Ouyang Qianjin's performance. She turned her head and saw the vampire queen lying on the surface of the pool, her head split by Sebastian's sword, and dark green liquid gushing out. It can be said that for a royal family, a former ruler, this way of death is not decent at all. But then again, in Ouyang Qianjin's view, whether it is active or passive, the matter of being infected and mutated alone is enough to make these so-called royal families have no decent at all, whether it was the Centaur Khan or the vampire queen. At this moment, Sebastian stood on the queen's body with one foot, looking at this once powerful monster. His heart was filled with the joy of victory and confidence in his own strength. It's over, Sepesh murmured as he looked at the queen's body. Yes, it's over. It's finally over. Ouyang Qianjin nodded, but then said, someone go and see if they can leave the castle. If they can enter and exit freely, then we can really confirm the end of this attack. That makes sense. Sepesh agreed and immediately asked a guy with blood sacrifice to check. This man came back in less than a minute, and brought back the news that they could enter and exit freely. At the same time, he also brought back a lot of vampires who had attacked other areas outside. This made Ouyang Qianjin and Sepesh couldn't help but smile. It seems that it's really over. By the way, what about the settlement? Since it's over, what about the settlement of the Abyss tonight? Chapter 399 Blood Clan Alliance Agreement. By the way, what about the settlement? Now that it's over, what about the Abyss settlement tonight? Ouyang Qianjin smiled at Sepesh, stretched out his hand, and opened his palm. When Sepesh saw Ouyang Qianjin's action, he rolled his eyes and stretched out his hand to Anna. The vampire maid Anna took out a worn-out file bag made of animal skin from her four-dimensional pocket. Ouyang Qianjin took it and looked at it. The magic book of this file bag is exactly the same as his own annihilation document. The surface is bound with iron chains and sealed with a lock. The only difference from the annihilation document is that the lock of the annihilation document is a skull, while this animal skin file bag is a pair of bat wings. It is because of this thing that I chose the path of blood. But now it is not very useful for me, who already has a blood pool. Sepesh talked about the origin of this thing when handing the magic book to Ouyang Qianjin. Like Ouyang Qianjin, it was also obtained in the dungeon. But the difference is that she obtained it in the 19th level dungeon. It was because of this Blood Clan Alliance Agreement that she finally... Blood Clan Alliance Agreement. It contains a large number of alliance treaties written by blood clans with their own blood, which can greatly increase the soul strength and mental strength of the holder, and increase the success rate of some blood skills of the holder. The holder of the primary Necromancer can increase the number of summons, increase the success rate of Vampire First Embrace by 30%, and the summons gain skills +1. Hidden information. This is a bag of bloody agreements with powerful blood magic. Don't try to remove the seal above to view the contents inside, unless you don't want to be a human anymore. Wow! It turns out that some blood-related skills have a success rate. It's not difficult to understand why there are so few vampires under Sepesh. It seems that even if you want to get the first embrace, it is probably not an easy thing. The introduction is exactly the same as that of the document of annihilation. Ouyang Qianjin just glanced at it and lost interest. After all, magic books are like amplifiers for her now. But, have you read the contents inside? Ouyang Qianjin asked Sepesh curiously. After all, although she is the creator of the undead, she is still a human. She herself has not found any way to turn herself into an undead, although it may be possible after reading the document of annihilation. Ouyang Qianjin dare not gamble, so she asked Sepesh to confirm it. After all, the other party's current race is a vampire. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be no accidents. Yeah, Sepesh nodded. It's because of what I read that I became a vampire. As expected. After listening to what Sepesh said, Ouyang Qianjin understood. Should she read the annihilation document? No, forget it. After all, the alliance agreement is much less powerful than the annihilation document, or at least one level less. After all, the alliance agreement can only enhance the primary Necromancer, while the annihilation document can enhance the intermediate Necromancer. The simplest difference. The most violent comparison. This comparison immediately made Ouyang Qianjin feel that it was better to play it safe. At least, wait until she sees the scenery of level 100. What's written in it? Ouyang Qianjin, who had made up her mind, asked curiously. I don't know. I can't understand it. Except for the emblems that may represent each blood family. I can't understand any other words. Spreading his hands, Sepesh expressed helplessness. After all, it is something from another world. It is normal not to understand it. Although she doesn't have as much information as Ouyang Qianjin, she still observes some problems from various channels. So naturally she knows that the other world exists. Otherwise, let alone other things, the castles and towns in this copy alone cannot be explained. It's better to say that people at her level will know more or less. This copy strategy ended successfully, and everyone was very happy. Some people got the holy objects, and some people got the levels. Everyone has a bright future. Why? You don't plan to leave? When everyone exited the bath and returned to the garden full of reapers' corpses, Ouyang Qianjin stopped. Capeish looked at the other party in confusion. Since the space has been conquered, in Capeish's opinion, those who should leave should also leave. However, Ouyang Qianjin did not move, and she naturally had no intention of driving others away. This would be very inelegant. That's not the case. It's just that there are things that are not done. Things? Not finished? If it's about income distribution, don't worry. I won't play the game of cheating the cheat. Capeish misunderstood and thought that the other party wanted to take the final income. So she waved her hand to remind Ouyang Qianjin not to doubt her character. No. I'm not worried about this at all. Ouyang Qianjin also waved her hand in the same way as Sepesh, denying the other party's statement. Then what do you want to do? Haha. Just watch. I guarantee you will be amazed. Ouyang Qianjin laughed, and then made a move that puzzled Sepesh and the people around him. She first released the vampire brides from the undead space. After seeing these vampire brides, Sepesh was also shocked. Although she knew that Ouyang Qianjin had captured a lot of vampire brides before, but she didn't expect to release them now. And these vampire brides are different from the previous lively appearance. Like a puppet with a broken string. After falling to the ground, there was no movement. Sepesh was puzzled. Maybe it's because the queen died? And without the source of control, she became an empty shell, and originally had no soul. Ouyang Qianjin explained. After all, she has been controlled for so long, and it's hard to say whether she still has a soul. This inevitably reminded her of the pile of skeletons in the cave in the dark forest before. Among so many skeletons, Ouyang Qianjin only transformed Sebastian, which shows that the soul will slowly dissipate without special treatment. She doesn't think that the willful queen will specially let someone with soul-fixing skills to deal with the souls of these vampire brides. After all, the needs are different. Of course, in addition to these vampire brides, there is also a special corpse. The reason why it is special is that this corpse itself is very special. Victoria, the minister of the palace with long silver hair and a slender figure. This was the previous name of this corpse. What on earth do you want to do? Although he knew the necromancer's obsession with corpses, Ouyang Qianjin's behavior made Capeish increasingly confused. Chapter 400 Blood Clan Girl. Hey, I told you to just watch. Faced with Sepesh's question, Ouyang Qianjin continued to maintain suspense. Then everyone saw her slowly raise her hands, put her hands on her mouth, and then began to shout to the surroundings. Hey! Are there any skilled maids? Here are freshly baked bodies. Do you want them? The whole small garden was filled with Ouyang Qianjin shouting. For some unknown reason, it even produced an echo effect. The words echoed in the small garden for a long time. However, there was no response around. So Ouyang Qianjin could only continue to shout. So many vampire corpses. Youth forever. Immortality. There will be no such place after this village. If you don't come out, I will leave. Ouyang Qianjin was shouting. And Sepesh looked at Ouyang Qianjin, who was shouting to the air around him with a look of caring for a mentally retarded person. As if he was looking at a fool. You are? Shh, don't make a sound, or you'll scare the ghost. Putting her finger on her not-so-rosy lips, Ouyang Qianjin warned with a hiss. Sepesh was speechless. But he could only let it go, as long as he didn't want to do anything to his own castle. Although it looked like the castle had not been damaged after several battles. But in fact, the interior had already been in ruins. Now Sepesh just wanted the blood slaves to quickly repair the castle and the golden orange town outside the dark forest. If possible, it would be better to build a straight road to facilitate vehicles in and out. Sepesh was very envious of Ouyang Qianjin's pumpkin carriage pulled by mutant skeleton horses. Just as Sepesh was daydreaming, she suddenly realized that she was surrounded with her strong perception. That's right. She was surrounded by a strange breath silently. She was shocked and activated her defense skills, and then looked around. At this time, she looked up and found that the people surrounding her were actually a group of ghosts. And they were densely packed, with numb expressions on their faces. And they didn't look very smart, although these ghosts were dressed differently. But at least from the figure and appearance, they were all this. Could it be that you just called these ghosts? Sepesh asked Ouyang Qianjin, with cold sweat on his forehead. Yes, they are very useful. Ouyang Qianjin's face was filled with the joy of a good harvest. And then she ignored the dumbfounded Sepesh and let the skeleton push her towards the ghosts. As for the injured Sebastian, she had already taken him into the undead space for recuperation. Everyone, just choose the container you like and get in. Take your time to choose. Don't worry. There are definitely more than enough. That one over there. If you don't like it, there are more over here. At this moment, Ouyang Qianjin was like a vendor selling small goods, or like an evacuee in a busy shopping mall, shuttling among these ghosts and shouting, "Why? Do you want this Victoria's body?" Seeing a ghost in a maid outfit standing next to Victoria's body, Ouyang Qianjin came to the other side and asked curiously, "You should know that Victoria's body is much more advanced than other vampire brides." So Ouyang Qianjin interviewed the ghosts who wanted Victoria's body. "You are wearing a maid outfit, so you should have been a maid before. Are you familiar with the work of a maid? How many years of work experience do you have? Are you confident that you can handle the position of head maid? Do you mind working overtime?" After asking one question after another, Ouyang Qianjin was very satisfied with this ghost maid who could only nod and shake her head now. So she agreed to give Victoria to her. After waiting for all the ghosts to choose their favorite bodies and enter them, Ouyang Qianjin smashed a big resurrection spell. Okay. Now the pressure is on Sepesh. In her eyes, these bodies that originally had no souls actually moved slowly under the ghosts and Ouyang Qianjin's big resurrection spell. Ghosts are originally energy bodies of souls. Since the vampire brides have no souls, just let these ghosts occupy the magpie's nest. It's just because they are not original souls. The connection between the soul and the body is somewhat fragile. But this is not a difficult problem. In Ouyang Qianjin's opinion, it only takes time to repair it. As long as these bodies are occupied for a long enough time, the connection between the soul and the body will become closer. At that time, this problem will naturally be solved. So at least in the short term, don't expect them to go to the battlefield or fight. But in fact, Ouyang Qianjin did not expect these nearly 10,000 people to fight. After all, in her opinion, if there is a real battle, 10,000 people are just a waste of numbers. With so many troops under her command, she really doesn't need these 10,000 people. What she wants is a maid who can take care of her daily life. After all, it is such a big castle. Ouyang Qianjin naturally hopes that there will be a maid to shuttle back and forth, cleaning, cooking and so on. And now, her little wish has been fulfilled. And although Sebastian is a butler, but his combat experience and swordsmanship are comparable to those of epic professions, it is too wasteful to simply put someone with such experience in the position of butler. After the injury is healed, he will be transferred to another position, whether it is the skeleton army or the undead army under his command. Someone needs to command them. If it doesn't work, Sebastian can also teach others swordsmanship. Just kidding. He can chop down the mutated vampire queen with just a long sword. How could it be possible that only one person could do this? If 1,000,000 people under him could do this, then he would have 1,000,000 epic professions in disguise. Well, everything should be thought of in a positive direction. I am definitely right to think so. Ouyang Qianjin nodded silently, adding a layer of confidence to his idea. As for the extra body of the vampire bride, Ouyang Qianjin naturally put it back into the space. It won't be too late to use it when he finds extra ghosts next time. Anyway, 10,000 maids are enough for him now. How about it? It's very interesting, isn't it? After completing this series of eye-opening operations, Ouyang Qianjin looked at Sepeshi and smiled. This is not a question of whether it is interesting or not. Sepeshi slapped his forehead. Now she was no longer in the mood to argue with Ouyang Qianjin, because the 10,000 new guys standing in front of her made her lose that mood. Blood Girl, a superior race among vampires, with a strong ability to learn blood magic, and will faithfully carry out every order of the object of loyalty. Chapter 401, Mutual Pitfalls. Blood Girl, a superior race among vampires, with a strong ability to learn blood magic, and will faithfully execute every order of the object of loyalty. She is the cornerstone of everything, and the starting point of all blood warriors. Perhaps you can try to let her anchor a weapon for learning and further study. Hidden information. Because of the incoordination between the soul and the body, it will take some time to merge. If you can give her some blood to restore her blood, I believe it will be able to merge faster. Why does this introduction look so familiar? Ouyang Qianjin frowned after reading the introduction of these blood girls. Sepesh, who was also a necromancer in the past, also frowned. Whether it was Ouyang Qianjin or Sepesh, both of them were thinking about the familiar feeling in the introduction of the blood girls. Ah! Skeleton soldiers? Suddenly, the two turned their heads sharply, looked at each other, and said the same thing. Yaha! I made a profit. Ouyang Qianjin laughed. Sepesh's face was grim. He made a profit. He really did. You know, the skeleton soldiers were also weaklings at the beginning. But it has one advantage. It can change the type of soldiers by using different weapons or tools, and at the same time obtain the skills of the corresponding type of soldiers. For example, holding a sword will make you a swordsman. Holding a shield will make you a shield soldier. And riding a horse will make you a cavalry. And the vampire girl has the same introduction, which means it can have the same effect. Of course, this is just an ideal under ideal conditions. No matter who they are, they all focus on the introduction that is different from the skeleton soldiers. You can try to let her anchor a weapon to learn and further her studies. The meaning of this sentence is self-evident. In simple terms, unlike skeleton soldiers, vampire girls can learn. But compared to the all-round attributes of skeleton soldiers, they are much more single. Although they can't change their arms and skills by changing weapons, like skeleton soldiers, but they have strong learning ability and blood magic. In other words, they can learn various martial arts and combat skills. And there is another advantage of learning ability. That is, it is not limited to one weapon, although this may depend on personal talent. No matter what, there will always be a few people who can stand out and become all-rounders. Right? At this time, Ouyang Qianjin thought of the injured Sebastian. Before, I was thinking about letting him be an instructor to train or something. But now I have the most suitable education object. Right? Vampire. Let us make a deal. It should be okay if you give me some vampire girls. Ouyang Qianjin didn't even finish his words. And Sepesh took over the conversation directly. I haven't even finished talking yet. Don't you want to listen to what I want to say? Ouyang Qianjin, who was interrupted, looked at the other party with 2 points of dissatisfaction, 3 points of ridicule, and 5 points of joking. You just want blood magic. I have it here. But I want some vampire girls. Sepesh ignored Ouyang Qianjin's tone. With greed in his eyes, he talked about his conditions. Hey, I see a hint of danger in your eyes. Ouyang Qianjin looked at Sepesh's greedy eyes, pretended to be surprised and covered her mouth with one hand, and said softly, Nonsense. If it were you, would you try every possible way to get some of the superior species of vampires? Sepesh rolled his eyes at Ouyang Qianjin. You're kidding. This is a superior species. It's a field that he hasn't reached yet. This kind of thing is right in front of him now. If he doesn't fight for it, then maybe he'll have a myocardial infarction when he thinks about it on his 80th birthday. No. He must get it. He must get it no matter what the price. Luckily, Ouyang Qianjin needs him so much now. And this is just right for him to take advantage of. Even now, she regrets why she was so impulsive before and killed so many vampire brides. If she didn't kill them, wouldn't there be more than 10,000 vampire bride corpses? As long as the souls are combined, Ouyang Qianjin can create more than 10,000 blood clan girls. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have been so impulsive at the beginning. Now, Sepesh even has a regretful feeling of wanting to slap himself twice. Okay. I think what you said makes sense. So how much is the sum you mentioned? Ouyang Qianjin smacked her lips. First of all, she really needed the blood magic in Sepesh's hands. Secondly, if it were her, she would do whatever it took to get these vampire girls. Some is enough. As long as it's not too much. Ouyang Qianjin thinks it's acceptable. She still has more than 30,000 corpses of vampire brides. And she can find a way to revive more of them when the time comes. That's right. Ouyang Qianjin lied. In fact, there are more than 40,000 vampire brides in her space. It's just that I said a little less when I reported the number before. About half less. Well, lying is not a good habit. Let's continue next time. 7,000. Since we agreed that there is nothing that the Necromancer can use, the spoils will be divided into 30% and 70%. I want 5,000 of the 20,000 vampire girls, which should be very suitable. Sepesh immediately opened his mouth. Ouyang Qianjin's eyes jumped when he heard it. Good guy. The 20,000 vampire girls haven't been resurrected yet. And you're already changing the concept and treating the 20,000 vampire brides as vampire girls. Right? I have to say that you know the art of speaking. 500? No more. If I hadn't handed over the souls of those girls, you wouldn't have seen this resurrection. And you didn't hold back when you killed the vampire brides before. These are all my captives. And you killed your share yourself. Since Sepesh opened his mouth, Ouyang Qianjin would naturally bargain. Are you kidding? 7,000? Why don't you just die? 500? Not enough. Right? Although I don't deny your contribution. The copy is mine after all. And the verbal contract signed before also stated that it was 30 to 70. I think this number is very suitable. Sepesh argued. This guy has been talking about 30 to 70 just to make Ouyang Qianjin give in. After all, 7,000 out of 20,000 is not 30 to 70. As long as Ouyang Qianjin made this clear and brought up the 30 to 70 distribution that she had been mentioning, then even if she didn't have 7,000, she could still get 6,000 out of 30 to 70. That's right. When Tepesh reported the number, he had already laid a trap for Ouyang Qianjin. As long as Ouyang Qianjin stepped into it, she could use this to argue. The final result would be what she wanted. Of course, she didn't think about asking for 6,000, which was unrealistic. After all, Ouyang Qianjin only had 10,000 Blood Clan girls in his hands. But as long as she could get 3,000, it would be considered a success in this negotiation. Chapter 402 Bargaining. However, how could Ouyang Qianjin not know what Sepesh was thinking? If she brought up the quota of 30/70ths from the other party's words, she would fall into the other party's trap. At that time, she would have to give the other party this number, which is a full 6,000 vampire girls. No! Sepesh's goal was not 6,000, but 3,000. After all, she herself knew that it was a bit far-fetched to calculate according to the maximum value of 20,000. So the final goal should be 3,000 of the 10,000 vampire girls available. I understand what you said, but the problem is that I can't give you the number you said. And I have to spend time looking for other souls after I go out. It's even possible to make a deal with Dorothy, whose job name is related to souls. If Dorothy is involved, the price I need to pay will be huge. So don't even think about the number of 6,000. Just kidding. How could they not know who Dorothy is? Another guy who dares to sell anything as long as he is paid. If it really comes to that, Ouyang Qianjin thinks that she will have to bleed a lot to get more than 30,000 souls. Of course, there is another more extreme way. That is to use the souls of existing people. It is the simplest, most violent, most convenient and cheapest method. But with this method, Ouyang Qianjin can't guarantee the integration of soul and body. After all, for Ouyang Qianjin, although more than 40,000 vampire brides seem to be a lot, but to be exact, it was only over 40,000. After all, it was a trick of the vampire queen. And it was a rare product. If one was lost, there would be one less. So she didn't plan to try. 5,000. 500. 4,005. 600. I've already lowered the price so much. And you don't plan to ask for more? Isn't that too harsh? It was obvious that Sepesh was a little tired of this bargaining-like way of doing things in the vegetable market. After all, for Sepesh, who always acted elegantly, this behavior itself was not elegant at all. Well, let's not test each other's bottom line. 1,000. If it works, then it's a deal. If it doesn't, forget it. Anyway, you are not the only one who cultivates the blood system. Didn't Britain have the Scarlet Earl in the past? Although he is dead, the vampires under his command will not be extinct. And it depends on the girl's willingness. If they don't want to, then I can do something. Ouyang Qianjin spread her hands and pretended to give up. Then she talked about the descendants of the Scarlet Earl. In fact, she was tired of it. Everyone was a well-known and prestigious person. And it was indeed a bit of a loss of status to bargain like this, since she knew that the best target of Tsepesh was about 3,000 people. Giving 1,000 would satisfy the other party's appetite. So for insurance, she also added that the girls needed to be willing. After all, they were all souls of people destroyed by vampires. I believe that not many people would be willing to play with vampires again. Since Tsepesh can dig a hole for himself, then I can naturally dig a hole for Tsepesh as well. Forget it. 1,000 is 1,000. But I can only give the blood skills that my subordinates have learned. Seps finally agreed to Ouyang Qianjin's number. After all, the other party had made a gesture that he was not going to negotiate with her. And it was not a loss for me to take 1,000. The most important thing was that I had a research direction. After seeing the research institutes in Ouyang Qianjin's never-sleeping city, Teeps found that even in this world, intelligent creatures would never stop their research on the unknown. Then I couldn't fall behind others, and had to quickly build my own research institute, especially the research on the upper-level blood race. There is no choice. But the descriptions of the skills I have seen should also be added. Ouyang Qianjin added one more thing. Yes. It's really hard to take advantage of you. Teeps shook his head and sighed. That's right. You took advantage of the boss. Ouyang Qianjin rolled his eyes at the other party. After all, the other party paid for something that was no longer useful to them, while he paid for 1,000 real combat power. Although it is not a fighting force yet. Then Ouyang Qianjin let these vampire girls choose for themselves. What surprised her was that out of more than 10,000 vampire girls, more than 1,000 of them were willing to go to Tsepesh. Just fill up the quota. Seeing Tsepesh's smug smile, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't laugh. How could it be? There is no reason. Haven't they been imprisoned by vampires for so long? Is it possible that the fear of the Phantom of the Opera before was just an illusion? Ouyang Qianjin said she didn't understand. But since the girls are willing, let's do it. In order to respect these guys, Ouyang Qianjin even gave the extra dozen people to Tsepesh. There's no way. Who let the eldest lady be a good person? Ouyang Qianjin, who did a good deed, swept away the haze just now, and even felt a little proud in her heart. In one word, comfortable. After solving the distribution problem, Tsepesh took out a dagger and cut his hand. Then Ouyang Qianjin saw Tsepesh controlling his blood and distributing it to the more than 1,000 vampire girls. To use your oriental novels, it's a drip of blood to recognize the master. Tsepesh smiled and then asked Ouyang Qianjin, "Are you going to drip blood first? If I hadn't lost 400 milliliters of blood today." Ouyang Qianjin raised her bandaged hand and said lightly, "You really hold a grudge. Can't you let this go?" After rolling his eyes at him, Tsepesh walked towards the outside of the city, and Ouyang Qianjin also put the remaining vampire girls into the space, and only took the maid she had just obtained. Let the skeleton push the cart, and walk out. The copy was over, and she was upgraded by 2 levels, and got a magic book, as well as tens of thousands of vampire brides, and more than 8,000 vampire girls. Ouyang Qianjin made a lot of money on this trip. Of course, in addition to these, Ouyang Qianjin also had an extra income. That is the oil painting that stored the soul of the opera genius Christine. It seems that an opera house can be built in her own city that never sleeps. So after Ouyang Qianjin came out and returned to the guest room assigned to her by Tsepesh, she couldn't help but take out the oil painting. "Christine, you should have seen the resurrection of the audience just now. Do you want to try to revive? Then I will build you an opera house specifically for my men to sing or something?" Looking at the girl in white on the oil painting, Ouyang Qianjin asked. Chapter 403 Christine and Lilith. Dear Necromancer, as long as you can let me continue singing, it's fine. Unlike other ghosts who can only speak a few syllables, Christine can speak a whole paragraph. This made Ouyang Qianjin relieved. It's okay to communicate. And the other party also agreed. You have to know that the ability to invade the other party's mental power with just singing can no longer be called a skill. There is no skill. It's all emotion. With Christine singing, I believe the undead should be able to get some comfort in their souls. Just like sleeping, it is also a way to soothe the soul. So with Christine's consent, Ouyang Qianjin released the bodies of several representative vampire brides. Some of these vampire brides have long hair, some have short hair, and some have curly hair. And among the vampire brides, who are mostly black-haired, and a few have other hair colors, Christine finally chose a vampire bride with short white hair. Then, After resurrection, she became a vampire girl. Opera star Christine, a special individual. In addition to having a strong ability to learn blood skills, she also has a strong ability to learn soul skills. Hidden information. She has a strong talent for attacking souls with singing. Because of the incoordination between the soul and the body, it will take some time to merge. If she can be given some blood to restore her blood, I believe she can merge faster. Wow! A special individual can be born in an instant. It has to be said that Christine's special and powerful talents do have the potential to become a special individual. Although Ouyang Qianjin was a little surprised. It was just surprise and... So Ouyang Qianjin looked at the head maid standing quietly next to her. Speaking of which, I haven't asked your name yet. Queen. Don't call me Queen. Call me Mississippi. Hearing Lilith calling her Queen, Ouyang Qianjin immediately thought of the Vampire Queen. So he corrected the other party's name. Okay. Miss. My name is Lilith. And I used to be a maid in Viscount Ilt's mansion. Although I don't know what kind of service the miss needs, I think I should be able to be competent for the duties of your head maid. Said. The head maid named Lilith rubbed her temple with her fingers. Very good. Very energetic. It seems that it is a very good choice for you to get this body. But your action just now, have you worn glasses before? Ouyang Qianjin said with satisfaction, while doing the same action as the other party. Yes. I used to wear glasses because of my poor eyesight. But I don't need them in this body. Lilith looked at her hand at Ouyang Qianjin's suggestion. Then she put it down. Habits are something that can't be changed even if you die once. That's okay. If you don't feel used to it, I have decorative plain glasses here. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. Then a skeleton came out of the space, holding a box. The box was full of plain glasses collected by Ouyang Qianjin. She occasionally wears glasses when she dresses up. After all, she is a girl. Even if she is in a wheelchair, she still wants to dress up. When Lilith was choosing glasses, Ouyang Qianjin also opened the eye of identification. Intend to see the other party's introduction. Perfect and chic made Lilith a special individual. In addition to possessing powerful blood magic, she even has a rare time skill among the vampires. Hidden information. Because of the change of soul, the skills have become extremely unstable. It is not recommended to try to use skills before stabilization. If you can give her some blood to restore her blood, I believe it will be able to merge faster. Puff. Fortunately, Ouyang Qianjin didn't drink tea now. Otherwise it would probably spray all over the room. Unlike those vampire brides. Although they are all soulless. But Lilith has no soul because of infection. And compared to those vampire brides, who were originally made of ordinary girls, Lilith is a real vampire. And she was also the former vampire queen's chamberlain. It's easy to understand why she is so powerful. But Ouyang Qianjin never thought that she would have time-related skills. And it seems that time-related skills are unique to the blood race. But even among the blood race, time-related skills should be an ability that only very few individuals can have or learn. As for the other freaks, although Ouyang Qianjin can also revive them, their degree of mutation is much higher than that of Lilith. So to be on the safe side, Ouyang Qianjin did not choose to revive them with souls. To be honest, if this Lilith had not been infected but not mutated, she would have given up on Lilith. That's right. Whether it's the Phantom of the Opera, the Judge, or the Vampire Queen, they all became that weird because of the high degree of mutation. And the culprit, Ouyang Qianjin, knew without a doubt, was the bug she had encountered before. And behind the bugs were the outsiders, who occupied the cannon home. As for what it was, she didn't know it now. But it doesn't matter. I believe the day of knowing is not far away. Or in this case of pulling up the seedlings to help them grow. The people from the other world behind them want the people of this world to know the day is not far away. After all, they have used that kind of means to force them to grow. And it seems that the other party can't wait any longer. Or there is no time to wait any longer. What's wrong? Miss? At this moment, Lilith was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her nose. And a small gold chain used as a glasses chain was hung on the feet of the glasses. The glasses added a touch of elegance and refinement to her face. Especially the gold glasses chain. Like a thin chain, it wrapped around her ear, adding a different style to her overall look. It not only fixed the glasses, but also became a decoration, highlighting Lilith's attention to details and taste. I have to say that Ouyang Qianjin's aesthetics are very well chosen. With the black maid outfit, The whole person reveals a hint of gentleness and competence and elegance because of the glasses. Nothing. I just looked at your state. The skills of this body are a bit powerful. Don't use them casually before your soul is completely integrated. Otherwise your soul, and this body may dissipate immediately. Ouyang Qianjin smiled reluctantly. After all, the battle was left to the people below, and Ouyang Qianjin was not at the scene at the time. Chapter 404 The Difficulties of the Territory. No one expected that the undead and skeletons under his command could actually defeat such a bug-like existence. So he spoke to remind Lilith. Indeed, I seem to feel two powerful forces in my body. But since the eldest lady has already reminded me, I will pay attention. Lilith nodded. Then let's talk about your work. I have a castle, which is not very big. When the time comes, you need to select a group of vampire girls and train them into skilled maids. As for the number of people, wait until you see the specific situation of the castle before making a decision. Is it okay? Seeing Lilith's capable look, Ouyang Qianjin nodded with confidence. Of course. This is my duty. Please rest assured. As she said, Lilith held the edge of her skirt with both hands and saluted Ouyang Qianjin. At this time, Christine also changed her clothes and walked out of another room. So the topic ended here. Huh? Sitting in a wheelchair, Ouyang Qianjin looked at the two people who had changed their clothes in front of her. Christine was wearing a white long dress, like a blooming flower. Her short white hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, and her black eyes were as bright as stars, emitting charming light. Lilith was wearing a black maid outfit, and her long silver hair fell on her back like a waterfall, making her whole person reveal a unique elegance of a maid. The singer and the head maid, one white and one black, set off each other, forming a beautiful landscape. Just the sight of the two of them standing together made Ouyang Qianjin feel that this trip was worthwhile. Not bad. This is what I want. Christine, why don't you sing a song that suits this body? Lilith will make tea, and we will sit down and listen slowly. While speaking, Ouyang Qianjin directed the skeleton to push herself onto the balcony. Then she took out a complete set of tea-drinking utensils, tea leaves, and cakes from the space. Ouyang Qianjin even set up a sunstone on the balcony, allowing Christine to use the balcony as a small stage to perform freely. And Lilith naturally stood beside Ouyang Qianjin and made tea for her. After all, although the eldest lady asked her to sit as a maid, she could not do so. Serving the master is the duty of a maid. Christine's singing voice is still so beautiful, although she is not as aggressive as before as a ghost. And the new body is still a little uncomfortable due to the change of the vocal cords. But Christine turned it around with her powerful skills. Skeleton player. What's going on? Just as Christine was singing loudly, Sepesh and her maid Anna suddenly flashed and came to the balcony, and asked Ouyang Qianjin in a questioning tone. This made Christine, who was singing a beautiful opera just now, stop singing and look at each other strangely. Come on! Listen to the song. Ouyang Qianjin waved her hand, and then motioned Sepesh to sit down. However, Sepesh sat down without hesitation, and then looked at Ouyang Qianjin and asked with interest, What's the matter with the singing just now? Nothing. Just found a few special individuals among the resurrected blood race. Ouyang Qianjin smiled, then extended her hand to introduce Christine and Lilith. Of course. Actually, there was no need to speak. After all, everyone had the initial skill of the Eye of Identification. Amazing. Opera genius. I didn't expect that such a special individual could be born. Was it obtained during the battle in the opera house? Sepesh raised his eyebrows. After all, when it comes to opera girls, the first thing that comes to mind must be the opera house where Ouyang Qianjin fought. Haha. How is it possible? It was just that Lilith found it after resurrection. Ouyang Qianjin said with a smile. Just kidding. I can't admit to taking something secretly. Otherwise, I will be laughed at by Sepesh, or even severely extorted. Okay, let's just say it's like this. Have a cup of tea. Sepesh knew that Ouyang Qianjin, this little fox, would not tell the truth, and he didn't intend to pursue anything. After all, the incident had passed, and not catching the scene was his own failure. Lilith didn't move after hearing what Sepesh said. After all, others came with maids, so there was no need to take over. So, what are you doing here? Don't say you were attracted by the beautiful singing or something. I won't believe it. looking at Sepesh, who was drinking black tea leisurely. Ouyang Qianjin asked. How do you know I didn't come here for the wonderful opera? You came here just after I came out. So you must have something to discuss with me. Otherwise, if it were me, I would definitely be excitedly counting the income this time. Ha ha ha. Indeed. To be honest, I really want to see what I have gained this time. But unfortunately, I can't. At least not now. What's that? Ouyang Qianjin was stunned. When I came out just now, I received the news that the mission was completed. But at the same time, I also received the news that this space will be closed. And I have to find a place to release the entire dark forest as my territory. Tepesh put down the red teacup in his hand and sighed. Isn't this a good thing? Why do you look so sad? I can't find a place to put it. The entire dark forest is so big. You can choose to put the dark forest in the Atlantic Ocean. It's right opposite North America. Maybe you can have a good exchange with atoms. The ghoul? Ouyang Qianjin gave the other party a bad idea. After all, he is a guy who doesn't mind the size of the funeral. If Tepesh can go there to make trouble for atoms, she will definitely be happy to see it happen. Atlantic Ocean? Doesn't that mean we have to be neighbors with Dorothy? I think we should forget it. Hearing what Ouyang Qianjin said, Tepesh didn't think too deeply. But when he thought of Dorothy, he felt a little physically uncomfortable. Oh, yes, Dorothy's territory is from there. But why do you hate Dorothy so much? Ouyang Qianjin felt strange. Although Dorothy is indeed iron-faced in buying and selling, she will never give a discount just because she has a relationship with someone. But she doesn't hate it to this extent. Right? I can't say I hate her. I just don't like her. When you meet her and deal with her, you will know. Although she is very elegant. Why can't people like her? Sepesh shook his head and denied that he hated her. It's really just that he can't like her. It's very strange. Wow. This is really interesting. Ouyang Qianjin raised her eyebrows. Now she really wants to meet Dorothy, who dares to sell everything. Chapter 405. Very thoughtful. What about a Sanyang? It's close to Ninatai. We can love and kill each other when we have nothing to do. I think it's not bad. Seeing the extremely resistant expression of Sepesh, Ouyang Qianjin gave another suggestion. After all, they have been in love and killing with Ninatai for such a long time. If they can continue to love and kill each other, it must be the best thing. After all, for Ouyang Qianjin, eating melons is very important. They don't fight. How can I see the blood flowing like a river? And the land of the dark forest is not big or small. Ouyang Qianjin, who has been here twice, is not very clear about what resources there are. I only know that there are many trees, many monsters, and many herbs. But no matter what, it is the land of another world. No one can tell what is hidden on it. If they can consume each other, it will naturally be the best thing. That place won't work either. I'm tired of Ninatai. However, Sepesh didn't take it at all. He shook his head and rejected the location proposed by Ouyang Qianjin again. Two places that were actually not bad were strongly rejected by Sepesh. Ouyang Qianjin couldn't figure out what this guy was thinking for a moment. Since he came to discuss with me, he must want to brainstorm. Unexpectedly, he was not satisfied with the two places I proposed. Wait! Come to discuss with me. You don't want to do this or that. But you come to me again. You don't want to. Ouyang Qianjin suddenly realized what the other party might be thinking. How about being your neighbor? I refuse. Ouyang Qianjin stretched out her hand, spread her 5 fingers, and made a gesture to stop Capeish. Her attitude was even more resolute than when Capeish refused Ouyang Qianjin's 2 addresses before. Don't be so heartless. Don't we get along well? As if she knew that Ouyang Qianjin would definitely refuse. Capeish said coquettishly. Ouyang Qianjin rolled her eyes at him. This cross-dressing guy actually wanted to convince himself in this coquettish way. She didn't think that he was that kind of person with interests. Right. We get along well because there is a relationship of interest between us. If you become neighbors, it may not be the case. Don't forget how the First Lord War came about. If there is a first time, there will be a possibility of a second time. You must know the importance of the territorial advent to each of our lords. If it really comes to that, I will definitely kill you first. I will not have any mercy for you. Ouyang Qianjin reminded the other party mercilessly. Are you kidding? My territory is doing well now. And I am happy and relaxed in both life and production. And this is all possible because there is no threat around. But if you, a real lord with a territory, come, Can I still build it safely? I'm afraid I'll be too busy to guard against you all day. So you'd better stay in the west. Really don't consider being my neighbor? Consider it. There's Ying Wuyang next to you. Do you want to ask her opinion? If nothing unexpected happens, she should give the same answer as me. After saying this, Ouyang Qianjin did not even look at Sepesh. She picked up the cake in front of her and stuffed it into her mouth. Mississippi. Lilith, who was standing by, saw her own young lady's action and immediately took out a handkerchief from the pocket of her maid outfit. Then she wiped Ouyang Qianjin's mouth very gently. Anna, who was standing by, saw this and her eyes jumped. This special individual maid named Lilith is very professional, a strong opponent. That's really a pity. Sepesh shrugged. In fact, the reason why she thought so was nothing more than to test Ouyang Qianjin. After all, everyone in the Lord group knew what the actual environment around Ouyang Qianjin was like. It would be a lie to say that they were not envious. After all, not only did one person control such a large territory, but there was no threat around. The geographical environment that made people jealous would naturally attract more attention. Of course, she also knew that Ouyang Qianjin would not agree. Such a strong killing intention had already shown this point. It's obviously a good place. Whether it's the surrounding environment or the relationship with Ouyang Qianjin and Ying Wuyang. What a pity. It's definitely not going to work there. You should look for another place. Ouyang Qianjin waved her hand and rejected Sepesh again. Since your place doesn't work, of course you can only go to the second alternative I have in mind. Second alternative? Taiyou. Oh, Taiyou. I haven't heard of any powerful lords there. And there are a lot of minerals. It's suitable for you to be a local emperor there. After confirming that Sepesh's target was actually the continent in the southern hemisphere, he felt relieved. As long as it's not around me, it's fine. It's not just this reason. Sepesh smiled and shook his head. Although what Ouyang Qianjin said made sense, there was another important reason for choosing Taiyou. What is it? The inland of Taiyou is all deserts and wasteland. There is no problem putting the dark forest there. And it may even improve the ecological environment there. Wow! Very thoughtful. Ouyang Qianjin was not stupid enough to ask how to change the ecological environment of the desert. After all, there is magic now. Even if there is no water, magic can create water. So she considered more about the fact that Sepesh planned to put the dark forest inland. After all, the previous territories were all landed on the ocean. It's so hard to let me choose the location of the territory. So it's naturally interesting to put it inland. And as you said just now, there will be a second time after the first time. If there is a second new continent, it may still be on the sea. If I occupy a place, I will cry to death if the next time it happens to land there. Sepesh naturally has his own considerations. Under the circumstance that she can't be neighbors with Ouyang Qianjin and Ying Wuyang, she will naturally not take this risk. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Ouyang Qianjin laughed. The reason why she said that the other party was thoughtful just now was because of this matter. The advantage of the inland is that it can avoid the possible landfall of the territory next time. This is also the reason why Ouyang Qianjin didn't want Sepesh to put his territory on her side. After all, if she puts a piece, it means that she may have one less piece. This is not a good thing. So she will try her best to persuade the other party to put the territory next to others. This might reduce the possibility of other people's territorial expansion. Chapter 406 Finally, I can see the sun. In short, whether it is Ouyang Qianjin or Sepeshi, they all thought of this possibility. However, Sepeshi's heart is not so dirty, or it is closely related to her own interests. So she can't do this. If it were someone else, she would persuade others like Ouyang Qianjin. By the way, when will the spoils of Sayek Castle be counted? Ouyang Qianjin asked. About 2 days. After all, not everyone has to participate in the count. Although my territory is not large, it still needs people to guard it, because this time it is a general mobilization. All the people stationed outside have been withdrawn. So I have sent people back just now, Sepeshi explained. Although it seems that only 2 days have passed in the copy, and only 1 day has passed in the castle. In fact, 4 days have passed outside. In other words, the time flow ratio inside and outside is about 2 to 1. Do you want me to send some people to help you? It's hard to say about other things, but I'll give you as many people as you want. Ouyang Qianjin said jokingly. No need. Just send 2 people to supervise. It's only 2 days anyway. Why don't you enjoy it? For example, the eel dish I promised you before. Teach shook his head. It suggested that the other party just send 2 people to watch over it. Ouyang Qianjin naturally wouldn't object to this. Ha! Eel dish? That's indeed a good suggestion. I happen to have some magic bullfrogs in my castle. Do you want your chef to try it? Thinking of the topic of food that was discussed when they were resting in the small garden, Ouyang Qianjin readily accepted it. That would be great. But if you have any experience in breeding magic bullfrogs, I hope you can teach my people. Huh? You want to raise bullfrogs too? Ouyang Qianjin was stunned by what Sepesh said. Why didn't he expect that the other party would want breeding methods and experience? That's not the case. I just want to see if I can find out how to breed magic eels and magic sea fish from the experience of breeding bullfrogs. You should know that artificial eels can't be bred at all. If it can be bred, maybe it can be used as the flagship product of my territory. After all, we are about to move to a place surrounded by the ocean. We have to think about making money. Sepesh smiled. Since he is about to be promoted to real lord, he should think about the construction of his territory. I see. If it's just for reference, it's fine. I'll give it to you for free. As for food, Ouyang Qianjin is absolutely supportive no matter what the reason is. It's just for reference and exploration. It's not a big deal. What's more, it can increase the richness of food on her table. She is naturally happy to provide it. It was said to be 2 days, but in fact it was only on the 3rd day that Ouyang Qianjin received 70% of the spoils that belonged to her, from materials to jewelry, gold, jewelry, equipment and other things. But it's a little less. What's going on? Looking at the skeletons being packed, Ouyang Qianjin asked curiously. In her opinion, the whole town plus the castle should have a lot. But it turned out to be just a little? How many good things can be left in a place where even the corridors are weathered? Most of them are broken. And you took away a lot. So only these are left. Faced with Ouyang Qianjin's questioning, Sepesh said helplessly. Huh? I took a lot? Hey, you are wronging. Those books. I see. I can accept it. Ouyang Qianjin nodded and didn't continue the topic. After the packing was completed, he summoned the mobile castle in his space. Miss, this is Lilith and Christine, who saw the mobile castle for the first time, couldn't help but look up at the huge and somewhat dreamy island in the sky. The reason why it is called dreamy, because in the dark sky, the only light that can be seen is the light emitted from this island. Of course, it also includes the huge black crowned skull that was always lit at the bottom of the castle. This is my mobile castle. It is where you will work and live in the future. Ouyang Qianjin explained with a little pride and a smile. Then the two saw 4 black dots flying down from the island in the sky. Soon, the black dots gradually grew larger and turned into 4 flying dragons. Dragons are not so easy to see. Even the 2 of them have never seen this legendary existence. Even vampires. They only saw them after escaping. So when they saw these 4 dragons, Christine and Lilith couldn't help but widen their eyes. In their opinion, just encountering a creature like a dragon is a very scary thing. As a result, the other party flew out from the area where they will live and work in the future. This made them feel a little unreal. After all, they were locked up in the vampire castle for who knows how long. It was so exciting just a few days after coming out. There was an aerial castle and a dragon. It has to be said that they were not mentally prepared. Huh? After flying down, the dragon landed on the container and grabbed the huge bracelet on it. The strong wind from the dragon's wings almost made the 2 women who had not yet merged fall. Fortunately, there was a skeleton that Ouyang Qianjin had prepared long ago behind them, so there was no embarrassment. But her face was still slightly red. After all, it was still embarrassing for the young lady in front of Teepish, who was equal to the young lady. Well, we will meet again in the future. Ouyang Qianjin raised her hand and said after taking the 2 people to the back of the dragon. Oh, the next time we meet will probably be when the Eternal Night coin is established. Sepesh stood on the balcony and waved goodbye to Ouyang Qianjin. Maybe. Who knows? Ouyang Qianjin shrugged. After a brief farewell, the 4 flying dragons flapped their wings and took off slowly with 8 loot containers. Finally left. Looking up at the 4 dragons flying away in the sky, Sepesh murmured, "Tell everyone to prepare for the move immediately. Those blood slaves who are willing to leave with them will gather in the castle." and those who are unwilling will be released on the spot. Okay, Queen. After Ouyang Qianjin and others left, Sepesh immediately gave orders to Anna, the maid beside him. After Anna left, Sepesh looked up again and looked at the castle in the sky that was slowly moving south. It's great. I can finally see the sun. Chapter 407 Scrub Bath. The moving castle slowly moved south. The destination was, of course, Ninatai's territory in the Mediterranean. The territory of Sepesh was not far from Ninatai. It was about 1,000 kilometers. According to the current speed of the moving castle, it would arrive in about 10 hours. And the hard work of these days also made Ouyang Qianjin get into her bath in the castle as soon as she came back. Lilith, I think it's not necessary. At this moment, Ouyang Qianjin was sitting in the bath with her eyes closed. And beside her, there was a group of vampire girls in swimsuits. No. Now, because they were chosen by Lilith to become maids of Ouyang Qianjin's Black Cat Castle, the vampire girls here have become vampire apprentice maids. And now, these vampire apprentice maids are scrubbing Ouyang Qianjin in the bath. Of course, there are only 2 people on the left and right who are really scrubbing. The rest all stood aside. In layman's terms, they were watching. Yes, they were watching. They watched how the 2 people who were giving Miss Ouyang a bath were doing it. And by the bathtub, Lilith, who was wearing a maid outfit, was standing. Miss, I just took a look inside the Black Cat Castle. Although it covers a large area, the main part of the castle is not very large. So I selected 134 people from the vampire girls. 4 of them will take care of your daily life. 10 will be responsible for your daily meals. 20 will be responsible for receiving visitors. And the rest will be responsible for the daily maintenance and cleaning of the castle. Lilith, standing on the shore, reported to Ouyang Qianjin in the bath. Yeah, I understand. I understand all this. But isn't it a bit too much to let everyone watch in the bath? Ouyang Qianjin said. The blood maid next to her raised her hand and rubbed bubbles for her with a bath ball and shower gel. Although there are only 4 people taking care of your daily life, in order to ensure the possibility of vacancies in some unpredictable situations. So all staff need to conduct at least 1 field observation. This is a necessary part of training. And it will only be this time. So please be patient. Although Lilith has a beautiful face and a good figure. But the problem is that her inner soul is a little rigid. However, she is indeed very professional in her job. That is, the position of the head maid. The kind of professionalism that makes people unable to find fault. So Ouyang Qianjin could only sigh and bear it. After all, people who are proud and persistent in their work are indeed worthy of respect. And the order to train the maids was also issued by herself. Of course, the most important thing is that what the other party said makes sense. The soul fusion of the vampire girl is extremely unstable now. And no one can say whether it will suddenly disconnect. It is indeed necessary to train all the maids to be able to take care of their daily lives. The castle garden still needs some gardeners. In addition, because the castle is moving in the air, there will be a lot of humidity and fog, and the erosion of water vapor to the building will be greater than usual. So some craftsmen for building maintenance are also needed. I think we can recruit from the undead. I wonder if you think it is necessary. Young lady, Lilith continued to report. After all, these were answers obtained through her own observations. But the final decision still lies with the eldest lady. So she needs to ask. Forget about the craftsmen who maintain the building. The castle will have special people to perform regular maintenance. As for the recruitment of gardeners, I will leave it to you. Ouyang Qianjin was very satisfied with Lilith's performance. Although she may be a little anxious because she has just joined. She wants to make some achievements quickly. But this is just the same as those guys who joined before. It's human nature. Okay, eldest lady. And there is news from Butler Sebastian that he may not be able to come back for the next period of time because he needs to train the remaining thousands of vampire girls. Well, I know. Ouyang Qianjin naturally knew about Sebastian's affairs. After all, it was she who asked Sebastian to go. 3 days are enough for Sebastian's leg bones to heal. And the rest is to train these vampire girls into qualified warriors. After all, they haven't adapted to their bodies yet. Before they are fully integrated, they cannot be used, or even learn magic. So it is very important to learn martial arts first. You know, Ouyang Qianjin is counting on these vampire girls to become her royal guards. Just kidding. Haven't you seen that old bone Sebastian can defeat a boss of the level of the mutant vampire queen with just one sword? It can be seen that combat skills should also be an important part in the future. Of course, perhaps it is precisely because of the mutation that they are not as powerful as the original owner. As for blood and so on, Ouyang Qianjin has already given them, and even gave each of them 10 bottles of qi and blood pills to replenish their qi and blood. If the vampires didn't seem to be interested in the blood of the undead, Ouyang Qianjin even wanted the undead to donate some dark green blood or something. And being assigned a new task, Lilith was naturally happy. So after reporting about Sebastian, she planned to leave first to deal with the gardener's affairs. But just as she turned around, she was stopped by Ouyang Qianjin. Lilith, don't be so anxious. Do things one by one, slowly, and finish the education and training of the maids today first. Okay, Mississippi. Lilith, who had just turned around, stopped. Since the miss asked her to complete the education and training first, she must resolutely execute it. Don't be so serious. Relax. Relax. You also come in and soak for a while. Ouyang Qianjin smiled, then asked a maid to stop, took out a swimsuit from the space, and threw it to Lilith. This is a bath for the young lady. Then you can rub my back yourself. Ouyang Qianjin curled her lips. Being serious and capable is a good thing. But if it is stereotyped, it will be a bit uncomfortable. You must let the other party know that you are here. Casualness is more important than stereotype. Well, okay. Lilith nodded hesitantly, then took off her maid outfit and put on a swimsuit. She used to be a maid in the Viscount's house, and she has been a maid for more than 20 years. So she has a very clear understanding of the relationship between superiors and subordinates. After all, those nobles care about this kind of thing. But it seems that the new master does not like this kind of overly deliberate and distant relationship between superiors and subordinates. At this moment, Lilith was a little unsure about how to deal with it in the future. But the future is the future. What she has to do now is to rub the young lady's back. Chapter 408: The Past of Lilith and Others. Taking the bath ball handed over by the maid, Lilith rubbed Ouyang Qianjin's back very smoothly. Now your soul has just merged with the body. You may not be able to control the strength, so remember to be gentle at this time. Fortunately, this bath gel can easily produce bubbles under the contact and friction between the bath ball and the skin, which is a good reference for observing your own strength. You must remember. While rubbing Ouyang Qianjin's back, Lilith talked to his vampire maids. In just a few days in the castle of Tepesh, Lilith has adapted to many daily necessities in this world. She even gave her own answers based on the use and reaction of these daily necessities. I have to say, this is professionalism. Lilith, do you know why those vampire girls followed that vampire? No matter how hard I think about it, I can't figure it out. They were imprisoned in the opera house and couldn't get out, but they were willing to play with the vampire. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out at all. With her eyes closed, Ouyang Qianjin, who was enjoying Lilith's service, asked with a hint of helplessness in her doubts. This question troubled her for several days. She has been constantly observing and thinking during these days. However, no matter how she thinks, she can't get an answer that can convince herself. Think about it. If your soul has been imprisoned by a vampire for who knows how many years, it finally gets free and has the opportunity to choose. If it were you, you would definitely not choose Tepesh, the same vampire who imprisoned you before. Right? It just doesn't make sense. After hearing Ouyang Qianjin's question, Lilith stopped. Tell me, what exactly happened? Miss, you may have misunderstood. It was those vampires who protected us. Even after the body died, our souls were able to be preserved in the opera house. All because of the barrier in the castle. Protect. Surprised, Ouyang Qianjin twisted her body slightly and looked at Lilith behind her. Although she didn't walk the entire castle, but she also saw the expressions of these souls when they were afraid of the Phantom of the Opera. That kind of expression is definitely not an acting skill. They are indeed afraid of the appearance of the Phantom of the Opera. But Lilith said that the other party was protecting them. That can't be. Yes, it is indeed protecting us. Or it has been protecting us before the mutation. But because of the mutation after being infected, people are afraid of who they are because they don't know who they are. Lilith stopped and put down the bath ball in her hand. Then he lowered his head and played with the bath ball in his hand, and fell into memories. There was a war in the north, and the viscount I served at the time also received an order to take the men and weapons in the territory to the front line. But soon the news of defeat came, and with it came the order for everyone to retreat with food. At that time, we were divided into 3 teams. Some went to the west, some went to the east, and our team went all the way south and finally came to the dark forest, the territory of the Vampire Queen. Although I don't know why, the vampires seemed to have prepared to welcome us. After entering the castle, we were arranged to live in the small town around the castle. In the next few years, the vampires seemed to have fought several wars, but they were defeated every time. After the last defeat, they gathered us in the opera house and opened the barrier. And the Phantom of the Opera began to mutate slowly after that. And according to the Phantom of the Opera, their barriers are mutually opened, so no one can force others to open the barrier set for themselves. It is said that it is to prevent people from being infected and mutated. I heard that the barrier of the Vampire Queen was opened after the first battle outside, and it is said that the Vampire Queen was infected, and the barrier of the opera house was the last time. Lilith slowly told what she knew based on the memories of her soul, and Ouyang Qianjin listened with relish. Obviously, this should be related to the group of people who occupied Canon's hometown. However, from the other party's words, Ouyang Qianjin also heard some information. For example, those guys' attack speed should be very fast. Although I don't know how long it took for the other party to penetrate the entire continent from north to south. But from Lilith's description, Ouyang Qianjin still knew the somewhat ambiguous number of several years. I didn't expect that those guys could easily defeat vampires and infect them. I have to say that they are really powerful guys. I have to be careful about being infected in the future. But then again, I have the skill of ecological immunity, so I shouldn't be infected so easily. Suddenly, Ouyang Qianjin felt fortunate that she had chosen this skill. Of course, it was precisely because she knew the possible threats that Ouyang Qianjin chose this skill. But when it is time to be fortunate, you still have to be happy. Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin poured herself a glass of wine and drank it with a smile. But I didn't expect that the seals were opened by the vampires themselves. Even the queen herself was sealed in the blood pool by themselves. No wonder these barriers can be removed by using each other's blood. This has to be said to be very dramatic. However, it can be seen from here that there is no connection between the souls in the opera house and the bodies of the vampire brides in the blood pool. Otherwise, they would definitely choose their original bodies. In other words, the vampire queen had the habit of kidnapping young girls in the past. But because the entire continent was full of wars later, she finally took in this group of human women. Sure enough, if you want to stop the fight between intelligent creatures, then the quickest way is to establish a powerful enemy. An enemy that everyone needs to join forces to defeat. And those bugs and the guys behind them are obviously the most suitable candidates. If Miss Christine could be resurrected at the time, they might ignore those vampires and follow you. But, forget it. Forget it. After hearing the reason, Ouyang Qianjin certainly knew. You know, Christine is a big celebrity. After arriving at the moving castle, she, who likes singing, sang a song on the spot to praise the moving castle. She instantly became a flower in the eyes of the undead. Chapter 409 Want to Kill the Prophet. Then, he was taken over and entertained. By the way, he asked Christine to hold a small concert in the square. There was no reason for Ouyang Qianjin to stop this. He just told her that it would take some time to build the opera house. If you want, you can even select a group of vampire girls to train them as opera singers. Christine was naturally happy to hear this. For this master who resurrected her, she would of course serve Ouyang Qianjin wholeheartedly. Naturally, in her opinion, comforting the souls of the undead was the best job to serve Ouyang Qianjin. If it wasn't for the guilty conscience at the time, she didn't take Christine out. Do you know about the battle on the front line? For example, who are you fighting against? After taking a sip of the wine in her hand, Ouyang Qianjin asked a question that she was most concerned about. Sorry, miss. We left after receiving the retreat order, so we don't know what happened on the front line. Lilith shook her head and said regretfully, Really? Ouyang Qianjin, who had no hope in the first place, had no choice. After all, the front line was a dangerous place. The people who had been to the front line were either infected or dead. In addition, what? Did you remember any clues? Hearing Lilith speak again, Ouyang Qianjin became excited. I don't recommend drinking while taking a bath. It will put a certain burden on the body. With bubbles of shower gel on her hands. Lilith pushed the temples of her glasses with her index and middle fingers. She said in a suggestive tone. Ah. So that's it. Ouyang Qianjin drooped her shoulders slightly disappointed. I thought the other party had thought of some important information. It turned out to be a reminder not to drink in the bathroom. Well, I have to admit that drinking while taking a bath does have problems with lowering blood sugar, liver, and blood pressure. This is indeed a good suggestion. So Ouyang Qianjin handed the wine glass to the maid next to her, and then had someone carry her back to the room. It will take some time to reach the pyramid of Ninatai. She planned to take a beauty sleep first. But before that, there was one more thing to do. I saw Ouyang Qianjin, who returned to the room, took out the skeleton fax machine modified by Tail, and put it on the table. Then the water group that had not been seen for a long time began. Skeleton Lord, the Dragon King has returned. Welcome him quickly. Silverhand, is this the number 1 brother on the list? He looks very funny. Ancient Tree Guard, haha. Dragon King. This is a good joke. Is it the one with a crooked mouth? Natural Storm. This is the first time I've seen the Skeleton Lord speak since I came in. It's a bit strange. Light Dancer. I'm amazed that there are so many dark creatures in this group. Skeleton Lord. There are so many newcomers. Hello everyone. I'm glad to meet you. I have a list of goods here. If you need anything, you can come to Whale State to order it. Haha. Ghoul Leader. Hey. Skeleton. Long time no see. What have you been doing recently? Underworld High Priest. The vampire's profession has been promoted from Princess to Queen. The Dragon Blood Warrior has been promoted from level 50 to level 91. And the Skeleton has been promoted from level 95 to level 98. Is there any connection between them? Stargazer. The High Priest is very perceptive. I think so too. I believe that many people who pay attention to this matter think so. Right? Death Prophet. Did they do some joint action? Dragon Blood Warrior. You guys are really smart. You can connect people who have nothing to do with each other. Vampire Princess. I don't know what you are talking about. Whether it is Ouyang Qianjin or Tsepesh. Ing Wuyong deliberately avoided Ninatai's speculation. After all, no one wants to leak some unnecessary information. So everyone kept silent tacitly. Monster Princess. You guys don't have time to stay by the fax machine recently. So you didn't even see the prediction of the Stargazer? Skeleton Lord prediction? Seeing this, Ouyang Qianjin frowned slightly. The Stargazer's ability is divination. When chatting before, he liked to do remote divination for people. Because of its high accuracy, it was loved by everyone in the Lord group. So when they knew what the Stargazer had predicted about them, they immediately took precautions. This woman's predictions were no joke. Mononoke, the Stargazer's predictions were like this. 3 puppets dance on the dragon's grave. And 2 women laugh wildly in the dark castle. TSK. Esmeralda is really annoying. How can this be called a prediction? This is just like seeing it with your own eyes. Please remove the surveillance camera installed in my room. I'm offended. High Priest of the Underworld. Another prediction was the hidden rats plotted in the skull. And the greedy hyenas brought changes to the world. Well, Ouyang Qianjin had to admit that Esmeralda really had a third eye. Her divination was even better than her own all-pervasive dark eyes. Just by sitting at home and playing with the crystal ball, she could tell that others were doing bad things. She even knew about the conspiracy of herself and others in the city that never sleeps. However, Ouyang Qianjin felt that it was a bit too much to describe a beautiful girl like herself as a rat or a hyena. At least she should use cats, rabbits, etc. to describe her. Skeleton Lord, High Priest. I will be there in a few hours. But I will send someone to say hello before that, in order to stop everyone from making random guesses. Ouyang Qianjin immediately sent out a message that she would visit the territory of Ninatai. High Priest of the Underworld, you were with vampires before. Stargazer, it seems that the divination was right again. After seeing the words said by Ouyang Qianjin, both the High Priest of the Underworld Ninatai and the Stargazer Esmeralda immediately thought of Tsepesh. After all, the territory of Ninatai is not far from that of Tsepesh. Only about 1,000 kilometers. It takes a few hours to get there. Then we can know where the other party started from by reversing the time. Although it may be somewhere else. But compared with the territory of Tsepesh, the possibility is much lower. Of course, the most important thing is still because of the reason. After all, there must be a reason for the other party to come all the way from the east. Right? Skeleton Lord Dorothy. Is Adams interested in gathering with Ninatai? Monster Princess, going away. I don't really want to. Ghoul Leader, I agree. The Mediterranean is too far away. More than 10,000 kilometers. If there is no legitimate reason, I'd probably want to go. Chapter 410. No one asked for my opinion? The two people who were called didn't seem to be very willing to come. Or it means that there must be some reason behind Ouyang Qianjin's sudden invitation. But before getting the specific reason, the two planned to wait and see. Skeleton Lord, what if it's about money? Is this reason enough? Princess Mononoke, I'll be there soon. Ghoul Leader, wait for me. I'll be there in about 2 days. Everyone is smart. When Ouyang Qianjin mentions something about money, they can naturally think of what it is. After all, so many people gathered, not to mention the two of them, Ninatai and Ouyang Qianjin, the initiator of the invitation, are all real lords with new continental territories, and Esmeralda's prophecy about changing the world. If they can't think of what it is, they don't have to be the lord. And Ouyang Qianjin was also surprised when he saw Adam said that he would be there in 2 days. More than 10,000 kilometers in 2 days. It seems that each of them has developed some black technology. Stargazer, Are you going to call Dorothy and Adams? You shouldn't mind if I'm there too. Right? Skeleton Lord, Are you planning to get involved too? Don't you dislike getting involved in these things? Ouyang Qianjin was surprised to see that Esmeralda, the big sister who only likes to run around, was also interested. After all, this guy tried to stay away from those territories during the First Lord War, to avoid being involved. Didn't he expect that he would be interested in this kind of thing? Or does he simply like to gather? Well, considering this guy's personality is similar to mine, it's possible. Stargazer, I can't help it. I'm visiting Ninatai now. Ouyang Qianjin guessed it together. But she didn't expect it to be this way. Sure enough, this guy really likes to run around. Skeleton Lord, well, then it seems you're lucky. Macking her lips, Ouyang Qianjin put down her hand on the fax machine, and then let the maid carry her to bed. After a beauty sleep, I should be able to get there after having a meal or something. To be honest, these days, when I was facing Sepesh, I seemed to be talking and laughing and relaxed. But in fact, I was tense. Tired. Very tired. Uncle Tail, send someone to take a set of cold night light pillar and ride a giant dragon to Ninatai. Okay. Mississippi. After sending a message to Tail, Ouyang Qianjin fell asleep. The main reason for sending someone is because Ouyang Qianjin's mobile castle is too ostentatious. It's more convenient to say hello first, in order to avoid being attacked when entering someone else's airspace. After all, she didn't know whether Ninatai had air defense or something. If she was attacked, she would have to find a place to cry. Although it seems normal from the ground. But in fact, the black crowned skull at the bottom of the mobile castle is not yet completed. The dust cover and the bottom connection port still need to be assembled. In this way, it can be connected to the base built on the ground after returning to the never-sleeping city. High Priest of the Underworld, bastards. No one asked for my opinion? Stargazer, haha. It seems that there is no one. Let's prepare for the reception as soon as possible. I'm tired of looking at the pyramids. I'll go there later. There was laughter on the fax paper. However, some people couldn't laugh at all. They were other lords, who saw something wrong in the conversation between Ouyang Qianjin and others. Although not everyone. But those who think quickly can roughly infer the general situation after associating the keywords money, real lord and gathering. To put it bluntly, it is the financial system after the Advent Day. However, the problem is that for these people, Ouyang Qianjin and others are too high-end. They can't get involved at all. They can't even participate in the discussion of Ouyang Qianjin and others. So some of them were anxious and naturally started to connect privately. In fact, after getting the fax machine trial machine sent by Dorothy, they also bought new machines. Among them, there are many second-tier people who have united their hearts in group chats. Although it is not as serious as 4 people in one dormitory and 8 groups, it is almost the same. They are all thinking about getting the biggest benefits from each other at the lowest cost. To put it bluntly, it is a fight between noobs. Neither Ouyang Qianjin nor others took these things to heart. After all, facing these people, they have absolute power to crush them. So there is no need to take it to heart. On the other side, Ninatai also sighed after receiving the news. The first to come must be Stargazer Esmeralda. And then the initiator of this party, Skeleton Lord Ouyang Qianjin. Then came the Princess Ghost Dorothy. And finally the ghoul leader Adams, who was the farthest away. 3 of the 4 people were real lords, who also had the New World as their territory like herself. Another one was the guy who had come over before without permission, and said he wanted to see the pyramid. They were all playing willfully. They even just greeted her and came over without asking her opinion. These bastards. After the furious Ninatai cursed inwardly. She had no choice but to ask people to prepare for the reception. After all, she naturally knew what Ouyang Qianjin was going to do by organizing the party this time. It can be said that if it can really be realized, it is not impossible to change the world after the Advent Day. Mississippi. Lilith. What time is it? Ouyang Qianjin, who was sleeping on her own soft big bed, was awakened by Lilith. In a daze, Ouyang Qianjin remembered the matter of going to Ninatai's territory. So before Shinji even opened his eyes, he asked about the time. Miss, it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon now. The moving castle has entered the territory of Lord Ninatai. It will take a while to reach Lord Ninatai's mansion. The mansion is naturally the place where people live. In fact, if you stand at the bow of the moving castle now, you can see the light emitted by the cold night light column that was brought over in advance. Oh! I slept for so long. Upon hearing that they were about to arrive at Ninatai's residence, Ouyang Qianjin suddenly got up. Originally, I wanted to eat something to fill my stomach before arriving. Now it seems that it's too late. But it's okay. At least I slept well and ate something. It's okay to go to Ninatai's place to eat. Just think of it as a free meal. Well, actually, I really want to eat. Wash and dress. Yes, miss. Chapter 411, Witch Esmeralda. After finishing everything, Ouyang Qianjin sat in a wheelchair and left the castle under the push of Lilith. Today, Ouyang Qianjin wore a black and blue gothic dress that showed her noble and elegant temperament. She wore a black top hat with a small white skull tied on the brim, adding a touch of playfulness and individuality to the overall look. This small skull was embroidered with white thread and was lifelike, as if telling people a story. It became the finishing touch of the whole look, adding a mysterious charm to Ouyang Qianjin. In addition, because she was going to meet another lord, Lilith also specially painted her with light makeup. Her makeup was delicate and low-key, and the light foundation and blush made her skin look more crystal clear. The eye makeup was mainly eyeliner and mascara, outlining bright and spirited eyes. The lip color is a light pink lip gloss, which adds a gentle and feminine touch to her makeup. Ouyang Qianjin's hairstyle also complements the overall makeup. Her long hair is draped over her shoulders, gently brushing against her fair skin. As smooth as silk, the ends of her hair are slightly curled, creating a light and agile feeling. She didn't wear too many accessories, only a pair of simple silver earrings, which shimmered and added a highlight to her overall look. Of course, all these outfits and makeup are Lilith's masterpieces. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin is not even very skilled in how to use cosmetics. Don't even expect her to put on makeup. At this time, Tai Lu also arrived. Miss, the landing craft has been built. Do you want to try it this time? Have you tested it? The test flight has been done. Everything is safe. Well, then take that one. Thank you, Uncle Tai Lu. Hee hee. Miss, what do you mean by troublesome or not? You are being polite. Although Taylor said it was a landing craft. In fact, it was a small blue and white wooden single-masted flat-bottomed sailboat that could carry about 30 people. The sail was naturally printed with black crowned skull, and there were 10 wooden oars on both sides of the hull. It really looked like that. Of course, whether it was the sail or the wooden oar, it was just decoration. The wooden appearance was just a layer of wood on the surface. As for what was inside, only Tai Lu and those R&D and production personnel knew. Even Ouyang Qianjin only knew that there was a black coffin as a power source and a keel as a flying medium. As for other things, she couldn't care so much. She was only responsible for project establishment, providing R&D materials, and using them. After all, although the dragon looked good and high-end, the wind was too strong for a delicate and beautiful girl like her who was fragile and vulnerable to the wind. A landing craft that was safe, stable, and could shelter from the wind and rain was much better, unless she was in a hurry or something. Otherwise, if she just wanted to move the castle up and down, a landing craft would be enough. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As the oars moved, the landing craft gradually rose into the air. Looking down from the air, you will find that the original Mediterranean location is covered by rivers, forests, and deserts. There are 3 rivers among them. The forest area is about 3/4, and most of these forests are concentrated in the middle and north. The rest is about 1/4 of the desert in the south. It can form a good gradient color corresponding to the desert south of the Mediterranean. In the riverbeds between rivers, forests and southern deserts, you can see several towering pyramids. From the color, you can see that these pyramids have just been built. Under each pyramid, there is a village. After all, even this piece of land has only appeared for less than half a year. In this case, it is really not easy to build so many pyramids in such a short time. Even if you have the skills to move or make stones, it is not an easy task to complete such a large pyramid. It's just that now, because of Ouyang Qianjin's dark sky curtain, bonfires can be seen everywhere on the ground. However, because someone had come to set up the cold night light column in advance, Ouyang Qianjin, who was sitting on the landing craft, saw the location of the pyramid where Ninatai was at a glance. So the landing craft went straight to the pyramid on the riverbed. When the landing craft landed steadily on the platform at the top of the pyramid, Ouyang Qianjin was pushed out of the landing craft by Lilith. Ah! The way you, the number 1 brother on the list, appeared is really amazing. Island in the sky. Island in the sky. And this sloop? Why is there an oar on it? Your sailboat should not use these things. Is it really to show off your personal style and the face of the number 1 brother on the list? Needless to say, the woman in her 30s, wearing a witch costume and a tricorn hat, who surrounded Ouyang Qianjin after she got off the boat, was Esmeralda. Of course not. And it's also a product display. What do you think? Stargazer sister, are you interested in buying a landing craft to play with? This is much more interesting than those yachts before the advent. Not only is there a huge space inside, it can accommodate 30 to 50 people living. And it can also accept private customization. Ouyang Qianjin smiled at the other party. Then she introduced the landing craft. Of course she would not sell a landing craft. After all, there is a keel as a medium in it. But if you buy another landing craft of the same shape, then there is naturally no problem. In fact, this time the keel was installed because of the urgent need for the landing craft. Otherwise, this landing craft would not have a keel installed. Ha! It looks quite interesting. But forget it. I'm not as rich as you local rich people. Esmeralda, who was dressed like a witch, shrugged. Just kidding. This damn witch's divination money is enough to build a building. And she actually said she has no money? That's right. Someone in the group once offered a ton of gold for a divination. But this guy is willful. He said that he only divinations when he likes and on things he likes. Otherwise the divination will be inaccurate. Anyone with a little bit of vision knows that this is a half-truth and half-false excuse. But you can't refute it. Obviously he has the ability and money. But he doesn't like to spend money, but likes to get it for free. White film. This funny person is really good at it. After chatting with Esmeralda, Ouyang Qianjin looked at another woman standing not far behind her. Chapter 412. Female Pharaoh Ninatai. This woman was about 28 or 29 years old. With wheat-colored skin, she wore a beige robe, which was light in texture, made of fine linen, and embroidered with golden threads and patterns. The collar and cuffs of the robe were decorated with gorgeous gold edges, making her look more noble and solemn. She wore a golden belt around her waist, inlaid with various gems, highlighting her slender waistline. On her head was a pharaoh's crown with a cobra head, inlaid with gorgeous gems, shining brightly, symbolizing her status and power. Her face was delicately made up, with rich eyeshadow and blush, making her eyes and cheeks brighter and more moving, showing her majesty as a female pharaoh. She wore a necklace made of gold chains and gems around her neck, hanging a huge carnelian amulet, protecting her throat and chest. The amulet is engraved with mysterious symbols and patterns, representing the gods and power she believes in. She wears a pair of gold armbands on her arms, inlaid with sparkling gems. She wears several rings on her fingers, including a gold ring inlaid with a huge ruby, which is a symbol of her power and represents her rule as a pharaoh. Her silky shoulder-length hair gently brushes the back of her neck. Her eyes are deep and mysterious, as if hiding countless secrets. The corners of her mouth are slightly raised, revealing a subtle smile that makes people want to explore her inner world. She wears a pair of golden sandals with gorgeous gems on the uppers. The red nail polish on her toes made her feet more beautiful and eye-catching. In general, this woman should be Ninatai herself. And if nothing unexpected happens, she should have someone else put on her makeup like herself. But it doesn't matter. Makeup is just a weapon for women. In this comparison, Ouyang Qianjin suddenly felt fortunate that she had let Lilith manipulate her before. After all, she had never put on makeup before. And she was very resistant when Lilith suddenly asked her to put on makeup. After all, she was born beautiful and didn't need makeup at all. But she couldn't beat Lilith, the maid she appointed. In her words, Ouyang Qianjin, who was going to meet with the lords of the same level, represented the entire Jingzhou. Not just herself. Even if she could represent the entire Jingzhou alone. Ouyang Qianjin agreed with this statement very much. And makeup could indeed enhance her temperament. So Ouyang Qianjin appeared in full dress. While she was looking at Ninatai, Ninatai was also looking at her. Today, Miss Ouyang was different from before. Under Lilith's grooming, her elegant, noble and mysterious temperament was greatly enhanced. It also made Ninatai look at her more highly. It should be said that the eldest brother on the list had the same temperament as herself. Sure enough, it was right to put on makeup today. The two looked at each other like this. Both of them were glad that they were not outdone because of their makeup. Esmeralda, who had retreated not far between the two, looked at the two with shining eyes. A mysterious and playful one. A mysterious and noble one. The two of them standing in the same place were like a painting, which made Esmeralda want to draw the scene. Of course, she couldn't draw, and she didn't have any drawing tools. So, click! She raised the camera. A camera that looked a bit retro. Like a magnesium camera. No need to guess. This must be some kind of magic prop. Otherwise, the sound would not be click, but puff and smoke would come out. After Esmeralda took the photo, Ninatai stepped forward. Her steps were light and elegant, and every step she took exuded an extraordinary temperament, making it impossible to ignore her existence. This standard catwalk, you can see that she has practiced it at a glance. Hello, Skeleton Lord. I'm Ninatai. Hello, High Priest. I'm Ouyang Qianjin. Ha ha ha. After a short silence, both Ouyang Qianjin and Ninatai laughed. Although today was the first time they met. But they got along very well on the fax machine. Of course they knew each other's situation. For example, Ouyang Qianjin's legs, and Ninatai's jewels. So when the two introduced themselves so formally, they couldn't help laughing. Speaking of which, High Priest, I haven't eaten for more than 10 hours to meet you. You didn't prepare anything to treat me, did you? Rubbing his empty stomach, Ouyang Qianjin said with a smile. I came here to eat for free. If I don't have a good meal with her, I will be sorry for getting dressed up after getting up. Of course, no matter it is pigeon rice, malokia, meat pie, tajin or hummus, you can have as much as you want. Ninatai patted her chest and promised. After all, they are all local specialties, and she believes that Ouyang Qianjin will like them. Malokia? Taji pot? Ouyang Qianjin can roughly guess some of the pigeon rice and meat pie from the literal meaning, but she doesn't know the rest. After all, she has never been far away, so how can she know the specialties of this place? Malokia is okra soup, a thick soup made with chicken or lamb, butter, garlic, etc. And tajin pot is a stew, which is originally meat, rice, vegetables and spices, with a rich taste and delicious taste. Ninatai introduced the food of her hometown in great detail. Wow, it sounds greasy, which is not friendly to people who just woke up. Just woke up? Ninatai was stunned when she heard this. You didn't sleep all the time? The journey here is so long. How can I kill time without taking a nap? Ouyang Qianjin rolled her eyes at him. Forget it. It doesn't matter if you don't want to eat greasy food. It just so happens that my territory just happens to produce fruits. And they are all delicious fruits. Oh, this sounds good. Let's go! Ouyang Qianjin couldn't sit still when she heard about the fruits from another world. After all, she had eaten the meat of monsters from another world, and medicine made from herbs. The only thing she hadn't tried was this fruit, and she had never even seen it. So Ouyang Qianjin urged Ninatai to hurry up. She couldn't wait to try these fruits from another world. She even let Lilith push her, and walked forward on her own. Chapter 413, Disco Diva Dorothy. I'll go too. These fruits are very expensive. I only got 2 tons for one divination, which is comparable to gold. After Ouyang Qianjin, Esmeralda also followed her with a smile. What willful guys. Seeing the two of them, Nini Tai couldn't help but complain. However, at this moment, a burst of exciting Doomsday music came from the air in the distance. This sound appeared very abruptly. It was as if it suddenly came to their ears from a distance. But what was even more abrupt was that laser beams suddenly appeared above their heads. These laser beams were of all colors. Everyone looked up in shock. At the same time, each of them activated their own observation skills. Above their heads, a platform of about 10 meters * 10 meters appeared in the air below the moving castle. The entire platform was decorated as a silver-gray metal world, full of cold texture and sense of technology. In the center of the platform, there is a huge circular stage covered with black carpet. The stage is surrounded by circles of light strips, which constantly change colors and shapes, as if the stars in the universe are twinkling. The platform is surrounded by some metal racks of different heights, on which various musical instruments and audio equipment are placed. The appearance design of these equipment is also full of futuristic sense. Some look like robot arms, and some look like tentacles of alien creatures, which reminds people of scenes in science fiction movies. And below the platform is a dark space, like a bottomless black hole. Here, some mysterious mechanisms and devices are hidden, making the whole platform full of mystery and the desire to explore. But the most ingenious design is the cosmic ball lamp that emits colorful light and is common in KTV. Those laser beams are emitted from these cosmic ball lamps. Good guy. I opened the dark sky curtain just to let you dance? Looking at the colorful laser beams and the strong music of beating, Ouyang Qianjin muttered. And standing on the platform is a girl in a gorgeous pink skirt. The girl looks about 20 years old. Very young. Her skirt is shining, and it contrasts with the lights on the platform, making her look like an elf from outer space. She holds the microphone, like a singer. No! It should be said that this girl is a singer. She picked up the microphone in her hand, put it to her mouth, and then slowly opened her mouth. Hey! Lords! Welcome to my concert. Let me present you a wonderful piece of music as a greeting gift. After that, the girl started her concert. The girl's singing voice was clear and melodious, like the sound of nature, making people feel as if they were in the vast universe, feeling endless romance and fantasy. The lights on the platform flickered with the girl singing, creating a futuristic atmosphere. The sound was pleasant and pleasing to the ears, but the sci-fi sound system emitted decibels beyond imagination. Even if they were hundreds of meters below, they could hear it clearly, and the sound was even loud. It was so loud that Ouyang Qianjin and the others had to cover their ears. Oh! Loud. What the hell? Is this guy a soul singer? She sings so badly. Now I finally know why the vampire guy doesn't like this guy. The three covered their ears and complained. The only difference is that Ouyang Qianjin's ears were covered by Lilith. Lilith, are you okay? Miss. This voice. Ah? What did you say? With Lilith covering her ears, Ouyang Qianjin naturally couldn't hear Lilith's voice clearly, so she turned up her volume. Convenient for Lilith to hear. I say. This voice contains soul-like magic. It's similar to Miss Christine singing. Knowing that Ouyang Qianjin's hearing was problematic, Lilith also increased the volume of her voice. Soul. Christine. Although she still couldn't hear it clearly, Ouyang Qianjin still caught some key words. Although it is painful to say, it seems that even if I cover my ears, the sound will not be reduced much. Then, those speakers and the microphone are not actually used to amplify the sound, but to amplify my soul or skills. It is really disguised. If you hear this kind of sound and then see the speaker, no matter who you are, the first thing you will think of is that you have been attacked by sonic waves. Right? It has to be said that Ouyang Qianjin once again realized the power of the real lords. If you think that Dorothy got that territory because both sides were injured, then you are wrong. Even if someone without some tricks gets the territory, he can't keep it. TSK. It seems that I have to show it here. After all, this soul-shaking voice is too unpleasant. This Dorothy is really amazing. One song can test who can break her trick, or else she is a soul-type ghost princess. First see who has a soul attack, and then pay attention to it. There is a trick. But Ouyang Qianjin doesn't intend to let the other party get what he wants. While thinking, Ouyang Qianjin issued an order in his mind. Soon, A giant dragon flew out from under the pyramid and flew towards the platform in the air. Even if it is a ghost, it has no entity. But the platform, speakers, microphones, and other things are all entities. If I flip the table directly, how will you deal with it? Don't say I can't afford to play. I didn't plan to play with you. Originally, everyone planned to go to dinner. But you intervened and insisted on playing. Then who would play with you? However, when the giant dragon took off, a lot of white ghosts flew out of the black hole on the platform. Hee hee. Are you planning to fight me? You're just in time. I'm just looking for a soul-type person to try. Ouyang Qianjin endured the severe pain brought by the singing and licked her lips. Hey! Two bastards. Don't fight on my territory. Just as Ouyang Qianjin was eager to try and Dorothy was about to take action, the high priest Ninatai stood up. She roared, and a huge dog-headed man suddenly appeared behind her, holding a golden staff and wearing a beige long skirt. After the dog-headed man appeared, he waved the long staff in his hand and dispersed all the ghosts with a whoosh, and then shoveled Ouyang Qianjin's dragon with another stick. Ouyang Qianjin was stunned. Good guy. Isn't this the performance of the giant skeleton that I have been looking forward to after it is fully formed? I want it so much. It seems to go to the territory of atoms. Who has a giant? Well, when he gets here, ask for a hunting permit or something. Chapter 414 Question: How do ghosts eat? Dorothy on the platform was also stunned. Although she did intend to test the strength of the three lords below in the song just now, she didn't expect such a result in the end. Just one attack, and her soul body was dispelled? This is a bit unreasonable. We are all real lords. Why are you so showy? Dorothy, who was a little stunned, stopped singing, and Ouyang Qianjin and others finally had some peace. She was attacked like this just now, and she forgot that there was a guy with the word underworld in his profession name. However, from the attack of Ninatai just now, this guy's big dog can not only cause attack damage to the soul, but also to physical things. The feedback from the dragon is that although it seems to be knocked away, but it didn't cause much damage in fact. Maybe the attack of this skill itself is like this. Or maybe Ninatai's focus is different. But it doesn't matter whether this skill is active or passive. Anyway, I don't want to conflict with these people. It's useless to think about what their skills are now. I can barely see some of them, and guess their attack focus. Which is worth the trip. Forget it. No more. No more. Let's eat first. I'm starving. Pouting, Ouyang Qianjin asked the dragon to return to the mobile castle first. Then let Lilith push him and turn around to continue walking towards the door at the top of the pyramid. Hey! What are you doing standing there? Ninatai? Where is the banquet venue? Lead the way! As they walked, Ouyang Qianjin greeted them. I didn't see any polite expression on her face. Since they didn't fight anymore, they had to eat first. Haha. That's right. Let's eat first. And then we can talk about things. Adams hasn't arrived yet anyway. Come with me. Skeleton. I know where the banquet venue is. Esmeralda smiled, then put her hands on the back of her head and walked forward. Esmeralda even acted as a guide for Ouyang Qianjin very enthusiastically because she had been here before. Oh! Do you want to eat? I'll sing after you finish eating. When she heard that there was food to eat, the ghost girl on the aerial platform also became energetic. The platform slowly landed next to the landing craft. Then Dorothy, wearing a pink and white dress, jumped off the platform and followed the two of them. But the microphone in her hand never left her side. One black, one gray, and one pink. The three people's self-centered appearance made Ninatai's eyes twitch. And then veins popped out on his forehead. So, you guys shouldn't be so willful on other people's territory. However, when Ninatai turned his head with a roar, he found that the three guys were no longer behind him. Alas! Sighed, Ninatai lowered his head and rubbed his nose, trying to calm his slightly irritable mood. Then he walked to the door and went to the banquet hall. The banquet hall was held in a spacious hall. The walls around the hall were carved with hieroglyphs and murals of people and animals from ancient Egypt. 8 pillars stand on both sides of the hall as supports. Transparent yellow gauze hangs between the pillars. These gauze add some soft warm colors to the originally solemn and solemn hall under the reflection of candles. Under the pillars, there are rectangular stone tables and stone benches. On them are various kinds of food and fruits in pottery jars or pottery plates. At this moment, Ouyang Qianjin and others are sitting in front of the stone table. enjoying these delicacies. Let's put the food aside for now. Ouyang Qianjin is very interested in these strange-looking fruits. He picked them up and tasted them carefully at the first time. Lilith, do you know what kind of fruit this is? Picking up a green fruit that is big on the top and small on the bottom. Ouyang Qianjin asked Lilith, who was serving him behind him. Although he can see the introduction of the fruit with eye of identification. But Ouyang Qianjin still chose to pretend. After all, there is such a perfect maid. If she doesn't use it, she will show it off in front of others. Then I resurrected them in vain? Miss, this is called a defen, which is an example of this world. What about this? This is paler, which is roughly equivalent to grapes in this world. I see. The fruit looks similar, but I don't know if it tastes good. Ouyang Qianjin nodded. Then she picked up the pear that Lilith called paler and took a bite. Not bad. Not bad. This pear is juicy and moderately sweet, which suits my taste very well. To be honest, Ouyang Qianjin doesn't like to eat pears. She doesn't even like to eat fruits other than strawberries. The main reason is that many fruits are juicy but do not taste like fruits. In contrast, these fruits do have the taste that fruits should have. It made her appetite grow. So she tasted every fruit on the table elegantly and quickly. Not only did she eat them, she also put the seeds of these fruits in the small ceramic plate in front of her. She planned to take them back to Jingzhou to see if they could be planted. Very good. I've never tried to eat all the fruits I want. Ouyang Qianjin burped with satisfaction. Then bared her teeth and used a toothpick to pick out the fruit residue left in her teeth without any image. Only then did she see Lilith sighing with her hand on her forehead behind her, and the other three people who looked at her with surprised eyes. Speaking of ghosts, you are obviously a spirit. How do you eat food in this situation? Ouyang Qianjin, who was completely oblivious to the people around her, did not care about the strange looks the three people gave her. Instead, she asked the pink Dorothy, who was sitting opposite. Me? I can eat like this. Dorothy was stunned at first. Then she grinned and showed Ouyang Qianjin how she ate. She stretched out her hand, then bit her fingers as if she was pinching something. The plate of fruit in front of her gradually shrank. In the end, it all became brown and dry. Ouyang Qianjin could clearly see that when the other party bit her fingers, something was pulled out of the fruit. Although I don't quite understand. There is no doubt that your eating speed is definitely the fastest among us. Ouyang Qianjin touched her chin. Then she expressed her feelings. That's all? Otherwise, what else do you want to hear? Ouyang Qianjin rolled her eyes at Dorothy, who was a little unhappy. She definitely couldn't say too much in front of this woman, such as seeing her pull something out of the fruit. Chapter 415 Then. Skeleton. What is the price? After all, everyone here is a smart person. Talking too much will only let them catch some intelligence. At this time, the best way is of course to change the subject. Then, let's talk about the matter of money. Ouyang Qianjin immediately brought up a topic that no one could ignore and successfully diverted their attention. Dorothy raised her hand. Agree. I have no objection. Esmeralda shrugged, and Ninatai frowned and asked, Not waiting for Adams? Anyway, we are here. One more and one less will not make a difference. As long as we pass it, I believe the other party will not say anything. That's right. And the most important thing is that our discussion is just a matter of intention. The real details should be handed over to the people below to discuss. Ha ha. That's right. Stargazer. What are you laughing at? You don't have any subordinates. Ouyang Qianjin looked at the Stargazer strangely. This guy likes to run around and has no territory. This kind of thing should just require a greeting. Right? Who said I don't have any subordinates? I just like to run around. But it doesn't mean I don't have any capable subordinates. Esmeralda argued very far-fetchedly. Then, Skeleton, can you tell me who else is there besides us? Seeing that everyone reached a consensus on whether to wait for Adams. So Ninatai didn't bother about this issue anymore. Just like Dorothy said, one more and one less would not make a difference. Vampire and War Girl. The vampire is of course referring to Sepesh. After all, everyone in the lore group calls each other by their profession. As for the War Girl, Dragon Blood War Girl. Ninatai frowned and looked at Ouyang Qianjin. Yes, that's her. See, I said these three must have been together before. Esmeralda pointed at Ouyang Qianjin with her index fingers and shouted proudly. Can you? A 30-year-old aunt. Stop thinking about pretending to be young anytime and anywhere. Ninatai cursed. Ah, this is better than the two guys who like to show off when they appear. The skeleton and the ghost. One is a ghost. So even if the platform is in the air, it can't feel the cold. And it won't be affected by air currents and other factors. And it won't be thrown off when the platform shakes. The other one made an island in the air and took a sloop landing craft. He can obviously use the eye of identification to see things. But just now, he asked his maid the names of these fruits so obviously. Both guys are so pretentious. What's wrong with me pretending a little? Esmeralda pouted and protested to Ninatai. Ouyang Qianjin and Dorothy, who were exposed, looked a little embarrassed. They never thought that the quarrel between Ninatai and Esmeralda would actually burn themselves. But when thinking of Dorothy's cool and ostentatious way of appearance, Ouyang Qianjin felt that she was outshined all of a sudden. So she decided to think of a good way after returning. That appearance sound effect, or appearance BGM is necessary. Bring it to me. Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin looked at Dorothy, who looked confused. I didn't understand why this guy could target me. Could it be the song before? No reason. After all, Ouyang Qianjin is the most eye-catching necromancer in the world. She must have soul skills. So she shouldn't be targeted after being attacked once. After generally understanding who the people involved in this matter are, the four women in the hall began to discuss some specific matters they could discuss. After all, the so-called intention issue was determined when they were willing to come here. However, as the saying goes, 3 women make a play. What's more, the 4 women in the Pyramid Hall are the rare 4 women in the world who have absolute power and strength. It's even more lively than the vegetable market. Wait! I understand that you, skeleton, have the largest denomination. But why should that vampire take the second place? After listening to Ouyang Qianjin's plan for allocating denominations that Sepesh had mentioned before, Ninatai was the first to stand up, let alone the grudges between him and Sepesh. The fact that he was second and he was below was intolerable. At least Ninatai couldn't stand it. That's right. That's right. After all, the second place should go to the real lord. Right? Esmeralda shouted at the side. For her, just watching the 3 real lords quarreling on the scene was already very interesting. If she didn't add fuel to the fire in this situation, how could she live up to her status as a witness who witnessed a major event that could change the world? I do know something about Sepesh, but I don't know if you, the high priest, are willing to pay something in exchange. Ouyang Qianjin naturally promised Sepesh not to sell her out, but it all depends on the price. If she is offered a lot, Ouyang Qianjin doesn't mind selling her. And for the vampire Sepesh, what he needs now is time to move. It has been at least 12 hours since he left her territory. With a number of her men, the preparation should have been completed long ago. It just takes a little time to move from the west to the other side of the sea. When the other party arrives in Taio, there will be no threat for the time being, and he can slowly develop himself. Well, not a big problem. Hee hee. I didn't expect you to know something, and even be willing to say it. Ninatai was a little surprised by what Ouyang Qianjin said. After all, they were the ones who acted together before, so it's normal for them to know something. In contrast, Esmeralda, who was eating melons, didn't care. It didn't matter to her anyway. Just keep eating melons. As she said that, she picked up a red thing that looked like a watermelon from in front of her and started to eat it. Of course, it depends on what price you are willing to pay. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. So, skeleton, what is the price she paid for you to shut up? Ninatai asked after thinking for a while. After all, Ouyang Qianjin acted with Sepesh before. And in this action, Sepesh was promoted several levels. Even his job rank was promoted by a level. It must be that he got some great benefits. And the price of this level of information must be very high. So she wanted to know. But now she wanted to know what the price was. Chapter 416. Dorothy was killed instantly. Ninatai was shocked. Price? Ouyang Qianjin raised her head slightly and thought about it. At this time, she remembered about this matter. It seems that she hasn't charged yet. But now it's too late to regret. So after summarizing the things that are most beneficial to her and the biggest improvement, Ouyang Qianjin spoke. A magic book of the undead system. As he said, Ouyang Qianjin took out the Blood Clan United Agreement from the pocket of the wheelchair. Blood Clan United Agreement. Not only Ninatai, but even Esmeralda and Dorothy showed surprised expressions. Ninetai's mouth twitched. Good guy. Magic book. Undead magic book. I didn't expect that Teeps could pay such a high price to Ouyang Qianjin. Although it doesn't seem to be a high-level magic book. But thinking of the importance of this information, Nightai suddenly accepted it. It's not that he doesn't have it. But if he wants to pay such a price, Nightai still needs to think about it. Let's not talk about vampires. Even the largest denomination used by skeletons is at least ambiguous to me. Just as Nightai was thinking, Dorothy spoke. She held a silver wine glass, shook the fruit wine in it, and spoke slowly. There was a hint of unfairness in her tone that everyone could hear. And her words immediately made the already chaotic scene even more chaotic. Hearing Ninetai's silence, Esmeralda was ecstatic. And Ouyang Qianjin was. So you want to fight me to confirm whether I am qualified? Shouldn't I? Indeed. If it's just the ranking on the panel. I believe that even the other two and Adams, who didn't come here, will not easily agree. Right? Ouyang Qianjin nodded. Although Ninetai and Esmeralda didn't say anything. But from the fact that Dorothy remained silent after saying this, they should also want to see what they can do. Right? Then let's go. Strength is something that others can't give. It may not be a bad thing to show off in front of these people. After all, there are many problems involved in this. Let them see their strength a little bit. And these problems can be solved. So the most efficient thing is to fight first. So Lilith pushed Ouyang Qianjin out of the hall slowly. And the other three women followed after looking at each other. After all, the area of a hall is really not enough for them to play. And Ninetai didn't plan to overthrow and rebuild the pyramid that had just been built. So she immediately ordered people to clear an area for Ouyang Qianjin and Dorothy to fight, so that they could give full play to their strength. Besides, she also wanted to see how much difference there was between her and Ouyang Qianjin's strength. Just like Tsepesh in the past. A flat river land under the pyramid. This place should be developed into a rice field. But it has not been developed yet. Ninetai. This guy. Doesn't want us to help her turn the land while we fight here. Ouyang Qianjin said sinisterly. Who knows? Maybe if we turn this river land into a lake for her. I believe her expression will be very interesting. Dorothy, who was standing about 100 meters away from Ouyang Qianjin, said with a microphone. And Ninetai, who was standing farther away, was furious. One thought he was so evil. The other simply wanted to change the topography of his territory. Hey! Don't be too heavy when you two guys attack. It's just a competition. Just test each other's strength. Holding a megaphone, Ninetai yelled at the two people in the river land. And Esmeralda sat on the top of the pyramid, eating fruit and laughing. She looked like she was watching a movie, which made Ninetai even angrier. Who do you think will win? Ninetai put down the megaphone in her hand and said lightly, as if the anger just now had never existed. Who knows? One plays with skeletons, and the other plays with souls. It's hard to say. But I'd bet on Ouyang Qianjin. After all, he is the top player on the list. And they are all necromancers. It's not strange to have soul-related skills. Besides, you have seen that maid, right? Ah, the head maid of the Blood Clan? TSK. She is one level higher than vampires. I don't know what Tsepesh will think when she sees her. As for the humanoid maid next to Ouyang Qianjin, they naturally identified her at the first time, when they saw the word Blood Clan in the name. No matter who it is, they would be surprised. But the one who should be more surprised should be Tsepesh, the vampire. After all, this thing is a superior species of vampires in terms of race. Tsepesh should have known about it. But he let this thing stay with Ouyang Qianjin and did nothing? Instead of violent robbery? What happened between them? In other words, what information did Ouyang Qianjin have about Tsepesh that made her hold back? What are you thinking about? It started, or rather, it has ended, just when Ninetai was thinking about Tsepesh. Esmeralda reminded her. Ninetai looked up, wanting to confirm the strength of the two. However, when she looked up, the river land that should have been empty was now full of people. And Dorothy, the pink guy, had already fallen to the ground, like a dead body. What's going on? I was just distracted for a moment. Where did those undead and skeletons come from? Why is Dorothy lying on the ground? Is it necessary for a soul to lie on the ground like a physical body after being hit? What happened at this moment? Seeing this scene, Ninetai kept complaining. Originally, she just wanted to think about the matter of Tsepesh before Ouyang Qianjin and Dorothy started fighting. After all, It was a battle between two real lords. Even if it's not the kind of world-destroying, it should at least be unstoppable. Right? At least if she fights with any of them, it will definitely turn out like this. However, the actual situation now is that one of the parties was defeated so easily without her even noticing. How could she not be surprised? Has Ouyang Qianjin's strength risen to this level? What about me? If I were to face the other party, would I have the same fate? Would you like to see it? Esmeralda handed a bulky old-fashioned shoulder-mounted video recorder to Ninatai. Chapter 417. If you want to become stronger, you can choose to not be a human being. Where did you get this thing from? Ninatai took it and started to look at it. Dorothy gave it to me, saying that she wanted to film this battle for future research. Now it seems that she made a fool of herself. That's not necessarily the case. Ninatai shook her head. Looking at the screen in the video recorder, she finally knew why Ouyang Qianjin could win so easily. In the screen, Ouyang Qianjin summoned a large number of undead and skeletons from her own undead space. Then I don't know how Ouyang Qianjin did it, but it is obvious that the ghost bastard who should be able to move through the wall was sealed by these undead and skeletons. Then I saw a dark green light flying out of Ouyang Qianjin's body and hitting Dorothy. Then Dorothy fell to the ground like a boxer in the boxing ring who was hit by a heavy punch. No extra frills. It's that simple. It may not even take 3 seconds in total. Dorothy lost the competition without even reacting. This is no longer a battle, but a crushing defeat. Ninatai sighed. Whether it's a battle or a crushing defeat, it doesn't matter to me. Anyway, Ouyang Qianjin won this battle, and her strength has also been seen. I have no opinion on her taking the first place. The rest is your own problem. Whether you are convinced by Ouyang Qianjin or not, or the deal or something. After watching a big show that was not a big show, Esmeralda stood up, yawned, said hello to Ninatai, and went to sleep. She didn't seem to be affected at all. I really envy this aunt's personality, Ninatai murmured in a low voice as she watched Esmeralda leave. Although the two were not much different in age, but 1 year younger is still younger, and it is more confident to use age as an example. It was such a simple win. When Ouyang Qianjin returned to the pyramid, Ninatai sighed and said, "It was a win. But if you want to say it was simple, I think it's a little different." The high priest sighed, and the skeleton lord sighed too. It looked really simple from an outsider's perspective. It was just a few seconds, but no one saw the damage Ouyang Qianjin suffered in those few seconds. Or rather, no one could see it. After all, it was a matter of the soul. It must be said that Dorothy is a person whose profession has the word ghost in it. Her soul is not much inferior to my own, which has been amplified several times by magic books, equipment, skills, etc. The life absorption just now can tell the difference. My soul is just a little bit higher than the other party. So Ouyang Qianjin is a little flustered, but only a little. Speaking of which, what do you think about the deal I mentioned before? Ninatai. Turning around, Ouyang Qianjin asked Ninatai with a smile. Take it. The space around Ninatai suddenly twisted. Then a small dog-headed man, about the same size as a human, appeared. In the hands of the dog-headed man was a stone tablet. The Code of Pluto's Sacrifice. This is a magic book that allows the user to gain the recognition of Pluto after the sacrifice. It can greatly increase the soul strength and mental strength of the holder. Intermediate necromancers can increase the number of summons they hold, and the summons gain skills +1. Hidden information. This is a magic book made with the remains of Mother Earth. Don't try to decipher the words on it unless you don't want to be a human anymore. Same as other magic books. This stone tablet also has chains and padlocks. But unlike other magic books, the contents of this stone tablet can be seen at a glance. After all, it can't be closed like documents and books. The words on it are engraved on it. Even if Ouyang Qianjin doesn't want to read it, there is no way. It's just that Ouyang Qianjin can't understand it. So even if he reads it, he won't react. Or is it because of the seal? In any case, it's another enhancement for Ouyang Qianjin. So, what is the information about the vampire? After making a difficult choice, Ninatai now only wants to know what the vampire has done, because only in this way can she get promoted or strengthened like the other party. In fact, the information about Sepesh is one aspect, and the other is because she wants to become stronger, or the second reason is what she really wants. After seeing the strength of Ouyang Qianjin, Ninatai made her own choice. The big gap is one thing. Wanting to catch up is another. If you want to catch up, the way of improvement that Sepesh did is undoubtedly the best. Where should I start with the information about the vampire? Ouyang Qianjin thought about it. After all, too much information can be a troublesome thing sometimes. And in Ouyang Qianjin's opinion, since the other party gave an intermediate magic book, then it is natural for him to give a corresponding reward. So Ouyang Qianjin told all about the other party's dungeon. In other words, it was because of completing a dungeon task that he was upgraded? Well, it is equivalent to an upgraded dungeon. And the vampire also got a holy relic of the blood vampire clan in that dungeon. And he can basically mass-produce blood vampires in the future. Ouyang Qianjin spread his hands. Mass production? Originally, she was surprised to hear that Sepesh had completed the dungeon. But she didn't expect that there would be a holy relic. And mass production? Is this an epic enhancement? Is there any way to improve yourself? Ninatai asked anxiously. After all, if that guy Sepesh could produce vampires, he would definitely come to trouble me first. Although I don't know what you mean. If you want to upgrade like a vampire, then my advice is to stop being a human. Ouyang Qianjin raised a finger in front of Ninatai very seriously. Slowly said, Don't stop being a human. Yes, that means stop being a human. You don't know yet. Now that guy has changed from a human to a vampire. Although it seems that he has become a vampire a long time ago. Opening his hands, Ouyang Qianjin grinned and made a standard vampire action. So that's it. Has he become a vampire? I was wondering why I haven't seen him show up for a long time. It turns out that he has changed his race. After hearing Ouyang Qianjin say that Sepesh is no longer a human, Ninatai roughly guessed something. Probably, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be after he stops being a human that he can receive that kind of dungeon mission. Right? Chapter 418, pretended. Although she didn't know if it was right or not, Ninatai still planned to find a chance to try it. So, on the key word not being a human, Ninatai looked at the stone slab held in the hands of the dog-headed man, which Ouyang Qianjin had not had time to collect. Why? Do you want to try it? Ouyang Qianjin certainly noticed Ninatai's eyes. I want to try it. I really want to try it. What are you going to do if I say so? Ninatai murmured while looking at the stone slab. Of course I will help you. After all, it looks very interesting. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. In her opinion, she also wanted to see what would happen if humans read the things in the magic book. After all, she was not at the scene when Sepesh was not a human. As for whether the other party became a vampire after reading the magic book, she herself didn't know. So she asked Ninatai in a friendly way. If she wants to see, not only will I not stop her, I will also help her when she is in danger. Just treat it as a large-scale social experiment. Of course, there is another way, which is to kill the other party, and then revive as an undead. But this will make the other party lose their autonomy and possibilities. This is not a joke. What's more, I may not be able to kill the other party in his territory. From the close observation when I left the city just now, at least the people living in the town next to the pyramid are not human. Or, the evolution of humans? Just like vampires, undead, and dragon people, orcs, minotaur, snake man, crocodile man, goat man, hippopotamus, leper man. But the most of them are dog-headed people and cat-headed people. Ouyang Qianjin could not think of how a profession in the underworld could transform people into orcs. But the important thing is not this, but that the other party also has another systematic way of cultivation. However, I believe that any real lord should have this similar ability. It is precisely because of this that Ouyang Qianjin felt that even if he put all the existing troops on the battlefield, he might not be able to kill the other party. In this case, it would be better to just follow other people's wishes and help. Then prepare? Start tomorrow? Ninatai asked. Okay. I'm tired too. So I can sleep and talk about it tomorrow. Ouyang Qianjin nodded. Let's do it tomorrow. If there is something to do. Even if Ouyang Qianjin sells Sepesh, it should be enough time for him. After all, he didn't say anything about moving. As long as this bottom line is not broken, it is not considered a betrayal for Ouyang Qianjin and Sepesh. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing I forgot to say. What? If you are afraid that the vampire will come to trouble you, then there is no need to do so. Why? Ninatai frowned and asked Ouyang Qianjin in confusion. Because Sepesh has now obtained a territory, and has become the 5th actual lord. Ouyang Qianjin used Sepesh's name here instead of the other party's profession. Really? The 5th person? So the qualifications are really getting more and more sufficient. The qualifications to be the 2nd person. It didn't seem to be a surprise to Ninatai that Sepesh had obtained territory and became a real lord. As for the qualification of the 2nd person she mentioned, of course, it refers to the face value. After all, the beginning of these things was basically born from the plan and intelligence brought by Ouyang Qianjin. The next day, at the top of this pyramid, next to the landing craft of Ouyang Qianjin and Dorothy's stage, a towering altar was built. There were several huge statues of gods on both sides of the altar. Some of these gods had dog heads, some had eagle heads, and some had cat heads, just like those orcs. But they were not orcs, but gods. No, or the so-called orcs shown on the panel were just a name in this world. In other words, this was an altar for praying to gods. Even Ouyang Qianjin couldn't feel the words evil, bloody and so on that would come to mind when talking about altars. Instead, there was a feeling of brightness and holiness. Sure enough, the things in the book can't be believed. Just like I am an evil necromancer, but I am a sunny and cheerful beautiful girl. The sacrifice is actually not as complicated and lengthy as described in novels and movies. I saw Ninatai coming to the altar with a stone tablet in both hands. After placing the stone tablet magic book on the small stone platform in the middle of the altar, he began to chant the spell with confidence. Next to Ninatai, there are 2 people standing. One is Ouyang Qianjin, and the other is Esmeralda. As for why the 2 of them are here, of course, they are there as witnesses. Besides, how could they not come to watch such a fun thing? As Ninatai gradually chanted the spell, black clouds gradually appeared in the sky. Although the sky was already dark due to Ouyang Qianjin's skills. So this kind of special effect like change did not actually attract many people's attention. Or, the orcs under the pyramid all raised their heads and prayed for the success of this sacrifice. It looks like they have experienced many such sacrifices. Abnormally skilled. It's just that this time is different from the past. The spell in Ninatai's mouth changed slightly during the sacrifice. Although I don't know the meaning of the spell. But with the change of the spell, the lock on the stone slab was opened and the seal was instantly lifted. It's very strange. Why don't I have the spell that can unlock the seal? Ouyang Qianjin looked at Ninatai strangely, with his fingers crossed and praying devoutly. Wait. A spell? Ouyang Qianjin suddenly felt that the current scene had a sense of déjà vu. At this moment, Ouyang Qianjin saw that Ninatai's eyes, which she thought were closed because of piety, opened slightly. It seemed that she was observing her side. Dang dang dong. She suddenly remembered that she had also closed her eyes and chanted randomly in the past. This guy. He actually pretended to be cool in front of her. I was almost fooled. Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from her forehead. It was a close call. She almost got her eyes pierced by a goose while hunting geese all day long. Originally, all skills did not require spells. Instead, they were in the heart and in the brain, and they could be used naturally when they wanted to use them. Ouyang Qianjin chanted the spell to improve her own status at that time. Chapter 419 Race Transformation. After all, in front of so many people, a teenage girl can only do this to hold the scene. Do it handsomely, elegantly, and mysteriously. In fact, it did play a significant role. And now Ninatai's approach is not exactly the same as what I did at the beginning. But it is exactly the same. Is it just to show off in front of the 2 of us? It's possible. It's very likely. This guy is really petty. He actually puts a blind eye on me here? Could it be that this guy knows what I did before? There is no reason. How could the other party know what I did in City C? Illusion? It's my own illusion. Just like a thief dare not look at the police. It's nothing more than a guilty conscience. It seems to be a large-scale magic. And it actually uses a spell. More than a year after the advent. I have never seen magic that requires a spell. Esmeralda on the side said in a serious voice. Heh. Yes. Ouyang Qianjin smiled awkwardly. This funny guy. She is not good enough. She actually believed that Ninatai was really chanting a spell. But then again, since before, the breath of death emanating from the stone slab. Is it really not a big deal? Why do I feel that the quantity and quality are very serious? Well, after all, it is the breath of death from the underworld. So it is normal for the concentration to be high. Right? Now, Naitai was dragged into the air by the evil breath, just like the transformation of the dragon man that Ouyang Qianjin had seen before. But this time it was more transparent. You can see Naitai in the dead air. Ouyang Qianjin can clearly see that the black dead air is transforming Nainatai's body like a living thing. Don't forget that this sacrifice is for Hades. Or the magic book is for Hades. The dead air emitted by this advanced life form is no joke. It can be said that it is because of this concentration of dead air that the body of the professional can be transformed. Right? If it is a human body before the advent, which has not been strengthened by skills and magic, this concentration of dead air is completely no different from lethal gas. You can drown in it in minutes. This is a valuable experience for me to prepare for the future. It's like seeing someone get an injection and preparing yourself mentally in advance. It's very vivid. Which? I said you, huh? Ouyang Qianjin turned his head and wanted to say something to Esmeralda when he thought of this. However, when she turned her head, she found that Esmeralda and Naitai were both lifted into the air by a ball of gray gas. Hey, you didn't see Naitai doing this. So you wanted to try it yourself and became like this. Ouyang Qianjin was shocked. It's like you were shopping with a friend. And when you were tasting food in the supermarket, you saw that the other person seemed to be eating delicious food. So you tried it with the mood of I'll try it too. This kind of thing is not impossible to happen. Especially when she saw the witch actually gave her a thumbs up in the gas. Ouyang Qianjin's guess was confirmed. It's that. The pendant on her neck. Looking at the pendant floating on the witch's neck, Ouyang Qianjin probably knew what the other party was using to unlock it. Calm down. I need to calm down now. I can't be dragged into their atmosphere of I'll try it because it's interesting. I just do whatever I want when my mind is hot. Ouyang Qianjin took a few deep breaths. Try to cool down your brain. To be honest, she really had the idea of everyone come together just now. But after taking a deep breath and calming down, she finally suppressed her impulse. Pop! Just after Ouyang Qianjin calmed down, the balloon on Naitai burst first, followed by Esmeralda. The whole ritual process lasted about 10 minutes. When the two came out of the gas mass, the temperament and volume of the two people changed, became thicker and more stable. Ouyang Qianjin immediately opened her eye of identification to check the status of the two. Orc-witch. Wow. It really changed. So the most important function of the magic book is to change the race of the holder? Then can my magic book also turn me into an undead? But then again, is Esmeralda also the holder of the magic book? After all, isn't witch a job title? How did it become a race? After watching, my doubts did not decrease, but increased instead? What a mess. The two of them were refreshed. But Ouyang Qianjin looked depressed. Hee. Is this the feeling after rebirth? Not bad. Esmeralda clenched her fists and looked at her panel. Race. Witch. With strong elemental affinity. White magic. Black magic astrology racial characteristics. Can sign contracts with lizards, bats, spiders, cats, snakes, scorpions, owls, mice and other animals as familiars. Note, witches can only be transformed and born from human women. While watching, Esmeralda also read out her racial talents. From the smile on her face, Ouyang Qianjin could easily see that the other party should be quite satisfied with her transformation. And Naitai was also satisfied. In short, this transformation is very beneficial and interesting for both of them. That's right. Looking at the expressions of the two, it's even more interesting. Yes, now the transformation is complete. I am the same as that guy Tsepesh. The rest is to upgrade and get the race copy. Hee. As she spoke, the satisfied expression on Nainatai's face gradually collapsed. Then she let out a series of evil smiles. The two of you. I have something else to do. So I won't accompany you for now. By the way, skeleton, the magic book on the altar is already yours. You can do whatever you want with it later. As she spoke, Naitai raised her hand and greeted Ouyang Qianjin and the others. Then she quickly walked down the altar. She didn't notice that Esmeralda's race next to her had also been reset by her. It seems that just thinking about my own things has taken up a lot of memory. If nothing unexpected happens, I believe it should be to upgrade. Originally, there was only one level away from accepting the dungeon mission. Really evil. This is completely the performance of a villain. Right? Ouyang Qianjin murmured as she looked at Nainatai's back as she walked towards the elevator in the pyramid. Has she ignored the fact that there is still someone here? Esmeralda said dissatisfiedly. After all, the temptation is right in front of us. So it is definitely better to act than to be tempted. As Ouyang Qianjin spoke, he walked to the altar and picked up the stone slab. At this time, the seal of the magic tree on the altar had been restored to its original state at some point. The open locks and chains were also restored to their original state. Chapter 420, A Debt of Favor for a Life. Dorothy slowly opened her eyes from her moaning sleep and saw a strange ceiling. Hey! Awake? Dorothy turned her head and looked weakly at the person sitting next to her, who was greeting her with a bright face. Stargazer Esmeralda. The guy who has a 100% accuracy rate in divination, and is praised as the divination witch by all the lords in the group. Do you remember what happened before? I remember that I seemed to be fighting with the skeleton lord before. And then, where is Ouyang Qianjin? When Dorothy thought of fighting with Ouyang Qianjin, she suddenly floated up from the bed. Who won? She only cared about this question now. Thank Ouyang Qianjin. If she had used all her strength, you might be dead now. And not even the remnants of your soul would be left. Like a gentle elder sister, the Queen Esmeralda handed a scorpion in her hand to Dorothy. Eat it. These things should be able to replenish your soul. Thank you. Looking at the big scorpion that was longer than her arm, Dorothy reluctantly stretched out her hand. Then she absorbed the scorpion's soul. How does it feel? It tastes a bit bad. I'm not talking about the taste of the scorpion's soul. Esmeralda was speechless. It's much better for now. Thank you. Knowing that the other party was talking about something else, Dorothy nodded. Well, as the oldest sister among you, I still like your previous way of fooling around. Young people should behave like young people. Esmeralda said something that seemed to be comforting. But not really. But at least Dorothy felt a little better when she heard it. How long have I slept? 2 days. Adams is here. The witch spread her hands, expressing helplessness. What's wrong? Dorothy asked, seeing that Esmeralda looked a little strange when she talked about Adams. That guy, even among you necromancers. He has the worst smell. I'm not good at dealing with such people. After all, he's a ghoul. It's normal to have a bad smell. Dorothy thought Esmeralda's statement was normal. Although she had never seen Adams, there was no doubt that she had never come into contact with ghouls. But she had encountered ghouls during the upgrade process. That thing was really, if possible, Dorothy didn't want to encounter it again. However, there was no way. This time she came for a big event. No matter how unwilling she was, she had to hold on until the end of this meeting. Although there is not much to discuss for the lords. But the issue of denomination has not been properly discussed. A battle that was supposed to determine the ranking ended in a daze. And then I slept for 2 days in a daze. So much so that even Adams, the guy who was thousands of miles away, had arrived. So Dorothy showed an unhappy expression on her face. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. You should think about how to repay your life. Esmeralda, who was unwilling to even talk, changed the subject. She started talking about another topic that was more important to Dorothy. Repay. Esmeralda's words made Dorothy freeze in her tracks. Of course. You really can't remember what happened in the previous battle? Good fellow. He was beaten to the point of amnesia. It must be said that a lot of unknown things really happened in those 2 seconds. Watch it for yourself. With a sigh, Esmeralda handed her the video recorder that Dorothy had given her before. After watching the video, Dorothy finally remembered what happened that night. Life absorption. It was just a very simple life absorption skill. I also have it. I deliberately chose it to replenish my body with energy. However, it was such a skill that almost tore my soul apart. A guy who was obviously just playing with skeletons actually had a soul stronger than mine. This alone was beyond Dorothy's understanding. Show mercy? If you try your best? This Esmeralda is really good at talking. I almost died. But the other party must have tried his best. Dorothy is very clear about this. But it is true that the other party did not kill me. TSK. Originally, I just couldn't stand the identity of the big brother on the list and wanted to have a simple qualifying match. But ended up owing someone a favor. Now, I have to pay back the debt. Damn. It's fine if I didn't get any benefits. But now I have to pay something out of my own pocket. Just thinking about it makes me feel sick. Then, Stargazer. Do you know what the skeleton likes? Dorothy, who doesn't like to owe others, asked the question she wanted to know most. After all, This is a debt of gratitude for a life. If it can be repaid, it can only be to give others the thing they like most. Although she is not happy, she is willing to give it. This is Dorothy. Do you like it? I like eating, drinking and playing. But I think the most favorite thing should be the magic book. The magic book of the dead. It seems that I used some very important information to exchange the intermediate magic book in her hand with the high priest. Esmeralda thought for a while and said, "The magic book of the dead?" Hearing this, Dorothy frowned. It's not that she doesn't have a magic book, but the problem is that it seems a bit of a loss to use a magic book to exchange. But thinking about her own life, she felt that she had earned it. After all, the magic book in her hand is low level, which enhances skills below level 50. Although it also enhances soul and mental power. It is only a little bit. Compared to Ninetai's intermediate magic book, it's still a little worse. But if it can repay a favor, it seems to be a good choice. Well, forget it. I'll give it to you. Anyway, the low-level magic book won't improve me much now. She doesn't want Ouyang Qianjin to chase her all day to ask for the debt. Have some face. Stargazer. Where is the skeleton now? Since it has been decided to give it to the other party. The sooner the better. Now, just thinking about the favor owed to Ouyang Qianjin, Dorothy feels like she's about to suffocate. Get it done sooner. Sooner. I'm having dinner with Adams in the hall. He has no taboos. He can eat this kind of smell. It's really admirable. Esmeralda shook her head. There was some helplessness in her tone, but also some admiration. Chapter 421 Soul Contract. Ah. Ghoul, you are not good enough. Why are you still keeping it after we said cheers? Are you raising fish? Skeleton, you are cheating. Are you using magic to decompose alcohol during a drinking contest? What is cheating? Can a magician's work be called cheating? You are so slow to drink fruit wine. Are you still a man? When Dorothy and Esmeralda came to the hall 2 days ago, they heard the loud voices of Ouyang Qianjin and a man. Looking inside, it was even more hell. The expensive carpet was full of food residues. The skeleton lord held the wine glass and looked at Adams lying on the stone table opposite with very funny eyes. And on the stone table next to Adams, there was a strange guy lying on the stone table in green with 2 revolvers on his body. Name, John Franklin. Occupation, gun master. I see. He is a frequent visitor on the level ranking list. And the weapons he used are extremely rare firearms now. You have to know that guns are no longer in line with the current battle love. But if this guy has skills, it's another story. After all, his profession is a gun master. With the help of skills, sometimes it is even better than bows and arrows. In fact, there are very few ranged professions that can make it into the top 100 of the level list. You may be able to take advantage in the early stage, but in the later stage, especially when the level is higher, the range can't keep up. So anyone who can enter the top 100 is basically not easy to mess with. But that's only for others. For a real-life lord like Dorothy, it's just like that. But it seems that Adams, the ghoul, also has a powerful helper. Although the locations of their territories are separated by a long distance. But if you really count from the east coast, it's not very far. It seems that there is one more place that needs to be defended. The coast. The coast full of sirens and murlocs. Dorothy felt a headache when she thought of these. But the most headache is the hell map in front of her. Ninetai went out to upgrade, even leaving her own base camp alone. Even a guy like Adams didn't come back. What on earth is this guy thinking? Esmeralda also sighed as she looked at the hell map in the hall. The appearance of her and Dorothy certainly attracted the attention of the 4 people in the hall. But then again, you are such a no-holds-barred guy. You can eat and drink even though Adams smells so bad. Esmeralda looked at Adams with disdain while walking. Hey, ma'am, you make me so sad. Adams, who was disdained, had no sense of self-consciousness. He was not even angry at what Esmeralda said. It was just a simple rebuttal. This is the tolerance of a real lord. Although the other party is a lord without a territory. He is one of the original 12 lords. What's more, in Adams' eyes, this witch's magic power is even 5 times his, and 3 times Franklin's. The whole person is like a huge walking magic crystal. It's better not to provoke such a person. It's just a few unpleasant words. Just listen to it. Smell? What kind of smell can Adams have? It's just a cologne that pays attention to appearance. I don't know what you were talking about. Ouyang Qianjin, who was questioned by Esmeralda, didn't understand what the other party meant. Well, let me be more direct. In my opinion, you necromancers will exude a strange smell. Death, stench, corpse. Probably these things. No way. How could it be? Hearing what Esmeralda said, both Ouyang Qianjin and Dorothy became nervous all of a sudden. What drunkenness. What can be said to be awakened at once? But no matter how they smelled the smell on their bodies, they didn't find it in the end. So they turned their attention to Esmeralda. Didn't I tell you that in my personal opinion? Or in the eyes of the witch? You evil guys are like this. As a 30-year-old sister, Esmeralda didn't care about their looks. She picked up a wine glass and poured herself a glass of wine and drank it. Forget it. Maybe there is something wrong with your race, which has nothing to do with us. But it doesn't matter. Dorothy walked in front of Ouyang Qianjin and took out a scroll from her skirt. This is the bed of that battle. And now it belongs to you. After saying that, she put the scroll on Ouyang Qianjin's table. Ouyang Qianjin was stunned at first. Then he looked down and looked at the scroll. Soul Contract. A low-level magic book made from scraps of the World Tree. It can be used to sign a soul contract with anyone. Slightly increase the soul strength and mental power of the holder. A primary necromancer can increase the number of summons held. And the summons gain skills +1. Hidden information. Don't underestimate this low-level magic book. It can not only sign a contract with humans, but also with any magic beasts, animals, and even demons. Don't try to remove the seal on it to see the contents inside. Unless you don't want to be a human anymore. Good guy. What you said just now. It's as if the battle was a bet agreed in advance. It has nothing to do with letting her go? Okay. Looking at Adams and Franklin on the opposite side, Ouyang Qianjin didn't say anything. After all, you can't let others lose face in front of outsiders. Right? And you have received substantial benefits. So that's enough, isn't it? Although it only increases your soul strength and mental power slightly. But when several books of undead magic are accumulated, even if it is only a small amount, it is still a large amount. So Ouyang Qianjin would not think that a mosquito leg is still meat no matter how small it is. Instead, she accepted it very happily. What? What interesting things happened during the few days when I was on the road? I can actually bet on a magic book. Just as Lilith behind Ouyang Qianjin put away the scroll, Adams came over with a silver wine glass. He looked at Dorothy, then at Ouyang Qianjin, and finally Adams still set his eyes on Lilith. Of course, this is not that he is interested in magic books. He is interested in Lilith. Blood Clan. Made of the Blood Clan. This is a superior race of vampires. He also has a lot of vampires who have fled from the Scarlet Earl. Now he is also working hard to increase his kind every day under his protection. Chapter 422 Predator Declaration. However, no matter how hard they try, they are just vampires. They are not even as good as the subordinates of that guy Tsepesh. Not to mention the promotion to the Blood Clan. After all, even after Tsepesh was promoted, she only changed from princess to queen. The suffix changed, but the prefix vampire did not change at all. Then it means that it is really difficult for the Blood Clan to be promoted. However, now, this one appeared beside the number 1 brother on the list. And she is a maid? Is this a big star? Looking at Adam's shocked expression, Ouyang Qianjin laughed in her heart. It's a pity that Kobayako Tomoyo is not here. Otherwise, an epic lord. A rare blood clan. I believe it should be more surprising. Right? Puff puff puff. These lords have rich expressions one by one. No. It's better to say that they have to face the people below every day and seal their true feelings. Now facing people of the same identity, they can naturally make very natural expressions. Or it could be said that the facial muscles that have been sealed for a long time are finally released. And they are distorted. But, twisted. Twisted. Let me see more expressions. I love to see it. What? Adams, do you also have a magic book of the undead? If you have one, please hand it over. I am collecting these things like stamps now. Ouyang Qianjin smiled at Adams, who was dumbfounded. Magic book? Undead? So I do have one here. As he said that, Adams stretched out his hand and took out a beast skin scroll from the void. The animal skin scroll also has a sealed chain, and the edges are broken and look a bit old. Predator Declaration. Intermediate magic book made with superior demon skin can be used to sign a soul contract with anyone, greatly increasing the soul strength and mental power of the holder. Intermediate necromancers can increase the number of summons they hold. And summons gain skills +1. Hidden information. Wow! Another intermediate magic book. A great harvest. But it's strange. Don't advanced magic books exist? It stands to reason that a guy who can make so many magic books should be able to make advanced ones. I don't know what this wit is thinking. That's right. The 4 magic books that Ouyang Qianjin has collected now are already the magic books in Adam's hands. Even the large and small magic props that Ouyang Qianjin adorns. All of them were made by the guy named Wood. A guy who can make magic props with high-level materials such as the souls of 1,000,000 people. The World Tree. The Mother Earth. The skin of a high-level demon. Etc. Can't fail to make a high-level magic book. Since there is something fun. Of course, I want to get involved. Adam smiled. But what can you bring out in exchange? As an intermediate magic book. It should be very rare. What should I do? It seems that an intermediate magic book requires a lot of things to exchange. Ouyang Qianjin said with a sneer. Speaking of which, how are the demons and giants in your territory? Not very good. Both giants and demons are difficult to deal with. Especially demons. Small demons are easy. But demons with triangles, especially demons with multiple triangles, are more difficult to deal with. Although I don't know why Ouyang Qianjin suddenly changed the topic. But there is no doubt that there is a deep meaning in it. After all, this topic has appeared before. And it was also initiated by the Skeleton Lord. So Adams very smoothly told the story of his territory. While speaking, he sighed. There is no falsehood in his words. And in fact, there is no need for any falsehood. After all, these things are also very headaches for him. Even if he wants to develop his own territory. But with these guys fighting a small fight every 3 days, and a big fight every 2 days, he can't develop it even if he wants to. Even if he continues to increase the number of liches under his command. But there is still a distance to compete with demons and giants. Only those hydras are more honest. Just coming out from time to time to roll up some people and beasts as food. Wow! It turns out that you still have a lot of big demons and above. How many at most? How many stars? Hearing Adam say this, Ouyang Qianjin's eyes lit up. You know, the more stars the demon has, the higher the level. So she wanted to make sure. To see if there were any other existences besides the giants that were worth getting rid of. After all, she had resurrected demons before. She knew that this thing was different from others, and needed a huge source of food. So even if she had resurrected tens of thousands of little demons before, she could only put them in the undead space, and dared not release them. There was no other way. The food expenses for these little guys were really unaffordable. Even though she had an entire new continent as her territory, she still had to admit defeat when it was time to do so. So if it's still a little devil, she really doesn't want it anymore. 3 stars. At least it has to be more than 3 stars. Star? Adams didn't quite understand what Ouyang Qianjin meant by star. It's the triangle on the devil's body. Triangle? Ouyang Qianjin said, while drawing a triangle in the air with her fingers. Hee. It seems that you know a lot about devils. Skeleton. Really? If you want information, use something to exchange. Such as the magic book in your hand. Smile. Always full of smiles. Adams looked at Ouyang Qianjin's smile. Where was the friendship they had when they were drinking before? And suddenly felt disgusted. Alas, I also have a headache when you talk about this issue. Once this topic was mentioned, even Dorothy next to him had a headache. What do you mean? Aren't there only sirens, elves, griffins, and other seemingly gentle guys in your territory? Adams asked curiously. Gentle? Where did you hear that these races are gentle? From those novels. Except for the sirens who seem a bit troublesome. Elves like nature and peace. And griffins like to fly. Bullshit. Dorothy almost went berserk after hearing what Adam said. Ah? Using novels as information? Elves like nature and peace? Griffins like to fly? Elves who only hunt in the dark and run around like mice. Griffins who only make trouble and fly around. And those who rely on singing to attack the mind and soul. As she spoke, Dorothy even scratched her head. She looked like a little girl who was randomly angry on the street. Chapter 423 A Great Harvest. Where is Dorothy's current gorgeous temperament of loving to show off when she first appeared? Obviously, this guy must be almost driven crazy by the things in her territory. Pooh-hoo. Quite interesting. Should I tease her? Well, forget it. This guy seems to be a little mentally unstable. If I continue to tease him, he might go crazy on the spot. Of course, going crazy is not a big deal. After all, there are many people who are driven crazy in this world. It is not a problem at all that Dorothy, who is only a spirit, has a mental state problem. As long as Dorothy does not pick up the microphone hanging on her waist. I just don't understand why her singing voice is so beautiful. But it gives people a very unpleasant feeling. This unpleasantness is not because it contains soul or mental attacks. It simply refers to the sound. And now there is something very important to do. That is the magic book in Adams's hand. Although the magic book is a powerful amplification for every magician. But as long as the benefits are sufficient, it is completely possible to exchange. For example, now, Ouyang Qianjin has already thought about how to exchange the magic book from Adams. Yes, the dragons, demons, and harpy men in my territory are also a headache. After listening to the complaints of the two, Ouyang Qianjin seemed to feel the same. After sighing, he nodded and said, however, because of the help of others, the most troublesome dragon problem has been solved. As for the other two troubles, it is only a matter of time to solve them. Dragon. When I first came here, a blue dragon attacked me. I thought it belonged to Ninatai. But now I think it should be yours. Skeleton. Dorothy recalled that she was attacked by a dragon when she was singing loudly. If Ninatai hadn't suddenly summoned a big dog, she might have had a good fight with the dragon to see the specific situation. But after Ouyang Qianjin said this, he immediately thought that if it was Ninatai, it shouldn't be uncontrollable to attack him. Then only Ouyang Qianjin gave the order in secret. As for why it wasn't Esmeralda, that's because the other party is not a necromancer. And there is no death breath emanating from the dragon. What do you mean by this? Looking at Dorothy, who just took over the conversation, Adams looked at Ouyang Qianjin again. Hunting permit. As long as you give me the magic book in your hand, I will solve the troubles in your territory. Of course, the same goes for Dorothy. As long as you pay a price, I can help you fight. In fact, I have obtained hunting permits from Ninatai, and I have sent people to hunt during the 2 days of waiting for you. Behemoths, snake men, and centaurs should be a little easier than the races in your territory, said. Ouyang Qianjin summoned a long-haired monster standing on 2 feet, about 5 meters tall, strong, fierce-looking, with sharp fangs and claws from his undead space. Dark gold behemoth, juvenile. This is the race of this behemoth, because it is still a juvenile. It is only 5 meters long. According to the hidden information that Ouyang Qianjin saw, an adult golden behemoth is said to grow to the size of a small mountain. But it takes time to grow. It will not do anything for Ouyang Qianjin now. Let's just leave it as an additional race in the territory. So you want to help me clean up the troubles in the territory. And the price I need to pay is the Hepburn magic book? Adams raised the book in his hand and asked Ouyang Qianjin with a smile. You can understand it this way. He smiled back. Ouyang Qianjin also looked up and looked directly at the other party. Okay, I think this should be a good proposal. As he said, Adams handed the magic book to Ouyang Qianjin. Although the magic book has a significant increase in his own power, compared with the development of the territory, it is just a magic book. Although losing a magic book of the undead system that matches his own is a bit hurtful. But if you only consider the soul and mental power, it is not a big problem to replace it with another magic book. At most, he would lose some skill enhancements that could only be enhanced by this magic book. For him now, it is better than nothing. But if he could use this thing to exchange for the development of his own territory, it would definitely be a very cost-effective thing. After all, for the development of the territory, a magic book is really nothing. Ouyang Qianjin's territory is already ahead. He can't fall behind. After all, the two territories are only separated by the Pacific Ocean without a lid and unobstructed. Although there are many annoying monsters in the sea and in the sky. But if the territory is developed, the relevant trade can be carried out normally. Considering the future, he actually made money. Then let's set off after discussing the money. Adam said impatiently. Of course, no problem. Then do you need me to keep it? Keep it? It means to keep the species, not to kill them all. In fact, Ninatai also requires this. Ouyang Qianjin explained. In fact, when getting Ninatai's consent, Ouyang Qianjin was also a little entangled, because Ninatai proposed at the time to kill 90% of the behemoths, snake men, and centaurs in the territory. The remaining 10% is regarded as the characteristic animals of her own territory. In this way, she can not only get time for development, but also the species will not become extinct. The most important thing is that if there are any materials that are produced by these creatures in the future, and I don't have them here, then I will be at a loss. At that time, I may have to buy them from Ouyang Qianjin, and I will lose money. So I put forward such a condition. For Ouyang Qianjin, as long as it can increase the races and prosperity of her territory, she doesn't mind. But Ouyang Qianjin, who secretly thought about monopoly, still failed to get what she wanted. Since other lords have said so, she can only do it. That's why she asked Adams. After listening, Adams also expressed his understanding and made the same request as Ninatai. Where is Dorothy? Do you want me to help you? After obtaining Adams' magic book, Ouyang Qianjin looked at Dorothy, who was a little moved. After all, now two have been captured. If Dorothy can also successfully obtain hunting permits, it is equivalent to adding 9 new races to her territory. It is still very cost-effective. Chapter 424 Star Coins. In that case, come to my territory as well, and deal with the monsters there as well. After thinking about it, Dorothy accepted Ouyang Qianjin's proposal. Elves and griffins are relatively easier to deal with, but those sirens give her a headache. After all, her soul song imitates the attack method of sirens, and her subordinates are all ghosts, which can be said to be natural enemies. So Dorothy is quite troubled by these guys. Now that Ouyang Qianjin said that she needed hunting rights, she naturally agreed with both hands. Go. Go. Kill them all. This way I can build a few more ports. Then the two discussed the issue of compensation. Because the magic book had been given to Ouyang Qianjin, she finally chose to use more than 30,000 souls of her subordinates as compensation. Yes, souls. In Dorothy's words, in her territory, there are not many other things, but a lot of souls. It is better to say that her subordinates are basically the ghosts of people who died after the Advent Day. More than a year is not enough for human souls to dissipate. However, some souls of people who died on the day of the Advent, or who failed to successfully change their jobs in the big explosion 3 days later, did not have talents and skills because they did not change their jobs during their lifetime. It can be said that even under Dorothy's command, they are the lowest level. More than 30,000 is just a small amount. Dorothy even asked Miss Ouyang if she wanted more. It's hard to say anything else here, but there are tens of millions of blank souls. Dorothy wanted to throw away these burdensome things. Now that there were people who needed them, she naturally wanted to try to see if she could throw these burdens away. After all, they had already been collected, and it would be a pity to throw them away. After hearing this, Ouyang Qianjin immediately agreed to the other party's request. 1 million souls for free. Don't miss it. Just kidding. You think it's a blank slate, but it is very useful to me. After all, souls are also materials in some ways. Didn't you see that the magic book in your hand was made of souls? Of course, Ouyang Qianjin would not use souls to make magic books because she had no knowledge reserves in this area. What she wanted to do was something else. Something that only alchemists could do. When she heard that Ouyang Qianjin was willing to take over, Dorothy, overjoyed, immediately took out a few magic seal stones that looked like gems from her pocket. Soul crystal. One contains about 500,000 souls. Use magic to crush it, and the souls inside can be released. I don't know what you want to do, but if you want to release it, it's best to prepare in advance. After placing the gem in front of Ouyang Qianjin, Dorothy reminded, after all, it is hundreds of thousands of souls. Although they are all blank, the dead air is still very strong. 1-500-000. You came up and grabbed a handful like handing out candy. Right? Looking at the 6 beautiful stones in front of him, Ouyang Qianjin's mouth twitched. But with more than 3 million souls, he can do a lot of things. Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin reached out and picked up all the gems, and then asked Lilith to keep them. Okay, now let's talk about the issue of banknotes, denominations, and so on. In fact, before you came, we had almost discussed it. It's just a question of whose portrait should be printed on the denomination. The rich Ouyang Qianjin smiled. Although it doesn't matter how it looks like in terms of production. But after all, the size of the denomination directly reflects the strength of the other party. It is also a kind of ranking. The most important thing is that if many people use it, people will think so imperceptibly. That's why they are so serious about the denomination. Okay. How far have you discussed the denomination? As the last to arrive, Adams naturally didn't know what the three women had discussed before. So Ouyang Qianjin once again told Sipesh's plan. And this time, he also told the other party about the fifth actual lord, who possessed the vampire clan's holy weapon and had a territory. Finally, after another fight, it was finally concluded. The ranking from high to low is skeleton, bat, mummy, fawn, ghost, dragon. After all, Sipesh's current level is the highest except for Ouyang Qianjin. And his professional rank is also the highest. And Ninatai is in existence that can disperse Dorothy's soul with a big dog. Even so, it was the result of the other party showing mercy. So the final ranking became like this. And Ying Weon behind the fax machine did not express any objection after seeing this distribution. He even said that they have made all preparations. Let them produce the first batch of banknotes as soon as possible. For her, being pragmatic is more important than ranking. Yes, participating is the most important thing. As for ranking, it's okay to let those guys above fight for it. Then Ouyang Qianjin talked about the change. That is, the steel coins. After all, it was a matter of setting a trap for other lords. And both Adams and Dorothy accepted it happily. Then, there is one last topic. What? What? The two looked at Ouyang Qianjin. Isn't it over once the denomination is decided? At most, they will give their magic power to Ouyang Qianjin. Is there anything else that is worth discussing with the lords of the implementation? Although I called this new currency Eternal Night Coin before, it was just for convenience. So we need to think of a name that can represent all of us. Of course, if everyone thinks it's okay, I'm okay with it. After all, the War Princess and the vampire didn't say anything. Leaning back, Ouyang Qianjin relaxed her whole body on the back of the wheelchair. It's no big deal to just get away with it. But after all, everyone is smart. As long as someone reacts later, this matter will be put on the agenda again. Instead of being pointed at by others at that time, it's better to point this out openly at the beginning of the plan. This can also improve their character in the eyes of these lords of the implementation. Increase credibility. After all, these currencies are all linked to the credibility of these lords. There is no need to lose on such a small matter of name. After hearing what Ouyang Qianjin said, the two were silent. That's true. If we continue to call it Eternal Night Coin, it's indeed a bit inappropriate. After all, this name is too specific. So the three of them discussed it. Finally, they decided to name the new currency Star Coin. Chapter 425 Microphone. Grab the microphone. Star Coin means currency of this planet. The name is good. Everyone likes it. There is nothing wrong with a name representing everyone. Okay, now that we have finished talking, let's continue the party. After dealing with all the things, Dorothy's mood finally improved a lot. So she picked up the microphone and prepared to sing. Ouyang Qianjin and Esmeralda were both shocked. In Adams's confused eyes, Esmeralda stretched out her hand and rushed to Dorothy. Microphone. Grab the microphone from that guy. Ouyang Qianjin, who was inconvenient to move, shouted and directed Lilith to rush up, just to grab the other party's microphone. For a while, the scene in the hall was in chaos. After all, no one wanted to hear that kind of disgusting voice again. Sipesh, you are so lucky that you didn't come. Ouyang Qianjin, who was sitting in a wheelchair, suddenly envied the guy who was moving. After the discussion, everyone went to their own rooms in the pyramid. I didn't expect that this skeleton lord was actually a little girl. And a little girl with inconvenient feet. Standing by the window in the room, Adams looked up at the mobile fortress in the sky and said slowly, Adams, you are discriminating by saying this. The Franklin assassin who was lying on the table like he was drunk and fell asleep was no longer drunk. Sitting on the stone table next to him, he tapped the stone table with his fingers. He drank the mineral water in his hand with a slight smile and complained about Adams. It's not discrimination. On the contrary, I admire her. With such physical condition, she can be the first on the list. This shows that she has ability. Adams turned around and looked at Franklin, shrugged and said, and I heard that Dorothy's ghost only lasted 3 seconds under Ouyang Qianjin's hands. I heard? Well, I heard it from the Stargazer. It is said that there is a video recording, but it was recovered by Dorothy. Really? Then it seems that the magic book that Dorothy gave to Ouyang Qianjin today should be the spoils after that battle. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be like this. The two analyzed Ouyang Qianjin. And then as they chatted, they expanded the scope to all the lords they met today. And that Dorothy too. Although I won the battle just now, it was only a narrow victory. That means I am still far behind Ouyang Qianjin. Really? How come these women are more powerful than each other? You saw Esmeralda. Her magic power is 5 times that of mine. She knows she is no match for her without even fighting. She is just a guy who likes to run around. Otherwise, she is no less threatening than Ouyang Qianjin. Adam sighed. No matter who it is. After meeting Ouyang Qianjin, as long as they are confident in themselves, they will want to test the gap between them. However, before they made a move, Adams already knew the gap. So instead of fighting with them, it is better to get along with them. Anyway, it seems that no one wants to attack each other. But think about it. Now everyone is busy with their own affairs. How can they care about other people's affairs? Not to mention that everyone's territories are far apart. After more than a year of settling down, humans have now entered a period of stability. Of course, he wants to seize this period of stability to rest and recuperate, and sort out some trivial matters. For example, the lords who have been resisting him. This debt of favor is very expensive. Vampire. After taking the landing craft back to his castle, Ouyang Qianjin lay in the bathtub and let out a long breath. This negotiation was completely completed without Sepesh. In order to keep the second place of this guy who cares about his ranking very much, she spent a lot of saliva and energy. This account will definitely be settled with Sepesh later. To be honest, after Sepesh moved to Tai O like this, development will definitely be smooth. After all, there is no decent threat in her territory. There are no giant dragons, no sea monsters, giant dragons, behemoths, or any other natural enemies. In addition, the territory is rich in minerals, fisheries, agriculture, and animal husbandry. There is no problem in developing it. So it is still a good deal for Ouyang Qianjin to do a favor to the other party now. Well, I'll send a fax to Sepesh later. With her eyes closed, Ouyang Qianjin floated on the water and said slowly, By the way, Lilith, how is Uncle Tail doing? Miss, after getting the magic power of several lords, Tail went to the printing office. It is said that he will use the nuclear-powered printing machine to produce a batch of currency overnight. Yeah. After all, the magic power of the main personnel has been obtained. It must be made overnight. What's more, we will leave here tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Now that everything has been settled, Ouyang Qianjin will of course leave some of the newly made coins for Ninatai before leaving. Although according to the discussion of several people, Dorothy will provide free transportation. But anyway, I am going to take a world tour next. And it is not a bad thing to make some for them to issue first. After all, I heard that some second-tier lords seem to want to unite and learn their operations. At this time, the deliberately empty gold, silver, and iron 3 materials, 2 denominations of each. A total of 6 denominations of steel coins come in handy. As long as they are spread out, I believe someone will want them. This method can be said to kill people invisibly. So the handling of this matter was handed over to Esmeralda, who was eager to watch the fun. After returning to the room, Ouyang Qianjin sent a fax to Sepesh, conveyed her hard work today. By the way, let's check where this guy is. However, what surprised Ouyang Qianjin was that Sepesh's vanguard had already arrived at the port west of Dao. After the battle, they cleared an area and started to build a port to prepare for immigrants. And Sepesh himself arrived in the middle and released the dark forest. I have to say that this guy's actions are really fast. It's only been a few days. It seems that he turned into a bat a lot when he was at sea. When Ouyang Qianjin thought of Sepesh turning into a bat and flying against the wind and waves at sea, he wanted to laugh. But fortunately, Sepesh was not the kind of guy who didn't admit it. After learning that Ouyang Qianjin helped him keep the 50 denomination in the middle, he promised to give her 500,000 intermediate or low-level vampire blood later. Chapter 426 Show-Off. I didn't expect that after getting the holy object. The number of vampires from 100,000 to 500,000 in just a few days. It must be said that it is really convenient to have such a thing in hand. But it is convenient. But what if the combat power collapses? Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but worry about this friend. After the report was completed, Ouyang Qianjin, who had obtained 500,000 vampire blood, went to bed contentedly. But after going to bed, she was not in a hurry to sleep. Instead, She placed all the 5 undead magic books in her hand on the bed. Animal skin scrolls, books, stone tablets, and so on. A whole row. It looks quite spectacular. Or it is quite rich. After all, magic books are a minority even in equipment. For magicians, more people use magic daggers, magic wands, and the like. Of course, there are also people like Esmeralda who use magic jewelry purely. Although it seems that magic books are hard to come by. Both Ninatai and Adams actually have extra magic books of other series. Only Ouyang Qianjin is a weirdo. In order to strengthen her soul and mental power, it is convenient to use life absorption. In addition, the magic books of the undead system have another advantage, which is that they can increase the number of skills of her summons. That is, the skeletons. Now she has 5 books, plus the original ones. The skeletons under Ouyang Qianjin now have nearly 10 skills in total. According to Sebastian's classification, the skeletons under her are close to intermediate mages or warriors. But this is not enough. Although the skeleton's specialty lies in quantity, it would be better if some quality could be added to quantity. After admiring her collection list for a while, Ouyang Qianjin asked the maid to put them back on her wheelchair, and then fell asleep. The next day, when Ouyang Qianjin woke up, she returned to the pyramid with a ship of currency made last night. Today, even Ninatai, who went out to upgrade, got the news and came back. The 4 lords couldn't wait to see the product of the Starcoin project they participated in. So they got up early and came to the hall to wait. When a group of skeletons in armor carried hundreds of boxes of star coins into the hall, the first thing these guys paid attention to was not the newly made star coins, but the armor on the skeletons and the weapons on their waists. Skeleton, do you want to sell these armor and weapons? The first guy to jump out was Adams. Unlike Dorothy, the ghost, although most of his subordinates are liches who make a living by magic, there are also some ghost riders and a large number of low-level zombies, or the people of the territory. Armor, weapons, these things needed for close combat have always been a headache for him. Although mines have been discovered in his territory and mined smoothly, but the manufacturing process and performance are completely incomparable to those of the skeletons under Ouyang Qianjin. At most, they can withstand the basic blows of swords. If he can get these weapons and armor from Ouyang Qianjin, it will undoubtedly increase the combat effectiveness of his subordinates. I want to buy some too. Dorothy on the side also came up and leaned over to look at the armor on the skeleton and said, although she and her men are ghosts and have no entity, they really don't need these things. But it's still good to buy some to study. After all, from the eyes of identification, these armors can not only absorb physical attacks, but also absorb magical attacks. I just don't know if they can absorb mental attacks and soul attacks. So I need to buy some to study. In addition, both Ninatai and Franklin are more concerned about these things. So everyone finally looked at Ouyang Qianjin. Hey, you guys, you are here to check and hand over star coins today. So don't stare at other people's things. Just come and take a look at the star coins. While complaining, Ouyang Qianjin asked the skeleton to open the lid of the wooden box. Take out all the printed star coins inside. Don't talk about useless things. Just tell me whether you want to sell or not. That's right. If it's just moving things, a skeleton without armor can also move them. You are here to show off with such a grand appearance. Esmeralda on the side said softly to fan the flames. This sentence instantly woke everyone up. That's right. If it's just moving things, what can't be moved? Even if you ask the orcs under Ninatai to move them, it won't be a problem. But Ouyang Qianjin insisted on letting the skeleton wear armor and weapons on his waist. Isn't this just to show off? Why show off? Apart from the face issue. I'm afraid that's the only reason. Sell, sell, sell. Make a list later, and I'll have someone make it. And I have to tell you in advance that these equipment are very expensive. Ouyang Qianjin, who was originally here to advertise, curled her lips and said, as if she didn't care. In fact, she was already very happy in her heart. After getting Ouyang Qianjin's clear answer, everyone was also very happy. It can be said that everyone has a bright future. Then they began to look at the star coins that were made. It's just like what the skeleton said. You can feel the magic of different people on each denomination. Although both the design and manufacturing were handed over to Ouyang Qianjin. But except for the 100 denomination star coins, which are Ouyang Qianjin's, other denominations have their own magic. Although it's just a trace. It's enough for anti-counterfeiting identification. But if we draw out the magic, will our magic really dissipate? Holding the star coin with his own portrait printed on it, Adams asked a question that everyone would ask as a matter of course. Why don't you try it? After all, seeing is believing. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. Ouyang Qianjin is confident in Tails' technology. After all, these technologies are mature technologies that have been verified many times. What's more, the technical concept was provided by her. After hearing what Ouyang Qianjin said, Dorothy took the star coin from Adams and extracted it. After all, if you extract your own magic, you can't verify it. So it's most important for others to extract it. And it's better to see the effect if someone who is also a real lord extracts it. After all, everyone is at the same level. And the confinement, storage, and even plunder of magic are definitely better than others. If even they can't save the magic on the banknotes, then there's no need to worry about others doing it. Chapter 427 Leave. As Dorothy extracted Adams's little bit of magic from the star coin, everyone saw a layer of light pink magic on Dorothy's hand surrounding the little bit of gray magic. Anyone with a little vision could see that this was some kind of skill of Dorothy. But more could not be seen, even if they used detection magic. It was a kind of hidden skill, and it was a very advanced one. It can only be said that everyone has their own unique skills. But even so, the gray magic gradually dissipated under the encirclement of Dorothy's magic. No! It should be said that it was assimilated. It turned from gray to pink. This surprised Dorothy. This is, whoever extracts the magic power will eventually enter the decay period, then erase the mark of the Lord, and then assimilate into the magic power of the person who extracted it. How about it? Isn't this a great idea? After saying this, Ouyang Qianjin raised her chin with a little pride. But her words had a different meaning when heard by the others. After everyone tried to extract the magic power from the 100 denomination star coin, they got the same answer. It will really be assimilated. Even the magic power of Ouyang Qianjin, the big brother of the list for thousands of years, is the same. Good guy. When did Ouyang Qianjin master such a powerful technology? That's right. What they care about is not the star coins themselves, but the technology behind the star coins. Although Ouyang Qianjin said that this is anti-counterfeiting technology, but everyone knows that under the disguise of anti-counterfeiting, these technologies can actually erase the existence of their respective marks. It can be said that even the guy in Dorothy's territory, who had developed magic mechanics a long time ago, did not have this technology. How did Ouyang Qianjin do it? Dorothy couldn't figure it out. In fact, if you don't go to Ouyang Qianjin's territory and see the development of magic technology in her territory, no one would know how much magic technology Ouyang Qianjin has now. Compared with magic technology, magic mechanics is the foundation. It was the direction that Tai Le had been researching when he was in Black Cat Paradise. However, unlike Dorothy's research direction, Tai Le mainly studies large machinery, such as mobile fortresses, magic generators, etc. That's why it lags behind Dorothy's territory in communication, mobility, etc. In addition, all the scientific and technological researchers obtained in the previous Science and Technology Park were sent by Ouyang Qianjin to study the magic technology developed on the basis of Tai Le's theory. So in the eyes of outsiders, Ouyang Qianjin's technology is so super standard. Ah! Just when everyone was shocked by Ouyang Qianjin's skills, Dorothy exclaimed. Everyone looked and found that the star coins in the other party's hands were slowly dissipating into slag. Then the star coins in the hands of Ninatai, Esmeralda, Adams, and Franklin were all like this. There are many secrets in the production of star coins themselves. So in order to prevent people from counterfeiting, splitting, and researching, when each star coin is made, this kind of forbidden spell is also added. Ouyang Qianjin introduced it briefly. Just kidding. Not to mention the paper used. The spider silk and ink alone are not something that can be told to outsiders. Although the Bat of Teepish already knows it. Very thoughtful. Looking at the star coin that was broken into pieces, and then dissipated until there was no fragment left. Adams and other guys nodded. Agreed with this statement. It was indeed very thoughtful. So thoughtful that even they couldn't find anything. Just a little discouraged. Although they did not deny that there were people with special talents who might destroy this thoughtfulness. But if such a person really wanted to take action, then the only thing left for him was to become a wanted person by the Seven Lords. No one would take this seriously. After all, There were 5 actual lords. And one guy whose magic power alone was comparable to that of an actual lord. There was also a dragon blood battle girl who had not been added, but was also one of the original 12 lords, and was recognized by Ouyang Qianjin. So it was naturally unique. Putting these 7 people together, I believe that there should be very few people who dare to offend them. Speaking of skeletons, how is your hunting going? After roughly understanding the situation of the star coins, Nanatai asked Ouyang Qianjin. The hunting ended as early as yesterday. Ouyang Qianjin shrugged. After all, 1,000,000 people were sent out, and the corpses and other things recovered also included centaur skeletons. So in the face of absolute numbers, it only took Ouyang Qianjin 4 or 5 days to finish the affairs of Ninatai's territory. Since the affairs here are dealt with, let's go to my territory, Dorothy said on the side. She had long been unable to tolerate the things in her territory. Now she had not only gotten rid of a lot of burdens, but also exchanged these burdens for a strong foreign aid to help her. In any case, it would be best if it could be completed as soon as possible. Indeed, the things here have been dealt with almost. So let's go to the next stop. With a smile, after receiving the shopping list handed over by Ninatai, Ouyang Qianjin waved goodbye to Dorothy, Adams and others and Ninatai. With her own flying tool, she got on the landing craft and went to Ouyang Qianjin's moving castle. Speaking of which, I didn't expect that the 2 of you actually drove a motorcycle here. Should I say it's wild or impatient? Looking at the 2 steampunk-style machines that looked like motorcycles but had no wheels, she said. This is a toy that my territory has just developed. It's called an airship. It uses air as power. It's fast, cool, and fun. If you are interested, skeleton, I can give you one to play with, Adam said with a smile. Forget it. With my physical condition, playing with this kind of thing is just a waste of time. Ouyang Qianjin looked at the flat air inlet and outlet of the motorcycle, which were probably used to compress the air, and shook her head to reject Adam's joke. A newly developed thing is given to someone, and a disabled person at that. You have bad intentions. Ouyang Qianjin curled her lips. While Ouyang Qianjin was watching the airship, Franklin was also watching Dorothy's stage. Undoubtedly, both are an application of magic mechanics. It's just that the expression methods are different. One is more cyberpunk, and the other is more steampunk. It can be said that both have their own characteristics. At least Ouyang Qianjin thinks it's great. Maybe she should also start to research and develop magic mechanics. After all, she has fallen behind others in this regard. Just treat it as a technology competition. Chapter 428 Dark Elves. Ding! Ding! Roar! Ah! Under the dark sky, a group of agile humanoid creatures are launching a sneak attack on another group of humanoid creatures with flames on their bodies. This group of agile, leather-armored, and well-built humanoid monsters are holding. They have snow-white hair. Some have slightly black skin, and some have bronze skin. Dark elves. This is the general name for this group of black-skinned and agile humanoid creatures. It is also the general name for the elves that Ouyang Qianjin resurrected from Dorothy's territory. Now, they are quickly harvesting a group of demons with flames hanging on their tails or in their hands. Some of these demons have a triangle on each shoulder, and some have an extra one on their foreheads. 2-star demons, 3-star demons, although they look much more advanced than 1-star demons. But under the rapid interweaving attacks of this group of dark elves, there is no power to fight back at all. And in the swamp on the other side, a group of nagas without legs, walking on long snake tails, with 6 hands and weapons in each hand, were also fighting with several giants. Fighting with them were sirens with human heads, human bodies and wings on their backs, and behemoths that were 5 or 6 meters tall. Physical attack, mental attack, with the two complementing each other. The giants that were more than 10 or 20 meters tall could not do anything to them for a while. Sirens and dark elves were all races that Ouyang Qianjin obtained from Dorothy's territory. And nagas were unexpected gains found on the way to attack the siren on the coastline. Just like the lizardmen in the city, she encountered a naga tribe, Ouyang Qianjin, who found it interesting, also resurrected it. After resurrection, these races not only had a significant increase in physical fitness, even their skin color became a little darker. However, this chocolate style also has a unique taste. So after landing in Adam's territory, Ouyang Qianjin quickly asked them to start hunting. Of course. In addition, Ouyang Qianjin also harvested tens of thousands of fish skeletons. Although compared with the soldiers of other races at hand, the number of tens of thousands of skeletons is not enough in front of the number of hundreds of thousands or millions of people. But Ouyang Qianjin did not forget his roots. He knew what he relied on to make a fortune. Not to mention the loyalty of 100% or even 10,000%. The fact that the skeletons will not be affected by morale is enough for Ouyang Qianjin to regard them as his greatest reliance. I didn't expect these races to be so strong. Sitting in the garden of the moving castle, Ouyang Qianjin opened her dark eyes and muttered while watching the battle below. Originally, after arriving, Adams wanted Ouyang Qianjin to go to his villa for a stroll. But Ouyang Qianjin, who was eager to go home, refused this proposal. Just kidding. If I follow you, you might be able to do something weird for me. For example, ask me to help conquer several lords in North and South America. In fact, after leaving Dorothy's territory, Adams mentioned this matter more than once. But because the price could not be negotiated, Ouyang Qianjin refused. Of course, the reason for the refusal is also because of an important reason. That is, she did not upgrade. That's right. She was now at level 99 and could not upgrade. Even if she killed so many races, her final level still remained at level 99. There was no progress at all. This made Ouyang Qianjin feel a little bit of crisis. Just like when she was at level 19. She was stuck. This is not a good phenomenon. After all, the reason why she was stuck at level 19 was because she had to wait until the dungeon was opened. Now at level 99, she dared not think about what she would have to wait for. It can't be a small fight in the dungeon. That would be too embarrassing. But if not, it would be even more troublesome. Because in Ouyang Qianjin's opinion, there are very few things more troublesome than the dungeon. Especially the last Lord battle. Although she did gain a lot in the end. But as far as the original intention of the Lord battle is concerned, it can't be said to be friendly at all. Let alone anything else. Of the 12 lords at the beginning, 6 died. Not counting those who resurrected themselves. Which is half of the total. Even so, it was because 2 of them were self-aware or did not participate for various reasons. In short, in Ouyang Qianjin's mind, the fact that she was stuck at level 99 was a signal in itself. The person behind this was probably holding back something big. Wasn't he? If this was the case, it would be fun. But it would definitely be full of huge unknown risks. That's why Ouyang Qianjin wanted to go back earlier. And then find a way to strengthen the strength in his hands. After all, the 5 magic books of the dead have enhanced her to a whole new level. The rest is not only the enhancement of her subordinates. But then again, Adams's clock city is really interesting. There is a steam style everywhere. And there is even a huge gear-shaped clock in the center of the city. It can be said that it is a city that has brought the mechanical style to the extreme. And the city that has also brought it to the extreme is Dorothy's Sci-Fi in 07. When she went to this city, Ouyang Qianjin also asked the other party what the meaning of in 07 was. However, the other party's answer was just there is no special meaning. It is simply simple and not simple. Giving people a sense of power. In this regard, Ouyang Qianjin can only say that everyone has their own pursuit. At least, from the ghosts flying everywhere, the laser lights shooting everywhere, 3D projections, neon lights, etc. The sense of technology is indeed very strong. In comparison, Ouyang Qianjin's city that never sleeps and Ninetai's pyramid are fantasy cities full of retro style. It's just that one is a fairy tale fantasy city with leisure and entertainment facilities such as water parks, amusement parks, opera houses, baths, hotels, etc. The other is a fantasy city that focuses on majesty, nostalgia, and handicrafts. In short, each city has its own characteristics. I just don't know what kind of changes that Guide Sepesh will make to the castle after moving to Taiyou. But when I think of vampires, Ouyang Qianjin thinks that it will probably not be too ordinary. Your Majesty, the demons on this side have been dealt with. And now we are starting to clear out the 4-star demons in the depths. Although Corius and Gaviria's attacks on giants are effective, it is still difficult to kill them. I plan to dispatch some people from the elves to help. Well, then continue. And report any problems in time. Chapter 429 The 5 Newly Harvested Tribes. The speaker is Margaret, the current leader of the Night Elves, and the former leader of the Forest Elves. This is a female elf with bronze skin. She claims to be over 200 years old. She is the oldest leader among the former forest elves. Ouyang Qianjin may not know about other things, but if it is a battle in the forest and darkness, Margaret can even catch up with Sebastian in terms of command ability and pure combat power. I have to say that I have gained another general who can charge into battle. As for Corius and Gaviria mentioned by Margaret, one is the leader of the Naga tribe, and the other is the leader of the Siren tribe. Although they are not as powerful as Margaret in combat power, they are also good at fighting. Especially Corius, a male Naga. At that time, he used about 10,000 tribesmen to beat more than 20,000 undead in his hands. The 1-to-2 exchange ratio surprised Ouyang Qianjin. You know, in order to ensure that there is no chance of error, Ouyang Qianjin, who was like a lion fighting a rabbit, directly used 100,000 people to fight. So she let the two become Margaret's subordinates to help Margaret fight. As Ouyang Qianjin had more and more troops, it can be said that there was an abnormal shortage of commanders. At most, there were only 3 people in her hands: Sebastian, Shuemonqi, and Kobayakawa Daisuke. Among them, Shuemonqi and Kobayakawa Daisuke were just apprentices because they had just come into contact with this kind of large-scale command and operation. If you really count, there was only Sebastian. So for the arrival of such a commander who can command a large-scale war. Of course, in addition to them, there are also the chief of the Dark Snake Men, Tanamai, and the chief of the Hell Centaurs, Tanbek. 3 of them came at once. Let Ouyang Qianjin instantly feel what happiness is. So there is the idea of letting them play freely this time. After all, when I command, I rely on wisdom and strategy in most cases. Although the undead and the like will be resurrected after death. But in the middle, it is inevitable that some of them will not be able to be resurrected due to serious defects. So, if someone can work hard on such details, it will be a pleasure for Ouyang Qianjin. And now, just the battles with 2-star and 3-star demons that Ouyang Qianjin observed just now are very frequent. These dark elves, under the blessing of Dark Sky Curtain, are like assassins who come and go without a shadow in the night. It only took about 2 hours for more than 20,000 people to annihilate the demon army of about 50,000. Ouyang Qianjin never thought that her skills would actually have a bonus for her race. This must be said to be a major discovery. However, now that she doesn't even need to use her brain to fight, there is only one thing she can do: collect the corpses of those demons. With a big wave of her hand, Ouyang Qianjin immediately went to the landing craft and prepared to land. After all, this is the only fun now. Oh! The skeleton mage I dreamed of. Finally got it. Looking at the skeletons transformed from the corpses of demons in front of her, Ouyang Qianjin danced with joy, her face full of satisfaction. That's right. This time, Ouyang Qianjin fully learned the lesson from the last time. She did not resurrect these demons, but transformed them into skeletons. On the one hand, if the demons are resurrected, she will have a lot more mouths to feed. Before the land in Jingzhou and the northern city sea is fully developed, there is not much food for these guys. On the other hand, she also wants to add some skeletons. After all, with the blessing of 5 magic books, she now has the quota to summon hundreds of thousands of skeletons. And before, in addition to skeleton warriors, she also had skeleton archers. Although the attack power is still strong, these guys are all physical attacks without exception. Now with the blessing of the skeleton mage, I believe that the battle will be smoother in the future. It can also combine more interesting fighting methods. What surprised Ouyang Qianjin was that in addition to various magic attack guys among these demon skeletons, there are also mental attack guys. Although I don't know what demon they were transformed from. But these more than 5,000 spiritual demon skeletons made Ouyang Qianjin overjoyed. Although Ouyang Qianjin now has millions of troops, there are not many who can actually carry out spiritual attacks. There are only some of the undead, such as dark warlocks and necromancers. There are also the dark snakemen tribe that have just been harvested from the territory of Ninatai. As for the nether wolf, it is the only subordinate who can use soul attacks. Therefore, every subordinate who can carry out spiritual or soul attacks is very precious to Ouyang Qianjin. Now that more than 5,000 demon skeletons that can perform mental attacks have appeared, how can Ouyang Qianjin not be happy? 5,000 out of 50,000. This ratio of 10 to 1 has to be said to be very high. However, in Ouyang Qianjin's opinion, it should be normal for demons to perform mental attacks. Right? Or is it that the higher the star level of the demon, the more likely it is to perform mental attacks? Well, it is not impossible. After all, when I was in Black Cat Paradise before, I killed low-level demons of 1 and 2 stars. This level of demon can be easily killed after I reach level 50. From this point of view alone, Ouyang Qianjin is very much looking forward to Margaret's elimination of 3 and 4 stars. After all, if the higher the level, the more skeletons of this kind can be born. Ouyang Qianjin doesn't even want to revive any demons, all transformed into skeletons that can perform mental attacks to enrich the attack diversity of his subordinates. This has to be said to be the best formation. That's it. Ouyang Qianjin stayed in Adam's New World territory for a full 5 days. After destroying most of the giants, hydras and demons, he handed over the star coins that belonged to Adams and left here, heading towards his own territory. This world tour to find a partner finally came to a successful conclusion. Of course, with the help of Dorothy's high-speed iron bird, Sepesh's share had already been delivered to her, and what was sent back was the promised 500,000 portions of low and medium-level vampire blood. It was still in a bottle of 500 milliliters. In order to transport 500,000 portions of blood, 2 high-speed iron birds were scrapped. But this was not Ouyang Qianjin's business. And Sepesh, the vampire, needed to compensate. In response, Ouyang Qianjin said, "Who told you not to negotiate?" And Sepesh's answer was also very interesting, because Ninatai was there. Chapter 430, the so-called kingly demeanor. Isn't that just a style? I don't know what happened between the two of them. There was a life and death atmosphere. But Ouyang Qianjin felt that there was something unknown in it. There was a distance limit for brain calls. This limit was roughly within the coverage of the dark sky. When the mobile castle moved to a place about 1,000 kilometers away from Jingzhou, it finally contacted Shuemonchi, Kobayakawa Daisuke, and others who were waiting in Hokkaido. Before leaving Ninatai's territory, Ouyang Qianjin sent a fax to them to attack and plow the Sakura Kingdom from west to east. Then let people gather the corpses in several places, so that it would be convenient for him to revive them when he came back. The reason for resurrection was nothing else. In addition to increasing his own population, of course, he also wanted to find some talents that would be beneficial to the development of his own territory. Now that they have arrived in Hokkaido, it means that the Sakura Kingdom has been cleared. The only ones left in the surrounding area are the Rakshasas in the northeast and north. To be frank, there is no force or individual around Jingzhou that can threaten Ouyang Qianjin. Even Ying Weiyang's huge population base cannot produce an existence that can threaten her. This situation is the most comfortable for Ouyang Qianjin. Mississippi. After arriving at the place where Shuemonchi and others were waiting, Ouyang Qianjin asked the landing craft to pick them up from the ground. Met Ouyang Qianjin in the castle. At this time, Ouyang Qianjin was wearing a dark blue and golden Gothic dress, sitting on the skull throne in the audience room in the castle. It looked very formal. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin did not have these airs in front of her own people. After all, there is no sense of accomplishment in pretending in front of her own people. However, Margaret insisted on doing so. The temperament of a king comes from the inside out. Although your majesty has great power, his noble and graceful aura is unquestionable. But the king needs to have the demeanor of a king. If your majesty is just a princess or a noble, it is not a bad thing to be approachable. But your majesty is your majesty, the king. So when it is time to show the style of a king, no matter if there are outsiders around, you need to show your style appropriately. Although after serving for this period of time, I also know that your majesty likes the atmosphere of freedom. But at least in formal places, please show your demeanor as a king a little bit. This is Margaret's original words. Lilith, the maid who was standing by and serving Miss Ouyang, nodded repeatedly. Lilith felt a headache when she thought of Miss Ouyang's willful personality, who liked to play tricks. Although she was approachable and easy to talk to, she didn't have the slightest kingly demeanor. Lilith had pointed this out many times before. However, she was not as comprehensive as Margaret in terms of expression. So she was not taken seriously at all, and was cleverly fooled every time. But this time, with Margaret, a powerful foreign aid, Lilith also planned to take advantage of the victory. So after Margaret, Lilith also gave Ouyang Qianjin a lot of suggestions. For example, the communication between nobles, being looked down upon for being kind, and so on. Ouyang Qianjin nodded repeatedly after hearing this. After thinking about it for a while, Ouyang Qianjin gradually understood what the two meant by what they said. After all, they are the superiors, the people standing at the top of the world. When necessary, show your kingly demeanor to better show your existence. No! Say it more directly. This is the only way to maintain your own style. Yes. That's it. The kingly demeanor. Isn't it referring to something like style? As a king's style, you need to show it from time to time. That's right. Ouyang Qianjin explained Margaret's kingly demeanor as style. But think about it. Ouyang Qianjin's explanation seems to be nothing wrong. So Ouyang Qianjin adopted the opinions of Margaret and Lilith. Although other people at the same level as other lords of the actual installation did not care about this. In fact, because they were so approachable and easy to talk to with each other, there was no major conflict. But it was inevitable that there would be people gossiping behind their backs. For example, those guys in the second echelon who envied and hated them. Don't look at Ouyang Qianjin like this. In fact, this kind of people is the kind of people she hates the most. In fact, even if the plan has begun to be implemented and the star coins are slowly spreading, these guys are still trying to stop it. They even issued other currencies to circulate in their own territories to counter the star coins. But Ouyang Qianjin basically did not intervene in their affairs. After all, these guys were far away from Ouyang Qianjin's territory and could not cause any trouble to Ouyang Qianjin. So the things against these guys were basically done by other Western lords. Let's not talk about these little things first. After agreeing with Margaret and Lilith's opinions, Ouyang Qianjin looked at Margaret. Compared with Lilith, a professional maid, as a former forest elf, Margaret's words surprised Ouyang Qianjin. Margaret, you seem to know a lot about this kind of royal family. Yes, Your Majesty. When I was out for training, I served as a legion commander in a certain empire, and later served as a court lecturer in a certain kingdom. Looking at Ouyang Qianjin, who was sitting in a wheelchair at the time, Margaret gently stroked her chest and said politely. When Ouyang Qianjin heard Margaret say this, he was also stunned. I never thought that I would not only pick up a guy with military experience and talent. This guy even served as a court lecturer. This is a great harvest. But perhaps it is precisely because of this that Margaret has been calling Ouyang Qianjin Your Majesty since her resurrection, instead of the miss emphasized by Ouyang Qianjin. It is also because Ouyang Qianjin accepted the opinions of the two that she sat in the audience room, even including the landing craft to pick up the two before. Miss, these people are. Looking at the three people standing under the jade steps, Shui Manchi and Kobayakawa Daisuke, who came to the audience, were a little confused. Well, Lilith, introduce them. Ouyang Qianjin nodded slightly, and then asked Lilith to introduce them. There is no way. As a secretary, Li Taiying is not here now. In order to talk less and look more, Ouyang Qianjin can only let Lilith, who knows these people, introduce them. This is the style. It's the temperament of a king. Well, although it's a bit uncomfortable to hold back from talking, at least I persevered. Chapter 431, He is an interesting person. Ouyang Qianjin, who felt a little great, rested her face on her hands and smiled with her eyes closed. Lilith and Margaret, who were standing by, nodded slightly after seeing Ouyang Qianjin like this. Obviously, she was very satisfied with Ouyang Qianjin's king performance just now. Then, Lilith introduced Margaret and others according to Ouyang Qianjin's wishes. This is Margaret, the leader of the Dark Elves under Your Majesty, the chief officer of the military department appointed by Your Majesty. That is, the position of Marshal. This is Corius, the leader of the Dark Naga under Your Majesty, and the commander of the Left Guard appointed by Your Majesty. This is Gavitia, the leader of the Dark Siren under Your Majesty, and the commander of the flying team appointed by Your Majesty. This time, Ouyang Qianjin ran 3 territories. But there are only 3 intelligent races that have been resurrected in the true sense. Moreover, they were all resurrected in Dorothy's territory, which made Ouyang Qianjin feel a little strange. Although Dorothy's territory is not small. But after all, there are so many intelligent races crowded in. This alone makes Ouyang Qianjin confused. After all, the cooperation between intelligent races is no joke. And the elves, Nagas, and Sirens, 3 races are placed in one place. Which is a very strange thing no matter how you think about it. Right? As for the races in Ninatai and Adams' territory, they are either wild beasts or inhumane races. So they were all transformed into skeletons by Ouyang Qianjin. Although it is a bit regrettable. But it must be said that this is the best choice Ouyang Qianjin can make now. In addition to the need for the profession of skeleton mage, there are also tall and strong giant skeletons to satisfy their vanity. The most important reason is the one I have mentioned before. That is food. Although Ouyang Qianjin's territory is very large, the black soil of J City and C City has basically been occupied by her and has become her own plantation. But this also needs to consider the needs of millions of people under her. Demons, giants, these are all big consumers. It is best to turn into skeletons and become her subordinates. After listening to Lilith's introduction, the two people under the jade steps looked at the bronze-skinned Margaret with a little surprise. Although the two of them did not know that the female elf in front of them was the former Legion commander of the Empire. But just from the breath emanating from the other party, they knew that the other party had 3 strong men. And the kind of strong men who are much stronger than the two of them. Although I don't know why they are from the elves. From the prefix in front of them, I can see that these 3 people are the harvest of the eldest lady's resurrection from somewhere. So I didn't say anything. Just half knelt on the ground and looked at Ouyang Qianjin. They also found that after more than a month, the eldest lady seemed to have changed. She used to be very casual and approachable. But now, there is an air of superiority in her gestures. It makes people dare not look directly at her. It's very strange. Speaking of which, you two have been fighting for Jingzhou before. But you don't have a formal position yet. I believe that the battles during this period have also given you some experience in leading the army. Right? That's perfect. Kobayakawa Daisuke will be appointed as the leader of the Vanguard Army. Shuemonchi as the leader of the Right Guard Army. Each leading 500,000 undead. In addition, you can ask Margaret about your experience in commanding operations. Ouyang Qianjin said with his hands resting on his head and looking at the two people half kneeling below. Squinting his eyes. The two have been leading troops outside since they came to Jingzhou. Whether it is the elimination of demons in the central part of the territory or the elimination of Kimchi Country and Sakura Country, it is basically done by the two of them. Ouyang Qianjin basically didn't bother anything about this. They discussed it. Just like what I said before. Now that they can appear in Hokkaido at the scheduled time, it means that both Kimchi Country and Sakura Country have been cleared out by them. From this point alone, it can be seen that they have accumulated a lot of combat and command experience on the battlefield. Although they may not be able to command hundreds of thousands of people. But now I have Margaret, the former head of the Imperial Army, under my command. Having an experience package is better than figuring it out on your own. Right? As for Sebastian? Of course he'll be an instructor. Not everyone can kill an infected vampire queen with just sword skills. Yes, Mississippi. Being granted a formal position doesn't really matter to Shuemonchi and Kobayakawa Daisuke. They are generals with real power anyway. But having a formal position means that from now on, the military department of Jingzhou, which was originally in a mess and Ouyang Qianjin did whatever she wanted, has been improved. At least they don't have to temporarily transfer personnel every time they go out to fight. After all, to be precise, there is no professional army in Jingzhou. Everyone is at the same level and has similar skills. It's just that some people yearn to charge into battle, and some people yearn for rural life. That's all. But now with this military department, the army can be regularized and professionalized. But they didn't expect the army to be tens of millions of people at the beginning. The two of them together have an army of 1 million. If the other two generals add up, wouldn't it be 2 or 3 million? If you don't count those guys who were just wiped out and the young lady hasn't had time to revive, then this number is basically the point where everyone is a soldier. But since the young lady said so, let's go to Margaret, the marshal, to discuss the details of the military department later. Speaking of which, did you meet any talents that can make people shine during the recruitment this time? The recruitment mentioned by Ouyang Qianjin, of course, refers to the work of clearing. After all, those people can become immortals after resurrection. So in a sense, the word recruit is used very accurately. After dealing with those small things, Ouyang Qianjin asked the question she wanted to know most now. After all, in addition to increasing the population, the most important thing for this cleanup is to find that kind of special talent. So Ouyang Qianjin is very concerned about this. Although I'm not sure what kind of talent the young lady needs. If it's interesting, I've met one. Wow! Tell me. Ouyang Qianjin raised her eyebrows at Shuemonchi's answer. Interesting. This is what she wants. This is what she wants. After all, If it's just the same ability, how boring it is. Rare. Interesting. Fun. Ouyang Qianjin has no resistance to these words. Chapter 432, Gun Master Tokariv. We found this man in Hokkaido. He is a Rakshasa with a hidden profession, Gun Master. Gun Master? Is there any difference between him and Franklin S. Gun Master? Unlike Franklin S. attacking profession, this Gun Master belongs to a branch of the mechanical master like Uncle Tail, or an advanced profession, mainly engaged in the production and use of guns and cannons. I see. That's really interesting. Go and bring the person or the corpse up. After listening to Shui Manchi's statement, Ouyang Qianjin nodded in understanding. Then he ordered Shui Manchi to bring the interesting guy he mentioned. It doesn't matter even if it's a corpse. After all, she can revive these guys. It's better to say that the corpse is better. No need to kill again. So troublesome. Not long after, Shui Manchi had someone carry a seriously injured guy to Ouyang Qianjin's throne. Okay. I still have to take the trouble to do it again. Miss, it's this guy. I know it at a glance. Ouyang Qianjin rolled his eyes at Shui Manchi, who seemed to be asking for credit. This guy used to be a hero. Why has he become so weak now? Can't he just kill him and then bring him up? Could it be that after death, being resurrected, there will be a decrease in intelligence? Touching his chin, Ouyang Qianjin felt that this was possible. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why Shui Manchi is like this. Shui Manchi, why is this guy so badly injured? Ouyang Qianjin asked Shui Manchi curiously. After all, he was very clear about the abilities of his subordinates. Although the undead's expedition was not as serious as leaving no grass behind, it was basically leaving no one alive. After all, they all knew that there was a young lady behind them who could cover for them. So basically, they would not leave such people alive. That's right. Ouyang Qianjin was curious about the fact that this guy was still alive. When we attacked a factory, this guy didn't run away and was hit by the falling machinery. When we rushed to rescue him, he was already like this. As he said that, Shui Manchi squatted down and lifted the cloth covering the seriously injured man. Ouyang Qianjin saw that the entire lower body was crushed, and the upper body wounds barely stopped bleeding after treatment. Good guy. So it was because he didn't run away. Obviously, the battles of the undead are basically impossible to be silent. When the battle broke out in the front, he should have been able to hear it in the factory behind. In the end, this guy didn't run away. He was even hit by something falling? Shame. It's a shame for a professional. After all, he is a body-strengthening being. How can he be so weak? Or is he ignoring the outside world because of research or production? Ouyang Qianjin thought that the guy who was still smelling of motor oil before he was about to die should be the latter? Name. Nodding, Ouyang Qianjin looked at the seriously injured Rakshasa on the ground and said slowly, "How can I describe this man's appearance? It's just like the stereotype of Rakshasa in Ouyang Qianjin's mind. He looks rough and fierce, and has a strong and powerful body. He has so many beards on his face that they almost cover his facial features. It is obvious that he has not been groomed for a long time. And the smell from the black stains on his beard can be smelled even by Ouyang Qianjin, who is sitting on the throne more than 10 meters away. It is engine oil. This guy has applied engine oil. Just like this guy Tail. It seems that he should also be a technician. This is very good. And it meets the requirements of the talent that Ouyang Qianjin needs. From this point of view, this gun master is closer to a life profession than a combat profession. Of course, the premise is that he will, like Uncle Tail, put most of his skills on research and production. If he puts them on attack skills, then it should be about the same as Franklin. However, I have never seen such a person on the level ranking list. This is enough to show that the other party did not point to attack skills like Franklin, but to research skills. Toka. Reef. AST. No need to say. Just call me Toka Reef. It's too long for me to remember. Ouyang Qianjin waved her hand. Names don't matter. The reason why I asked is just to improve my status. You see, Sebastian didn't remember the other person's original name at all. Now you have two choices. One is to die slowly like this, and the other is to die quickly, and then be resurrected by me, as a servant to continue your research and development. As she said, Ouyang Qianjin opened her arms. Although the undead resurrected by Ouyang Qianjin are absolutely loyal, there is no need to say these words. So the reason is the same as before. Also to improve the prestige. After all, the other party is such a seriously injured person who is about to die. Asking or not asking is not much different. Just want to show off. But you really don't say it. Compared with the previous kind of straightforward killing and then resurrecting, it seems that the prestige is really much higher. Well, as expected, the advice given by people who have been court lecturers and those who have been professional maids for nobles is different. Turning her head slightly, Ouyang Qianjin looked at Lilith and Margaret and winked playfully to show satisfaction. But Lilith and Margaret were a little confused. Don't understand what Ouyang Qianjin means. If they knew that Ouyang Qianjin completely misunderstood their meaning, I don't know if they would cry at that time. Second. I choose. Second. Tokarev said weakly. Although he didn't hear the first words clearly, he heard the words of the queen sitting on the throne. Continue to study. There is nothing more beautiful than this. So, without hesitation, he immediately chose the second one. Very good. You will be honored for your choice in the future. Ouyang Qianjin smiled calmly. She said it. She said it. I will be honored for your choice and so on. This is too high-end. Don't look at Ouyang Qianjin's calm appearance now. In fact, her heart has been in turmoil. After all, it is such a shameful, but very high-end middle school line, which she has never tried before. No, to be precise, she said such words in the ward. She talked to the characters on the screen like this. But it's different now. She said this in front of real people, and these people are her subordinates. It's impossible to say that she is not ashamed. But she held back. She held back and didn't blush. Chapter 433, If the Castle Had Heavy Artillery. So that's it. Is this the feeling of showing off in front of your subordinates? Ouyang Qianjin closed his eyes and thought. How to describe this feeling? A little shy. But it's really cool. Look! Look at the expressions of these guys now. Whether it's the chest or the back, they are straighter than before. Are you proud? Are you proud of being able to serve yourself? Ha ha ha. Really. This feeling is really cool. Although it's not so cool. But it is undeniable that this way of showing off seems possible. Could it be that my second-year soul has finally awakened? This, I don't know if it's good or bad. But it feels very comfortable anyway. As for other things, who cares so much? Ouyang Qianjin, who was secretly happy in his heart, snapped his fingers, and then two sword-wielding skeletons appeared beside Tokarev and pierced him directly. Then it was instantly resurrected. After Tokarev was resurrected, Shuemonji carefully fed him recovery potions, and so on. It can be seen that he has done this kind of thing a lot. Cough cough. The revived Tokarev suddenly sat up, and then coughed out some blood mixed with medicine from his mouth. Is this alive? After sitting up and looking around blankly, Tokarev recalled what happened just now in his mind, and looked at Ouyang Qianjin in front of him, and said slowly, Alive, and better than before. Shuemonji said with a smile on his face. Well, that's it. You resurrected me. Thank you for your generous gift. Your Majesty, I am willing to offer my most devout loyalty, and do my best to serve your Majesty. After understanding the current environment, Tokarev immediately knelt on one knee and saluted Ouyang Qianjin. Well, very good. Tokarev, I have already felt your loyalty. Then your Majesty, where are my research room and production workshop? Ah? Ouyang Qianjin, who had not yet finished speaking, looked at Tokarev, who was looking at her with expectant eyes, in a daze. As a gunner, the service I can provide to your Majesty is to create powerful magic weapons, including my self-developed magic heavy artillery, magic guns, etc. Among them, the magic heavy artillery not only has a long range, but also has great power. And things like magic guns, as long as you inject magic power, even low-level people with few skills can use them, which is very convenient. But now the properties of bullets and shells are still too simple. If this problem can be solved, when it comes to his professional field, Tokarev kept explaining to Ouyang Qianjin things that she couldn't understand at all. I think what you said makes sense. This is indeed a problem. In the end, the confused Ouyang Qianjin could only use these ambiguous words to evade the other party. After all, anyone with ears can hear Tokarev's enthusiasm for research. From the other party's story, Ouyang Qianjin even knew that this guy was too focused on studying the attribute bullets and failed to escape. No, he didn't even know that his men had shot in. It can be seen how much this guy is thinking. Then you should go down and get familiar with each other first. and then take the landing craft to continue the mission. As for Tokarev, you should report to Tail. I believe you should have a lot of common topics. Ouyang Qianjin sighed slightly, and then waved her hand to let them all leave. This Tokarev really talks non-stop once he talks about his professional field. I guess he can chat with Tail, the master of mechanics. No, it's better to say that they must chat. Otherwise, this guy will definitely pester me to talk about his magic mechanical theory. That would be more painful than killing myself. But then again, if my whale state, the city that never sleeps, and the moving castle can be equipped with these heavy artillery, the moving castle can even become a moving fortress in an instant. What else is more perfect and more desirable than this? After all, Caliber is justice. That's right. The evil necromancer with a cannon is also a partner of justice. There's nothing wrong with this. Yes, Your Majesty. Okay, Mississippi. Although the two groups of people called her differently, Ouyang Qianjin could still feel their loyalty from the bottom of their hearts. Isn't this more important than arguing about a name? After answering, everyone left the throne. Only Lilith was left standing behind Ouyang Qianjin, quietly waiting for her order, and Ouyang Qianjin sat on the lonely throne, watching Margaret and others leave, and fell into deep thought. After resurrecting Margaret, she had asked some questions she wanted to know. As the former commander of the Imperial Army, Margaret naturally knew some things, so she told Ouyang Qianjin everything she knew. This made Ouyang Qianjin more urgent to strengthen the strength in her hands. Moreover, through Margaret's words, Ouyang Qianjin also noticed it. Level 100. This is probably the last hurdle. No, it should be said to be an admission ticket. Once I step in, something bad will definitely happen. Yes, definitely. So Ouyang Qianjin is not in a hurry to upgrade now. The key is to enrich the strength in my hands first, so the rest of the things are simple. After Margaret led people to leave the moving castle, and went north with Shui Manchi and others to wipe out the Rakshasa people, Ouyang Qianjin first went to resurrect the millions of corpses in the Sakura country and the Kinchi country into undead. Then the moving castle finally returned to the city that never sleeps after turning around for most of the circle. Just as I thought. Even if I left here, because of the black clouds produced by the cold night light column, this place still does not see the sun all year round. However, the dark sky itself has a bonus effect on dark creatures. So even if they can't see the sun for a long time, no one will complain like Tepesh and the others. How is it? Are you ready? Now, Ouyang Qianjin is in the control room of the mobile castle. In front of her sat Tail, who was operating the castle. Although he said he was operating, he was actually just sitting there, watching the busy operators below. Now the mobile castle is located above the center of the city that never sleeps. And below is the big pit left after the castle took off before. But now this big pit has been paved with iron plates and other things. It doesn't look like the bumpy feeling when it took off before, even because of the anti-corrosion treatment on it. At least from a high altitude, the whole groove glows with a hint of blue light. It looks very beautiful. Chapter 434 Castle Docking. Miss, it's time to start. After preparing everything, Tyla turned his head and looked at Ouyang Qianjin, who was sitting beside him, and said, "Well, let's start. I also want to see how the first docking goes." Nodding, Ouyang Qianjin gave the docking order. Then everyone, since the miss has given the order, let's start too. After receiving the order, Tyla stood up excitedly. Then he waved his hand and said to the undead operators below, "Yes." After receiving the order, these operators saluted Ouyang Qianjin, and then sat down and started their own operations. The propulsion of the mobile castle is stable. Now the height is 80 meters, and the height maintenance is completed. Release the connecting rope. Release the connecting rope. The connecting rope has been released. As the orders were issued one after another, 4 long, thick connecting ropes were slowly lowered under the mobile castle. These connecting ropes are about 100 meters long. At the bottom of the connecting rope is an interface that looks like USP. Under Cannon's command, the undead and gargoyles below connected all these interfaces to the 4 long holes in the ground groove. Then the interface was fixed with a hook. After completing a series of operations, Cannon took out a starting gun. A red flare was fired into the sky. Receive the signal. The ground connection has been completed. The anchor point has been fixed. Now start the winch. The winch is activated, and the moving castle is descending. 70 meters, 60 meters, 50 meters. The descent speed is stable. The height has dropped to 20 meters. Please prepare for the impact for everyone in the castle. It was not long after this was said. Ouyang Jia, who was sitting in the central control area, felt a strong shake. Oh my! Miss, are you okay? Lilith quickly supported Ouyang Qianjin's wheelchair. It's okay. It's okay. Ouyang Qianjin waved her hands. It's just that this impact is bigger than expected. After the shaking caused by the connection impact stabilized, she said with some dissatisfaction. Haha. Miss, please rest assured. Because it is the first docking, many places have not been handled properly. Wait until this docking is completed and the bottom connection is handled. There will be no problem. It's definitely not that everyone has a problem with driving skills. Absolutely not. Tail said to Ouyang Qianjin with unusual seriousness after explaining, with a big laugh. Ah. Well, I'm not doubting everyone's driving skills. Faced with Tai Li's look, Ouyang Qianjin also raised her body awkwardly. Good guy. You really can't question other people's driving skills. Otherwise, even the most gentle people will get angry. With the cooperation of the upper and lower personnel, the mobile castle slowly descended, and finally completed the docking through the pull of 4 winches. And both the staff on the castle and the staff under the castle are happy about this docking. After all, although this duel is not an event of defeating the big boss, but for these technicians, the sense of achievement of successful docking is no less than the joy of the combat members when they kill the boss. Okay. Then the next thing is up to you. I'm going to do my thing. After watching the first duel, Ouyang Qianjin, who was basically satisfied, was pushed away by Lilith. She said that there was something. In fact, there was really something. That's right. This time, Ouyang Qianjin didn't use something as an excuse to slack off. But there was really something. Starting from Sepesh, Ouyang Qianjin built a very large area in the basement of the alchemy workshop in her castle. In addition to some equipment and instruments developed by the Research Institute, there are a full 5,000 culture chambers filled with green liquid in this area. There are humans floating in these culture chambers. No. It's a bit wrong to say that they are humans. To be precise, these species that look like humans are all artificial humans created by Ouyang Qianjin using alchemy. That's right. They are artificial humans. Artificial humans created using human cells, their own magic power, and alchemy technology. After more than a month of cultivation, these androids grew from tiny cells to about 14 or 15 years old. It must be said that the alchemy of androids is really the most weird and interesting technology among all the alchemy of Ouyang Qianjin. It's just because of the lack of something important. These androids have not been able to wake up until now. No. To be more precise, they have not yet reached the stage of awakening. And what Ouyang Qianjin has to do after the moving castle returns to the city that never sleeps is to complete this final stage. Let these androids really move. Ouyang Qianjin, who came to the workshop, first came to a huge machine. Then he took out several soul gems from Dorothy. Soul. This is what is used as the driving force of androids. In fact, the alchemy method for making androids does not use this kind of real human soul. It is a virtual soul, or a soft soul made of soul residue. The reason for using this thing is to prevent the androids from having memories before death. Only in this way can these androids serve the alchemists 100% without worrying about any mistakes. But this is not a problem for Ouyang Qianjin, the Necromancer. After all, as an evil Necromancer, she is best at how to make people learn 100% loyalty. Of course, the reason why these complete souls obtained from Dorothy are used is because Ouyang Qianjin wants to add some new things to the original android theory. That is to mix the vampire blood obtained from Sepesh, prepare a body, and then prepare a soul. Does it look familiar? Yes. It is the vampire girl. Or Ouyang Qianjin is creating a vampire girl in a simulation experiment. After all, the vampire queen has been defeated, and those vampire brides are out of print. So Ouyang Qianjin has been thinking about replacing the vampire bride with an artificial human body. After all, the two are highly similar in that they do not have a soul. If there is any difference, it is probably that the artificial human does not have the same physical qualities as the vampire bride, but is cursed by the vampire queen, so that it can be greatly improved in strength, speed, etc. Right? But it doesn't matter. Ouyang Qianjin, who had thought of this a long time ago, has been collecting vampire blood. Chapter 435, Homunculi. Of course, when Ouyang Qianjin first asked Sepesh for blood as a reward. She only thought of using the blood to fuse with homunculus. It was only after she experienced the dungeon of Set Castle that she wanted to try to make her own vampire girl. Moreover, wasn't there Dorothy who was eager to give her soul? With all the materials available, there was no reason for Ouyang Qianjin not to try. The value is stable. The valve is stable. The output value is stable. After checking the instrument, Ouyang Qianjin turned her head and looked at the naked homunculus in the green culture chambers in the field. Although I know that this kind of thing cannot be successful in one go, I still hope to meet the minimum requirements. After all, she is an alchemist without an assistant. Everything can only be completed and explored by Ouyang Qianjin herself. It took her more than a month to cultivate these 5,000 homunculus. That's because all the equipment and instruments were made by Uncle Tail, and then moved here for assembly. Otherwise, if I really had to do it alone, who knows how long it would take. Fortunately, the alchemy of that world is somewhat related to the chemistry, biology, etc. of this world. So even if Ouyang Qianjin was cramming at the last minute, and after adding the professional guesses given by other people, Ouyang Qianjin was very successful in making the artificial man. Now there are only these two things left. After exhaling a foul breath from his chest, Ouyang Qianjin placed two 500 milliliters bottles of blood on the connection port. One of the 10 bottles of blood is vampire blood, and the other is dragon blood that was stored before. Ouyang Qianjin thought that since it was the first fusion experiment, failure was certain. It would be better to just max it out to collect the values. And this time, only 10 of the artificial people that were cultivated with great difficulty were used for the experiment. So Ouyang Qianjin can be said to have no taboos. After receiving the blood, Ouyang Qianjin threw a gem with a capacity of 500,000 souls into the container filled with bubbling blue liquid. This container was specially made by Ouyang Qianjin in the past month. After all, there are 500,000 souls in this one. If there is no pressure device, the power that bursts out instantly is enough to overturn his alchemy workshop. That's right. At most, it can overturn the alchemy workshop where he has cast many forbidden spells and defensive barriers. But it can also show how powerful it is. So after initially obtaining the soul gem, Ouyang Qianjin asked Tail to think of a way to make such a pressure device to slowly release the soul inside. Of course, this pressure device is not just a simple device. There are many alchemy arrays engraved on it. Otherwise, how could a pressure device made of minerals alone really trap the souls inside? After closing the lid, Ouyang Qianjin took a deep breath and reached out to grab an operating lever. Then, let's do it. After saying that, Ouyang Qianjin pressed the safety device on the operating lever with force, and then pulled the operating lever. Woo! Just like a steam train. After Ouyang Qianjin pulled down the lever, a cloud of steam came out of the instrument. Then, the blood in the inverted glass bottles began to bubble and flowed into the containers of the 10 androids in the front row along the tubes. The originally green liquid was dyed yellow by a mere 100 milliliters of vampire blood and dragon blood. Finally, the soul gem in the pressure device began to spin wildly. Although on the surface, after pulling down the lever, Ouyang Qianjin had nothing to do. But in fact, Ouyang Qianjin still had a lot of things to do. I said before that she was the only one in charge of the alchemy workshop. So she still needed to observe and record next. The external pressure is normal. And the internal pressure is 80? It's a bit high. Do you want to input more blood? While looking at the values on the instrument and the androids in the culture chamber, Ouyang Qianjin recorded in the experiment book. It can be said that she was very busy alone. But she enjoyed it. As time went by, the liquid in the culture chamber was also gradually decreasing. It is not excreted, nor evaporated, but slowly absorbed by the body of the android. Originally, these green liquids were made with magic, herbs and other materials, not to mention soaking in it, or being absorbed. It is safe water that can be drunk directly as a beverage. It just tastes a bit strange. If some mint is added, it may be better. After all, Ouyang Qianjin has always paid great attention to safety. However, after adding vampire blood and dragon blood, this water can no longer be used as a drink, as the water level in the culture chamber continued to drop. Finally, after absorbing the yellow liquid, the 10 artificial people lay in the culture layer. Well, is this considered a success? Or a failure? Ouyang Qianjin held a notebook in one hand and a pen in the other. frowning as he looked at the artificial people sitting slumped in the 10 culture chambers. Forget it. Let's put one out first and see. It's not a big deal anyway. As he said, Ouyang Qianjin walked to a culture chamber where a woman made a human being and stretched out his hand to open the hatch. In fact, there is a switch on the console. But that switch is a device that controls all nutritious meals. For example, if you only want to open one now, you can only do it manually. Although this system is not perfect, it is enough for Ouyang Qianjin now. It was originally just an experiment. So instead of pursuing perfection, it's better to be practical. After opening the hatch, Ouyang Qianjin asked a skeleton to drag the artificial person out. Strange. Why hasn't it woken up yet? Does it need a wake-up call? Looking at the android lying on the ground, Ouyang Qianjin said with some doubts. After all, she had done what she should do. And it was a perfect restoration without any accidents. Apart from the blood and soul added without authorization. She really couldn't think of anything else wrong. How about a try? As he said this, Ouyang Qianjin asked his skeleton to draw a knife, and then cut a wound on the android. Blood gradually seeped out of the wound, although it looked like it was mixed with water and was a little light. But this blood was indeed red. Pink. Seeing this, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but nodded. According to the knowledge of alchemy in his mind, the blood of the android is green. To put it bluntly, it is actually composed of those green liquids after being absorbed. Chapter 436 Dragon Man. But because he had fused the blood of vampires and dragons, the liquid was dyed yellow. And after being absorbed by the android, the blood that flowed out turned pink. However, whether it was a vampire or a vampire girl, their blood was different from the dark green of the undead, and was red. It seems that he has not adapted yet? Or is it that the internal circulation of blood production has not yet functioned normally? Or is it that the soul has not yet been completely integrated? Yeah, there is such a possibility. So let's wait a little longer. Write it down. Write it down. While guessing, Ouyang Qianjin wrote down his guess in a notebook, and then waited for the android to wake up. After all, whether it is blood or the fusion of souls, it takes time. After thinking about it, he became impatient. So Ouyang Qianjin waited. Just waiting slowly. Lunch, dinner, midnight snack, breakfast. It was not until the next day, when it was almost time for lunch, that the android finally responded. No. Not only her, but also the 9 people in the incubator reacted. First, their fingers moved. Then they opened their eyes. Unlike the black and red eyes of the vampire girl, these artificial people's eyes have no other similarities except that their eyes are red. They don't look like vampires at all. In addition, they all have a blood-red gem on their foreheads. It's like it grew out of the middle of their skulls. Artificial blood crystal dragon man, sub-dragon species. A variant of dragon man. It is a superior race with strong physical fitness, magic learning ability, and self-healing ability. The orb on its forehead stores a huge amount of magic power, which is also the core of the blood crystal dragon man. Once it is broken, it will die directly, because it receives the magic power of the Necromancer. It has a super talent in dark magic, hidden information, because it is artificial. Its lifespan is extremely short, and the soul fusion is not stable. It is recommended not to use magic for the time being. Otherwise it may die on the spot, because the Necromancer's magic power was used during the production process. These artificial people will absolutely obey the orders of the Necromancer. Looking at the information obtained from the Eye of Identification, Ouyang Qianjin was dumbfounded. I can understand the sub-dragon species, but what about this variant? Variant? That is to say, a more advanced existence? According to Ying side, if humans evolve into dragons, isn't that equivalent to directly jumping 2 levels? And the core is exposed outside like this. This weakness can be seen at a glance. It's really dangerous. But if these people are used in other places, there will be no problem. For example, the turrets and guns made by Tokarev. There are also organizations that save face, such as the Honor Guard. Although these are artificial people, they are cultivated with other people's cells. But I have to say that the face-pinching system in alchemy is really powerful. These artificial people are all handsome boys and girls, so there is no problem using them to save face. As for lifespan, do you think it's interesting to talk about lifespan in front of the Necromancer? Even if the lifespan of the artificial man is short, Ouyang Qianjin has a lot of ways. For example, resurrection, transformation, and so on can all be used. The most important thing is whether this kind of thing will upgrade again because of its own resurrection skills after death? This question seems worth a try. So Ouyang Qianjin didn't say anything nonsense and directly asked the skeleton to kill the artificial man in front of him. Oh no! It was an artificial blood crystal dragon man. Then he resurrected the other party again. Dragon man, sub-dragon species. A variant of dragon man. It is a superior race with strong physical fitness, magic learning ability, and self-healing ability. The gem on its forehead stores huge magic power. And it is also the core of the blood crystal dragon man, because it received the magic power of the Necromancer when it was born. It has a super talent in dark magic. Hidden information. Soul fusion is a little unstable. It is recommended to try not to use magic that requires huge magic power for the time being. The dragon people have a strong learning ability. Whether it is magic or combat skills, or anything else, there is not much change in the introduction. It is nothing more than the problem of birth, which is nothing but in the hidden information. The soul fusion that was supposed to be unstable has become much more stable. And magic can also be used, but large-scale magic needs to be avoided first. This is much better than the vampire girl. The disappearance of the two words artificial in the front makes them a truly new race. It is not just artificial. The originally round blood-red gem on the forehead of this artificial dragon man has turned into a dark diamond shape. And it may be because of the demonization. Black smoky makeup appears in the corners of the eyes. The already good appearance has reached a new level. Some important parts of the body have also grown black dragon scales. Ouyang Qianjin touched it curiously. It was found that these dragon scales were not hard, but very soft. In terms of touch, it is not much worse than the snow-white skin next to it. But don't look at it very soft. In fact, it has a defense that rivals the real dragon scales. Even the forehead gem, which was originally very fragile because it was artificial, has undergone a strong change because of the change of race this resurrection. Of course, the change here is not the external things such as blood red turning black and round turning diamond. But there has been a significant increase in strength, hardness, magic power, etc. How much has it been enhanced? Even people like Ouyang Qianjin, who have a huge total amount of magic power, think it is a big degree. Roughly speaking, it's about 1/5 of my own. Right? And it's not stable yet. The body is still constantly generating magic power and storing it in the gem on the forehead. In the end, as long as it can reach 1/3 of my total magic power. No! Even if the magic power of these dragon people is only 1/4 of my own. It's amazing. After all, the number is there. Just using magic guns can cause high damage. Millions of souls. Even if I slowly make them, I can cover them. The only inconvenience is that I need to make them into artificial people first. Then kill them. And then revive them. A set of smooth little combos can be used to get this powerful race. But think about how strong the dragon people are. It's okay if it's a little troublesome. Anyway, I can only make so many at a time. No matter how troublesome it is. It's just that. But when it comes to quantity, Ouyang Qianjin feels that his artificial human base needs to be expanded. Chapter 437, Start Mass Production. 5,000 per month is pitifully small. At least we should expand the whole range of the moving castle. Right? Or dig down. Well, this will at least increase the number of about 90,000 cultivation chambers. In a month, we can produce nearly 100,000 dragons. Although it is a little less in front of the 3 million souls in hand. But in other words, we can get about 100,000 magic troops every month. It will take at least 3 years to complete everything. Or just build a laboratory for artificial humans outside the moving castle. After all, the moving castle is only this big. If you want to mass produce quickly, you can only build the laboratory outside. The city that never sleeps is definitely not possible. After all, every piece of land has its original use. Outside the city? Even less outside the city. This kind of laboratory must be found in a hidden place. Although it is nothing to them, the real lords. It is not even a human experiment. So even if people know about it, no one will point fingers and say anything. But Ouyang Qianjin is different. She is a person who is particular. People who are particular naturally have their own aesthetics and their own unique thinking. So this kind of artificial human production plant must be built in a secret place. That's how it feels. Yes, feeling. This kind of thing is very important. But if it is built in a place where you can't provide support immediately, if you encounter any danger, it will be a bit troublesome to provide support. But what she lacks most now is time. After all, the 100-level sword of Damocles that is causing trouble is hanging over her head at level 99. No one knows when it will fall, so expansion is imperative. At the current speed, it will take at least 500,000 to 1 million per month to make myself feel at ease. Right? Well, Asgard Snow Mountain. It seems to be a good choice to put it at the foot of the U-shaped mountain of Asgard Snow Mountain. There are already villages being built there. It seems that adding an underground artificial human production factory is not impossible. And there are so many dragons there. I just need to give an order and let them guard it. Now the key is the problem of those culture chambers. It is simply impossible to build tens of millions of culture chambers in a month. Materials and production all take time to find and build. Uncle Tail. How many artificial human culture chambers can be produced in a month? Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin thought it would be better to ask Tail, the director of the production department. If we run at full capacity with materials in a month, we can produce about 300,000. If we can add 2 production lines, we can produce about 500,000 to 600,000 per month. After thinking and calculating, Tyla said to Ouyang Qianjin very conservatively, then we will allocate all the resources here first, and make the culture chamber and nutrient solution with all our strength. We only need to make some minor changes. It will take 2 months to produce 1.2 million. And then we will hand it over to Cannon. Okay. Mississippi. Cannon. After greeting Tai Lu, Ouyang Qianjin called Cannon again. What do you want? Young lady? Immediately send someone to the U-shaped village at the foot of Asgard. And then build an underground production base that can hold about 1.2 million cultivation chambers in the basement of the U-shaped village. And send 5,000 sets of clothes to the alchemy workshop. Understood. After the instructions, Ouyang Qianjin sat on the throne with one hand on her cheek and the other hand knocking on the armrest of the throne. At this rate, it will take 3 months for the production base to start producing artificial humans at full capacity. And once it starts, Ouyang Qianjin has no intention of stopping. After all, it has cost so much manpower, financial resources, and material resources. If only 3 million artificial humans are produced, it seems a bit of a loss. At least it will take a year to stop production. Right? According to this time calculation. No matter what, the number of dragon people will be tens of millions in the end. The problem is that she doesn't have so many complete souls now. It seems that she can only buy from Dorothy. No. From the generosity of the other party. These souls should be a burden to her. Right? Why not just fool around and get another 10 million souls from the other party? Although it seems that the population of Jingzhou with 5 to 6 million is the largest in all new continents. But Ouyang Qianjin is not satisfied. After the army of Margaret and others sweeps the north, they can at least increase the population by 1 million. After all, the population of Lusha Kingdom in the Far East is not large. In addition, some died and some mutated after the advent. It can be said that the entire Far East is now sparsely populated. Even if I spread all these more than 10 million dragon people, it is not a big deal for the sparsely populated Far East. As for the cold weather, for professionals, lower temperatures will not affect their lives and battles. Not to mention the dragon race, which has evolved twice. So Ouyang Qianjin wants to develop the Far East and make it her own agricultural, animal husbandry, and fishery base. Anyway, there are plenty of unknown lands. So just occupy them. No. It's better to occupy them earlier, develop them earlier, and enjoy them earlier. Even if others want to do this, they can't do it. After all, they don't have so many reliable populations in their hands. Skeleton Lord Ghost, your soul gem has caused me a great loss. Ouyang Qianjin took out the skeleton fax machine. While fooling. No. It was a message to Dorothy. While injecting blood and soul into the rest of the androids. After all, there are still 4,990 androids waiting for themselves to be resurrected as dragons. Princess Ghost, haha. Right. I said I would release them when I was ready. So blame me, if you didn't listen. This guy. If I hadn't told him that he was a disco ghost, anyone would think he was the kind of guy who would give advice, but didn't listen. Right? Skeleton Lord, I'm suffering from severe damage here. Just tell me how to deal with it. Princess Ghost, bullshit. Do you still want compensation? Seeing Ouyang Qianjin saying this, Dorothy immediately sent a tough text through the fax machine. To put it bluntly, she didn't want to compensate. And in fact, there was no compensation. After all, it was Ouyang Qianjin who didn't listen to what I said. Skeleton Lord, oh, I can't say compensation. It's also my own carelessness. I just don't know how many unwanted souls you have in your hands. Sitting in front of the fax machine with skeleton skin, Ouyang Qianjin smiled and typed this text. Chapter 438, Deception. Ouyang Qianjin naturally knew that the other party would not compensate. It is better to say that she herself did not even think about extorting compensation. So she easily switched the topic to what she really wanted. Monster Princess, what? You still want it? Sitting in her sci-fi mansion, Dorothy's hand on the fax machine paused for a moment. She never thought that Ouyang Qianjin would ask such a question. He was still complaining that his territory was severely affected by those souls. Then he asked how many of these things he had in his hand. What kind of brain circuit is this? Dorothy said she didn't understand. However, the guys who can be the actual lords, except for herself, have some problems with their brains. So Dorothy, who had no self-awareness, didn't plan to delve into it. Skeleton Lord, well, not really. I just had some ideas after seeing so many souls flying around, and wanted to try it out. Try? Does that mean experiment? Looking at the words typed by Ouyang Qianjin on the fax machine, Dorothy leaned back and leaned heavily on the back of the chair, frowning and thinking. Dorothy had also seen the wrong release of the soul gem, although it was not as serious as a natural disaster. But the mental attack of the souls flying around trying to escape was very strong. And because they were in the state of souls, they had no physical body. If you don't have effective means to attack souls or mental power, you will be helpless against these guys. But Ouyang Qianjin said, I have some ideas? Want to try it out? Okay. You want to try it, right? Then I'll give it all to you. Dorothy raised a smile and took out a bag. Opening the bag, Dorothy looked inside the soul gems. There were 70 or 80 soul gems in this bag. Since Ouyang Qianjin wanted them, it didn't matter if she gave them all away. Anyway, for her, there were still wild souls running around in those cities outside. When she really needed them, she could go outside to collect them. Originally, this bag of soul gems was collected for fun and boredom. Unexpectedly, it became a hot potato in her hands. In this case, throw them all away. This way, she can be a lot more relaxed. At least, she doesn't have to worry about the collapse of these gems that seal huge souls every day. Although I also thought about throwing them away somewhere casually. But when I really want to throw them away, I feel a little reluctant. This kind of thing happens all the time. It's like having a little gadget in your hand, which you don't use normally, but you can't make up your mind to throw it away. Well, that's basically the psychological activity. But now someone needs it, which makes her feel relieved. At least it's not such a waste to throw it away. As for what Ouyang Qianjin will eventually become, it doesn't matter to Dorothy at all. She even sincerely hopes that these 30 to 40 million souls will also run away collectively. It would be nice to give her some information on social experiments. Someone, put this bag in the high-speed train, and set the location to the territory of Skeleton Lord Ouyang Qianjin. Yes, Princess. As she spoke, Dorothy handed the bag in her hand to a ghost maid. After giving some instructions, she continued to chat while looking at the fax machine. Ghost Princess, oh? So that's it. How much do you want? I dare not say anything else. I still have 20 or 30 million here. If you want, I can give it to you. Anyway, it's useless to me. Skeleton Lord, hey, give it to me for free? And so much? Is there any hidden secret that I don't know about? Looking at the text said by Ouyang Qianjin, Dorothy's eyes moved slightly beside the king with some embarrassment. After all, she did have this intention of plotting against Ouyang Qianjin. Now that she was exposed in public, she couldn't help but blush to show respect. After all, although there was no disturbance when talking to Ouyang Qianjin, but this is also a group of lords. There must be many people observing secretly. Monster Princess, no. Absolutely not in this regard. I have already had someone install the Iron Bird. You just wait to receive it. Dorothy strongly denied her crime. She also did it first, and then asked for permission. Directly welding the car door shut? This was something Ouyang Qianjin had not expected. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, her goal has been achieved. As for what the other party thinks, it is completely unimportant to her. It's better to say that there is some idea. This way, she can get it for free without any psychological burden. Skeleton Lord, this. Why am I suddenly a little scared? Or, let's just forget it. Smiling, Ouyang Qianjin slowly typed out this string of words. Isn't it said that acting should be done to the best of one's ability? Since it's all a lie, then of course, it has to be lied to the end. This can also be considered a kind of kindness. A kind of kindness that Ouyang Qianjin showed to Dorothy. At least, she didn't have to know that people in this world are evil. This is the only conscience that Ouyang Qianjin had left. Princess Ghost, what's the point of counting? I've given away the things. And there's no reason to take them back? Do you look down on me? Skeleton Lord, well then. With a reluctant look, Ouyang Qianjin got what she wanted. And Dorothy also threw away her burden. It can be said that both of them got what they wanted, which can be regarded as a win-win situation. At least from their own perspectives. This matter is a win-win situation. That's it. After completing a series of lies, the two let go of their hands on the fax machine almost at the same time. Then they both smiled with satisfaction. If anyone could see this tacit action, they would definitely be surprised. Just like two female vixens who did something bad. Let us not talk about the problem of Dorothy S. Iron Bird. In the artificial human laboratory under the alchemy workshop. After Ouyang Qianjin finished making 5,000 artificial humans, she asked the skeleton to kill them all. Then, they were resurrected as dragon people. It happened that the people of the Cannon faction also arrived at this time. They brought 5,000 sets of clothes for these dragon people to wear. Oh, by the way, let the clothing factory also speed up the production of clothes. After that, the population will explode by hundreds of thousands every month. And other places must follow up. When these people took the dragon people away to get familiar with a city that never sleeps. Ouyang Qianjin added a sentence. Yes, miss. What about these people? Leave the first 10 people as my helpers. And send the rest to Sebastian to learn sword skills for a month. And then disperse to other villages. Ouyang Qianjin waved her hand and said casually. Chapter 439 2 months later. After all, the hidden information says that this race has an incredible learning ability. If that's the case, a month of learning should be no problem. Right? There are tens of millions of dragons who know Sebastian's sword skills. It's scary to think about it. After they learn Sebastian's sword skills, they will be assigned to various villages to garrison and live, which can make their territory safe. Of course. In addition, there are also the construction and development of villages in other areas. You must know that Ouyang Qianjin now has huge areas such as Kimchi Country, Sakura Country, Whale State and Far East. Let alone this number of people. Even if there are 100 or 1,000 times more, it may not be enough for development. Of course. In addition to increasing his own population, there is also the idea of increasing the strength of his subordinates in order to prepare for the war that may come in the future. And the 10 dragons who were initially converted are left to serve as his assistants. You must know that these dragons have a strong learning ability. If I could learn alchemy, I would be much more relaxed. At least I would have someone to help me. If someone invades my alchemy workshop in the future, I would have someone to start the defense. It can be said that these dragons made this time are perfect for Ouyang Qianjin. What's your name? Ouyang Qianjin asked the female dragon, who was dragged out by her at the beginning. Liz. Miss. My name is Liz. Because the person who sent the clothes called Ouyang Qianjin this before. Liz also called Ouyang Qianjin the same name. After all, you can't expect a soul that has just got a body to know how to call Ouyang Qianjin. Is it the name of the previous soul? Ouyang Qianjin asked curiously. Yes. Mississippi. Okay. Then you take the other 9 people as my assistants. And learn alchemy by the way, so that you can serve me better in the future. Nodding. Ouyang Qianjin didn't say more. He immediately led people into a new round of artificial human cultivation. In this way, Jingzhou entered a period of silence. During this period, apart from Ouyang Qianjin developing artificial humans, and the undead going out to reclaim wasteland and grow food and fruits, there was no other major event. Of course, during this time, Ouyang Qianjin also received love from Dorothy. A whole bag of more than 80 soul gems. TSK. This is more than 40 million souls. Dorothy is really rich. No. It should be said that she treats this place as a trash can. These things that she wanted to throw away were finally thrown to me. And so much at once. It is obvious that she gave me all the soul gems in her hand. But Miss Ouyang didn't mind. Originally, I thought that more than 10 million would be enough. Unexpectedly, more than 40 million souls were sent to me directly. According to the ratio of 1 soul for 1 artificial man. 50 milliliters of vampire blood. And 50 milliliters of dragon blood. The materials required are huge. Although souls and vampire blood are enough. But the materials of artificial men and dragon blood are not enough. The materials for the artificial man and the herbs needed for the nutrient solution are not that rare. They look high-end. But they are not rare. They can all be collected in Ouyang Qianjin's territory. But dragon blood is different. Although Ouyang Qianjin has a lot of dragons, it takes a long time to collect them all. Fortunately, these things can be done slowly. Every day. Every week. Every month. In batches. There will be no problem if you do it slowly. Time? Isn't there anything you can do about this time problem? Now Ouyang Qianjin only hopes that she won't suddenly change her level from 99 to 100 when she wakes up one day. At least give herself 3 to 5 months to prepare. Well, Ouyang Qianjin prayed like this. Although she is an atheist, or the profession of necromancer is the best embodiment of atheism, but she still couldn't help but pray to someone unknown. Then for 2 months. 2 months. Nothing really happened. The issuance of star coins makes life more convenient. At least the bartering that used to happen is rare now. It allows everyone to regain some of the shadows of the civilized society before the advent. Every day, Ouyang Qianjin experiments, eats, sleeps, and teaches alchemy to the 10 assistants. There is nothing else to do. If there is something else important, it is that after 2 months, the number of dragons under Ouyang Qianjin has grown to more than 1.8 million. In addition, Ninatai, Dorothy and Adams have all advanced their professions because of the dungeon. It's just that their levels haven't caught up yet. Below Ouyang Qianjin, who is level 99, is Tsepesh, who is level 98. The levels of the other top 10 players on the list are between level 95 and 97. Maybe we have to wait until the number of people at level 99 reaches a certain value before opening the level 100? To be honest, this possibility is not impossible. It's even very high. After all, I have experienced it before when I was stuck at level 19. It's just that now it's a different routine. Ouyang Qianjin has experienced this routine in other games. Didn't the Lords upgrade to a new gameplay after 12 people appeared before? But if this is the case, Ouyang Qianjin thinks it's very good. After all, what she lacks now is time. If she waits until more than a dozen people are all upgraded to level 99, it will take at least 2 or 3 months. She can't even rejoice in it. So why would she care? So idle. Sitting in a wheelchair, Ouyang Qianjin looked at the research log in her hand. Although Ouyang Qianjin had a fulfilling life during this period, but it was limited to fulfillment, without any stimulation. It was torture for a person who loves fun. But there was no other way. After all, after having the time she wanted most, Ouyang Qianjin could only suppress her own thoughts of a person who loves fun, and manage her territory as a lord to increase her strength. Fortunately, in the whole 2 months, Ouyang Qianjin's subordinates increased a lot, and the food and other things in the territory were also harvested a lot. Of course, her own strength has also increased a lot. This enhancement is not as simple as how many subordinates have increased or how many new races have increased. It's skills. That's right. With the continuous efforts of the Department of Magical Science, Taylor, Sebastian and others, Ouyang Qianjin's guess has finally been effectively verified. Chapter 440 Go to City C for research. Before, Ouyang Qianjin guessed that there was a little problem with skills. After all, if you just choose the skills given by the panel, when the panel disappears one day, where will your skills go? No! In the final analysis. Before that, you even need to pay attention to whether the skills that you can use with a snap of your fingers can still be used normally. This has always been her concern. Or it can be said that she is the object of suspicion. After all, she is not the kind of person who easily trusts others. Even the undead, blood clan girls, dragon people, and the like under her are 100% loyal to her because of her resurrection technique. But even so, Ouyang Qianjin is still worried. After all, if you want to doubt the panel, then whether it is resurrection, these people, or even the skeletons that she is proud of and has always regarded as the last barrier, all are worthy of suspicion and vigilance. This will go on endlessly, like a chain of suspicion. But Ouyang Qianjin has to be suspicious. Although this is very important. It was a thing of the past. Now there is no need to be afraid, because she and her subordinates have already researched the skills. Or rather, they have researched the application of new skills. Just like Ouyang Qianjin's life absorption diversion before. Now even if the prerequisite skill life absorption is not used, it can be used very smoothly. To put it bluntly, there is a very strong sense of reluctance in these skills. As long as you have the magic power of the corresponding system, coupled with acquired learning, understanding, and research, you can basically use it. For example, after 2 months of research, Ouyang Qianjin can now use the most basic skill of the Necromancer, Ghost Transformation. Although it looks easy, but in fact, 2 months of research is already a long time. Even so, it is because Ouyang Qianjin can only achieve this with the skill foundation of the Necromancer. It can be seen that it is not an easy thing to learn skills in this way. However, because of the relationship of learning Ghost Transformation, Ouyang Qianjin also roughly understands the relationship between spirit, ghost, soul, spirit and body. Even through the study of this skill, I understand how my skeleton transformation skill works. Now, she no longer needs to fool Dorothy to get the soul, because on the basis of understanding, she has begun to study things like soul gem, or the skill of soul materialization. Fortunately, there is a ready-made soul gem in hand, so there are fewer detours in research. And, in addition to the soul gem, Ouyang Qianjin also has another soul materialization in his hand. That is the Rawhead Annihilation document. You have to know that this is a thing that gathers the souls of millions of people. Each page has the souls of 10,000 people. If I can study it, maybe I can also make a similar magic book through alchemy? It's decided. I'm going out to find excitement. Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin closed the research log in her hand. Now that the alchemy workshop has Liz and others, Ouyang Qianjin basically doesn't need to watch over it. Even in 2 months, they have learned the basic theories of alchemists. The rest is a matter of practice. So, except for Liz, the rest were sent out by Ouyang Qianjin. It was called self-research. After all, a person's ideas are always limited. After the basic theory is learned, the rest is naturally to study alone. What messy things can be thought of, and done it will. Isn't this better than her alone? As for Liz, of course, after the other 9 people left, she became the actual person in charge of Ouyang Qianjin's alchemy workshop. At the same time, she also served as an alchemy lecturer, give classes to dozens of newcomers, and explain the basic theories of alchemy. But you don't say. The learning ability and research and development ability of the dragon race are really strong. In these 2 months, they not only understood, learned and successfully used alchemy. Even the ghost transformation that Ouyang Qianjin spent 2 months to study and learn was learned. So Ouyang Qianjin sent those who liked to study among the dragon people to the Ministry of Science and Magic, the R&D department, the mechanical department, and other R&D institutions to study and research. Even 10 assistants were sent to Tokarev. This made Tokarev kneel down and praise Ouyang Qianjin's action. He almost kissed Ouyang Qianjin's shoes with his whole body. It can be seen how happy this action made the old man. After arranging these things, Ouyang Qianjin left the never-sleeping city in the pumpkin carriage that she had not ridden for a long time. Although Sebastian and others insisted on following Ouyang Qianjin after receiving the news. But they were all rejected by Ouyang Qianjin. After all, they are now busy with various things. And Ouyang Qianjin just went out to find excitement and fun, and had no intention of going far. Moreover, the 100,000 undead and tens of thousands of skeleton warriors in the space are not for show. So after rejecting their companionship, Ouyang Qianjin left the never-sleeping city without looking back. This time her target is C City where she used to be. After all, there is the Abyss Messenger in J City. Ouyang Qianjin, who did not plan to fight this time, naturally had to avoid it. It's not that she is afraid of fighting, or afraid of the Abyss Messenger, but she is worried about upgrading. Although Ouyang Qianjin also thinks that there are only a few Abyss Messengers. Even if she kills them, she may not upgrade. But in order to avoid trouble, Ouyang Qianjin finally chose to revisit the old place, C City, because it was abandoned a year and a half ago. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a ruin. But in fact, in the past year or so, there are still many people panning for gold in it. especially before Ouyang Qianjin destroyed those bases. Many people risked their lives to pan for gold. After that, the undead under Ouyang Qianjin took over the looting of supplies. Bricks, steel bars, glass, pots and pans, etc. Anyway, anything that is considered useful will be obtained from City C. Then, they are transported to Jingzhou in trucks. The ruins where the Black Cat Paradise was located before have now become an important transit station for the sorting and transportation of these materials. So now City C looks even more dilapidated. Ruined walls, and so on are the lightest. Uprooting is the routine operation of the undead under Ouyang Qianjin. After all, moving bricks and so on. Naturally, all must be dismantled and moved away to be thorough. Chapter 441. Enjoy it. After arriving in City C, Ouyang Qianjin asked her undead and skeletons to clear an area on the edge of City C. Then she took out a lot of research equipment from the centaur skeleton. Settled down here? That's right. Settled down? For Ouyang Qianjin, she has nothing to do now, so she naturally needs to study more skills. Soul gems are naturally worth studying. After all, soul gems are related to the soul. For Ouyang Qianjin, whose soul is the anchor point, she naturally wants to figure out what kind of structure it is. In addition to this, the research on other skills must also be kept up. For example, the dark system and skeleton system are the skills that she has now, and the soul system and spiritual system that she does not have now are needed. And a major basis that can support her research is the books that Ouyang Qianjin obtained from Seat Castle in Sepesh. Of course, these books were selected and translated by Sebastian, who is now known as the coach of the 2 million Imperial Guards under Ouyang Qianjin. In the past 2 months, Skeleton doesn't need to sleep anyway. So in order to help Ouyang Qianjin, he trained the vampire girls and the dragons in swordsmanship during the day and translated them at night. More than 20 books were translated in 2 months. According to Sebastian, he can translate 1 book every 2 or 3 days on average. And then, he can translate 10 books every month. This is the confidence that Ouyang Qianjin dared to officially start the skill research. It's strange. Ouyang Qianjin and his friends can understand other native languages, but the language and characters of the other world are not recognizable no matter how hard they try. As for the matter of artificial humans, Ouyang Qianjin doesn't have to worry. After all, more than 1 million dragons have been produced now, and Liz is very familiar with the process. Ouyang Qianjin is very relieved to leave it to her. So, the only thing left for Ouyang Qianjin to do is to go back and revive the newly produced artificial humans once a month. Just transform them from artificial blood crystal dragons into dragons. So, another 3 months passed. In City C, Ouyang Qianjin not only completed the basic theory of the Necromancer, even the most basic skills of the Necromancer, such as Ghoul Transformation, Skeleton Transformation, Bone Spear, Curse Fang, Venom Spray, Blood Erosion, Dark Blindness, etc., have been studied. After all, it is difficult to go from 0 to 1, but from 1 to 2, it is easy, with the basic theory of the Necromancer. Of course, since it has been researched, it naturally means that Ouyang Qianjin has now learned these basic skills. But the basic skills are not very useful, whether it is Ghoul Transformation or something else. Ouyang Qianjin has no intention of using it. Now Ouyang Qianjin wants to develop more interesting, and fresher skills. If there is enough time, it is not impossible to even reshuffle his skill book. Of course, the research on soul gems is also included. It's just not the focus. No, that's not right. The study of the soul is also a focus. It's just not the only one. In addition to this, there is also a spiritual skill tree that is also a focus of research. Illusions, mental rebound, mental barriers, etc., all of which are within the scope of Ouyang Qianjin's research. You say that her research is very diverse, and there is no focus or focus. But there is nothing we can do about it. After all, the source of her research data is the books translated by Sebastian. It is impossible for Ouyang Qianjin to study systematically from the few words above. As time goes by, the results of these studies have created a very obvious phenomenon. That is, on the panel, Ouyang Qianjin may be a necromancer of the skeleton and dark systems. However, outside the panel, she can be called a necromancer of all systems. Among them, she is good at the skeleton system, dark system, blood system, soul system and spiritual system. Other curse systems, virus systems, and summoning systems are also slightly involved. There is no way. These are the directions of research. And you can't expect a necromancer to learn any elemental magic skills. Although based on these translated books, Ouyang Qianjin has also studied other types of magic. Elemental magic is needless to say. Even planetary magic, ritual magic, healing magic, mind magic, plant magic, blessing magic, summoning magic, contract magic, space magic, sound magic, etc. Ouyang Qianjin now has a little understanding, although many of them can arouse Ouyang Qianjin's interest. But at this stage, for Ouyang Qianjin, the most interesting thing is the ritual magic that requires magic arrays. But even so, Ouyang Qianjin did not study it in depth. After all, she didn't know how long it would take. In the case of not being able to arrange a research work schedule, Ouyang Qianjin could only conduct research according to priority. So, a few more months passed. When the day of Advent came to the second year, Ouyang Qianjin's research on the soul and spirit was almost complete. Miss, C City has been thoroughly searched, and there is nothing worth taking away. Well, then expand to J City, villages, towns. After these few months, in the absence of the Abyss Messenger, the undead under Ouyang Qianjin's command began to thoroughly clean up C City after Ouyang Qianjin settled in C City. Don't say it. Although C City is very dilapidated, as long as you are really determined to find it, you can still find a lot of good things. Although it is not very useful for the development of the city that never sleeps. But for other newly built villages, it is a material that can develop rapidly. Especially the new villages and developed lands built by the dragon people and the newly resurrected undead in the new territories, such as the Far East. Among them, the glass greenhouses used for planting and the houses used for living are the top priority buildings. In terms of research, Ouyang Qianjin can now make her own soul gems. Although it is not as good as Dorothy's. One gem can seal 500,000 souls in it. But it is no problem to seal 100,000 souls. After all, she is not a professional in this field like Dorothy. After several months of self-study and research, Ouyang Qianjin can actually be called a genius. After all, the research is miscellaneous, and the learning is also miscellaneous. Without systematic books as research references, Ouyang Qianjin can only cross the river by feeling the stones. But Ouyang Qianjin is not discouraged at all. She even enjoys it. Chapter 442, Sepesh was very angry. Now she finally knew why Tail, Tokriv, and their subordinates like to stay in the laboratory. Because the deeper you study this kind of thing, the more you will understand. You will become more and more obsessed with it. For example, Ouyang Qianjin's previous magic research. At the end of the research, she found that the so-called magic is actually very idealistic. Just like Ouyang Qianjin can launch magic with a snap of his fingers. It only needs to be controlled by the mind. And what kind of magic can be used depends entirely on the magic energy contained in your heart and body. For example, Ouyang Qianjin has now been transformed into a dark attribute by the dual effects of the dark magic and soul magic of the Necromancer. And the rest of the undead are the same. So, after understanding the principle of magic activation, even without the panel, they can quickly adapt to life and battle without the panel by relying on the feeling of launching magic or skills before. In fact, after figuring this out, Ouyang Qianjin had her research results sent back to the Magic Technology Department for them to conduct experiments. The results of the experiment were very encouraging. Although it is not easy to master this kind of magic skill that does not rely on the panel, but relies on one's own magic power. But at least, it is not as difficult as imagined. But this is also natural. After all, before there was a panel, these humans who were pushed up by someone had already gotten used to the feeling of magic skills being activated. So it is very easy to learn. But if someone who has never been exposed to this aspect comes to learn, just to find that feeling, I believe it is a very difficult thing. For example, the children born this year, because they don't have such a thing as a panel. Even if you hold their hands and let them kill a subdued monster or magic beast, they can't get the panel. This is why Ouyang Qianjin, Yang and others will find a solution in a different way. Ouyang Qianjin is mainly worried that everyone will fall into a panic for a period of time after losing the panel. This is likely to cause great casualties. And Yang is really considering those children. However, although the starting point is different, the goal is the same. So when the research results came out and the experiment went very smoothly, Ouyang Qianjin asked the Magic Technology Department to spread these training methods. And it was a death order that everyone must at least be proficient in using 5 to 10 kinds of magic or skills without the help of the panel. Because now the skill limit of her skeletons is 10. So, you can't be worse than the skeletons. Right? How could those people under her stand such sarcastic words coming from the mouth of Miss Ouyang Qianjin? So a big military training began. Without anyone supervising. Everyone spontaneously trained in Ouyang Qianjin's method. Not to mention, after 2 or 3 months, most people could use more than 10 magic or skills without relying on the panel. In their words, it means I can't be worse than the skeleton, see? Right? It can be seen how much psychological trauma Ouyang Qianjin's words at that time caused to them. I still remember this. Of course. In addition to his own territory, Ouyang Qianjin also published this research for payment. As for the target, it is naturally the Lords of the Lore group. After learning that Ouyang Qianjin has thoroughly studied the conditions for the activation of magic, and has his own unique understanding and magic system, no matter who the Lords are, they all placed orders. Just kidding. Any smart person can understand why Ouyang Qianjin is studying this kind of thing. After all, what Ouyang Qianjin is worried about, they are also worried about it. Now that there is a solution, how can they not learn it? You don't learn it? If you don't learn it, how can others learn it? So, the printing factory in Jingzhou worked overtime to print the book Basic Theory and Application of Magic compiled by Ouyang Qianjin. The signature of the author is of course Ouyang Qianjin. The signature of sorting is Sebastian. After all, if it weren't for his translation, Ouyang Qianjin would not be able to understand the magic of the other world through those books and research the magic suitable for this world. But the most interesting one is the signature of cooperation. The name of Tsepesh is written on the cover. This not only made Tsepesh himself a little confused. Even the lords were asking what was going on. Based on the principle of not minding the big deal when it comes to funerals, Ouyang Qianjin mentioned it. It was something like thanking Tsepesh for giving her the books in the copy, so that she could translate those books and derive the magic of this world. Hearing this, Tsepesh was furious. Good guy. I was wondering why all the books I saw in Set Castle were gone. It turned out that Ouyang Qianjin was the one who did it. It's fine if he did it. But now he has to bring it up. It's okay if he brings it up. But why does he have to package it as a gift from him? Give it to your sister? You actually hid such a good thing. Do you still regard me as your friend? Tsepesh was very angry. So, after Ouyang Qianjin gave her 100,000 copies of Basic Theory of Magic for free, she calmed down. There was no way. It was too much. And the things recorded in it were very practical. She just looked at it and tried it. And she could use 1 or 2 skills without relying on the panel. Distribute these books immediately. Every 5 people form a group. And each group has 1 book. After understanding the benefits of this book, Tsepesh immediately gave an important instruction. Then, she got angry again. Queen, there seems to be a letter from the Skeleton Lord. Letter? After seeing the letter handed over by his subordinates, Tsepesh was puzzled. We all have fax machines. Can't we be more straightforward? Why do we have to be so mysterious? However, when Tsepesh opened the letter with a complaint, she realized that she couldn't blame Ouyang Qianjin for being so cautious. After all, it recorded some speculations that could not appear in the public eye at this stage. And the source of these speculations was the research on expedited magic. At least, that's what Ouyang Qianjin said in the letter. Of course, that's not the reason why she was angry. But at the very end of the letter, she saw a line of text. Chapter 443, What is to come will eventually come. The text clearly states that if you encounter such a thing again in the future, remember to give her the book. This way she can do more research. Screw you. You are used to getting things for free. Right. The angry Tsepesh threw the book in his hand and cursed without caring about his image. Ouyang Qianjin, who was far away in Jingzhou, naturally didn't know about the personal attack made by Tsepesh in Australia. She just sneezed slightly to show respect. Then she started her own busyness. It's just different from the previous few months. Now Ouyang Qianjin is busy with moving. Although she still wants to do a series of more research work. Ouyang Qianjin knows it herself. As time goes by, the number of people who reach level 99 on the list gradually increases. When a critical value is reached, maybe the 100 level tasks or trials will be opened. After all, there are 11 people now. According to the previous routine, There is still one short of 12 people. Although there may be more than 12 people. But if nothing unexpected happens, there will usually be an accident. So Ouyang Qianjin has stopped the research at hand and asked people to pack up and leave City C. Return to the castle in the city that never sleeps. Anyway, everything that should be studied in City C has been studied. Whether it is the souls that died in vain wandering over City C, or the supplies. They have all been collected. Even if there is no such thing as level 100. Ouyang Qianjin will move away from here. The only difference is whether to return to the never-sleeping city, or go to the nearby J city. But in the end, Ouyang Qianjin chose to return to the never-sleeping city. Then quietly waited for the promotion of the 12th level 99 player. She just wanted to see if the 12th person would open the level 100 task. If not, then she would go to J City and continue her research without contacting the Abyss Apostles. Although she also knew that as long as her research was in depth, then one day she would definitely meet those Abyss Apostles again. And compared to the Abyss Apostles she had met in the dungeon before, these Abyss Apostles entrenched in the city should be much stronger. At least there is an obvious difference in size. Although it is not necessarily that the size is big. The soul and mental power are strong. But anyway, in Ouyang Qianjin's opinion, it is better to be cautious. So he asked people to put the tools originally brought back from C City on the spot. Wait a while, and make plans after seeing the situation. However, this time, there was really no accident. One day, half a month after Ouyang Qianjin returned to the never-sleeping city, when Ouyang Qianjin finished a sumptuous dinner, took a bath, and was about to sit on the bed to think about her research, a magic circle she had never seen before appeared on her bed. Hey! Is it here? Looking at the 12th person on the level ranking list, Ouyang Qianjin smiled slightly. Then he moved his mind. The entire castle disappeared on the spot. And Ouyang Qianjin herself disappeared with it. The undead around him looked at the huge hole that appeared because the castle disappeared. Then they noticed a small magic circle in the air. After the magic power flashed, the magic circle gradually calmed down and finally disappeared. That place was exactly where Ouyang Qianjin's soft bed was in the castle. But now there is nothing. Everyone should do their job. Although Ouyang Qianjin disappeared along with the castle. But because they had received similar warnings from Ouyang Qianjin before. So the undead in the city that never sleeps, and some other people who came from other places to do business did not react much. After a brief loss of consciousness, they turned around and did their own things. As for Ouyang Qianjin, at the moment the magic circle appeared, she was teleported to a dark space by the magic circle after she put the castle into the space. This space is very interesting, because darkness is darkness. Even in the dark, the Necromancer can't see through the darkness as usual. After all, even if you close your eyes and sleep, you can feel a little light. But this is not the case. Looking around, it was all dark. So that Ouyang Qianjin didn't know if she was really seeing with her eyes open. Don't you think it's fun? At least Ouyang Qianjin is experiencing this kind of fun now. After all, she hasn't experienced this kind of pure darkness for a long time. Is anyone there? What the hell is this place? Hey, pure darkness. Interesting. I use fire magic. Why can't I see anything? Hey, who are you? Can you hear me? You're not deaf. How could you not hear me? I came here after the magic circle appeared under my feet. Did you guys do the same? Same. All the same. No one can escape. This voice, is it Withers? Is it Philibert? You are here too? Yes. Is Dorothy here? Where is Tsepesh? Nidatai and Ouyang Qianjin. Are you Adams here? In the darkness, voices came one after another. Afterwards, everyone exchanged information with each other. And this guy called Philibert seemed to have thought of something. So he immediately called out the names of the 5 real-life lords. But no one paid attention to him. Or no one would pay attention to him before they figured out the situation. Whether it was Ouyang Qianjin or other real-life lords. It was the same. After all, suddenly coming to this place where you can't see anything and can only hear voices. No matter who it is, you will be more careful. What if these voices are simulated by some unknown mysterious force to induce them? Although I don't know what others think. But Ouyang Qianjin thinks so anyway. What's wrong with Philibert? Could it be? Ah. I was teleported in just after reaching level 99. Withers, you bastard has already reached level 99. I don't need to tell you the rest. Right? Wow. You are the 12th person. It seems that it is very likely that level 100 will be opened. After Philip had said his guess, the person who spoke just now also followed the other party's train of thought. After all, everyone is stuck at level 99 now. And Ouyang Qianjin, the first to reach level 99, has even been stuck for 3 or 4 months. So everyone is guessing whether this is the case. And judging from the current situation, it is almost certain. Then the only thing left is to find out where this place is as soon as possible and then get out. After all, this broken place can't even see magic and panels. It's quite frightening. Chapter 444. A temporary team of 12 people at level 99. Crack. A slight sound that was definitely not made by a human suddenly came from the darkness. It was as if a crack had been broken. A crack suddenly appeared above this space. A faint light came from above. Finally, I can see a little light. Although it was a very faint light. It was like a beacon leading to the direction of progress in the eyes of everyone now. Then, the crack became larger and larger, until it covered the entire dark space. With a sound like a broken mirror, the entire dark space shattered. Finally, I was able to come out. So we were in a place similar to an egg? If you don't know how to use metaphors, don't force it. Even if it's an egg, it should be a dragon egg. Wow! You compare yourself to a dragon. Holy blade. You are really arrogant. Really? It's just the most normal metaphor. Silver Hand. Why do you want to fight? I don't care. I just don't know how much power you can exert under these black clouds. No matter what others think. Anyway, when Ouyang Qianjin came out, she saw a werewolf covered with thick hair, and a birdman with wings on his back fighting each other. There were even signs of fighting. Shut up. 2 idiots. Just when the two were on the verge of a fight, a pale girl in red clothes couldn't help but speak out to stop the two. Yes, it was the girl Tsepesh. After hearing Tsepesh's voice, the two looked at her. Then, they became honest again, and immediately shut up and stopped talking. TSK. It seems that they must have suffered a loss at the hands of Tsepesh. But Ouyang Qianjin didn't care. This is a place that looks like a wasteland. In addition to the wind and sand, there are only some strange stones and weeds around. Of course, there is also the dark sky above. This kind of place, the temperature difference between day and night should be very large. Right? And these people around, if nothing unexpected happens, they should all be guys on the level ranking list. After all, the 4 real lords except herself are all. Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin, who was wearing pajamas and sitting on the ground, raised her hand and snapped her fingers, focusing the attention of the people around her on herself. After all, they are all well-known figures. It's fun to show off in front of these people. So she summoned her skeleton and pumpkin carriage, and then sat on it. That's right. It was in the astonished eyes of the other 11 people that she was carried up by the skeleton. TSK. Who is this person? So pretentious? When seeing Ouyang Qianjin unwilling to take even one step and let his summoned creature hold him, the birdman with white wings on his back said in astonishment, "Didn't you see the skeleton? Who else could it be except that person?" Skeleton? Of course the skeleton is Nima. Skeleton Lord Ouyang Qianjin. Brother. Thanks. My name is Michael. You're welcome. My name is Ming Xianda. After this reminder from Ming Xianda, the people around who didn't know Ouyang Qianjin also put away their dissatisfied eyes. Why are you dissatisfied? Of course, you are dissatisfied with Ouyang Qianjin's indifference and pretentious attitude. Everyone is level 99. And they are all teleported to this kind of hell. You are so good. You come up and give people a pumpkin carriage that they have never seen before. And it is a pumpkin carriage pulled by 2 skeletons with flames all over the body. What country are you a princess from? In this dangerous world, you actually play so colorfully. So fairy tale. But after knowing that it is Ouyang Qianjin, the big brother on the list, such inner complaints disappeared. There is no way. The big brother is the big brother. You can't judge by common sense. Besides, you may not win. Yes. Even if everyone is level 99. At least they are at the same starting line in terms of level. But this is just the level. Anyone who can climb to this height knows that the level is just a decoration. There is a gap between people. There is also a gap between level 99 and level 99. Otherwise, why are others the real lords? But you are not? This is the difference. Besides, Ouyang Qianjin has been waiting for them at level 99 for several months before they were promoted. This alone is enough to make them have no confidence and qualifications to compete with Ouyang Qianjin. Hey! Skeleton. When did you make this pumpkin carriage? Why haven't I seen it before? No matter what others are like. Anyway, this guy Tsepesh is determined to find trouble with Ouyang Qianjin. After all, this guy set him up before. Now that we are finally gathered together, we should at least say hello. Right? Right. Knowing that he probably couldn't win, Tsepesh decided to talk nonsense to relieve his anger. Hey, Miss Vampire. Let alone you. I've never seen her before. And didn't you see that she was wearing pajamas just now? If nothing unexpected happens, she should be changing clothes inside now. If you disturb her even at this time, who knows what she will do? At this time, Ying Wuyang and Yin Shaoqing came up and reminded Tsepesh very kindly. And their gathering naturally attracted several other people who had met Ouyang Qianjin. These people were naturally the other three real lords. Nini Tai, Adams and Dorothy. Of course, there was also Adams's friend, the Green Gunman Franklin, and the witch Esmeralda. 7 of the 13 people gathered under the pumpkin carriage. There were 9 people in the pumpkin carriage on the plain. There were 2/3 of them. So the remaining 4 people didn't know Ouyang Qianjin. But they still gathered together. After all, although they didn't know Ouyang Qianjin, they knew some other people. For example, Meng Xianda knew Ying Wuyang and Yin Shaoqing. Philibert and Michael knew Tsepesh. Withers knew Adams and Franklin. Of course, this knowledge is not necessarily the kind of knowledge in a positive sense. It can also be hostile. For example, Withers and Adams. Hey, aren't these Adams and Franklin? After coming up, Withers greeted the two. But the expression and tone were basically equivalent to provocation. There was no way. The territory of Star of Light Withers was not far from Adams' territory. If you want to say, there was only a shallow strait between them. In addition, the two people's professions were naturally in conflict. Withers had great hostility towards the two, especially after hearing that Ouyang Qianjin, the top brother on the list, destroyed the 2 small countries around and took them for himself. Withers, speak human language. The 2 people who were called frowned. Chapter 445, Are there 5 of the 4 heavenly kings? Withers is definitely not a bad guy. They know this very well. But maybe it's because of his profession. Or maybe it's because Withers is a middle schooler. This man has always been hostile to them. Of course, they also know that Withers is worried that they will attack his territory. But in their opinion, there are no resources to speak of. And there is nothing worth acquiring on the narrow and long west coast. So they didn't take it seriously even though it was a little offensive. After all, now they don't even know where this place is, and what to do next. From this aspect, the 12 people can be said to be grasshoppers on the same rope. Yes, even using the skill eye of identification, they can't get any information. All that is displayed are question marks like question mark. They are a little confused. Hello everyone. I am Dorothy, the Ghost Queen. Since I have nothing to do now, why don't I sing a song to cheer you up? Just when everyone was confused, Dorothy, the pink-covered girl, took off the microphone hanging on her waist. Then she came to the crowd. She looked like she was about to start singing. Hey, Dorothy, you are not a spirit today. It was like a very abrupt turn in a novel. Adam suddenly stood up and asked the other party. He interrupted this guy's singing directly. You know, when he was at Naidatai in the port area, he and his good brother Franklin suffered a lot because they didn't know the destructive power of this guy's singing. To be honest, if possible, he never wants to experience that again in his life. After all, it's not pleasant to feel as if your soul is being torn apart. What? You're curious about how uncomfortable it is? It's simple. Just put your hands on your thighs and pull them left and right with all your strength. And you can experience 1/10,000th of their feelings. Well, isn't it too sudden to teleport? There's no time to enter the spirit state. Although Dorothy was a little unhappy about the interruption of the concert. But the other party is a real-life lord like herself after all. So she answered the other party reluctantly. That's right, that's true. Knowing that Dorothy was angry, Adams laughed. As I said, people at the same level basically won't tear each other apart easily. In any conversation, everyone is like muddling through. Hey, everyone. How are you? Just when everyone was a little embarrassed and didn't know whether to go up and stop Dorothy, the closed pumpkin carriage finally opened. Then, Ouyang Qianjin, wearing a black and blue gothic dress, walked down with the help of the skeleton, and sat in a wheelchair. Wheelchair? People who didn't know much about Ouyang Qianjin all frowned. After all, no one had ever thought that a disabled person would become the top brother on the list. In their understanding, people of this level should have healthy limbs and be able to run and jump. Right? No wonder he didn't even take a step just now. It wasn't that he didn't want to walk, but he couldn't walk at all. From this point of view, becoming a skeleton lord seems to be a very natural thing. After all, they know the initial skills of the Necromancer, and naturally know that the only thing that can make a girl accept being hugged is the skeleton. Hello, Ms. Ouyang. I am Philibert of the Silver Hand. I am ashamed for my criticism of you just now. Please accept my most sincere apology. After knowing that Ouyang Qianjin was not pretending in front of him, but really had a bad leg, Philibert stepped forward and saluted Ouyang Qianjin, expressing his apology. Ah! Philibert, you bastard. Hello, Ms. Ouyang. I am Michael of the Holy Blade. Please accept my most sincere apology. Seeing that Philibert, the werewolf, had gone up as an angel, he naturally had to follow. As for whether it was true sincerity or false sincerity, who would care? Anyway, it was just some things on the surface. Not to mention them. Even Ouyang Qianjin herself didn't care. Oh, nothing. I'm used to it. Don't take it to heart. Ouyang Qianjin waved her hand generously, forgiving the werewolf and the birdman. Okay everyone. I have to say here that everyone is a lord or a powerful person on the leaderboard. And this time we were teleported to this place. I believe everyone has guessed. Although it is not certain whether it is about the level 100 upgrade task. One thing is clear, that if we don't unite, then there will be sacrifices among these 13 people. And there will be that kind of people. Although there was no recommendation. But Ouyang Qianjin, as the leader of the list, still consciously spoke up to explain their current situation to these people. After listening to Ouyang Qianjin's words, everyone started a heated discussion. Although there are few people here, there are only a dozen people. But each of them is the kind of person who refuses to admit defeat. It is not easy to make them avoid conflicts and even work together. So Ouyang Qianjin only made a statement at the beginning. She basically did not participate in the subsequent discussions. After all, she didn't want to do such a hard work that might not be rewarded. She didn't want the so-called leader or something like that anyway. Well, wait. Why are there 13 people? I remember that there is a whole level difference between the 12th and 13th place. Even if the 12th person is promoted, it will take at least half a month for the 13th person to be promoted? At this time, someone suddenly raised a strange question. It was not until then that everyone realized that it was true. Before, we have always paid attention to this matter. So everyone knows that there were indeed only 11 people who reached level 99 before. At that time, the guy behind the 12th person, the 98 level Philibert, was only at level 97. This difference of 2 levels cannot be made up in one go. Right? But the question is, who is this person? Except for Philibert, everyone has looked at the other 11 people over and over again. And in memory, all of them are on the top level list. There should have been 12 people. But now there are 13. How come there is suddenly one more? Is this reasonable? Someone asked. It's unreasonable. At least it's unreasonable on the panel. Ninatai frowned and shook his head. Unless there is a guy who has experienced suppression like Ying Weiyang before, and then suddenly rises. Ah. So in that case, in addition to Ying Weiyang, it seems that something similar has happened before. I remember that it seems that there are 2 people with similar names to the Skeleton Lord? At this time, Withers spoke. Chapter 446 Split. Be alert. When someone noticed this problem, they immediately looked at Ouyang Qianjin. This phenomenon did happen before. And there were 2 at a time. At that time, everyone paid close attention to this issue. But in the end, there was no result. They could only use self-comfort and self-explanation such as talent and special skills. But if this kind of thing suddenly happens now, it is worth thinking deeply. What is the purpose of this extra 13th person to use this skill to get in at the most critical moment? Hey, everyone. What are you looking at? Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Ouyang Qianjin shrugged helplessly. Although what Star of Light Wither said is a bit interesting. It's just an idea. If that's the case, then it's obvious that among the 13 of us, in addition to the guy who suddenly came in, there must be another helper. After all, if we can't accurately grasp the time when the teleportation magic circle is opened, This is simply impossible. So when the magic circle was opened, the extra 13th person must have been next to someone who had already upgraded to level 99. After the magic circle was opened, he immediately released his level and obtained the qualification to enter here. Right? Even when facing the leaders from all over the world, Ouyang Qianjin was not at all confused. On the contrary, he very accurately distracted the attention of those eyes that were originally staring at him. Just kidding. If he really follows the rhythm just now, there is no doubt. As the leader of the list, I will definitely be suspected and excluded by most people here. Don't look at the other 4 real-life lords, who usually talk and laugh. But in essence, everyone is a competitor. And they are competitors who want each other to die. So Ouyang Qianjin, didn't he want to be the target of most people in this scene where everyone might be competing to be the first to reach level 100? So she simply diverted the trouble. The thing that was originally a 1-person spotlight became 2 people. Or even 3 people. This way, a group of guys who were originally scattered sands don't have to worry about me all the time. At the same time, it can also make them a little more united. After all, the best way to unite a group of scattered sands is to create an enemy of everyone. As for whether this enemy is 1 or 2, it doesn't seem to matter. And whether the united group is 1 or 2, or even 3 or 4, it doesn't matter. What matters is the fact of uniting. I guess Weathers, who just spoke, should have the same idea. Even if he is lucky, he can get rid of himself. The seed player who may become the first to reach level 100. Sure enough, no matter how the guys who can stand here behave on the surface, they are all very dirty in private. Looking at Withers, who was hiding behind the heated discussion after speaking, Ouyang Qianjin sneered in her heart. In fact, there are also big loopholes in the words just now. However, it doesn't matter to Ouyang Qianjin whether it is true or not. Anyway, they are just baits thrown out to help her share the firepower. As long as the firepower is not on me, it's fine. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin's statement did succeed in diverting the attention of others as she imagined. But for Ouyang Qianjin, this is not enough. Besides this possibility, do you think there is another possibility? While everyone was discussing fiercely and blaming each other, Ouyang Qianjin slowly opened his mouth and planned to throw out some violent theories again. Another possibility. Hearing Ouyang Qianjin say this, everyone who was discussing stopped the personal attacks just now, then looked at Ouyang Qianjin. Yes, think about it. Where did this magic circle that teleported us come from? After all, where did magic, those monsters after the Advent Day, and the copies come from? 2 consecutive questions directly silenced these leaders from all over the world. Indeed, although there were doubts in this regard before, everyone has indeed come into contact with some things in their own experiences. But in the end, no one has a conclusion. So in the case of survival, most people chose to put this issue aside. But now Ouyang Qianjin has brought this issue up again. Doesn't this make people more confused? The 2 allies Kaipei and Ing Wuyang, who had received letters from Ouyang Qianjin before, naturally knew what Ouyang Qianjin meant. So they were also secretly observing the reactions on the faces of others. But apart from being shocked, everyone was only confused and couldn't figure out the reason. Think about it. If they could see this, then these people would have died in some corner long ago. How could they take the top position? Skeleton Lord, just say whatever you want to say. Anyway, everyone has been teleported here. To put it bluntly, we are all on the same boat. There is nothing to hide. At this time, Adam stood up, although he could not understand what Ouyang Qianjin meant. But this did not stop him from wanting to continue listening. Nor did it stop him from being a supporting actor for Ouyang Qianjin. Okay, then I will say it directly. Is there a possibility that one of us 13 is the unknown body that initiated the teleportation this time? After looking around at the people who were looking at him, Ouyang Qianjin raised the corner of his mouth and smiled slightly. Ouyang Qianjin was laughing, but her words scared everyone. After all, who can't understand what the unknown body in Ouyang Qianjin's mouth means? Even those who have not been exposed to this aspect before and have not thought about it in this way. After recalling Ouyang Qianjin's previous question, they can all think of what it means. Not to mention those who have more or less been exposed to those things before. In simple terms, it means that there are bad people in the organization. So the guys who were already suspicious because of what Ouyang Qianjin said before became more and more uncontrollable after listening to and understanding what Ouyang Qianjin said. Although they have not yet reached the point of attacking each other, At least they are on guard against each other. But in this case, how can you prove that you are not the unknown body? Or everyone may be the unknown body. After all, from the beginning, every word you said seemed to divide everyone and make everyone wary of each other. Just after everyone retreated to a safe distance from each other, Withers spoke again, directly pushed Ouyang Qianjin back to the front, became the focus of everyone's attention. Chapter 447: A cool way to appear. Indeed, facing the attention of everyone, Ouyang Qianjin nodded generously. Then he looked around at everyone with a smile. Just like you may also be this unknown person. I may be one too. And everyone may be one. But there is a decisive identity gap between the professionals who are really on the list and this unknown person. Star of Light Withers. Do you know what it is? What is it? Not just Withers. Some other people present also frowned after hearing what Ouyang Qianjin said. Thinking about what Ouyang Qianjin meant. Decisive identity gap? Between the 13th person? Looking at these people who frowned and thought. A few people with quick brains on the side thought of something to say. Okay. Don't think about it. The answer is actually very simple. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. Stopped everyone's thinking. And then raised her hand slightly, putting her fingers together to make a snapping gesture. That means he has to pretend to be one of us. But we don't. After saying that, Ouyang Qianjin snapped her fingers. Then everyone saw that there were many more skeleton soldiers around them, wearing armor, holding weapons, and with blue soul fire dancing in their eyes. At first glance, the number of them might be several thousand or tens of thousands. It's really scary. Kill them. Without waiting for these people to react, Ouyang Qianjin ordered these skeleton soldiers to start attacking. Hey! What's going on? Is this the first thing you do? Okay. That's how you play it. Right? You made this for Ouyang Qianjin. Seeing these skeletons attacking them without saying anything, the other 12 people dodged in various ways, and then used their own special skills to attack. While fighting, these people were still thinking about what Ouyang Qianjin had just said. Indeed, they don't have to pretend to be in the same group, because everyone has the same goal, which is to break through here and reach level 100. In this case, whether they are willing or not, they must work together. Then at the most critical moment, they can just stab the people around them and take the lead. So even if Ouyang Qianjin starts fighting like this without saying anything, they won't say anything afterwards, because they have just entered this dungeon. They must cooperate, or they can only cooperate. This is the confidence that Ouyang Qianjin dares to attack. Of course, as the top brother on the list, she naturally has other confidences with absolute military strength. So Ouyang Qianjin doesn't care. She didn't care even if all the other 12 people died except herself. It would be better to say that if all of them died, the so-called 13th person would naturally die and would not threaten her. Or in other words, he would not threaten her openly. Or she even wanted to use this incident to eliminate all other unstable factors. This would make things easier. Hey! Skeleton. Stop using your skills. That unknown person is gone. After a little fighting, Sepesh shouted. After hearing this, Ouyang Qianjin immediately stopped the skeleton from attacking. At this time, everyone saw that there were 13 people just now. But now there are 12. Who? Who disappeared? It's Esmeralda. Esmeralda is missing. Well, is it that seductive big sister? After hearing someone report the error, everyone looked and found that it was Esmeralda, the slightly trembling big sister, who was missing. Alas, not only Ouyang Qianjin, but also Ninatai, Sepesh and other people who had contact with Esmeralda's side. Why? Because everyone knows that Esmeralda is a fun person, who is no less than Ouyang Qianjin and Dorothy. Although it is not certain whether the other party is involved in this matter. But there is no doubt that if the other party is involved, then the person behind the scenes must have handed over some conditions. After all, the other party is a level 99 person, and it is impossible for him not to appear in such a place. However, the other party greeted everyone at the beginning. This is totally inconsistent with the character of Esmeralda, a fun-loving person. So after she disappeared, he immediately thought of something. Everyone, pay attention to your surroundings. Don't let others take advantage of you. After Ouyang Qianjin said this, she began to release her mobile castle. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin didn't need to remind her. As smart people, they naturally knew that the other party would definitely take the next step after disappearing. So they all took defense. Then, they saw a big black hole appear in the sky. Then a floating island slowly appeared in front of everyone. Not only was there a skull with a crown shining under the island, even above it, because of the unknown luminous body, people could clearly see the retro-looking buildings on the edge of the island. It must be said that this way of appearance stunned everyone below. What is this? Will it be the next move of the unknown person just now? Don't worry. This is the moving castle of Ouyang Qianjin. Others don't know. But Ying Weiyang and Seipesh can't know what this is. So before there was any chaos, they immediately popularized the relevant matters with everyone. TSK. Listen. Listen. Moving castle. And it's floating in the air. This has to be said to be a big project. No. It can't be simply said to be a project. Everyone knows that such a large mass can float in the air, which must be related to magic. Not to mention the question of how the crowned skull below glows. Just the unknown light columns, and the black smoke on the upper floor made them confused. And before, Ouyang Qianjin was selling those so-called magic technology products in the group. So, these people naturally thought of this magic technology. I think this moving castle is the epitome of this new theory. Right? Looking at the sky island moving slowly in the air, everyone muttered in their hearts. Then, they saw a black dot slowly flying down from the moving castle. After it gradually became bigger, they could see clearly that it was a flying boat. Everyone, go up first. It's not very safe here. Ouyang Qianjin smiled, pointed to the sky, and then collected the skeleton and got on the boat first. In fact, without Ouyang Qianjin pointing, everyone could see that in addition to the moving castle in the sky, there were countless black and white eyes that looked like they were drawn with pencils. It looked quite creepy. Chapter 448, Is the moving castle so inconvenient? Go up? Go! You must go up. Even though Ouyang Qianjin had just started to fight and kill them. But there is no other way now. What else can we do? Everyone else has gone up, leaving you alone down there? Although everyone is a dominant person and is somewhat confident in their own skills. But after seeing the ability of Ouyang Qianjin and the card she has in her hand, they can't help but have a thought. That is to hug the thigh. Just kidding. It's a waste not to hug such a thigh. As for striving for level 100 or something, they must also want it. It depends on whether they can seize this opportunity. Hey, look! What's over there? Just when everyone made up their minds and prepared to step towards Ouyang Qianjin's flying boat, Weiser suddenly shouted. This caused everyone to look in the direction of his finger. The scene they saw afterwards made them gasp. Indeed, as the dominant ones, they are all powerful. But what if they were facing monsters all over the mountains? Although there was no precise calculation, just seeing these monsters running towards them like ants covering the entire ground, I believe that no matter who it is, their scalp would be numb. Right? No more talking. It's time to get going. One after another rushed into the small spaceship. As the small spaceship took off, their faces turned a little red. But it was only a little, because the higher the spaceship flew, the more monsters they saw. How can this be called all over the mountains and plains? It's just like a tide. Okay. The place where they stood just now is now engulfed by these tides. If it weren't for the ability to fly, no one dared to think further. But how to deal with so many monsters? Someone sighed. After all, even if you fly in the sky, there must be a limit. Right? It's not that I'm worried about whether the energy of the moving castle will be exhausted. But I'm worried that if I keep flying like this, I should, maybe, probably, I won't be able to complete the task. Right? I can't fly around to find the task NPC or something. After all, that unknown person may be the key to this dungeon, since it was it that launched this beast tide. If we want to solve the problem, we can only start with the beast tide. Don't worry. They are just some bugs. Ouyang Qianjin didn't say much, but became quiet after saying this. No one dared to say much. After all, he has taken you in now, so he can't tell you more of his secrets. Right? Yes. Who doesn't have a secret in this world? When the small spaceship flew to the landing pad of the moving castle, everyone finally knew why Ouyang Qianjin was not panicked at all in the face of so many monsters. Not what they saw, but what they heard. Uncle Tail, are you ready? Miss, Tokarev is ready. Then let's get started. Tell Tokarev that this is his first show. Have fun. Yes. This is the conversation between Ouyang Qianjin and a muscular uncle after getting off the ship. They didn't understand what it meant at the time. It wasn't until a cannon shot that they understood what it meant. Amid the cannon shots, everyone ran to the newly built observation tower on the edge of the moving castle. Looking down from here, the monsters below were blown to pieces by the shells. Even from the observation tower, you can vaguely see the muzzles of the cannons under the castle. Miss Ouyang, what are these cannons? Cannons? In this world, cannons still work against monsters? Someone asked strangely. No. It's more of a puzzle than a puzzle. After all, guns and cannons are only useful in the novice period, and the monsters you encounter later can't break through their defenses. So it's no wonder they were so surprised after seeing the cannons under the moving castles of Ouyang Qianjin. Of course, some people turned their heads and looked at Franklin in confusion. After all, he is also a well-known gun master today. But that is the effective killing after adding the opponent's magic power and magic. This, magic power? Magic cannon? Ouyang Qianjin didn't even need to answer. People with quick brains immediately thought of this idea. If Ouyang Qianjin's magic technology research produced such a thing, then everyone would not be surprised at all. No wonder Ouyang Qianjin was not panicked at all. After all, this so-called mobile castle plus these magic cannons can be called a mobile fortress. With this firepower, you can't even think of reaching the edge of the castle without some troops. Moreover, this mobile castle can fly. How many can fly now? Except for the birdman, the vampire and the birdman under them. It is basically impossible for others to fly. In this case, as long as there are no monsters in the air, there should be no problem. It is only a matter of time to destroy the monsters below. Seeing the spectacular scene below, some people laughed. However, after hearing what this guy said, someone immediately said jokingly, "You guy, don't set any weird flags at this time. Hey, look at the sky in front." It was as if responding to this guy who complained. As soon as the voice fell, there was a cry of surprise from the other side. Everyone turned their heads and found that a group of guys flapping their wings were flying towards this side in the sky. What a crow's mouth! Are you leaving no chance for us to survive? It's better to say that these monsters appear in waves like they are targeting us. No, they are not targeting us, but Ouyang Qianjin. At this time, Franklin, who had rarely spoken, said. After Franklin's reminder, everyone realized that it was really the case. After seeing people, they went to the beast tide. After seeing flying monsters, they went to flying monsters. Is that unknown person arguing with Ouyang Qianjin? But think about it. After all, Ouyang Qianjin had revealed the other party's identity before. Directly let the other party's plan to mix and directly fail. If it were me, I would probably hate Ouyang Qianjin too. What should we do? We only have a few who can fly now. No, even if all of them can fly, I guess they can't make any waves in front of so many monsters. Someone said desperately. After struggling from the day of the advent until now, can we count the days as having earned it? How can a moving castle be such an inconvenient thing? Faced with the size of these people, Ouyang Qianjin said in a very pretentious manner. Chapter 449. Very cool. How can a moving castle be so inconvenient? This sentence sounds familiar. It seems that I have heard it somewhere. I am a little confused and can't remember it. But after listening to it, I feel full of confidence. What's going on? After listening to Ouyang Qianjin's pretentious words, the people who were originally a little discouraged, retreated, and even desperate became a little more energetic. Alas! All units, please pay attention. All units, please pay attention. A large number of flying monsters appeared in the southeast direction of the bow of the moving castle. Repeat it. A large number of flying monsters appeared in the southeast direction of the bow of the moving castle. Level 1 Air Defense Preparation. Level 1 Air Defense Preparation. After watching Ouyang Qianjin take out a loudspeaker from somewhere, he shouted into the air without any tension. Air defense preparation? Does this moving castle have anti-aircraft firepower? Wait, since there are cannons, it seems that there is no problem to think of air defense? It is better to say that after having this kind of magic cannon, it is natural to create anti-aircraft firepower. Sure enough, as they thought about this, they suddenly saw that one after another turrets were slowly rising from the top of those buildings or the ground in parks. 2 or 3 undead could be seen on each turret. These turrets were large and small, depending on the location of the base. But the muzzles of the guns on these turrets were all facing the sky without exception. ZU Series double-barreled anti-aircraft guns. M Series close and defense guns. 88mm anti-aircraft guns. What is this? A retro weapons exhibition. Wow! There are also G Series quadruple anti-aircraft vehicles over there. Franklin, who seldom spoke, could not help but shout after seeing these artillery batteries. You know, he who likes guns naturally also likes cannons. After all, the justice of cannons is much greater than that of guns. How could this not make him a military fan? Happy! Miss Ouyang. Miss Ouyang. Can I go up and try it? The weapons are right in front of him. How could he stand still? When he saw these anti-aircraft guns, Franklin could no longer hold back, and rushed up and pointed at a ZU Series double-barreled anti-aircraft gun rising from the watchtower, and asked Ouyang Qianjin excitedly. Of course, it's better to say that compared to the undead under my command, I hope you can ride on it. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. Just kidding. Compared with the undead, the magic power of these dozen people is quite huge. Why not use free thugs? And the people who didn't know Ouyang Qianjin's plan were full of energy after hearing that they could lift iron and shoot cannons. After all, there won't be too many such opportunities. Although the iron blocks without magic can be found if you look for them. But magic guns that can fire magic bullets are rare. There is no doubt that Franklin is one. And then, there is Ouyang Qianjin's mobile fortress. Franklin's gun needs to be used with magic. Magic and skills. So they can't use it even if they have it. So there are only these turrets that anyone can use. It is not clear whether Ouyang Qianjin will sell it. So it is not bad to take advantage of this time to experience it well. So after getting Ouyang Qianjin's approval, everyone rushed to the turret on the observation deck. Ah! We're late. Franklin the bastard. Don't you know how to let the lady go? Don't talk nonsense. Vampire. There are still many over there. Just fly up. There was only one turret on the observation deck. So when everyone rushed to the turret, Franklin was already there. The smart ones would definitely not go to grab it, but turn around and go somewhere else at the beginning. And Sepesh relied on his ability to transform and fly, and insisted on grabbing it with Franklin. Now, not only did he lose in speed, he was also retorted. But time was limited, so Sepesh didn't argue with this cuckold guy. After looking around, he turned into a bat and flew to the top floor of a building next to him. There were only a few undead there, and no other professionals. Duh. Bang bang bang. The shells fired by the anti-aircraft gun exploded in the air with gorgeous fireworks. Every explosion could take away 2 or 3 flying monsters. There was no way. These flying monsters are just like the bees tied below, stacked up in layers. If it weren't for the need to leave some safe flying distance, maybe one shot could take out 4 or 5 of them. Cool. Very cool. Very cool. This is the most real thought of the heroes who are operating the anti-aircraft guns now. Although it was cool to use magic to deal with monsters before. But this kind of killing young monsters, as if they were assigned to a low-level room, is also fun. After all, who can stop the fun of bullying? Ha ha ha. Don't be too cool. Come on, monsters. I'll kill as many as you want. Some guys even reveal their true nature and pull the trigger with a big laugh. Even if they lose a little magic power every time they pull the trigger. They don't care. After all, don't these magic shells need magic power to drive? What's the point of losing a little magic power in order to enjoy pulling the trigger for a little longer? Some guys even took out their magic potions while pulling the trigger. It can be seen how refreshing this kind of thing is. I really don't understand. It's just some magic turrets. Is there a need to be so anxious? It's like the rich can't understand the happiness of the poor. Emperor Hui of the Whale Ouyang Qianjin almost said, why not eat meat porridge? Adams, who was not involved in this matter, rolled his eyes. You are really a full man who doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. With this kind of thing, you must be comfortable playing. But it's not the case for other professionals. This rare opportunity, any professional will be unable to resist and want to try it. In fact, Adams also wanted to try it. But he held back, because he had other things to do. Or maybe he wanted to ask Ouyang Qianjin. Haha. I'm a beautiful girl, and shooting guns is not suitable for me. Ouyang Qianjin laughed awkwardly after being hit by Adams' words. Then she turned her head away and didn't look at Adams. After all, she was a woman who had shot guns before. Although the previous rapid-fire gun was quite lethal to centaurs, it was completely useless against the monsters that followed. So after Tokarib made the magic cannon, Ouyang Qianjin rushed to try it out. You can't say it. The power and feel of this magic cannon are the kind of things that are really addictive. Ouyang Qianjin couldn't let it go after trying it. She even asked Tokarev to try to make some magic guns. Whether it was a rifle or a pistol. She tried to make one. Chapter 450 Buying a Magic Cannon. Ouyang Qianjin did this for no other reason. She just wanted to try the joy of shooting. After all, she couldn't use other weapons because she was sitting in a wheelchair. But if it was a pistol, there would be no problem. After all, she had a lot of magic power, which was perfect for shooting. Although there were many subordinates who could protect her. If possible, she would also like to try it herself and enjoy the fun of killing monsters with her own hands. But she couldn't show herself in front of this man. No, not that she couldn't, but that she didn't want to. You have to be cool, so that you can show your sophistication. Well, tell me. You don't go with him to shoot, so you must have something to tell me. Right? Ouyang Qianjin, pretending to be deep, said with a smile. If she couldn't see Adam's intentions, then there would be a problem. After all, guns and cannons are called speed bumps for men. Of course, this statement also applies to women. Haha. Has she seen through it? This woman is really sharp. I just stayed here, but she saw through my intention. It's really scary. Adam smiled awkwardly and complained in his heart. Then I'll just say it straight. Since it hasn't been seen through, there's no need to hide it anymore. After all, I was going to say it anyway. So, Adams told Ouyang Qianjin his idea. You want to buy those cannons and anti-aircraft guns? Ouyang Qianjin looked at Adams with a smile. Yes. The reason why Adam stayed was to see if he could buy some cannons from Ouyang Qianjin. Not to mention for his good friend Franklin. Even for the defense of his own territory. He wanted to buy some. After all, this is a cannon. It is a cannon that can be used without the skills like Franklin. What is more attractive than this? So Ouyang Qianjin was not surprised at Adam's idea of buying cannons. Even the main purpose of her asking these people to come up was to display the arms. It was to open up the sales. So when Adam said he wanted to buy, Ouyang Qianjin was naturally happy. So, how much do you want to buy? I said how much do you want to buy? Ouyang Qianjin repeated his question. Adams was stunned. He didn't expect Ouyang Qianjin to agree to his purchase request so readily. You know, although this thing is very powerful as a defense, but it can also be used as an offensive prop. Isn't she afraid that he will use these things to attack her territory? These are things made by the magic technology researched in her territory. Since they can be sold, I believe there should be some countermeasures. After all, it is the matter of Ouyang Qianjin, a woman, so it is impossible not to prepare some backup plans. Otherwise, she would not agree to him so easily. Your fortress. It's a mobile castle. Okay. How many cannons are installed under your mobile castle? Adams asked carefully. After all, this kind of thing is considered confidential. But the firepower before was indeed the firepower coverage that he was attracted to. So he wanted to know the specific number, so that he could weigh the specific number needed. Under the castle. I remember Tokarev said that there seemed to be 3,000 cannons below, and 5,000 anti-aircraft guns above. It seems like that. Ouyang Qianjin raised her head slightly, and thought about the number and said, 3,000, 5,000. These two numbers directly shocked Adams. But thinking about the firepower coverage, it seems to make sense. But 3,000. If I just want to defend there, I shouldn't need so much. 1,000. 1,000 should be about the same. By the way, how much is a cannon? Adams, who had a rough idea in his mind, asked more carefully. After all, a cannon is worth a lot of gold. So it can be seen that cannons are really expensive. I don't know if the funds I have now can buy 1,000 cannons back. 100,000 star coins per door. 10. Ouyang Qianjin's offer made Adams gasp. Indeed, as one of the only 5 real lords in the world, he is richer than most people. After all, there is a whole new world waiting for him to discover and explore. But that takes time. Although the window period of these few months did allow him to develop his territory bit by bit. But that is not enough. At least the current development has not reached the point where he can squander it at will. You must know that the star coin has basically confirmed its dominant position. Although there were some minor obstacles in the middle, Star Force won in the end. After all, it is something endorsed by so many big guys. And perhaps trust is a matter of course. So now the currency in circulation in the world is basically star coins. It is precisely because of this that the purchasing power of star coins is very good now. 1 star coin is enough for a dozen or 20 people to have a good meal outside. So I was so surprised after hearing what Ouyang Qianjin said. After all, 100,000 is not a small number. My psychological expectation is to buy 1,000 cannons. 100,000 each. Which means that I have to spend a full 100 million star coins to buy them. Can it be less? Adams said with embarrassment. Sure. Really? Well, you can just buy less. Adams was quite happy when he heard Ouyang Qianjin say that it could be less. But he didn't expect that he would actually reduce the amount he bought. This made him feel like he was being fooled. And he was speechless. But he couldn't get angry. After all, the other party was doing a unique business. And he couldn't beat the other party. So he could only sigh. Since there is not enough money, buy less first. Anyway, as long as it can be sold, it means that he can buy it at any time. There is no need to rush. Then, give me 300 guns first. What about the shells? Do you have matching shells? After calculating the extra funds, he can mobilize now. Adams gritted his teeth and spent 30 million star coins to get 300 cannons first. Then he asked about the shells. After all, this kind of consumable is also very expensive. You don't know because you haven't played it. The shells of the magic cannon are the magic power of the user. So there is no such thing as other consumable shells. It is precisely for this reason that it is sold so expensively. Otherwise, I will definitely give you a lower price, and then make money back by tinkering with the shells. Ouyang Qianjin shrugged and said to Adams. Chapter 451. You've upgraded. There's no way. Who told Adams not to try it himself just now, but to be the first one to show off? Now, even the most basic common sense needs to be popularized by Ouyang Qianjin. This also made him blush. Ahem. Okay, I understand this. But I have to say that you are really good at business. After 2 dry coughs, Adams covered up his embarrassment. Of course. Otherwise, how could you think of asking people to study magic technology? Ouyang Qianjin smiled. In fact, she still has a lot of good things in her hands now. However, compared with magic cannons that can attack and defend and strengthen themselves, those are just daily necessities. For these people now, they are not necessities. So I didn't take them out. After all, taking out the right goods at the right time is the skill of a businessman. So Ouyang Qianjin brought the moving castle at such a critical moment this time. It's just to show it off. Let alone Adams. The rest of the guys who are having a blast will definitely come to me and ask me to buy cannons and anti-aircraft guns. Ouyang Qianjin is still confident about this. After all, let us not talk about cannons. Anti-aircraft guns are still very attractive to them who don't have many anti-aircraft means now. Especially things that can relieve stress. Hey, there are a few missing over there. Damn. How do you defend? Haven't you played a tower defense game before? I'm a warrior. Not like you mages. How much magic can I have? Someone shouted loudly when they saw some flying monsters rushing out of the dense anti-aircraft firepower net in the air. Seeing this, others moved the anti-aircraft guns to prepare for the position. However, it was too late at this time. I'll go kill these guys. When the flying monsters reached a certain height, the anti-aircraft guns naturally could not hit the opponent. So Adams, who saw that the situation was not right, prepared to go to support. However, Ouyang Qianjin waved her hand. Didn't I say that the moving castle is not such an inconvenient thing? Ouyang Qianjin smiled. But Adams didn't understand the smile on her face. But it was as if responding to her words. Suddenly Adams saw the gargoyle statues that could be seen everywhere in the city slowly stand up. Then he spread his wings and flew into the air to fight with those who escaped the firepower net. At this time, Adams used eye of identification to see that these gargoyles were actually alchemical products. Good guy. It turns out that they are waiting here. Damn it. I admit that I was fooled by this woman. Watching the flying gargoyles in the sky, Adams felt frustrated. This is magic technology and alchemy. Some time ago, she even researched the basic theory of magic and wrote a book. This woman Ouyang Qianjin is really scary. Incomparable. After getting a clear answer from Ouyang Qianjin, Adams finally let go of his hanging heart. Then, he rushed to an anti-aircraft gun operated by the undead without any scruples. Anyway, this is an anti-aircraft gun and a gargoyle. There are so many undead on the ground. And there are so many skeletons in the space. In other words, Ouyang Qianjin doesn't need to protect himself. It's better to have a good time after the job is done. Didn't you see that those guys were so happy that they started to take the medicine they brought? You know, magic potions are still very precious now. After all, the source of these potions is only the territories of Ouyang Qianjin and Ninatai at this stage. And the amount they take out each time is extremely limited. So when they can avoid consuming these things, everyone tries to avoid consuming them. As a result, now everyone is like possessed and drinking like crazy. You can see how good this kind of thing is. By the way, the potions produced in Ninatai's territory are better than those of Ouyang Qianjin. After all, potions are the main income and research direction of Ninatai's territory now. And the research direction of Ouyang Qianjin's territory is magic technology. The different focus leads to the difference in quality. Of course, in addition to these, it is also because the potions in Ninatai's territory are water. And the job is done after drinking. Most of the potions produced in Ouyang Qianjin's territory are pills, which need to be chewed. If you eat too much, your cheeks will become limp. Ouyang Qianjin sat under the barrage of bullets, watching the explosions flashing in the night sky. Perhaps for others, this is a hearty thing. But for her, this is just a group of workers working for her. Because there is one thing she didn't say. That is, the heads of monsters killed by these cannons, as well as the experience, are actually all counted on her head. I just don't know if so many monsters can upgrade me to level 100. After all, they had tested it many times before. Obviously, after reaching their level, killing monsters can no longer meet the upgrade conditions. But that is outside. What about in this dungeon? Can it be upgraded? After all, this dungeon is a dungeon that only people at level 99 can participate in. If she said that there is no hope at all, Ouyang Qianjin would naturally not believe it. But no one knows about this matter. And no one knows it clearly. It can only be tested a little bit. But so far, she has not felt that she is about to upgrade. Or this feeling has always existed since she reached level 99. But the problem is that she can't break through. Sure enough, there still needs to be some special activities to be able to upgrade. This should be the last topic left by the unknown person behind the scenes? Or is it a test? No, none of this is important. The important thing is that Ouyang Qianjin now only wants to upgrade in this dungeon to level 100. Of course, this idea is not only her, but also the others have such an idea. It's just that everyone is having a lot of fun playing with cannons now. Put aside this competitive mentality for the time being. Enjoy the fun of the moment. Although it seems a little unconventional, there is one thing that is true. That is, at this moment, the 12 people in the copy have achieved a certain unprecedented unity because of the toy of the anti-aircraft gun. That's right. It's unity. After all, now everyone is using the toys in their hands to fight against those flying monsters. So there is no need for any intrigue. However, it is precisely because of this unity that no one expected that they ushered in a new life. Ding! You have upgraded, and you can use +1 summons. Chapter 452, Collective Level 100. Ding! You have upgraded, and you can summon +1. You have reached level 100 and obtained the ultimate skill of the Skeleton Lord. Scourge of the Undead. Scourge of the Undead. The number of summons you can summon increases to infinity. Which means infinity. The skill Scourge of the Undead has changed due to the influence of the talent Erosion. Erosion effect. 100% probability of retaining the elemental attributes of the corpse. 5% probability of transforming into a skeleton with wisdom. You have reached level 100. And the panel has begun to integrate. Integration completed. Discover new magic. Discover new magic theory. And magic engraving begins. Magic engraving completed. Begin analysis. Analysis completed. You have reached level 100. And the title Skeleton Lord has been successfully upgraded to Devil Knight Queen. Obtain the skill Dark Whisper. Dark Whisper. Automatically obtain the learning methods of all dark magic. And can find patterns from them to develop new magic. Talent Erosion tries to modify Whisper of Darkness, but fails. The panel disappears. And the dark and skeleton skills you possess will be engraved in the depths of your soul. And can be learned at any time. Sometimes happiness comes so suddenly, without any preparation. Ouyang Qianjin upgraded. She reached the level 100 she had always dreamed of. She even gained the skill Whisper of Darkness, because she became the Queen of the Night. The reason why her erosion talent didn't work was because Whisper of Darkness was not even a magic skill. If I have to say it, It should be similar to the life skill alchemy that I got before. They are all knowledge-based abilities. After all, the method of instilling all the learning methods of dark skills into my brain at once is the same as when I got alchemy. The erosion talent is very strong and very amazing. But no matter how amazing the talent is, it is impossible to distort something like knowledge. After all, knowledge is, to a certain extent, an understanding of everything in the world. So it failed. However, Ouyang Qianjin was not frustrated by this failure. Instead, she was interested in the whisper of darkness that she had just acquired. After all, she was a person who was addicted to research before. Ouyang Qianjin now has a great interest in research. ISNT had just a chance to give her a skill that can be studied. How can she not be happy? Although it can only dissect, analyze and reconstruct dark skills. But she still understands the principle that one method can lead to all methods. This skill is just an anchor point for magic knowledge. Moreover, she only has dark magic. The magic and skills she can use are limited to this area. But this does not prevent her from researching. Right? Hey! I've leveled up. Level 100. Finally reached level 100. Haha. New profession. New skills. I feel like I'm good again. When Ouyang Qianjin was happy, there were shouts of surprise or joy from afar. Level up together? Ouyang Qianjin raised his eyebrows when he heard these people's words. But think about it. They came in together. Now they are leveling up together. Which seems to make sense. Then the question is, what prompted them to level up? They just killed some ordinary monsters and magic beasts. If you really count them, the strength of these monsters is not as good as those alien races that they went to fight. So obviously this possibility is ruled out. Then what other possibilities are there for more than a dozen people to level up together? Wait! Level up together? Could it be? Thinking about it, Ouyang Qianjin thought of the fact that everyone worked together to fight those flying magic beasts just now. Does it mean that the real meaning of this copy is to ask these powerful people from all over the world to cooperate? To put it more bluntly, it is to unite to fight against foreign enemies? Thinking of the information he got from the dark elf Margaret before, Ouyang Qianjin suddenly felt clear. Figured it out. If this is the case, it really makes sense. Nodding, Ouyang Qianjin found the key to this copy. But there is one thing Ouyang Qianjin is still thankful for. That is to predict the disappearance of the panel. Although I know that this possibility is very high, I have made some corresponding preparations, so as not to be in a rush. But when the time comes, I still feel a little nostalgic. After all, it is the panel that has been with me for a year and a half. Now it is gone all of a sudden. It would be a strange thing to say that I can get used to it immediately. After reaching out and swiping, I found that the panel did not appear again. And Ouyang Qianjin sighed. The panels of those who reached level 100 in the dungeon disappeared. I just don't know if the panels of those who Haven T reached level 100 have disappeared. However, at this moment, screening completed. Those who meet the set requirements are ready to descend. Descent preparation time 90 days. Descent location, north of the Solomon Islands, west of the Hawaiian Islands, in the Central Pacific Ocean. Countdown starts 90 days. When everyone was immersed in the joy of upgrading and acquiring new skills, the voice of the panel came to their minds again. But compared to the past, the voice of the panel that has now disappeared is intermittent. But everyone can still hear what will happen next from this intermittent voice. 90 days. Descend. Central Pacific Ocean. These three words are involved together. And anyone with a little brain can guess what the panel means when thinking about the previous New World descending event. But this should be the last time the panel gives them a prompt. Right? But now is not the time to miss the panel. One by one, they came down from their posts and went to the observation deck where Ouyang Qianjin was. After they heard the upgrade notification sound, the monsters and magic beasts that were originally like a tide slowly faded away. Now they disappeared without a trace. No. Perhaps the word fade is not accurate. It should be said that it disappeared in the literal sense. It's like the layers of PS software opened on the computer, fading layer by layer until they all disappeared. Upgraded? Yes. Just didn't have time to be happy for long. I don't know who used this line of greeting after everyone gathered together. Everyone who had smiles on their faces suddenly lost their smiles. The scene suddenly became a little weird and quiet. Chapter 453. Who is in favor? Who is against? Yeah. At least let me enjoy one song. Seeing the scene fall into strange silence. As a little expert in livening up the atmosphere, Dorothy stood up and held the microphone. But this time, she did not start singing without considering the atmosphere. Instead, she smiled and shrugged at everyone. Perhaps her words worked. Or perhaps everyone really had a lot of problems in their hearts that they wanted to vent. Then everyone started a big discussion. The topic of discussion was of course about the Advent. And the opinions were mainly focused on resources. Although I don't know how big this Advent will be. There is no doubt that it will be bigger than the previous one. After all, it's the entire Pacific Ocean. I can't say it's the entire Pacific Ocean. At most it's only a quarter. If you exclude the remote and poor land near the South Pole, it should be about the same. Right? No. Don't you think it's meaningless to talk about this now? Indeed. It's better to discuss how to distribute the new land that has been Advent. How else can it be distributed? Whoever grabs it first gets it. Are you an idiot? When Philibert, the werewolf, who likes to be straightforward, raised the question of who gets it first, everyone rolled their eyes at him, and then turned to look at Ouyang Qianjin. The meaning couldn't be clearer. As the owner of the moving castle where they are now, Ouyang Qianjin is also the top brother on the list. With such strong abilities, and so many trump cards, the most important thing is that the territory is so close to the coordinates that were finally revealed on the panel. Then, the question is, if Ouyang Qianjin took action to grab it, could they get a share? The answer is no. Although they haven't really fought with Ouyang Qianjin yet. But as long as they saw Ouyang Qianjin's endless tricks and her personal research on basic theory of magic, no one was willing to bet their lives to fight with this big brother on the list. Yes. Even now that they have been promoted to level 100 together, they don't think they have the strength to challenge Ouyang Qianjin. After all, people are different from each other. Similarly, there are differences between level 100 and level 100. It's basically impossible for them to defeat Ouyang Qianjin. Oh! No. Dorothy fought with him, and was killed in seconds. The kind of being killed in seconds in the physical sense. And that was when the other party held back. Otherwise he might have been dead for several months. And the grass on his grave would have grown. So no one would try such a thankless thing to offend a big brother on the list. But to be honest, some things are still the same. Except for a few people who sneaked away. For example, that guy Tsepesh. At level 80. He was the Vampire Queen. Which seemed very powerful. And Dorothy also evolved from Monster Princess to Monster Queen. But Ouyang Qianjin is different. It took her a full 100 levels to become the Demon Knight Queen. Yes. Everyone was careful when they upgraded just now. When the panel said it was going to disappear, everyone called up the panel and looked at the situation on it. Ghost Queen is still Ghost Queen. Vampire Queen is still Vampire Queen. The two of them did not get any career sublimation in this upgrade. That is to say, they have already sublimated their careers to the top level. The rest of the people have only been promoted now. Although it is not good or bad. One thing is certain, that their careers have not risen after level 100. So in terms of career strength, everyone is the same now. Don't look at me. I'm just a soy sauce. Seeing everyone sighing at her, Ouyang Qianjin shrugged indifferently, and said very casually. But she said it casually. But no one took it seriously. Well, actually I do want to go to the New World. But it's a little different from what you said about occupying territory. Seeing that no one believed it, Ouyang Qianjin gave up pretending. After all, if she continued to pretend, she would really become a clown. You have heard the last prompt sound left on the panel just now. Combined with my previous experiences in dungeons and quests, I personally think that there may be many unknown creatures or enemies on this new continent. And I am not afraid to tell you that these creatures or enemies may be very strong. So strong that even I may not be sure of defeating them. As for what I encountered when I went to the dungeon before, or what information I have in my hands, I will not say more. To put it bluntly, I think everyone who can stand here now should have experienced some of them to a greater or lesser extent. The kind of twisted monsters that make people despair. Such as the Abyss Apostles entrenched in big cities. Ouyang Qianjin shared her information, and the speculation made based on the previous prompt sound of the panel. After listening to Ouyang Qianjin's speculation, everyone fell silent again. If Ouyang Qianjin just said what the Abyss Apostle was, they might not know. But when it comes to the monsters entrenched in the big cities, then they understood it all at once. Yes, they have indeed experienced some monsters that could never have evolved in the history of evolution in the dungeons and missions. But now Ouyang Qianjin said that the new continent might be full of such monsters. Everyone naturally chose to remain silent. There is no way. They are very clear about how powerful the monster is. If the new continent is full of such monsters, then Ouyang Qianjin's words even I am not sure of winning are more straightforward. Now it's good. Even Ouyang Qianjin himself said that he might not be sure of it. So do they want to go? I think you all saw the upgrade together before. According to my guess, the real intention of this dungeon is to make us work together. And in fact, everyone just got the dungeon's recognition and upgraded after working together. In other words, it is likely that we all need to work together to get the prize. At least, no one can hold us back. This is a revelation that this dungeon gives us, or a clue to conquer the new world. Seeing that everyone was silent again, Ouyang Qianjin slowly spoke out his guess just now. These words naturally include the explanation of level 100. But more of it is still a threat. Chapter 454 Compound Magic Circle. These words are naturally about explaining the 100th level. But more of it is a threat. Threatening these people not to hinder them even if they don't want to participate. Otherwise, there is no guarantee of what she will do. I'm going to go anyway. Who let us be allies? At this time, Tsepesh stood up to support Ouyang Qianjin. And with her actions, as a member of the three-person alliance, Ingweyong naturally stood up. Seeing the performance of the two, Nini Tai, Dorothy and others naturally couldn't sit still. Fighting? It's nothing. Let alone, everyone has some trump cards in their hands. Not to mention when it involves such a big piece of cake. As the Starcoin Alliance, they are naturally unwilling to fall behind. Of course, when someone stands up, naturally someone will back down. Let alone, our Holy Blade will keep an eye on those who have unrealistic ideas in the back. Michael said lightly. He said that he would keep an eye on those who are not worthy of the title. Who doesn't know what he is thinking in his heart? He just wants these big guys to fight to the death. And then he can pick peaches while preserving his strength. Or if these big guys return victorious, then he who is sitting in the rear will naturally get a share of the pie. However, is Ouyang Qianjin the kind of person who spoils others? Or can these real lords or other big guys spoil him? The answer is no. So everyone laughed. What are you looking at? There is no need to look. Those who are not worthy of the title will naturally be dealt with by someone. Why don't you try to come to us? I will reserve a front row seat for you. Ingweyong smiled at Michael, and even waved his hand to let him go. Seeing that his little trick was discovered, Michael stopped talking. He definitely couldn't go up. He still had to keep his useful body to play the role of angel to bring good news to people. So he retreated. He left the stage like a loser. This caused a wave of contempt from the people around. Some people even began to be wary of the Holy Blade organization where Michael belonged. After all, no one wanted to have someone draw a knife behind them while they were attacking in front. Anyone else? Anyone else want to join us? Ouyang Qianjin looked around at everyone. In addition to herself, among the 11 people, Ingweyong, Yin Shaoqing, Nini Tai, Adams, Franklin, Dorothy, Tsepesh, Ronan Philibet, and Ming Xianda, who knew Ingweyong and the others. And Michael and Bright Star Weathers chose not to join. So Ouyang Qianjin didn't say anything nonsense. He directly asked the two guys who had no intention of joining to leave his mobile castle. Anyway, Michael can fly, so it is not a big deal to take someone with him. Although it is called letting, but it is not an exaggeration to describe it as expelling. There is no way. After all, they are not on the same path. How can he let them stay here to listen to his combat meeting? However, just when the two were about to leave with some displeasure, a teleportation array suddenly appeared beside them. The two were sucked in instantly. That's right. It was this teleportation array that teleported them in. Now it seems that after clearing the dungeon and getting the rewards, as long as you want to leave, you can leave at any time. This solved their problem of finding an exit. Then shall we meet in my territory, Jingzhou, or in Tsepesh's territory, Australia, in 90 days? Geographically speaking, we should go to Tsepesh's territory. After all, it is big enough and soldiers can be deployed there easily. After all, not everyone has the very convenient skill of the undead space, like Ouyang Qianjin and the others. If you really want to deploy troops, you will naturally need a larger area. Compared with Ouyang Qianjin's rich Jingzhou, Tsepesh's Australia will have to fight a lot. Just for this reason, everyone suddenly felt envious of Tsepesh. After all, one person monopolized such a large area of Australia. There were no strong enemies around. It would be a lie to say that I was not envious. Even Ouyang Qianjin envied it. But there was no way. Unlike her place that could be chosen. Their territories fell directly from the sky. Even if they wanted to move, it was impossible. So after discussing some details, everyone was sucked away by the teleportation array. 90 days. It is equivalent to less than 3 months. For Ouyang Qianjin and others, these 3 months are precious. Deploying troops is one thing. There must be corresponding material collection. Although several real-time lords said that they would raise a batch. But the problem is that in addition to the batch they raised, they also have to bring some over. Although everyone likes to get something for free, it is not as simple as getting something for free at this time. If you want benefits, you have to pay something. Didn't you see that the 2 guys who wanted to reap the benefits were driven away? So in fact, 90 days is not enough for everyone except a few guys. The rest of the people are in a tight schedule. After all, they have to go to Tsepesh to gather. Apart from other things, the boat is a big problem. And there are also those monsters swimming in the water along the way. In short, anyone who wants to get a share of the new world feels that time is not enough. So after the discussion, they immediately withdrew to prepare. However, after everyone withdrew, Ouyang Qianjin put away the mobile castle and prepared to leave. As a result, after the teleportation array teleported her, she found that she did not return to the city that never sleeps before being teleported. Instead, she came to a slightly dim, but not invisible space. Here, Ouyang Qianjin saw a skeleton. The skeleton was wearing a tattered robe and sitting on a stone bench. One of its hands was on the armrest of the stone bench, and the other was hanging between its legs. From the worn-out dagger in the drooping hand, Ouyang Qianjin could tell that this person should have committed suicide by cutting his wrists, because there are a lot of black stains under the stone bench, and below the stains is a magic circle. This magic circle is not big, but it is definitely not small. The floor of the entire square room is painted with magic circles. A series of small circular magic circles eventually formed a large circular magic circle. Compound magic circle? This is the name given to this magic circle by Ouyang Qianjin. She named it when she was studying the basic magic theory and studying the magic circle. After all, the magic circle is also a kind of magic foundation in a sense. For those children who may not be able to learn magic well in the future, if you carry a magic circle with you, you can also activate the magic to use, which is very convenient. Chapter 455. Are you also a necromancer? So, based on this idea, Ouyang Qianjin studied the magic circle in her alchemy and benefited a lot from it, knowing that the magic circle is generally activated according to one's own magic power. And as an auxiliary, it helps the magician to complete some large-scale magic that one person or a group of people cannot complete. Or even the nature of forbidden magic, although her current research and cognition on the magic circle is still at a half-baked level. But if it is only used as a reference and interpretation, it is still okay. And now, this half-baked knowledge is just in handy. This can represent the sun. This represents the moon. And this represents the stars. This pattern seems to be a turning point of magic. Awesome. Forcibly distorting the magic. Why didn't I think of this? These 2 magic circles combined can stabilize the soul. I tried it when I was studying the soul gem before, and I am more clear about this aspect. And this can be regarded as a pattern used to enhance the power of the magic circle. Now Ouyang Qianjin is like a crayfish swimming in the ocean of exploration. I can't say I'm obsessed with it, but at least I'm enjoying it. After all, this is a rare reference material, so I'll study it carefully when I come across it. Hey, this seems interesting. The sparse ones on the far left look a bit like death when combined together. The dense ones on the right represent rebirth, the magical turning point in the middle, and the outermost circle represents the cycle of reincarnation. Why do I feel that this magic circle is like the transformation of souls? No, it would be more accurate to say it is a sacrifice. Not sure. Let's take a look. What the hell? Don't you see there is a skeleton here? I don't believe that with your current ability. You can't tell that I am a skeleton instead of a skeleton. Just when Ouyang Qianjin finished reading the entire magic circle and was about to analyze it again from the beginning, the skeleton sitting on the stone bench in the middle of the magic circle not far away suddenly spoke. No, not just spoke, but cursed. Put an old man aside and study the magic circle by yourself. Don't you know how to respect the elderly and love the young? Can't you just ask me directly? The skeleton was very angry. According to the amount of magic on Ouyang Qianjin and the dark attribute magic mixed with the power of death. It didn't think that Ouyang Qianjin would not be able to see that he was a skeleton. The result was good. After entering, he didn't come to see this weird skeleton, but studied the magic circle on the ground. This is an insult no matter how you think about it. Right? I was so lucky that I had already made a pose before the other party came in. It turns out that my attraction is not as strong as those magic circles on the ground. Who can I go to for justice? It's just a skeleton. A skeleton with wisdom. I have seen many. Ouyang Qianjin did not look up and continued to study the magic circle on the ground. Yes, just as the skeleton said, Ouyang Qianjin knew that the other party was a skeleton. Not an ordinary immobile skeleton. As soon as she came in and observed the skeleton, and if nothing unexpected happens, the previous battle should have been initiated by this guy. After all, those monsters that are like a tide are just illusions. Otherwise, the way to exit would not be to fade like a PS layer. Instead, he would just turn around and run away. But it's so funny. As a former skeleton lord, she has her own confidence. So she is not afraid that this skeleton will suddenly attack and hurt people. If it really comes to that, the worst thing is to launch the skeleton lord's skeleton recruitment order and force the other party to become her own. Who made the boss of this copy a skeleton? It doesn't make any difference to her at all. So compared to the skeleton, she wants to see more of the magic circle on the ground. Although as the skeleton said, it is true that you can ask the other party. But at this stage, Ouyang Qianjin still wants to see it herself and figure it out first instead of asking others. Consolidate her basic theory. Anyway, the skeleton can't run away. So take the time to put it into the undead space. But this space is not so easy to come across. After all, she came out of the teleportation magic circle. Who knows if there will be a chance to come in next time? No, not who knows. But definitely not. Anyway, this is also a space in the dungeon. As a daughter of Ouyang who has reached level 100, she doesn't think she has a chance to receive any tasks. After all, even the panel has disappeared. And now casting magic is completely based on feeling. Humph! It's just a magic circle. Just a few tricks. As long as you ask. Do you want to know what kind of magic circle is there? Feeling despised and neglected, the skeleton snorted coldly, then folded his arms and turned his head away proudly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. 10 minutes passed, and it didn't hear any questioning from Ouyang Qianjin. So the soul fire in its eyes squinted slightly, intending to see what Ouyang Qianjin was doing now. He had already said so humble that he could ask him. But the other party could still hold back? As a result, when it looked over, it found that Ouyang Qianjin was sitting in a wheelchair at the moment, directing a skeleton lying on the ground with a chalk in his hand to write and draw on his magic circle. Hey! Don't mess with my magic circle. Seeing that Ouyang Qianjin was actually modifying his magic circle, the skeleton was so scared that he almost died again. With 3 or 2 light steps, he floated in front of Ouyang Qianjin. Then he kicked the skeleton away. Well, it seemed to think so. However, Ouyang Qianjin's skeleton has now become a higher level species, such as skeleton elves, under the blessing of the basic magic book. It is not something that an ordinary skeleton soldier can kick away. So, the skeleton was not kicked away, but the skeleton's thigh bone flew out. Well, the thigh bone of that ordinary skeleton. Skeleton elves. You can actually drive such a high-level skeleton soldier? When the egg hits the stone, the chicken will know how hard the stone is. So after his thigh bone flew out, the skeleton looked at the skeleton soldier that he thought was ordinary before. Unexpectedly, it was himself who flew. You are also a necromancer. Also, Ouyang Qianjin, who was originally studying magic circles, turned his head for the second time after hearing what the skeleton said, and looked at the other party seriously. The skeleton is still the same skeleton, and even the dust on the skeleton frame can be seen. I guess this guy has been here for a long time. Chapter 456, Necromancer Hillman. So you are also a necromancer? Yes. 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 Tell your skeleton to stop drawing first. If this magic circle is destroyed, even I can't repair it. The skeleton stood on one leg in front of Ouyang Qianjin, opened his hands, and said carefully, there is no way. With his current strength, he is not enough to compete with this girl. So he can only persuade her kindly. Is that so? Even you can't repair your magic circle? Ouyang Qianjin looked at him strangely. This room is not big. You can see the end at a glance. There are no doors or windows around. That means someone sealed it after entering here. Or maybe there were no such things when this place was built. And it was completely dependent on teleportation magic to enter and exit. In other words, the magic circle here is likely to be drawn by him. So now this guy actually said that he couldn't repair the magic circle he drew? Isn't this a bit ridiculous? Didn't you draw this magic circle? Obviously. Ouyang Qianjin felt strange and curious at the same time. I drew it. Or it should be me. Speak human language. I'm a skeleton. How can I speak human language? Ah? Ouyang Qianjin raised his hand with an unhappy look on his face. And the bone-burning phosphorus in his hand immediately came out. The skeleton's back of the head was sweating. Good guy. Bone-burning phosphorus. If this thing burns on yourself, even if you don't have flesh and blood and pain nerves, it should be very painful. Right? After all, this thing is a flame that burns the soul. And there are many differences from ordinary flames. I lost my memory, so I don't remember. One word. From the heart. The skeleton perfectly expressed the meaning of this word. He immediately began to speak the words of people that Ouyang Qianjin could understand. Amnesia? As a skeleton, as only the soul and soul fire can still beat, you can actually lose your memory? Ouyang Qianjin was a little speechless. Although this world can no longer be judged by the common sense of the past. But a skeleton without a brain and a memory area can also lose memory. This is somewhat unreasonable. Right? Well, I lost my memory. But it is different from ordinary amnesia. My soul is missing a lot. Look, isn't there a soul transformation on the magic circle? As he said, the skeleton pointed to a circle on the ground with some grievance. Then what do you remember? Ouyang Qianjin closed his eyes and wanted to rub his nose. But after all, there are outsiders here. So he has to pretend. So she gave up this unladylike action and asked the skeleton, remember to drive out the intruders here. Nothing else. The magic circle was restudied by me when I was free. Okay. Ouyang Qianjin had to admit that her chi cultivation skills were not yet up to par. I don't know why. But when facing this skeleton, I always have an urge to rush up and beat him up. But then again, I don't know who I am. I don't know how long I have been trapped here. And all I can do every day is to lie on the ground and study these magic circles. Poor. So pitiful. But this is not a reason not to beat him. If possible, you should know your name. Right? Ouyang Qianjin asked with a twitch in her mouth. Good question. Since you asked sincerely, I will tell you mercifully. Seeing Ouyang Qianjin asking about his identity, Qianjin immediately became energetic. He put his hands on his waist. Oh! On his pelvis. And then raised his head and said with full energy, I am a citizen of the Great Comb, the guardian of Arenal, the pioneer of starlight dust, the destroyer of the blood plains, the earl of the wetland forest, and the greatest necromancer Hillman. Ah, really? The title is very long. After listening to the other party's self-introduction, Ouyang Qianjin nodded indifferently. After all, she couldn't be expected to know what comb, Arenal, and starlight dust were. But she had heard of the blood plains. Didn't I know from Sebastian before that when he was still alive, he was going to the blood plains to fight against some necromancer? I think it should be this destroyer of the blood plains, Master Hillman. Hello. I am a patient in the inpatient department of the 3rd hospital. A person with a missing soul. One of the 5 great lords in the world. The skeleton lord. The number 1 in the world rankings. The holder of the undead scourge. The lord of Whale State. And the queen of the night. Ouyang Qianjin. What do you think? I have more titles than you. Right? I don't care what he is. Anyway, I can't lose to this guy in terms of momentum. So, Ouyang Qianjin, who is aroused by a strange desire to win, just found some titles to give herself. Don't mention it. It seems that he has found a few more names. Hillman on the opposite side was so scared that he couldn't speak. This made Ouyang Qianjin proud. You said you are a person without soul? Yes. See these 2 legs? They are gone. Ouyang Qianjin pointed to her legs. Indeed. If you say so. Your soul is indeed much less. About half of it. And there are some other souls wrapped. Do you use other souls absorbed by soul absorption to maintain your own soul? I personally don't recommend this method. After all, the entanglement of foreign souls will one day backfire on your own soul. After hearing what Ouyang Qianjin said, Hillman also used his beating soul fire to observe Ouyang Qianjin carefully. Then he told what he saw in a very logical way. He even added a little suggestion of his own in a very friendly way. Can you see the soul? Ouyang Qianjin was shocked. You know, even he couldn't see the soul without releasing skills. Even if it was Dorothy's ghost state, it was also due to the skill. It was not the pure, original state in the human body, so it should be excluded. As for the skill of soul absorption mentioned by the other party, Ouyang Qianjin didn't even care too much. After all, he used one skill as two skills. Since he already had life absorption, it was normal to have a skill like soul absorption. It's better to say that Ouyang Qianjin can now split his skill. Simply absorb vitality, or simply absorb soul power. After all, the basic theory research of magic in the past few months was not in vain. Isn't this a matter of course? Necromancers can do it. Right? Chapter 457 I'm not a human anymore. Hillman's hand on his chin suddenly loosened. Then he looked at her in disbelief. That look seemed to say, "You just said something to make me laugh." Which made Ouyang Qianjin feel a little uncomfortable. Hard. Fist hard. How did you say such a Versailles word? Or rather, you actually Versailles in front of me? Ouyang Qianjin, who has always been Versailles to others, today has experienced what yin and yang means. The eyes of the necromancer are all soul eyes. Since you are a necromancer, you should be able to do it. Looking at Ouyang Qianjin's clenched fists and the horrible expression, with a gloomy face but a smile on the corner of his mouth, Hillman hurriedly explained. How to do it? Ouyang Qianjin asked Hillman with a gloomy face. Just concentrate the magic power in your eyes, and then feel a snap, and then a swish. Oh, don't mess around. I'm not lying to you. I'm not kidding you. I'm telling the truth. Look for yourself. Didn't you just use it? Hillman, who originally wanted to explain it to Ouyang Qianjin, immediately jumped to the side and shouted when he saw the skeleton elf rushing up with a knife. After shouting, the skeleton elf stopped his hand. Huh? I just used it. If it weren't for this sentence, Ouyang Qianjin would have no intention of stopping at all. After all, this necromancer is too strong. I really want to give him a good beating. Didn't you notice? When you use spells and drive summons, your eyes turn blue. This is the soul eye. Oh, is that so? Faced with Hillman's statement, Ouyang Qianjin raised her hand and touched the corner of her eye. It seemed that she had never looked in the mirror when she cast a spell. So she summoned a skeleton holding a mirror in his arms and checked the situation. Don't say it. It's really like this. As long as you control the skeleton or cast a spell, the eyes will turn into a dark blue. Yes, it is the color of the soul fire jumping in the skeleton's eye sockets. And the necromancer Hillman, when he saw Ouyang Qianjin actually let his skeleton hold the mirror in the undead space, his eyes twitched. Admittedly, for a necromancer who has already learned Undead Scourge, summons are just numbers. But isn't it a bit too much for you to use them like this? Sure enough, girls are girls, and they always maintain their image. After turning blue, how can I see other people's souls? Just when Hillman was thinking about it, Ouyang Qianjin asked immediately. Just calm down, and then stare at the other person intently, thinking that you can see through the other person. Wow. Just stare. After saying that, Ouyang Qianjin activated Eye of Darkness. Instantly, the whole room was filled with Ouyang Qianjin's black and white eyes. And all these eyes were staring at Hillman. This made him feel very bad. After all, being stared at by so many slightly scary eyes, no one would feel comfortable. Right? But then again, I didn't expect this girl to actually add the soul eye to the Eye of Darkness to observe me. The brain turned quite quickly. After all, it is very impolite to stare at the other person all the time. And if the person is hostile, you will be discovered sooner or later if you look at him like this. So any necromancer who knows Eye of Darkness basically knows how to use his soul eye on this skill. In this way, there is no need to worry about being noticed. But this girl's Eye of Darkness is too big. Thinking of this, although Hillman has no skin and muscles, he still shuddered. So that's it. Your soul is not complete either. But why can you move? But I have to sit in a wheelchair? Ouyang Qianjin used the soul eye combined with the dark eye to check Hillman and found that his soul was more incomplete than hers. If her soul is without the lower body, then this guy's soul is like a shotgun shot, full of holes. Just looking at it is scary. So Ouyang Qianjin asked with some doubts. Maybe it's because I'm a skeleton. Otherwise, you can't be a human. If you try to become a skeleton, you should be able to move. Oh, you are now the undead familiar queen of the night. So you can't be considered a human anymore. What a pity. Originally, Hillman wanted to give advice to Ouyang Qianjin. But after thinking of the title of Queen of the Night that the other party mentioned before, he gave up the idea. Huh? How come I'm not a human? Queen of the Night is not a human. Hearing Hillman say this, Ouyang Qianjin was also angry. I am a good person. When will I give up being a human being like Ninatai and Tepesh? I am not well educated. So don't lie to me. The Queen of Magic Night, as the name suggests, is the Queen of Magic. To put it simply, it is a person who has a full understanding of the power system of magic and can create magic by herself. The word night in Magic Night represents the attribute. For example, you are in the dark system, so you are Magic Knight. If your magic power is elemental, you should be called the Queen of Magic Element. Well, just from this introduction, these Queen of Magic Night and Queen of Magic Element are just names. The reason why you are no longer a human is because your body has been swollen by your own huge body. This transformation has nothing to do with your own will. But the human body automatically evolves after it can no longer withstand the pressure brought by the huge magic power. You understand what I mean, right? The huge magic power and the knowledge of magic are both indispensable. After all, intelligent creatures have a body and a brain. Or a soul. What kind of innovation in magic did you make to become the Queen of the Night? Hillman shook his head again after explaining to Ouyang Qianjin why she was not a human now. It seemed that he thought this was impossible. After all, he had lived here for so many years, and some of the previous memories retained in his soul had never seen this kind of evolution that was almost legendary. Yes, a legendary necromancer saw creatures that had only been heard of in legends. This world is so magical. Well, I have a general understanding. I have a question. Whatever. Just ask. Hearing that Miss Ouyang actually wanted to ask him a question, Hillman immediately approached her with blazing eyes. From the beating of his soul fire, it can be seen that he is really happy. Chapter 458, I hate two kinds of people. After all, Ouyang Qianjin ignored him from the moment he came in, which made his idea of pretending to be the kind of peerless master that only appears in heroic stories fall through. Or maybe it was too boring. And finally someone chatted with him. You said both are indispensable. So what if there is only knowledge but no magic power? What else can it be? Isn't this just a scholar of magic theory? Well, okay. Let me put it another way. If there is only magic power but no knowledge, monsters can only become monsters swallowed by magic power. After all, the body is forcibly evolved. If the strength of the soul can't keep up, then it will naturally be swallowed by its own magic power. Hillman shrugged. In fact, I have seen many people like this. Such as monsters who become irrational and can only kill people after their magic power goes out of control. Got it. This is talking about those who can't control their primordial power. If you said this earlier, wouldn't I understand it? I have to ask for water. Okay. I've asked all the questions. So how do I get out of here? Ouyang Qianjin, who had roughly understood something, asked. Are you leaving now? Why don't you sit for a while? There's only one stool. Seeing that Ouyang Qianjin was about to leave, Hillman, who didn't know how long he had been trapped here, asked reluctantly, Isn't this nonsense? If you don't leave, what are you doing here? Staring blankly? I'm very busy now. There are still 90 days before the new world arrives. Ouyang Qianjin rolled her eyes at him. She didn't have time to take care of this now. After hearing the word arrival, Hilton trembled all over. Arrival? Tell me what's going on outside now. Arrival. Arrival means... Ouyang Qianjin quickly and briefly told the story. Then Hilton touched his bald chin. So that's it. I seem to have memories of this advent in my memory. But I can't remember it. It should be in other soul fragments. After listening to Ouyang Qianjin's words, Hillman pondered for a while. It turned out that the memory was there, but he didn't know where it flew away. So he gave up. However, he gave up. But Ouyang Qianjin was interested. Arrival. Although he had made many guesses before, and other people also collected a lot of information. But guesses are just guesses after all. If there is such an old antique, maybe he can help him sort out a lot of valuable information. Although his memory is not good now. But considering her current influence in the world, it shouldn't be a problem for her to find those lost souls for him. So without saying anything, Ouyang Qianjin issued a skeleton collection order to Hillman. Alas! Hillman just reacted, and before he could even speak, he was sucked into Ouyang Qianjin as dead soul space. Well, if he can fit in, it means it's safe. Looking at the empty room, Ouyang Qianjin nodded with satisfaction. Then she released Hillman. This? Looking at Ouyang Qianjin, Hillman could no longer organize any effective words. Having been a necromancer for his entire life, he was the only one who accepted others into the necromancer space. But today, he became a skeleton and was accepted by others. Well, skeletons should be treated like skeletons. But I was careless. I didn't expect that this little girl even had the skill of skeleton recruitment order. So when she introduced herself before, she seemed to have said that she was a skeleton lord? Good guy. Because I haven't seen her for a long time and haven't chatted. I forgot about it in excitement. Ah. You girl. At least say something? I was the destroyer of the blood plains. But now I have fallen into the hands of another necromancer. No matter how I think about it, it is a matter of incomprehensible. But then again, in this way, can't I leave this damn room? That's right. Hillman's memory loss is so severe that he doesn't even know why he is here. But even if he didn't remember why he had trapped himself here in the first place. But if he could get out, that would be the best. After all, who doesn't like the colorful world? The necromancer is not an ascetic monk with strict discipline. No. It's better to say that the necromancer is sometimes even greedier than other magicians. Go out first? Since the other party couldn't organize any words, Ouyang Qianjin spoke first. Okay. Go out first. Hillman sighed and thought directly. Ouyang Qianjin appeared in the place where he disappeared before in the city that never sleeps. Hey! I don't feel safe. Because I put away the castle before leaving. Ouyang Qianjin now appeared in the air. There is nothing below, just right. Hillman! You idiot! Holding the wheelchair handrails tightly with both hands, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help cursing in the air. Then she felt her body lighten. The whole person slowly floated in the air and landed slowly. As a necromancer, how can you not even use a trick like slow fall? Just when Ouyang Qianjin was still a little confused, the skeleton that could break her defense appeared beside her. Like her, it was slowly falling. Slow fall? I don't know a thing. Really? Should I catch this Versailles skeleton and beat him up when I get to the ground? Now Ouyang Qianjin was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Confirmed. I hate two kinds of people. One is the one who pretends to be cool. The other is the one who pretends to be cool in front of me. Unfortunately, this guy who should know a lot of secrets is exactly the kind of person he hates. The city that never sleeps. Your queen is back. It was the first time that Ouyang Qianjin landed in the air like this. Looking at the city that never sleeps, which she built, she couldn't help but shout out with pride. Well, it's really a good city. I can understand your feelings. I did something similar when I was in the Magic City. Looking at Ouyang Qianjin, and then looking at the brightly lit city below, which was constantly emitting dark sky with some device. Hillman nodded. After boasting about this city, he recalled the past. Shut up. Ouyang Qianjin's face was neither sad nor happy. To be honest, he was in a very good mood just now, and he had endless ambitions in his heart. As a result, Hillman's mood suddenly became bad when he spoke. Yes. Why? Chapter 459 Downtrodden Family. Miss, you're back. When Ouyang Qianjin slowly landed on the ground, Sebastian and other cadres had gathered at the bottom of the castle to greet her. How long have I been away this time? After landing, Ouyang Qianjin asked this question first. After all, there are only 90 days. If there is a problem with the time flow in the copy, he will really kill him. Yes, it is the tattered skeleton next to him. Miss has been away for about 5 hours, Sebastian said with a slight bow. Wow, that's about the same time as she was inside. It seems not too late. You, go and ask around. Ask if the professional merchants from other places in the city still have their panels. All of them have reached level 100 and no longer have panels. So what will happen to those people outside? Miss, there is no need to ask. About an hour ago, those merchants or professionals who came to travel were saying that their panels disappeared. And even our undead panels disappeared. Zhang Yamo, riding on the back of the furry spider, said, although the level and skills of the undead will not increase after being resurrected. But the panels are still there, so the disappearance of the panels naturally affected them. Well, it seems to be similar to what I worried about. It's really a one-size-fits-all approach. So neat. It's just a matter of fighting those monsters. Low-level professionals will just be sent to the rescue. There is not much difference whether they are there or not. Hey, miss, who is this poor man? After the report, Zhang Yamo, riding on the Weaver, looked at a skeleton standing behind Ouyang Qianjin. Originally, there was nothing to be surprised about the skeleton. After all, it was normal for Ouyang Qianjin, the skeleton lord, to have a skeleton around him. But this skeleton seemed a little different, because he actually saw that the skeleton had been looking around before they appeared. And after they appeared, the skeleton even tidied up the tattered clothes on his body, as if he was about to meet a new friend. This made the well-informed Zhang Yamo suddenly think of Sebastian and Cannon. You know, they are all intelligent skeletons. Then this skeleton should also be intelligent. So there was the question just now, as if the little mouth was smeared with honey. After hearing Zhang Mo's question, Ouyang Qianjin looked at him calmly. This Zhang Yamo is really, if you can talk, you should talk more. Didn't you see that Hillman stopped adjusting his clothes at his collar because of your words? A downtrodden person. You idiot riding a weaver. I'm telling you, I'm a descendant of the Great Comb, the guardian of Arenal, the pioneer of Starlight Dust, the destroyer of the Blood Plains, the Earl of Wetland Forest, the greatest dead. Hillman was angry. You should know that he had never been treated like this before. No matter if it was the king or the emperor of the empire. As long as he wanted to see someone, the other party would come to see him. In the end, he was called a downtrodden person by a young man riding a weaver? Just kidding. It seems that it is time to announce the return of this terrible and evil necromancer to the world. Ah, old man, don't talk first. I'll go get you some clothes. It's not a big deal to dress like this. It's embarrassing. There's a bathing pool over there. You can go there and take a bath first. However, Hillman hadn't finished his words yet. No. It should be said that when he was about to say the last line, Zhang Yamo turned around and left without much interest. It is said that Zhang Yamo is a good person who respects the elderly and loves the young. Seeing that the other person was wearing tattered clothes, he wanted to find clothes for him and let him take a bath. You know, although Zhang Yamo is a fool, he will never laugh at others. So Ouyang Qianjin has reason to believe that what he said was not to squeeze Hillman. But he really believed it. Good man. Looking at Zhang Mo's back, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but sigh. I am a descendant of the Great Comb, the guardian of Arenal, the pioneer of Starlight Dust, the destroyer of the Blood Plains, the Earl of Wetland Forest, the greatest necromancer Hillman. After listening to Zhang Mo's words, Hillman lowered his head and turned in frustration to the direction of the bathhouse that Zhang Yamo had just mentioned. While walking, he muttered his self-introduction in a low voice. That look was as miserable as it could be. Ouyang Qianjin even interpreted a song from the other party's desolate back. Snowflakes are fluttering, and the north wind is whistling. Okay, let's all go and prepare for the docking of the castle. There will be a new advent in another 90 days. I will lead the expedition at that time. You will prepare the people who can go and the supplies. Let's temporarily set the army at 2 million. It's enough to say hello when you see me coming back. There are still endless things to do now. So Ouyang Qianjin told me what will happen in 3 months. When they heard that there was an expedition, or a new continent that was about to appear, everyone understood the meaning. After all, Ouyang Qianjin disappeared first, then upgraded to level 100, and then brought back such a news. This will certainly be taken seriously by everyone. So everyone started their own arrangements. Those who allocated supplies and selected personnel were busy. Miss, the skeleton just said that he was the destroyer of the Blood Plain. Could it be? After everyone went to work, Sebastian did not leave, but stood in front of Ouyang Qianjin and asked. After all, although Hillman did not finish his self-introduction before, he still revealed a lot of important information. That's why Sebastian was so concerned. Yes, it's the necromancer Hillman. Ouyang Qianjin smiled and nodded. But don't worry. He's one of us now, so he won't do anything to hurt us. Ouyang Qianjin certainly knew why Sebastian asked about Hillman. It's more of a worry about the present than a nostalgia for the past life. After all, he knew Hillman's name very well. A powerful necromancer. No matter where he was, could be labeled as a dangerous person. But since the eldest lady of my family said so, it should be okay. Why? Because she's the eldest lady. Do I need to ask this? So Sebastian turned around and left. Before leaving, he briefly reported on the recent training results. The vampire girls have basically changed their jobs to become vampire swordsmen. Chapter 460: The Use of Crystal Skull. The android-turned-dragon men have basically taken shape under Sebastian's training. They have become powerful dragon swordsmen. At least 1 million of them can form combat power. Then let these 1 million go out for 2 months of actual combat, and then come back. 2 million undead. 1 million dragon men. Plus their own infinite undead disaster. I think it should be no problem to conquer the new world. As for those vampire girls, after all, there are few in number. Only 4 digits. So Ouyang Qianjin plans to use them as backup sharp knives. When the critical moment comes, they will be used to conquer boss-level existences. After all, they are all powerful existences. With nearly half a year of growth, it should be enough. After all, these vampire girls are not just learning Sebastian's swordsmanship during this period. There are also magic courses. Although they cannot be used at the beginning, it is still no problem to learn the theory. After 2 or 3 months, when the fused souls stabilize, they will begin to use low-level magic systematically. So in the next 2.5 months, Ouyang Qianjin asked them to start learning the advanced magic they were interested in. Of course, because they were dark creatures, they could only learn the dark system. For example, the dark system, blood system, hell system, summoning system, bone system, and poison system. Well, anyway, they could learn any system that the Necromancer could learn. It's very strange. Why is it like this? Sitting in the garden and drinking tea, Ouyang Qianjin asked Hillman, who was sitting opposite her in a strange way. Hillman was no longer the down-and-out look he had been yesterday. He was wearing a neat suit, a black windbreaker, a cane inlaid with gemstones, and a black top hat. He looked like a noble gentleman. Even his bones were cleaned white, which showed how much psychological trauma Zhang Mo's words had caused him yesterday. Because the Necromancer is the foundation of all dark systems. It depends on the individual how to choose. The same is true for professional advancement. For example, among all Necromancers, some became vampire queens, some became ghost princesses, some became high priests of the underworld, and some became ghoul leaders. Of course, some became skeleton lords. Hillman raised his hand and smiled at Ouyang Qianjin, elegantly holding up the teacup in front of him. Although only 1 night had passed. But now Hillman is the magic consultant hired by Ouyang Qianjin and his personal family magic teacher. Otherwise, where do you think he got the money to buy this outfit? Even if it was Ouyang Qianjin, what he gave to the other party for free was just some basic equipment. What windbreaker? What suit? What gem-studded cane? All these were bought by him out of his own pocket. After all, society depends on money to operate. I don't have any opinion on Hillman. On the contrary, I think Ouyang Qianjin is right to do so. So after Ouyang Qianjin asked the vampire girl, he would help her solve the problem. As I said, I paid for it. What's the difference? For Ouyang Qianjin, the discussion of magic with Hillman is a very pleasant thing. After all, it is knowledge that I don't know. At the same time, it is also knowledge that can help me. Of course, this knowledge can also solve my own mysteries. So why not do it? Unfortunately, Hillman lost a lot of memory and knowledge because of the loss of his soul. So many things are only half understood. Fortunately, he didn't forget some basic things. Otherwise, he wouldn't be lying on the ground studying magic circles by himself. In our world, there are indeed species such as vampires, ghosts, ghouls, and skeletons. But they are called differently. Such as vampires are called blood clan. Ghouls are called go. And skeletons are called stoating. But these names don't matter. They just reflect the names of your world. What really matters are things like the high priest of the underworld, the queen of the night, and the undead, which can only be born in your world and do not exist in our world. Hillman shook his head. Although there are many rumors about the queen of the night in our world, unfortunately no one has ever seen it. And no one even knows where these rumors came from. Of course, it is possible that I know it. But I just forgot it. Ha ha ha. Laughing nonchalantly, Hillman reached out and cut the cake in front of him with a silver knife, picked it up and stuffed it into his mouth. These things will automatically transform into energy bodies after eating. So there is no need to worry about leakage. Of course, this was achieved by using magic to simulate the sense of taste and working hard. In Hillman's words, he was idle there anyway. So he developed some fun magic to try. TSK. Listen, is this human language? Because I was bored. I studied this boring magic. Well, although in Ouyang Qianjin's opinion, this kind of magic does have a certain use for intelligent skeletons. Now let's talk about your soul. Do you know where your soul is scattered? Or in other words, how should I find your soul? Because knowledge and memory are in the soul. In order to obtain knowledge, Ouyang Qianjin can only help this guy collect souls. Of course, the information in those memories is also very important. I know. In my few memories, there are information about the whereabouts of these souls. Oh, where is it? Crystal skull. It seems that I once carved a crystal skull before I died. And that skull will automatically help me collect my scattered soul. Until one day when it is needed, it will appear in front of me. Hillman explained the whereabouts of his soul. As he was speaking, Ouyang Qianjin summoned a skeleton from his undead space. The skeleton held a crystal skull in his hand. Is it this? It should be. It seems that the time has come when it is needed. Looking at the crystal skull placed on the table by the skeleton, Hillman said after a moment of silence. It was said before that it would appear when needed. But now it has appeared. So it is naturally the time of need. Can I take it? Although it is his own thing, it is now Ouyang Qianjin's thing. As a well-educated necromancer, Hillman still asked Ouyang Qianjin politely. Chapter 461 Hillman's explanation. Although it's a pity to lose a top-grade equipment, I can get a powerful knowledge base and information source in exchange. I think it's worth it. Ouyang Qianjin nodded and stretched out her hand to signal Hillman to take it. After all, there is gain only when you give. And compared to the amplification of the crystal skull, it is obviously more beneficial for Hillman to restore his memory. So Ouyang Qianjin didn't mind at all. So Hillman placed the crystal skull in front of him. Then he took out a rusty knife. She knew this knife. It was the knife that Hillman used to commit suicide in this small room before. Hillman carefully inserted the knife into the gap above the crystal skull. Then the crystal skull shone brightly. It directly swallowed Hillman's whole body. And Ouyang Qianjin, who was sitting opposite him, was naturally affected. But fortunately, the light was just light, without any offensiveness. So Ouyang Qianjin took out her sunglasses calmly and put them on. The main point is elegance. After seeing Ouyang Qianjin's reaction, the guards on the periphery quickly surrounded her and protected her. After about 10 minutes, the light around Hillman gradually dissipated. When the crystal skull in the air fell to the ground and shattered, Hillman returned to everyone's eyes. Well, I can feel the huge soul power and memory, and everything I know. At this moment, Hillman really gave people a different feeling from the inside out. Even your ribs look a lot more dazzling. This is the conclusion drawn by Ouyang Qianjin after observing for a while. Hey, let me pretend for a while. Say something more shocking to ease the excitement in my heart? Hillman, who was completely broken by Ouyang Qianjin's words, complained to her with some dissatisfaction. What else can I say? If it were me, I would definitely pretend to be a big devil with memory recovery. Play tricks on the other party. And then say that I was pretending to be something to improve my status. Ouyang Qianjin rolled her eyes at the other party. She was too familiar with this routine. So she was eager to obtain knowledge and intelligence and didn't plan to act with the other party at all. Of course, the most important thing was that she didn't allow others to pretend in front of her. You are not fun at all. So mean. Hillman sighed after Ouyang Qianjin revealed his intentions. This girl really can think of everything. Could it be that he is a genius like himself? Yes. Hillman had wanted to pretend to be a villain to get back his face. However, Ouyang Qianjin's words ruined his plan. This is a tragedy. After all, how many times in life can you have such a crazy opportunity to cut out your soul? Then, let's talk about what you know. Since Hillman has already found his soul, Ouyang Qianjin will not be polite. After waving his hand to let the guards around him go, Ouyang Qianjin asked the other party directly. Well, sure. Different from his cynical attitude before, Hillman suddenly became serious after talking about business. It seems that this guy had cut out the serious part before. Ouyang Qianjin speculated maliciously. Then first of all, let's talk about the issue of Advent. I think this is a topic that all the professionals alive in the world are very concerned about. What does Hillman, the great magic teacher, need to explain about this? The so-called Advent is just to transform this world into a world where everyone has the potential for magic. After all, not every world has such extraordinary power as magic. In fact, your world did not have such conditions before. It can even be said that it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the world with the weakest personal ability among the many worlds I have experienced. Faced with Ouyang Qianjin's question, Hillman talked elegantly. However, his words made Ouyang Qianjin, who was originally smiling, lose his smile all of a sudden. Our world. Many worlds? In other words, you have experienced more than one or two worlds? Ouyang Qianjin asked with a frown. Yes. In fact, your world is not the first world to open the gate of Advent. There are not many races in my original world. For example, vampires only appeared in the third world before. And elves, dwarves, murlocs, demons, centaurs, etc. are all races from different worlds. But compared to this, your world is much more monotonous. It is incredible that there is only one kind of intelligent creature. Humans. When Hillman obtained the soul in the crystal skull, he naturally also received the information about this world obtained by the crystal skull. So when talking about race, Hillman was very surprised. After all, in the world he had been to, there were at least 2 or 3 different intelligent races. But there were none here. As a single existence, their history, or the acquisition of civilization, is less than 10,000 years. It is understandable to think so. After all, it is difficult to give birth to a new evolutionary race in such a short time. But it doesn't matter. I, Hillman, will take action. So, you forced humans to evolve? Is there any problem? Of course not. I just feel a little curious about what prompted you to do this. Ouyang Qianjin shook her head. She was not a saint. She would not stand up at this time to accuse Hillman of such inhumane behavior. On the contrary, she was just curious about why the other party did this. Although she had many guesses, she still wanted to hear the truth from this person, who had lived for who knows how many years. That happened many years ago. As he spoke, the soul fire in Hillman's eyes showed a trace of reminiscence. I used to be just a priest of the Quorum Church. I was very young at that time and didn't know anything. But the high priest and others were very kind and taught me a lot of things. But there is one thing. After the stars fell from the sky, everything changed. At that time, many monsters appeared in the world. No matter how hard you kill them, you can't kill them all. They can also infect other races and give birth to new monsters. For this reason, we, the Quorum people and the orcs, formed a coalition but failed to eliminate them. Instead, we were beaten. Ouyang Qianjin didn't say anything. Just listened to Hillman's explanation quietly. Chapter 462 collects some interest. Although as a priest, I don't have to go to the front line. But as a Quorum person, I also plan to do something small to contribute to the front line. So I studied soul magic and dark magic when I was still young. However, all this was in vain in front of those monsters in the stars. As the army was retreating step by step, the high priest decided to use large-scale magic to transfer the entire Quorum and the remaining people. After the transfer, we came to the new world. Although we got a chance to breathe and establish friendships with the races in the new world, we didn't expect that the larvae of those monsters would be mixed in the crowd. So another war broke out. During this period, I gradually grew up. But the front line gradually became very pessimistic. I thought that if everyone had the attribute of immortality, then even if the quality could not cause damage to those monsters, the number would definitely be reduced, and the whole army would be wiped out. After all, if everyone is not dead, then the next thing is to maintain the front line. So I combined Culm's magic and the magic of the new world to create the dark magician, the Necromancer. It turns out that my idea is correct. Although at the beginning, it can only transform corpses into skeletons, and they have no wisdom. But at least the skeletons stabilize the front line. However, because the Necromancer is too evil, he is despised by some races who love nature and life. Well, this is actually what I expected. After all, powerful things always attract the jealousy and worry of others. But what I didn't expect was the human heart. I don't know whether the other party was afraid or jealous, but I was betrayed. No, it should be said that my necromancer skills were betrayed. Betrayed to those monsters. Monsters originally have the ability to infect, but this ability requires knowledge. Without understanding the magical operation knowledge of my Necromancer, they could not break through my defense. But after knowing it, it was another matter. So my defense was quickly broken, and those who betrayed me died at the hands of those monsters. Without any other choice, the old high priests decided to use the transfer spell again. But this time, because the high priests were old and their magic power and energy were insufficient, they used the magic they had learned in that world and offered sacrifice. The better the sacrifice, the better. This person is me. I volunteered to participate in this sacrifice, just because I was worried about the previous situation happening again. I used the magic circle I learned in that world to the extreme with the help of the high priests, and made this crystal skull. After all, the magic I need to engrave is to transfer by tearing my soul and offering sacrifices again and again. After engraving the magic circle, I committed suicide as a sacrifice in the room without doors and windows. Then, fighting again and again, releasing the soul again and again, failing again and again, and transferring again and again made my soul broken. In this case, the final destination is your world, and the anchor point needed for transfer is you. This is the origin of the Advent. Hillman slowly told everything he knew. After hearing what he wanted, Ouyang Qianjin also breathed a sigh of relief. Then he leaned back and leaned on the back of his wheelchair. In other words, you opened the anchor point without fighting in the last world, and just happened to anchor me. So you discovered this new world? Ouyang Qianjin said in a low voice. While speaking, she rubbed her eyebrows. This time she didn't care about being elegant or not. After all, the so-called enemy suddenly appeared in front of her. Hillman was silent after he finished speaking and saw Ouyang Qianjin's performance and her soul. From the moment he regained his memory, he had already seen that the girl in front of him was the anchor point of his transfer technique. As an anchor point, he knew exactly what the other party would do. Although Ouyang Qianjin's soul is now stable because of her skills, but there are still uncertainties. Of course, the most important thing is that the pain after becoming an anchor is not something that everyone can bear. In fact, when you anchor others, your soul will also be implicated. It's just different from ordinary sacrifices. He sacrificed the pain of tearing the soul, not the soul itself, so he felt it more. However, doing something wrong is doing something wrong. From the look of Ouyang Qianjin, he should be seeking revenge on himself. Bin Ali wants revenge. The guy who made me an anchor and took away my parents and my happy life. But now that guy is right in front of me. Hillman, what do you think I should do with him? Ouyang Qianjin threw the ball back and asked Hillman. The culprit. Whatever you want. This is what he deserves. But I hope to talk about it after getting rid of the star travelers in this world. After all, I can't guarantee that your world can defeat them. Hillman did not intend to muddle through the mistakes he made. He faced it head on. But because he also had his own obsession to defeat the star travelers and avenge his dead fellow countrymen. Really? What you said makes sense. But at least let me collect some interest or something. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. Although Hillman thought this smile was so dangerous, he finally agreed. The so-called interest is actually very simple. It was just a matter of burning bone phosphorus fire, which directly burned Hillman's soul and screamed. There was no way, as Ouyang Qianjin herself wanted to kill this culprit. But reason told her that she still needed Hillman now. So it turned out like this in the end. However, Ouyang Qianjin still did not kill him. At least she did not burn Hillman's clothes. Then let's talk about how to defeat those star travelers. After so many years, in these multiple worlds, I believe you should have figured out something. Right? After the grudge between the two came to an end, the two seemed to have never had a conflict. Sitting at the small round table again. New things mean new attempts and new starting points. If you want to deal with star travelers, the things of the old era can only play a very limited role. Whether it is the Centaur Khan or the Vampire Queen you saw, these are all products of the old era. Only new things can have the possibility of defeating star travelers. Chapter 463 My Reason is Death. New things. After hearing what Hillman said, Ouyang Qianjin thought about it. Hillman had said before that only new knowledge that the monsters didn't know could defeat them. In fact, Hillman did receive positive feedback after researching the Necromancer. I believe that he must have been tested many times in the later world to be so sure. In this case, the feasibility of this method is still very high. However, if it is a new toy, I have quite a few here. But I don't know if it can be used to deal with the star travelers that Hillman mentioned. In other words, as long as it has not appeared in front of the star travelers before, it will work. Although it is not comprehensive, it can be understood this way. Then it seems that it won't work for me. After all, it is a necromancer. Ouyang Qianjin shrugged. That's not necessarily true. Hillman elegantly picked up the teacup on the table, and then smiled mysteriously at Ouyang Qianjin. Oh, what do you mean? Didn't I say before that your Queen of the Night is a title that exists in legends, and no one has ever seen it? And there is also the High Priest of the Underworld, especially your Queen of the Night. This is a title that can only be obtained after you have a certain understanding of magic. That is to say, during this period of time, you can completely research new magic based on your own theories to fight against the Star Traveler and effectively kill the enemy. Of course, although there are only 89 days left. With your qualifications, I think you should be able to do it in a few dozen days if you specialize in the research of a large-scale magic. Hillman never expected that Ouyang Qianjin would become the Queen of the Night. Are you so sure? Ouyang Qianjin expressed doubt. Of course. Otherwise, how do you think those panels appeared? Isn't it for real-time monitoring of everyone in your world? And then giving trials and scores? Including but not limited to those dungeons, those bugs, and the landing location of the new continent. I have spent a lot of effort to tailor them for everyone. Where can you find this kind of non-level upgrade route? Upgrade rewards and panels? I can't find it at all. I still want you to thank me. Hillman laughed like a stick and said, but he became more and more excited as he spoke. He even asked Ouyang Qianjin to thank him on behalf of mankind. It can be seen how blind this guy was when dealing with the panel and everyone's upgrade route before. If it weren't for the fact that the skeleton has no scalp and no hair, now it shouldn't be an exaggeration to call him bald. Oh my goodness. I was wondering why I always felt someone was watching me. It turned out to be you. At this time, Ouyang Qianjin remembered that she had felt like she was being watched several times before. It seems that there is something wrong with her own panel. To be honest, Ouyang Qianjin had always doubted the panel. But at that time, she was still keeping a distance from it with the idea of pie in the sky. That's why she studied magic and studied how to use magic without relying on the panel, even developing new magic based on the magic that appeared in front of him. As a result, it seems that this is exactly what Hillman wants. This makes the proud Ouyang Qianjin feel frustrated. But it's okay, because Ouyang Qianjin is not the kind of person who gets discouraged. She quickly adjusted her mentality. How can the magician's affairs be called surveillance? It's just a trial at most. And it's not me who's monitoring you. It's this broken crystal skull. What does it have to do with me? Hillman? Besides, the basic magic theory you studied is also very interesting. Even without systematically studying the basic magic of other worlds, you can achieve this level by relying on the only documents, your understanding of magic, and some legends of this world. To be honest, you are a genius. An absolute magic genius. If it were calm, according to your age and contribution, you would be a high priest at the highest level. And it's even possible to become a high priest after the age of 20. TSK. A high priest at the age of 20. Think about it. This is not something that can be explained by genius and glory. If you systematically study the magic knowledge of other worlds, I believe your achievements should be very high. For Hillman's praise, Ouyang Qianjin, who was smiling, was still very happy. After all, it's a good thing to be praised. What's more, Ouyang Qianjin has an academic degree that doesn't even graduate from elementary school. But this brings up another issue. I want to ask you something. Go ahead. Since you can see souls, you should also know that I am a reborn person. Ouyang Qianjin smiled and squinted her eyes. Rebirth. This can be said to be Ouyang Qianjin's biggest secret. But since the other party can see her soul state, then for Hillman, this secret is equivalent to not a secret. So she wanted to ask about this matter clearly. Well, rebirth, so that's how you explain it. Hearing Ouyang Qianjin's question, Hillman nodded. I do know about this, but it is slightly different from the traditional rebirth you mentioned. Difference? For example? Hypnosis. Hillman simply announced the answer, leaving Ouyang Qianjin a little unresponsive. Hypnosis? What does this mean? In simple terms, it is to anchor your world first. And then after everything is ready, select some people in your world who seem to be very qualified for deep hypnosis. Then let the things that are about to happen again in your sleep to see if you really have this qualification. Obviously, there are quite a few people with this qualification. Hillman smiled. From his words, it was not difficult for Ouyang Qianjin to conclude that her so-called experienced past life was just a dream. That means there are quite a few people besides me? Ouyang Qianjin frowned. Yes, there are quite a few so-called reborn you mentioned. For example, most of the people on the previous list have experienced it. Otherwise, they would not be able to get ahead of others. Right? Of course. The reason is not just this one. Another reason is that it requires death. Hillman saw the expression on Ouyang Qianjin's face. So he gave another answer. Death? Ouyang Qianjin frowned even more deeply. Chapter 464, I will never stand up again in this life. Hey, I am a necromancer. And didn't I say before that necromancers are the foundation of everything? So only those who have experienced death can experience necromancers and change their jobs to become necromancers. In other words, the death I experienced in that dream was all for the purpose of awakening a necromancer? You can understand it this way. But in fact, not everyone can awaken and change their jobs to become a necromancer after experiencing death. But because you are the anchor point, you can 100% change your job to become a necromancer. Ouyang Qianjin was silent. So I was killed by wolves in my last life just to let me experience the feeling of death and change my job to become a necromancer? The key is to listen to what the other party said. Because I am an anchor. It seems, I can change my job without going through all this? Damn. Are you really that bad? Can I burn you again? Ouyang Qianjin, who was a little sluggish, looked at Hillman with an unprecedented serious expression. If it's possible. I don't think it's necessary. Bone-burning phosphorus fire. Ah. Asking is polite. But it doesn't mean that Ouyang Qianjin won't do it after the other party says no. So, Hillman, who broke Ouyang Qianjin's defense again, was burned by Ouyang Qianjin again as he wished. It was still bone-burning phosphorus fire. Still the familiar formula. And still half a minute. After half a minute, Hillman trembled and sat back on his stool again. Then why did you choose me? Because you are the anchor point. The first and the original person selected. Without you, how can this hypnosis be radiated? Oh, that's true. I am the anchor point. So naturally I will be the first to try anything. What if I suddenly want to burn him again? Ouyang Qianjin sighed. Then let's talk about the soul. Can my soul be found again like you? Or is there a way for me to replenish my soul? After forbearing, Ouyang Qianjin did not do it. It was just asking about his soul again. After all, it was about whether he could walk. No one wanted to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. So Ouyang Qianjin was still very concerned about this. It shouldn't be possible. Because your soul has been used as a sacrifice. It was not sacrificed on the spot, but slowly eroded. It is the best result I can achieve. Although I knew that my answer might anger Ouyang Qianjin. But no matter what, I was wrong first. Without even saying hello, he sacrificed his soul to the other party. So Hillman's answer in this regard was still very honest. Does that mean there is no chance of recovering my soul? Ouyang Qianjin had always been upset about using her own soul as an anchor point. And now the other party told her that her soul had been sacrificed. How could she not clench her fists? To be honest, even I, who have studied the soul for so many years, cannot say that I understand it 100%. After all, the soul is too abstract. Even if the soul is condensed into a soul gem, it is only my understanding of the gem, not the soul. What exactly is the human soul like? The soul eye of the necromancer can only observe the scope of our own understanding. For example, ghosts. People can become ghosts after death. Or why do they still wear the clothes before death when they use skills to become ghosts? Did the clothes also die with them? Not to mention you. Even I don't know. And even the research has not found a suitable place to start. No one can tell what the human soul is like. Even in the other world, where there are extraordinary powers, and the research on the soul has never stopped. They cannot say that they fully understand it. So Hillman can't give Ouyang Qianjin an accurate answer. But Ouyang Qianjin has his own explanation. Looking back on the past year or two. First of all, the most questionable thing is the first 3 months of the Advent. The so-called 3-month experience should be to use the external force of profession to strengthen the souls of humans who have never mastered the mysticism. The reason is that those who did not change their profession became zombies. After all, according to Hillman's previous statement, if there is only power but no knowledge, then people will become monsters. At that time, since the body could be strengthened to the extent that it could resist that kind of bacteria, then it seems reasonable that the soul can be strengthened. The main reason is that after changing jobs, you will get the relevant use of magic, whether it is just mentioned or can be perceived. In Ouyang Qianjin's view, there is knowledge in it to strengthen your soul. And those who did not change jobs, that is, did not get knowledge, eventually became zombies with infinite power after 3 days. And they could only be killed by destroying their brains. In this regard, it is similar to the fact that the knowledge of the soul cannot keep up after the body is transformed by magic. And people who change jobs to become professionals are actually not easy. The skills of 5 levels seem to have a gap in the middle. But in terms of the early upgrade level, as long as you are willing to work hard, you can quickly upgrade to the level 19 stuck. That is, 3 skills plus an initial general skill. The knowledge of 4 magic skills is enough for a person's soul to digest slowly. That's right. The so-called Eye of Identification, a universal skill, and the skill that can be selected at level 1 are just a bottom-line skill. It allows you to gain knowledge and not let your soul be distorted. And the 3 months of leveling up afterwards is to allow those who level up quickly to consolidate their souls. According to Hillman, there are speeds in leveling up. But there is no doubt that those who have obtained the qualification of rebirth can definitely rush out at the fastest speed. But this will cause a break in the belt, a phenomenon where the soul cannot keep up. So it is necessary to consolidate the soul step by step, especially for a profession like Ouyang Qianjin that involves soul and death. It takes more time to consolidate one as soul. And the evidence for this speculation is the magic dragons created by the vampire girls, and Ouyang Qianjin using the alchemy technology of artificial humans. Chapter 465 Great. I began to understand everything. That's why the so-called dungeons were officially opened 3 months later. After all, if there were no such shackles, with Ouyang Qianjin's way of playing, how many levels can be reached in 3 months? Another best proof is that those vampire girls and dragon people almost took 2 or 3 months to closely connect their souls with their regained bodies. Although there are slight differences in individuals, it must be said that 2 to 3 months is enough for everyone to consolidate themselves. Coincidentally, the time for leveling is exactly 3 months. This forced Ouyang Qianjin to guess like this. After listening to Ouyang Qianjin's guess, Hillman smiled and nodded. Your guess is right. If I were your magic mentor, I would give you a full score of 100. Teacher? I don't care. It's better to say that there are indeed some things I want to learn from you now. Ouyang Qianjin smiled at the other party. This is wrong. This old thing has too much knowledge. Ouyang Qianjin had been eyeing him for a long time. If he didn't take something from him, how could he be unworthy of the suffering he had endured? That's totally fine. Necromancers don't need to sleep anyway. Why don't we just start now? How could Hillman not know what Ouyang Qianjin was thinking? But there was such an excellent student in front of him. Even if Ouyang Qianjin didn't say anything, he would go all out to teach him. After all, he had lived too long. He was so old that he didn't even know how long he had lived. He only knew that when one world couldn't resist him, he would go to the next world. After repeating this cycle, he couldn't count how many worlds he had been to. So how could he remember how long he had lived? And if there was such an excellent student who inherited his academic theory, well, then he would mix some personal ideas into the teaching. If something happened to him in the future, he could still take the blame, which had to be said to be an additional layer of insurance against those star travelers. But he didn't say this to Ouyang Qianjin. If he knew that he had said it, he might be waiting for another burning bone phosphorus fire package. After all, making a mistake doesn't mean you have to correct it. Forget it. I'm afraid I don't need to sleep today. When Ouyang Qianjin thought of the knowledge in Hillman's mind, he couldn't help but get excited. These are all ways to strengthen himself. So Ouyang Qianjin didn't say much, and asked someone to prepare some midnight snacks and tea and snacks, and then began to learn the magic knowledge of the other world from Hillman. Whether it was the basic theory of magic or the knowledge of magic circles, it was very valuable to Ouyang Qianjin now. After all, this was a systematic study. Every word of magic knowledge Hillman said made Ouyang Qianjin, a self-taught half-baked person, feel like a revelation. Many things that were difficult to understand before can now be understood. Even the book Basic Theory of Magic that she had written before had many mistakes in the eyes of Ouyang Qianjin now. Of course, this so-called error, of course, does not refer to the understanding of magic from another world. Rather, it refers to the error in the use of magic combined with some common sense in this world. After all, it was all based on speculation and own experiments. So it can't be called an error. It's more about the conversion rate of magic power. If Ouyang Qianjin is asked to write a new book now, it will definitely make modern magic basic theory more efficient. So I did it as I thought. While learning Hillman's magic knowledge, Ouyang Qianjin did experiments and compiled her own new version of magic textbook. Although this book may not be circulated until the end of this war, but Ouyang Qianjin didn't mind at all. After all, she herself benefited a lot in the process of compilation, especially when compiling the book Modern Magic Array Basic Structure and Application. Of course, in addition to compilation, Ouyang Qianjin occasionally showed Hillman what she had written. Let him give some advice. It's no wonder that after all this, the two of them actually figured out a set of magic circles that work in this world. After all, each world has its own basic operating rules. Even if those fierce star travelers come, this can't be changed. While teaching Ouyang Qianjin, Hillman is full of curiosity and exploration of the entire never-sleeping city. For example, the dark sky curtain that puts skills into machines and then uses machines to operate. For example, the cold night icicle that emits light like daylight. There are also things like fax machine, magic phone, moving castle and magic cannon. All of this is so fresh and interesting to Hillman. And the same is true for those star travelers. So Hillman often asks Ouyang Qianjin about this matter after teaching. After learning that Ouyang Qianjin has a magic technology research and development team, he goes to inspect every few days. But compared to these, Hillman has something he is very eager to know. That is alchemy. Of course, Hillman knows alchemy. So what he longs for is not alchemy itself, but Ouyang Qianjin's wonderful ideas. Especially after seeing creatures like the Dragon Man. You know, he studied the artificial man himself in order to increase the number of soldiers in his hands. As a result, Ouyang Qianjin is good. Not only did he increase his own soldiers, they actually created a new race with artificial humans. Dragon blood, vampire blood, and souls? This made Hillman sigh that he was getting old. And he was more optimistic about Ouyang Qianjin, the apprentice with wonderful ideas. So the two of them chose some other things during the discussion and created several new races. What about the spiritual race with strong souls? The Shi tribe that can shuttle in the shadows and walk with the darkness. The demon race with high magic power at birth, etc. Of course, there are also races created for the abilities of the star travelers that Hillman knows. However, because the underground breeding room in Asgard Village can only produce more than 1 million artificial humans per month. So in fact, most of the new races are just test products. A new race has 50,000 or 100,000 for the sake of curiosity. If you really want to talk about it, you have to look at the races created for the star travelers. Chapter 466, Trying to create a magic book. While Ouyang Qianjin was learning magic, researching magic, and making new magic with Hillman, Jingzhou was naturally constantly mobilizing and selecting participants for this war. Of course, it's not just Jingzhou. The whole world is preparing for this war. It's just that some are preparing for the war, while others want to fish in troubled waters and get some benefits from it. Skeleton Lord, that means those two guys leaked the news about the new world. Ghost Queen, otherwise, who else could it be besides him? It can't be that we leaked it ourselves. Right? Yes. The news of the war was leaked by the Holy Blade Michael and the Star of Light Weathers. For a time, the entire professional society knew that a war was about to break out. And the reason for the outbreak was because of the new world that was about to appear. For this kind of thing, anyone with a little ambition wants to get involved and gain benefits from it. But how can their ideas escape the 10 people who are planning a war? It is better to say that since they decided to stand on the side of resistance, they have been on guard against those who want to make trouble. After all, no one wants to be stabbed in the back. So a silent fight quietly took place under the curtain. Of course, there is also the matter of Ouyang Qianjin. However, in order to focus on research, she handed the matter over to Sebastian and others. Only occasionally would they use the magic prop magic phone that has not yet been widely popularized to communicate. Speaking of mobile phones, after the successful development, Ouyang Qianjin asked the coder to write a chat software. Anyway, you can communicate with magic, so the communication range is wider than the previous mobile phones. At the same time, it is more convenient. After all, it no longer needs electricity. Only magic. Such a good thing. Ouyang Qianjin will naturally sell it. But not now. At this stage, when it has just been developed, she only gave 10 mobile phones to several lords in this battle. The main reason is to facilitate communication. After all, compared with Dorothy's fax machine, mobile phones are obviously more in line with battlefield needs. And it can also be used for tribes, which is very convenient. Of course, because of this, Dorothy has already anticipated that her fax machine will not be sold in the future, so it has been selling at a lower price during this period. The main purpose is to fool those guys who are not well informed to buy it. Anyway, they will be eliminated after buying it. So Dorothy even feels a little bit happy. Originally, not all people were needed for this expedition, and because they are all professionals or evolved bodies, so it can be said that except for the newly born babies, everyone is a warrior with certain abilities. So in addition to those who are selected for the expedition, and those who ensure the operation of the territory, everyone else is assigned the task of annihilation operations. The division of labor is like this. Ouyang Qianjin said people. Dorothy and Adams were responsible for transportation, and the others collected intelligence in their respective areas. It was convenient for Ouyang Qianjin's troops to carry out landing operations. Not to mention, at least this method played a role in training soldiers. It gave the reborn dragon people and other new races a chance to fight. So Ouyang Qianjin asked all the races to go out for this actual battle. After all, what they have to face this time is the malice from the whole world. There is no reason for Ouyang Qianjin not to have such a big experience package. Of course, in addition to killing those who have made unusual moves, Ouyang Qianjin also reminded them to bring back the bodies of these people, whether it is used to resurrect the undead or to make soul gems, even directly transformed into skeletons. Anyway, it is all waste utilization, and Ouyang Qianjin's current skeleton transformation has no limit on the number because of the undead scourge. You can do whatever you want. However, because she has mastered the artificial human cultivation technology, Ouyang Qianjin feels that there is no need to transform these people into undead. After all, there are already nearly 10 million undead in her territory. That's right. After learning about the major war, many people came to Ouyang Qianjin to beg her to work under her. For these sensible guys, Ouyang Qianjin naturally accepted them all. Anyway, there are plenty of vacant lands. As long as she builds a village and erects a black coffin and cold night light pillar, it will be her territory. By the way, in order to increase her combat power, Ouyang Qianjin also went to the dragon tomb on the top of the mountain when she went to Asgard village to develop a new race. Using the characteristics of her dead scourge, she resurrected all the bone dragons inside. The scene of more than 800 bone dragons flying together is quite spectacular. Among them, 4 dragon kings with wisdom were even resurrected. Ouyang Qianjin was so happy about this harvest that her mouth was crooked. Although these defeated generals may not play a big role in the battle against the Star Traveler, but it is not the case for Ouyang Qianjin. You know, these are all Dragon King's bones, although only 4 of them still retain wisdom. Is it important? For Ouyang Qianjin, who likes to show off, it is not important at all. The important thing is that she has a show. Imagine that there is a moving castle flying in the sky. And what is flying around the moving castle is not some birds, but bone dragons. Just thinking about such a scene, Ouyang Qianjin felt her face burning. This is exciting. So Ouyang Qianjin named them each Fafnir, Leviathan, Hydra and Tiamat. All are the names of evil dragons. I have to say that Ouyang Qianjin still has this taste. How is it? Are you ready? Although you initiated this project yourself, I think it's better to wait a little longer for safety? Haha. Hillman, the great magic teacher. You are kidding. Since everything is ready, I will definitely try it. At this moment, in the alchemy workshop in the moving castle of the city that never sleeps, Ouyang Qianjin and Hillman looked at the 5 things on the workbench sneakily. These 5 things are the magic books that Ouyang Qianjin spent a lot of energy to collect before. And now, what Ouyang Qianjin has to do is to merge these magic books together. At that time, out of curiosity, Ouyang Qianjin mentioned the production of magic books. After all, although she had 5 magic books in her hand, but they were all low-level or mid-level. What is a high-level magic book? Not to mention her. Even Hillman has never seen it. Based on the principle that star travelers can only be defeated by new things. So Ouyang Qianjin proposed to merge these magic books and then create a brand new high-level magic book as her weapon. Chapter 467 Wake Up. Hillman affirmed this idea. But the risk is also extremely high. After all, he knows all 5 magic books. He also knows several people who made magic books. and he even participated in the production of one of them. So he knows the power of these magic books. Now that Ouyang Qianjin, his only student, is planning to combine these 5 books together through alchemy, he gave the evaluation of fantastic. But it is precisely because of this fantastic that new things can be created that play a role or even threaten the Star Traveler. So in the end, he agreed to Ouyang Qianjin's plan, and taught Ouyang Qianjin a lot of knowledge about magic book making. After all, you can't expect an alchemist who only knows a little about the dark and skeleton system to do this kind of thing. Of course, the so-called magic book making is originally a kind of magic prop making in alchemy. Ouyang Qianjin already knew it. So Hillman mainly taught the making of props from other different worlds, and the production process, materials, and production methods of the books that I know among these 5 books. On the other hand, Ouyang Qianjin also stepped up preparations after getting the permission of her mentor. After spending 10 days to purchase or personally collect materials, now it is finally time to start. The horns of the unicorn, the mane of the nightmare beast, the dragon bones of the dark dragon, and even the magic core of the cleansing slime. These things were placed on the production table one by Ouyang Qianjin. Then, naturally, it was time to dismantle those magic books. That's right. There aren't many mysterious scenes in making magic props. In fact, the most difficult part of making props is the preparation beforehand. This step accounts for about 70% of the difficulty of making props. After all, no matter how good your skills are, you still need materials. Fortunately, who is Ouyang Qianjin? This is the world's leading big brother. It's just a matter of a word to ask for any materials you want. Of course, if you don't have them, you just have to go get them yourself. Coordinates, intelligence, and everything else are all prepared for her. There's no other way. Who made her Ouyang Qianjin? And in the preparation phase of the early stage of the war, Ouyang Qianjin also made a big contribution. Except for a few revenges for revenge and grievances for grievances. Those unsettling factors were basically solved by Ouyang Qianjin's people. It can be said that in the past few dozen days, the aircrafts of Dorothy and Adams could be seen flying all over the world. At the same time, Ouyang Qianjin's men were also fighting against those uneasy elements all over the world. What Holy Blade and Star of Light were all dispersed by Ouyang Qianjin's men in one wave. In the end, they fought and fought, and they couldn't even tell who was who, and couldn't find the bodies. This time, everyone saw the ability of Ouyang Qianjin's men thoroughly, not to mention the undead they had seen. Even those strange races they had never seen were not few. It can be said that the races that Ouyang Qianjin's men now have opened their eyes. After asking, I found out that they were all made by Ouyang Qianjin. And it was not the transformation or resurrection in magic, but it was pure alchemy. When did alchemy become so awesome? Many people were confused about this. But for Sepesh, who had seen Ouyang Qianjin put the soul into the body of the vampire bride to create a new race, the Blood Girl, he was not surprised at all. After all, that guy would do anything for his own interests, let alone using alchemy to create a new race. If Ouyang Qianjin is happy one day, it is not impossible to change her own race for fun. Sepesh is convinced of this. I have gone too far. Let's go back to the production of the magic book. Since the magic book is to be opened, it is natural to open the chain seals on the magic book first. For her, who is no longer a human, it is not important to see what is inside. After all, they are no longer human. It is not important to see it or not. However, when Ouyang Qianjin opened these magic books, she found out how different the reality was from her imagination. She originally thought that these magic books should contain some sinister aura, or the cry of her imprisoned soul. At the very least, it should be a sea of blood and corpses, or something with a strong smell of blood. But there was none. After opening it, there was nothing inside except the incomprehensible text. It was just like flipping through a novel or a comic book. It was just so ordinary. Are you a little disappointed? At this time, the supervising Master Hillman said jokingly, to be honest, it is indeed a little bit. Ouyang Qianjin nodded honestly. It is not wrong to say that she is disappointed. After all, so much foreshadowing before. She made up a lot of things in her mind. But the reality is just such a joke. Haha. If you are now an intermediate magic book. No, even if you open these magic books at level 99 as I said, I believe you can feel something different. But unfortunately, you are now level 100 and have become the queen of the night. This little thing can't scare you in front of you. After all, Even if it is a magic book, it is just an auxiliary tool. If you don't have the strength to suppress them, they will never submit to you. Seeing Ouyang Qianjin so honest, Hillman also laughed. This kind of thing is really never boring. In other words, these magic books are alive? Ouyang Qianjin asked curiously. How is it possible? Props are just props. Have you ever seen a book that speaks? Faced with Ouyang Qianjin's idiotic question, Hillman looked at him with a look that was like caring for a mentally retarded person. No problem. Are you scared? You should be more sober. Uh-huh. That's right. But what's that look in your eyes, Mr. Hillman? It's obviously because your words were too ambiguous that I misunderstood. It's not my fault. After being criticized by Hillman, Ouyang Qianjin also smiled and directly passed the buck. That's what it was. No matter who heard what this guy said, they would think that these magic books have their own ideas. Right? Now, it's good. He actually looked at me like that. Isn't this a typical way of passing the blame to me? I won't take the blame. But speaking of it, it means that my level is higher than these magic books now. And I can completely suppress their existence. So I don't have any feelings? If that's the case, then the high-level magic books should make me feel something. Right? Chapter 468, Creating a Magic Book. Ouyang Qianjin looked at the open books, but her thoughts still drifted to an unknown place. After all, whether it was Ninatai or Tepesh before, these guys described these magic books as extremely powerful. Even the introduction given by Eye of Identification was the same. I always thought that the magic book was such a cruel character. But now it seems that as long as you reach a certain height, no matter what it is, it can actually affect you. Yes. Whether it is the wailing of a million souls, or the struggle of the Blood Clan Alliance, it has become something dispensable to me. And now, I have to destroy all these things with my own hands. Then I will rebuild a new item, a new magic prop, and a new magic book. There is actually no difficulty in making a magic book. With all the materials prepared, Ouyang Qianjin only needs to prepare one thing. That is the base. This base is very simple. Ouyang Qianjin prepared it 10 days ago. This is a book. A book that looks no different from other books. The title is Modern Magic and Basic Architecture Theory of Magic Circles. Yes, this book is the new version of magic textbook written by Ouyang Qianjin after studying with Hillman for 2.5 months. It not only records Ouyang Qianjin's understanding of the basics of magic, but also some architectural theories of magic circles. So there is actually not much in the content that is worth discussing. It's just that Ouyang Qianjin spent a lot of effort to make this book. The cover of the book is made of the skin of the 5-star demon hunted from Adam's territory. The 8 corners of the cover are wrapped with colorful metal sheets. The skull carving in the middle is made of suitable materials. These materials include, but are not limited to lapis lazuli, black gold ore, mithril, and star-patterned steel. The paper inside the book is made of the bark fiber of the world tree summoned by Mingxianda, the ancient tree guard, and the spider silk of the abyss weaver. Of course. In addition, there are some of Ouyang Qianjin's own soul cutting. Speaking of this, Hillman is familiar with it. After all, it was one of the few funds in the small room before. So when Ouyang Qianjin said that he wanted to integrate his soul into the magic book and make it into a similar existence to the previous crystal skull, Hillman taught him everything he knew, without any hesitation. The dark blue gems inlaid in the eyes of the carved skull on the cover of this book were made of Ouyang Qianjin's soul. After making these, Ouyang Qianjin used ink made from vampire blood, dragon blood, and blood of a series of fantasy creatures such as giants, elves, angels, mermaids, etc. to write her theories one by one. Finally, she got what she wanted, the base of the magic book, although there are other materials. But after all, she is not so crazy as to use the souls of millions of people to make it. And in the eyes of Ouyang Qianjin, the queen of the magic night, souls are not good materials. It may even conflict with her own soul. So in the end, it was decided to use these materials to make it. But you really have to say, when Ouyang Qianjin finished writing the theory and got this base and showed it to Hillman, it really shocked Hillman, the old man. This is not an adjective, but the jawbone really hit his instep directly. In Hillman's original words at the time, this base is 1 in a million. After all, not everyone can collect so many materials. Especially using the ink made from the blood of those fantasy creatures to write this thing is the finishing touch of this base. So in the end, Hillman agreed to the crazy plan that Ouyang Qianjin, the crazy guy, came up with. The base is there. The rest is to integrate these magic books into it. All the materials and these 5 magic books are wrapped with magic power. Crushed, reconstructed, and screened. In the end, Ouyang Qianjin got a ball of huge but very refined energy. Looking at the energy ball in front of him, which was about the size of a basketball and flashing with blue and black light, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If he really threw it out like a basketball, or if he filled his magic cannon with it as a shell and fired it out. Although it might be a bit difficult to destroy the entire continent. But if he only destroyed a place the size of a new continent that suddenly appeared, I believe it should be easy. Right? Of course. Ouyang Qianjin would definitely not do such an extremely wasteful thing. Although this would save trouble. But in this case, even if the new continent did not sink, there would probably be nothing left on it. In Ouyang Qianjin's opinion, this is a complete waste. Not only is it a waste of magic books, but it is also a waste of the resources of a new continent. You know, Hillman has been to many worlds. And from the previous conversation, Ouyang Qianjin also learned that every time he used the transfer technique, he would pack up and take away the place where he was at that time. New continent? Maybe it is a very big place for them. But for Hillman, a well-informed guy, it is just very small. Even to say something unpleasant. Whether it is the previous 4 new continents or the new continent that is about to appear. They are just toys in Hillman's hands. They come when they say they will. This is even something that his enemies the Star Travelers can't control and can't control. After all, the lack of knowledge makes them have to let it go in this regard. Let Hillman do whatever he wants. Otherwise, how could she, Ouyang Qianjin, see this guy? Maybe he would have died long ago. So Ouyang Qianjin would not do such a thing as throwing away the watermelon to pick up the sesame seeds. After all, the so-called advent is definitely not the last one. There will be more later. And if nothing unexpected happens, there will be more. So strengthening oneself is the most important thing. Not a one-time big sale. Then, I'm going to start. Staring at the ball of energy, Ouyang Qianjin turned his head and looked at Hillman. With Hillman's nod, Ouyang Qianjin slowly and gently injected the energy ball into the 2 eyes of his base. That is, Ouyang Qianjin's own soul. And this original manuscript named Modern Magic and Magic Circle Basic Architecture Theory by Ouyang Qianjin began to change slowly after absorbing such a huge amount of energy. The chain made of fire crystal and mithril originally placed under the book began to float slowly. Then it automatically inserted into the carved skull on the cover. Chapter 469 Advanced Magic Book Whisper of Forgetting. The closed loop is over. When the magic tree was locked by the metal chain, Ouyang Qianjin breathed a sigh of relief. He also picked up a towel beside him and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Although in terms of time, it only took 3 minutes from crushing the magic books to suppressing the energy balls to form new magic books. But during these 3 minutes, Ouyang Qianjin was fully focused and tense. It can be said that although the Necromancer's mental power is very strong, but under this extreme mental concentration, the consumption is still very large. Of course, the reason for the large consumption is that the mass of the energy body is too large. It is so large that in 3 minutes, it is enough to drain most of the mental power of Ouyang Qianjin, the Necromancer. It can be seen how terrible this energy body is. But fortunately, everything is over now. Yes, your magic book is perfect this time. Looking at the magic book emitting a faint blue glow, even the knowledgeable Hillman couldn't help but sigh. Just from the luster, it should have reached the level of a high-level magic book. Right? Hillman thought so. But he didn't reach out to touch it. Nor did he use the skill eye of identification to check it. After all, as the producer, Ouyang Qianjin has the right to check it first. As a teacher, he naturally wouldn't do such a thing to spoil the mood. Take a look at the potential of this magic book. Smiling, Hillman said to Ouyang Qianjin, who was still calming down. Ouyang Qianjin, who was originally panting due to excessive mental energy consumption, was also refreshed after hearing this sentence. It took so much time, energy and money to make something, so it is natural to appreciate it. Eye of identification. Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin opened her skills to check the properties of this magic book. Because there is no panel support now, the current Eye of Identification skill can no longer be displayed word by word on the panel after using it like before. So Ouyang Qianjin can only feel it through the skill. It has a huge amount of energy. It must be an advanced magic book. I can feel that this magic book has the effect of being able to collect all the magic I have researched and use it easily. In short, no matter how difficult the magic is, as long as I have devoted myself to researching and can successfully use the magic, it can be included, and the consumption can be halved. In addition, my followers and my summons can be strengthened from this book. It can be said that anything related to me can be blessed accordingly. Even compared to the 5 magic books I had before, the blessing is even more and more exaggerated. But again, only those related to me can work. Teacher Hillman, you should be able to sense this blessing power, right? After closing his eyes and feeling the magic book, Ouyang Qianjin opened his eyes and looked at Hillman. After all, Hillman was transformed into Ouyang Qianjin's skeleton through the skeleton recruitment order. So now that Ouyang Qianjin had the treasure for me, she naturally knew that the other party should be able to feel it, even compared to other people. Hillman, who was better than himself in magic attainments, could explain it more clearly. Yes, it is true. Hillman looked at his student and nodded with a smile. The skill bar jumped directly to 20. And even I, who was supposed to exist as a skeleton elf, has now successfully upgraded to a dark skeleton with attributes. Not only has the strength increased, I can even feel that my magic power has increased a lot. Look at this skeleton. It has become much stronger. It was like a joke. Hillman showed his non-existent biceps. It was as if he was telling Ouyang Qianjin that he had indeed been strengthened. Dark skeleton with attributes? After reaching out to pick up the magic book on the table, Ouyang Qianjin grasped the key words in confusion. Yes, skeletons with attributes. I believe you should be very familiar with them. Didn't those bone dragons have attributes before? But I think this attribute should be related to the magic power in front of me. So I am the dark skeleton. After all, I am a necromancer. So it's easy to understand. Seeing Ouyang Qianjin's puzzled expression, Hillman also became confused. Wait, do you mean that all the skeletons under my command have become attributes? Isn't this natural? Are there still creatures that have no attributes? That doesn't exist at all. If there really is, I would like to see it. Hillman was laughing, but Ouyang Qianjin was excited. You have to know that the skeletons she had before had no attributes. Even if they had, they were just 2 skeleton horses, which were obtained after obtaining the skill Dead Scourge. In other words, the hundreds of thousands of skeletons that were transformed before have now all become beings with attributes. Or in other words, they have all become beings that can use magic or fighting spirit. Sebastian, Cannon, come to the alchemy workshop immediately. Thinking of this, in order to prove her own ideas and Hillman's statement, Ouyang Qianjin immediately asked the 2 intelligent skeletons to come to see her. After receiving Ouyang Qianjin's summons, the 2 naturally did not dare to neglect it. No matter what they were doing, they immediately put it down and came to Ouyang Qianjin as quickly as possible. Sebastian, Cannon, can you feel your attributes in your life now? After seeing the 2 people coming, Ouyang Qianjin did not waste words. He asked the 2 people directly as soon as he came up. Yes, miss. I do feel a qualitative leap in some aspects. I even feel that I can use the fighting spirit I used in my lifetime now, compared to Cannon, the gray-skinned goblin. Sebastian, as a person with great sword skills in his lifetime, naturally has more say. After hearing this, Ouyang Qianjin nodded as expected. But this is not enough. Ouyang Qianjin asked Sebastian to take out his weapon to test the effect of the opponent's fighting spirit. Only then did he have full confidence. Sure enough, his skeleton has been upgraded to this level. Nothing else. Sebastian's sword skills alone are so powerful. If he brings fighting spirit now, he can take off directly on the spot. Then, don't you think you should give your magic book a name now? Looking at the satisfied Ouyang Qianjin, Hillman said lightly. Magic book? Then call it Whisper of Forgetting. Chapter 470 Word Spirit Magic? So, don't you think you should give your magic book a name now? Looking at the satisfied Ouyang Qianjin, Hillman said lightly. After Hillman's reminder, Ouyang Qianjin realized that her magic book didn't have a name yet. Come to think of it, before, whether it was a magic book or a newly appeared race, they were all forced to be named on the panel. Even Ouyang Qianjin's own Queen of the Night was the same. So when there was no panel, the naming naturally fell on Ouyang Qianjin's head. In fact, the naming of those new races that were made half-jokingly before was also like this. It was decided casually by patting my head. It's just that this time it was the first time I made a magic book. And it was an advanced magic book. So of course, I couldn't just give it a name and get away with it. But what name should I give it? Ouyang Qianjin looked at the magic book with some difficulty. As for the recording nature of the magic book, even if I forget, it can always remind me. So it's okay to call it Forgotten Collection. As for the appearance of the magic book and the properties of the energy patchwork of 5 undead magic books, calling it Scroll of the Dead is also okay. But these are too ordinary. It's my first time. And it's so exciting. Then naturally I have to call it a name that may not be loud, but can make people's eyes light up. Magic Book. Then call it Whisper of Forgotten. The Magic Book of Forgotten Whispers. After thinking about it, Ouyang Qianjin finally decided to name this magic book Whisper of Forgotten. On the one hand, this magic book can remind me all the time. It can also urge me to continue to study new magic. It's like someone is constantly talking in your ear. On the other hand, as the research on magic and magic arrays deepens, more and more magic will be included in this book. If I really forget what magic I need when I need it, this book can give me an answer immediately. Mom doesn't have to worry about me forgetting magic anymore. This is the trouble of the rich, compared to those who only need to remember 1 or 2 magics and keep optimizing them. In terms of the number of magics, it is indeed worth worrying about for Ouyang Qianjin. After all, even now, she has already researched no less than 30 magics and dozens of small and large magic arrays. So it is naturally best to have such a book to remind herself. But this is not over yet. After naming the magic book, Ouyang Qianjin looked at the remaining materials on the table. Huh? Not over yet? Seeing Ouyang Qianjin's actions, Hillman frowned slightly. Isn't there a very big task waiting for me? What task? The 9th entity. The Philosopher's Stone. At this point, Ouyang Qianjin showed a ferocious smile on her face. You actually plan to make that thing? Hillman was shocked. Is there anything wrong with that? Anyway, I have plenty of materials. Even if I empty the entire Whale State's assets. No. Even if I go out to borrow from other territories. I must make this thing. You know, this is the ultimate energy source for us. With it, my mother will no longer have to worry about my magic power running out. Philosopher's Stone. Also known as the 9th entity. The reason for this name is that it does not belong to the other major categories. It is the 9th attribute outside the 8 major series of water, fire, wind, thunder, earth, wood, light, and darkness. Precisely because it is the 9th unknown attribute that does not belong to any attribute. It can be well compatible with the other 8 attributes. To put it bluntly, no matter how powerful Ouyang Qianjin is, no matter how big the list is, she is still a Necromancer, a dark magic attribute, and cannot jump out of the 8 major series. It is precisely because of this that she needs this 9th entity to strengthen herself. When Ouyang Qianjin thought of the importance of the Philosopher's Stone to a magician, he said that he wanted to make it. After all, which magician would dislike that he could have inexhaustible magic power? Well, I was right. You are indeed a lunatic. But I like this crazy idea. Hillman nodded. He actually wanted to try out Ouyang Qianjin's idea. After all, the 9th attribute is said to have inexhaustible magic power. But he himself has never seen what it really looks like. Yes, just like the Advanced Magic Book and the Queen of the Night. They are all legendary existences. Originally, the ultimate pursuit of all alchemists is the 9th entity, the Philosopher's Stone. And Ouyang Qianjin happens to be the most powerful and richest existence in the world. He has all the resources he wants. So he also wants to see what this thing is. Okay, let's go! With that, Ouyang Qianjin waved his hand and took Hillman to a room next to his workshop. Sebastian and Ken naturally did not accompany them. After all, they still had their own things to do. Since they had already solved the doubts for the young lady, there was no need to stay here any longer. Teacher, I have always had a question in my mind. On the way, Ouyang Qianjin suddenly spoke. Just tell me what you have. After more than 2 months of getting along, Hillman knew that anything Ouyang Qianjin asked about was very important to her curiosity. This was a good student who could draw inferences from one example. So Hillman was not stingy with his knowledge. Why is my gargoyle different from the ones I saw in Siet Castle? It is much stronger. Although it was just a simple gargoyle. And it was just a harmless thing. Even in Ouyang Qianjin's heart, he didn't take it too seriously. So he just talked about it on the road. But even though it was like this, Ouyang Qianjin couldn't figure out why. It couldn't be because of the difference in materials. That would be ridiculous. After all, the materials she used on the gargoyles were all made of building debris, steel bars, and some monster corpses. Except for the initial concrete she looted. So Ouyang Qianjin didn't think there was any difference in materials between them and the gargoyles in Sayak Castle. It was even lower. After all, it was the castle of the Vampire Queen. So she couldn't use building waste like herself. Right? Oh, you mean that? I noticed before. Did you use something like spells when making gargoyles? Or even those golem puppets used as a display? Chapter 471 The Ninth Entity, Philosopher's Stone. Hillman said casually when asked. Ah, it seems to be the case. Ouyang Qianjin nodded slowly when he recalled the production of the golem puppet and the gargoyle. At that time, he just wanted to highlight his own style. And Xiaojiba said a paragraph. Does this nonsense have any effect? Thinking of this, Ouyang Qianjin asked puzzledly. I say, language is a very important magic material. Spells or chants are just means to force your consciousness and magic into those things. Think carefully. Is there a thing called word magic in the dark magic in your mind? Although you didn't learn this thing at the time. Magic is magic. It exists and is reasonable. When you chant those spells, you have actually activated word magic unconsciously. Of course, to a certain extent, some abilities of the skeleton throne in the skeleton system can also be regarded as variants of word magic. I believe you should have the most experience, Hillman said to clear up Ouyang Qianjin's doubts. After hearing about word magic and skeleton throne, Ouyang Qianjin searched in his mind. There really is such a thing. As for skeleton throne, it does have a passive effect similar to stand up, which can make even the incomplete summons execute commands 100%. It seems to be okay to say that it is a variation of word magic. But now I have solved my doubts. I know that the spell I said to show off actually played the role of the word spirit to a certain extent. Let me think. What spell was said at that time? Oh, Xiaojiba said it. Forget it. I don't want to think about it. Anyway, there must be a difference between what I thought of and what I said before. But this word spirit magic can increase the power if used with the spell, which seems to be an excellent skill that can be used. Well, it seems that I can also write a tutorial on spells. Ouyang Qianjin, who was lost in thought, brought Hillman to the room soon. This room is not big. Or not very big. There are several machines in operation in the room. These machines swing up and down like blowers, constantly sucking in air and then compressing it. And in the most conspicuous position in the middle, there is a transparent device, like a display window. Looking through the transparent glass outside, you can easily see several tubes with nozzles. The nozzles of these tubes are all facing the ceramic plate in the middle that looks like a dinner plate. It seems to be spraying some gas. In the center of the ceramic plate, Hillman saw a sapphire about the size of a thumbnail. What is this? The ninth entity. The ninth entity. Well, to be precise, it is a gem containing the ninth entity. Ouyang Qianjin considered the words. Explain it. Hillman had only heard of the ninth entity, but had never seen it. Now that he saw this gem, he was confused. What on earth is this so-called ninth entity? I have been studying this philosopher's stone since I studied magic before. The more I study, the more I find that this philosopher's stone is very deceptive. No, it should be said that the name of this ninth entity is deceptive. In short, the so-called ninth entity actually does not exist at all, but exists in every corner of the world. In the past, I was thinking about how to transform this world after the monsters, demon beasts, and even the continents from other worlds came to this world. Then I discovered the magic in the air. These magics exist in the air. When they are close to flames, they will become magic with fire attributes. When they are near lakes, the magic in the air will contain water attributes. That is to say, nothing. Magic does not have any attributes. It is just that the surrounding natural environment gives them attributes. Does that mean that as long as the magic in the air is concentrated and then stripped of their attributes, we can get magic with the attribute of nothing? After repeated experiments, I found that this path is feasible. However, as I found before, because magic is nothing, it will not produce entities. In other words, if you want to use these magics in the end, you still need to give these attributeless magic entities. After many experiments, I finally found the most suitable material. That's the gem I call Lathan. This gem is more like a stone than a gem. It's just that it was gradually polished into a gem after being stained with attributeless magic. At this point, Ouyang Qianjin, who had been talking for a long time, took out a fist-sized stone from under the counter and showed it to Hillman. This stone looks very rough. It even feels like cutting your hand when you hold it in your hand. You may not believe it, but the stone that was put in before was about this size. But now it has become as big as a fingernail. Is it because of the concentration? Hillman asked curiously. After all, it involves academic issues, and it would be a lie to say that he is not interested. Who knows? I watched here for a day and a night before, but I didn't find anything unusual. Later, I lost interest and asked people to continue watching, but there was nothing unusual either. However, one day, because there was no one watching, half of it was gone the next day. It was like it was waiting for no one to watch it, and then it would change. In the end, I simply didn't ask anyone to watch it and wait for it to change on its own. As a result, after half a year, it changed from a stone to the current gem. But I don't know exactly how many ninth entities are in it now. Ouyang Qianjin shrugged. In her opinion, the space inside this counter is now like Schrodinger's cat. Observing and not observing are completely different. It's very strange. But when I think about this kind of thing has been related to magic, it seems a bit sorry to explain it with physics to those physicists. That is indeed an interesting phenomenon. At least, I have never encountered such a thing so far. After listening to Ouyang Qianjin's explanation, Hilton curiously put his head closer to the counter. The beating soul fire kept staring at the gem inside to check. Chapter 472: The Charm of Mechanical Civilization. He didn't expect that the so-called ninth entity actually didn't exist at all. He also didn't expect that Ouyang Qianjin, his favorite disciple, would use such a primitive, rough, but effective way to make the ninth entity. You don't say. In the past, I don't know how many alchemists have tried various methods, but no one could have thought that the ninth entity existed in every aspect of their lives. Who could have thought of this? But thinking this way seems to be related to the solidification of thinking. After all, in the previous worlds, things like magic and magic power belong to the original skills. Even in the world with the least, there are related applications. It's just that there are very few people who can use it, so no one will have any doubts about the air that they breathe all the time. On the contrary, in this world where magic and magic power don't exist at all, or only exist in fantasy, so when the magic of this world spreads and transforms this world along with those future monsters, magic beasts and continents, anyone can see the huge gap between them. Thinking of this, Hillman couldn't help but smile bitterly. I can only say that I have anchored so many worlds for so many years. But in fact, I have been working in vain. On the contrary, this preparatory world that I anchored casually gave me a lot of surprises. Whether it is Ouyang Qianjin, or the high priest of the underworld, Nini Tai, or those mechanics, professions that I have never seen before. To be honest, when Hillman saw the things that Ouyang Qianjin and others in this world made with their understanding of magic and magic power combined with the original mechanical civilization of this world, he was really about to burst into tears. Although dwarves and goblins have made similar things before. But in comparison, the mechanical civilization of this world is really too advanced. What flies in the sky, walks on the ground, swims in the water, even the sea of stars above the sky. As long as there is enough energy as a base, you can go there. It is said that even the moon has been visited by people, and some people have built a small base there. It has to be said that there are too many surprises in this world. After all, other worlds are all revolving within the scope of the world, and no one has ever broken through the sky and gone to the outside world. Of course, Hillman did not intend to tell about this preparatory world. Just kidding. Did he feel that he was burned less? Or did he think that Ouyang Qianjin would not do it? I can feel that this gem has taken shape. But the question is, what do you plan to do with it? You don't just want to use it as a power bank. Do you? Hillman asked. From the moment he saw this gem, he felt that this gem had reached its limit. It was impossible to get smaller or anything. So he wanted to see what Ouyang Qianjin thought. At the same time, he was also curious about what the other party would do with this philosopher's stone. You know, this is the ultimate pursuit of all alchemists. Why not? It's just a power bank, and it won't have any other uses beyond this. Ouyang Qianjin shrugged. Then he pressed a button on the counter, and all the equipment began to slowly stop moving. After all the equipment stopped completely, Ouyang Qianjin opened the counter. took out the dark blue gem from it, and then put the stone in his hand into it. After closing the lid and pressing the button, the equipment started to work again. You should know that this whole set of equipment was carefully designed and built by Tail and others. It still uses the principle of magic technology and is made with magic machinery. The quality is absolutely guaranteed. But master, don't you think that this gem should be made into some kind of jewelry now? For example, earrings or something like that. To be honest, Ouyang Qianjin doesn't like to wear rings and necklaces. It feels like being restrained. But if it's earrings, it can only be said that it's okay. It took about half a year to polish it. It's a philosopher's stone that every alchemist desires to get. You actually just want to use it to make earrings? Hillman, who was originally expecting, was suddenly sick. I thought Ouyang Qianjin, a guy with wonderful ideas, would do something terrible for me. The result is just like this? Don't look at me like that. The most powerful things, of course, can only reflect their value when used in the simplest way. Seeing Hillman stunned on the spot, Ouyang Qianjin smiled and picked up the philosopher's stone and looked at it under the light. Although it looks like a dark blue, but in fact, this gem is colorless. And the dark blue is the color of the collision caused by the ninth entity contained in it. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin really didn't think about how to use this philosopher's stone. But she didn't take it to heart. Just like she said, the most powerful things don't need so many fancy things. Restore magic power? Restore magic power is enough. Others can only use the big move once a day, but I can use it unlimitedly. What else do you need in this situation? Of course, although it is theoretically infinite, Ouyang Qianjin herself knows that this philosopher's stone is definitely not infinitely usable. Although I don't know how much magic power is contained in it. It is definitely limited. After all, the pull gem as a container is limited. That's right. The container lowers the philosopher's stone. But it doesn't matter. At least Ouyang Qianjin thinks this is quite suitable. At least it is very suitable for the current self. It is also suitable for the big move that I have just developed. With Whisper of Forgotten, ninth entity philosopher's stone, and the large-scale magic that I have just developed, it can be said that Ouyang Qianjin is very confident now. After all, it is something that even Hillman can block with his undead magic. With the blessing of these things, he only needs to shoot a few times to finish it. Of course, this is without considering the cost. It is precisely because of this that Ouyang Qianjin needs advanced magic books. Because only advanced magic books can make him more precise in the manipulation of magic. Reduce the loss to the lowest point. Think about it. Large-scale magic. No matter how you think about it, it is something that can move mountains and fill the sea. If this kind of magic is used on the new continent, then the vegetation, medicinal materials, and minerals on the new continent will all be leveled. In that case, how can I talk about the benefits? So while completely annihilating the star travelers above, trying to preserve the ecological environment above is what Ouyang Qianjin needs to pay attention to. That's right. Unlike others, Ouyang Qianjin is thinking about the benefits after the war. Chapter 473 Pre-War Garrison. Now, there are still 5 days before the arrival of the New World. In the past 85 days, the people involved in this war have been actively preparing. In addition to eliminating those unfavorable factors. Naturally, it is about the transportation of food and personnel. After all, it is a mobilization of millions of personnel. Even with the full efforts of Dorothy and Adams, it will take time, especially on the side of Ouyang Qianjin. Other places are easy to say. Everyone does not have many people. At most, there are only 50,000 or 100,000. The more are only about 200,000. However, Ouyang Qianjin has 1 million or 2 million people. If some of them can be loaded into the undead space, those aircraft will not be able to deliver people within half a month, or even a month even if they are running to the point of smoking. So, now the Great O of Tsepesh can be said to have become a huge military camp. Especially in the northern region. More than 2 million combatants are stockpiled. These fighters will basically land on the island as soon as the new continent arrives. Of course, because Ouyang Qianjin has a large number of subordinates. Her subordinates account for half of the 2 million fighters. There is no way. When I was interested before, I studied a lot of races. And these races were created very specifically based on Hillman's memory. The purpose is to strike those star travelers as soon as possible. So they are naturally in the first echelon. Look! What is that? The fighters resting on the north shore of Tai-O saw the moving castle slowly coming from the sea level when they were about to prepare for battle in a few days. After all, it was following the black cloud. So before the moving castle appeared, some people had already noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky. And as the black cloud deepened, those who noticed it finally saw the castle, the flying island mentioned by their own lord, and those strange races of first-level vampires. After all, Ouyang Qianjin's moving castle and the passive dark sky made too much noise. So in the morning, the people above had taken precautions. And when the fighters from Whale State were sent in batches, they also learned about Ouyang Qianjin's means of movement from these people. So when the moving castle appeared, it did not cause much panic. After all, the roaring camp thing is not a joke. Hey, skeleton, you are still as unique as ever. When Ouyang Qianjin came down from the mobile castle to Tsepesh's set castle, Tsepesh, the vampire, immediately came up to greet him. After all, he is the host and naturally has to go first. In fact, Tsepesh is the busiest person during this period. After all, it is not just Ouyang Qianjin. Other lords also need Tsepesh to contact them after they come. Of course, it is not as enthusiastic as the reception of Ouyang Qianjin and Ying Weiyang now. After all, in a sense, they are the real alliance. As for others, we can only say it's just like that. Yes, Ying Weiyang and others came with Ouyang Qianjin. After all, they were close. It was like going out for dinner. Just set a time and wait for the meeting. And they were the last to arrive in this battle. When Ouyang Qianjin, Ying Weiyang and Yan Shaoqing arrived, they began to discuss the specific affairs of this expedition. With so many people landing on the island, fighting, and finally the distribution of benefits, it is better to make it clear in advance. After all, last time, everyone went back to arrange things after the discussion because of time constraints. Now that the matter has come to an end, some benefits must be explained. Otherwise, no one can explain to the people below. In any case, they are different from the other 5 real-life lords. Most of their subordinates are a group of brothers with their own ideas. Instead of being bound by skills like them, they are 100% loyal to them. However, Ouyang Qianjin said that it was not a big deal at all. It's too early to talk about this now. It's better to wait until the new continent arrives. After all, we don't know what the terrain will be like now. So it's better to set up a development company. 10 families will have 10 shares. Whoever contributes more will get the biggest share. Yes, just like a company. Everyone can develop together. Whoever contributes more money, labor, and manpower will get more shares. Isn't this a matter of course? Everyone accepts this. Let's not talk about the strength of Ouyang Qianjinbang. But seeing that others start with a 1,000,000 level of manpower, no one will have any objections. Since the early cleaning work was done by others, now it is good enough for me to follow behind and share a piece of the pie. After all, everyone knows that this new continent is likely to be as large as the territory of Tai-O. 10 forces will share the profits. And even if they just drink some soup, they can get huge benefits. So no one will care about these things. And some people, in order to seize more benefits, naturally want to take the lead and gain military merits, and get more shares in the subsequent shareholders' meeting. Ouyang Qianjin will naturally not refuse their ideas. In fact, Ouyang Qianjin did not intend to mention Hillman and the Star Traveler to these guys at all. To put it bluntly, I have heard a lot about what the Star Traveler is from Hillman, but I can say that I have never really seen it once. As for those I met before, they were all little bugs. This is not what Ouyang Qianjin thinks, but what Hillman said. Originally, the early copies were a large-scale selection meeting under Hillman's operation. So whether it was the bugs put in, or even the Abyss Messengers that Ouyang Qianjin had encountered, they were just appetizers. Even the Abyss Messengers in those big cities were the same. That is right. The so-called Abyss Messengers were a kind of summoned beasts that Hillman himself had cultivated by imitating the Star Wanderers. In Hillman's words, the reason why people were driven out of the big cities was that they didn't want them to live too comfortably, and thus neglect the upgrade. Originally, the selection was naturally meant to allow more people to participate. This also explains why the world is now full of professionals. Only when everyone is familiar with magic can the selection be carried out. Right? So in Ouyang Qianjin's eyes, these people are just cannon fodder. They are cannon fodder used to scout the strength of the Star Wanderers, so that he can see clearly. Chapter 474 Investigation. After all, only after seeing the true strength of the Star Wanderer, Ouyang Qianjin knew whether she was sure to kill him. If the magic she was studying now was not good, then she could only maintain the front line first, and then urgently develop more targeted magic. With this idea, the so-called loot-sharing meeting was over in a short time. Then everyone went back to their homes and waited for the arrival of the day of the Advent. 5 days. It was not too long to say, but it was a torment for those who were waiting for the advent of the new world. Except for Ouyang Qianjin, who was still seizing the time to study new magic every day. Others were basically doing nothing. When it was 5 days later in the morning, the change that everyone was looking forward to suddenly occurred. Because no one had experienced the previous advent and did not know the specific location, they did not see what this continental-level advent was like. But this time, they saw it for real. They didn't even have to look up at the sky deliberately. After all, Dorothy had installed surveillance cameras on the nearest archipelago. On the screen, everyone saw a continent slowly rising from the water, like a new sprout growing out of the soil. A thin film covered the continent, so that the sea water would not soak the entire continent. This film was certainly not used to protect the star travelers on the continent. It was the body of the transfer magic. After all, where to transfer, and how much to transfer were all measured by this film. Perhaps it was because of this. The 4 continents before would be so precisely embedded into the Mediterranean or the Whale Sea. And when the continent stopped growing, this film was salty, and wet seawater suddenly burst like a soap bubble. Along with the appearance of the new continent, the tsunami also followed. After all, such a large mass suddenly appeared in the sea. It is normal to bring a tsunami. Anyway, Ouyang Qianjin's Whale State will not be affected. After all, Whale State is surrounded by the entire Sakura country and Kimchi country. Natural breakwater. It can't hurt at all. But these nearby archipelagos suffered. The camera was submerged by the sea soon after seeing the tsunami of about tens of meters high. Then the tsunami continued to spread outward. But this has little to do with the coalition forces. After all, it is something that has been guarded against for a long time. So the tsunami did not cause any damage to them. And the moment the new continent appeared, the 5 formations of aircraft had already taken off. Each of the 5 formations has 2 reconnaissance aircraft and 8 escort aircraft. Their mission is very simple. Just try to find out as much information as possible on the new continent. Use the magic phone in your hand to take pictures of the geography, distribution and types of monsters on it, and then send them back through the chat app on the phone. So these people who take pictures are all Ouyang Qianjin's people. After all, she will not spread the phone on a large scale at this stage. Only 10 lords and some of Ouyang Qianjin's subordinates have this thing. Of course, this is the current stage. After this operation is over, she will sell the phone. In fact, the manufacturing department has already stockpiled a lot of mobile phones. And this operation is the best opportunity to show up and advertise. After all, we all come from civilized society. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury. But it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Who doesn't want to have another mobile phone after using it? Especially in the current situation of underdeveloped communication. Hey, buddy, are you sure that the current mobile phone can be used? On the reconnaissance plane, a wavy-haired beauty in combat uniform asked the undead, who was holding the mobile phone and preparing to take pictures below. Her words made the rest of the people in the cabin turn their heads curiously and look at the undead. These people are there to protect the undead. After all, the main body of this operation is for the undead to take pictures and send them back. Of course, no problem. This is the latest magic mobile phone developed by our eldest lady and the people in the Magic Science and Technology Museum. It doesn't even need to be charged. It can work as long as there is magic. The undead smiled and raised the mobile phone with a water-spouting whale logo printed on the phone case in his hand. See this small camera? It has super light variable camera. The physical aperture can be adjusted in 10 levels. And it also has zoom, wide angle and other functions. Not to mention using it, even in the water or on the ground, it won't change color. After all, it is driven by magic. And the photos are the most realistic feedback of the real situation seen by the human eye. This whale phone is non-slip, waterproof, drop-proof and shock-proof. Of course, I chose Gulf Blue because I like blue. In addition to this color, there are also several colors such as olive green, elegant gray, rosy purple, Cambrian, meteor blue, etc. And after the development, our developers have developed several practical apps. such as chat software, call functions, some small games and the like. But I think the most practical one is this monster, the distribution map of Warcraft. You don't have to worry about getting lost or not finding your target when you go out hunting. The undead smiled and introduced it to everyone, while fiddling with his phone to show everyone. He is in sales. He was in sales before the day of Advent. So he and some other salespeople were selected to carry out this combat mission. Who can't take pictures? It's nothing more than beauty or ugliness. But if you want to sell products, you naturally have to leave it to professionals. And everyone in the cabin was moved when they heard the words of the undead. Of course, the reasons for the excitement are naturally what the undead said. Especially the 3-proof system that is very useful in combat. In addition, it is because this phone can be used. That's right. The simplest answer is that it can be used. For them, everything else is secondary. As long as it can be used. And it's already equipped with app? How can they not be envious of this? Is this phone for sale? How much? Do I need to pre-order? Any smart person can see that this person is trying to sell. So everyone followed the words of the undead. After all, after a few months of fermentation, now star coins have basically been accepted by all professionals. And whether they pay wages or exchange materials, they now use star coins. So after the financial system was built, everyone can pick up currency and consumption again. And buy. It should be for sale. It is said that the manufacturing department has already stockpiled a lot. But it's not clear how much one phone costs. For a while, whether it was this plane or other planes, everyone was discussing this whale phone. Chapter 475 Happiness. It seems that the new world is high in the south and low in the north. We can directly airdrop from the southern highlands, build a defense network on the spot after occupying this place, and then put the artillery mounts up to kill some people first, and then send people up to attack. It should be no problem. After the reconnaissance troops sent photos from the sky above the new world, Ouyang Qianjin and 10 other people stood in front of the square table in the combat conference room and looked at the photo materials projected on the screen. The shape of the entire new world is an irregular oval. Almost all of that area is occupied. From the photo, the edge seems to be much higher than the sea level. Just as the guy said before, it is high in the south and low in the north. It is very suitable for them to land and fight in the Dao area in the south. This plan is of course very good. After all, bombarding from high to low can suppress to a large extent. If you are lucky, you can take away a lot of monsters. But the problem is that there are also many monsters in the southern region. Even from the photos, we can see that in the southern region, many Star Traveler monsters with tentacles and bodies, like upright mud, are roaring at the sky. You know, these aircraft are flying at an altitude of several thousand meters. Even this, they may be discovered. Which shows how sensitive these guys are. Swiping the photos on the table, Ouyang Qianjin finally fixed the photo on a mud tentacle monster roaring at the sky. This is a difficult problem. If the perception is so strong, it would be extremely difficult to log in without injury. Hearing what Ouyang Qianjin said, everyone looked at the photo and nodded unconsciously. Do you think it's possible to use the machine guns on the plane to attack first? Or directly bomb with saturation magic bombs to clear a piece of open space for airborne landing? At this time, Ninatai put forward his own opinion. I think it's okay. I agree. Then do it. Who will take the lead? When it comes to this issue, everyone is silent. After all, everyone can see that this airborne method has a small burden and small losses. A typical first credit. But no one spoke. It's not because they don't want this first credit, but because they all know that if they speak up, they will definitely be stopped by others. So they are all waiting. Let my people come. Yes. Ouyang Qianjin spoke. Instead of arguing about this opportunity, it's better to give it to Ouyang Qianjin, the top brother on the list. By the way, let her not compete with them for the next credit after she takes the first credit. That's right. In their view, Ouyang Qianjin is definitely a big customer who can grab the credit. That's why they hoped that this person could leave them something in the subsequent battles. Otherwise, let alone Ouyang Qianjin, the top brother on the list, personally took action. Just the 1 million troops in stockpile rushed forward, and they could only follow behind and eat dust. Moreover, during these days of doing nothing, they also learned from the undead and the dragon people that there were still 1 million undead and hundreds of thousands of skeletons in Ouyang Qianjin's space. If all of them were released, let alone eating soup and dust. It would be more appropriate to describe it as beyond reach. So the task of the first merit was left to Ouyang Qianjin. Ouyang Qianjin was not vague about this. His own Xianshou troops went up as soon as he said. The so-called Xianshou troops refer to those small spaceships equipped with magic cannons. A small spaceship was equipped with 10 single-shot magic cannons on the left and right, and 1 double-mounted magic cannon on the front and back bows. Each ship was equipped with 22 gunners and a driver. There was not even a captain. But this kind of ship did not need a captain. This time, Ouyang Qianjin brought 100 small spaceships. In this way, they slowly bombarded the slime tentacle monsters in the southern part of the New World in the air. TSK. It's just a pure cannonball made of magic. I didn't expect it to be so powerful and could blow the monsters to death. Standing on the bow of a ship, Hillman looked at the scene below and was amazed. You know, he had tried this kind of simple energy ball before, but the effect was minimal. So he gave up. As a result, how could he not feel strange when he saw this scene today? An old comrade, who was probably thousands of years old. Maybe they were not killed by the explosion, but by being crushed to death. Ouyang Qianjin smiled. It is true that magic shells may not work on these things. But if we put aside the magic power and just talk about the potential energy from top to bottom, I believe it is no problem to crush 1 or 2 monsters. Two-dimensional foil. Even if the opponent is not dead, what threat can he still pose after being crushed into a piece of paper? After clearing a hilltop, Ouyang Qianjin ordered the personnel to start landing. This first batch of landing personnel is also very particular. All of them are dark wizards or dark sorcerers who can absorb the opponent's physical energy or attack the mental power and soul. In order to select this group of people, Margaret has put a lot of effort. Fortunately, Ouyang Qianjin has a large number of subordinates, so it is not a problem to select so many thousand people for special attacks. Once the beachhead base is established, the subsequent battle will be easy. No, or it has nothing to do with Ouyang Qianjin. After all, others have given the first credit to themselves, and Jingzhou has seized a lot of benefits. At this stage, Ouyang Qianjin does not need to take action. These people put up the cannons and then bombarded them wildly. There is no technology. All blind shooting. That's right. In the previous reconnaissance, everyone saw clearly that this new continent is densely packed with monsters. So even if you close your eyes and shoot blindly, you can hit a lot of star travelers. But compared with the subsequent explosion damage, the first hit is the most fatal. This is still very different from the previous battle against Warcraft. But none of them disliked it. This is gunfire. Who would dislike the joy of gunfire? Anyway, the reserve forces are also being transported from Tai-O continuously. There is no need to save in the early stage. So the first and second batches of people who landed did not think much. Set up the cannons, and then started. When the third batch came, they would replace the first batch of people who had run out of magic power and continue to output. The main feature is a non-stop saturation shooting. Of course, such a large-scale bombardment naturally alarmed the star travelers of the entire New World. I don't know how they conveyed the message. Anyway, from the beginning of the battle, star travelers have been rushing in from afar, even from the feedback from the air. Ouyang Qianjin learned that the star travelers in the north, who were the farthest from the south, had also received the news and were now heading south. Chapter 476 Finale. Wow! Ouyang Qianjin couldn't help but sigh after receiving the news. One in the south and one in the north. The straight line distance is at least 3,000 or 4,000 kilometers. It wasn't long after the attack started, and the northernmost star traveler got the news? Hillman explained that it was telepathy. Although these star travelers are different in appearance. Some are like slime tentacle monsters and some are like corpse mammoths. But their inner qualities are similar, and their skills are interoperable. In simple terms, as long as one star traveler obtains new technology or magic, it means that all star travelers it can contact can obtain this technology or magic. You say it's a foul. It's indeed a foul. But the ecological model of others is mainly based on a group of people living together. It's like ants and bees, which you can't find fault with. This is also the reason why the star traveler, under Hillman's operation, could not be completely wiped out in so many worlds and so many battles, even when facing Hillman's targeting. After all, even if there is only one star traveler left, it can transform into the queen form and lie dormant, slowly re-strengthening its own tribe. Listen! Listen! What is this? Annihilation. Annihilation without a single one left. Otherwise, it would be an endless battle. That's why Ouyang Qianjin attaches so much importance to this battle. After all, everyone wants to solve the problem once and for all. However, it is also the most difficult to achieve. So Ouyang Qianjin needs these cannon fodder to wade into this muddy water for herself. The bombardment lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days, the magic cannons were basically fine. After all, they were not like gunpowder that would burn the cannon body at high temperature. But those who existed as biological CPUs suffered. At the beginning, everyone was still very happy when they were shooting. After all, it was a new thing. Who wouldn't want to keep up with the trend? Then as the output became smoother and smoother, people got more and more used to it, which was a bad thing. The smoother the firing, the faster the magic power was consumed. So from the first day, the magic power that might take an hour for one person to finish, now it is so smooth that it can be finished in 10 minutes. Although from the base number, millions of people are not so bad that no one can continue. But everyone's recovery level is different. Some people can recover after eating, drinking water, and resting for half a day. But some people still feel dizzy and have some magic dizziness reaction after a day. So at the end of the fight, Ouyang Qianjin had to find other lords to discuss the next break and the close combat. After all, many people were killed directly with magic shells in 3 days. Now it is better to continue bombing. So on the 4th day, those who had rested joined the extermination of the Star Travelers. This time, they did not use cannons, but each took up their own weapons to fight on the front line. This time, Ouyang Qianjin did not watch the show on the side like Hillman, and sent his men to airdrop to every corner of the new world with the prepared materials. What are those things? From the frontline reconnaissance, other lords can naturally see the movements of these people. So they quickly contacted Ouyang Qianjin, who was watching the show. Just treat it as a backup. After all, if these Star Travelers cannot be killed, even if there is only one left, these Star Travelers can come back again. Faced with these people's questions, Ouyang Qianjin gave an answer. Although they didn't know how Ouyang Qianjin knew that the name of these monsters was Star Travelers. And they didn't know why she could know the ecology of these monsters. But this is not important, because they know that Ouyang Qianjin wants to get this new continent more than they do. So they didn't think much, didn't ask much, and let her go. As a result, when everything was ready, everyone knew what the undead and the dragon people installed around the entire new continent boundary. Or it can be said that the barrier magic is matched with the magic circle. This barrier magic directly surrounds the entire new continent. According to Ouyang Qianjin, this barrier has no offensiveness. The only function is to only allow people to enter, but not leave. People or creatures outside can easily enter, but people and creatures inside cannot leave. At least no one can leave until Ouyang Qianjin withdraws. Although they think Ouyang Qianjin is cautious, they think it is very reasonable when they think of the ethic characteristics of the Star Traveler. In the end, under the protection of Ouyang Qianjin and others, the battle to clear the new world lasted for more than a month. There is no way. The new world is too big. After all, the northernmost part borders the former Sakura country territory in the hands of Ouyang Qianjin. So with the help of the aircraft, it took people a month to eliminate the monsters in this new continent. Of course, it can't be said that it is wiped out. After confirming again and again, Ouyang Qianjin activated another function of the barrier. That is exploration. Explore every corner of the new continent. This is what Ouyang Qianjin developed before, and she thinks is the most suitable magic. After all, if you want to ensure that there is no mistake, although a meteorite fall or something is also very good, but there will be nothing left in the new continent. But if it is a barrier, it will be easy. Close the door and fight the dog, and then perform a virus scan. After the war is over, it is naturally time to divide the accounts. After all, it is such a large area. Who doesn't want to take a bite? Especially those lords who don't have territories in the new continent. So when it comes to rewarding merits, Ouyang Qianjin naturally took the biggest head. The entire northern and central plains, canyons, and lakes of the entire new world belonged to Ouyang Qianjin. This place was what Ouyang Qianjin wanted. The reason given was also very legitimate. After all, the north was adjacent to her territory. But in fact, when scanning, Ouyang Qianjin discovered a large amount of minerals and energy underground in this place. At least 40% of the entire new world. The rest are mostly distributed in the mountains in the south, and the canyons in the west. It's over. When Ouyang Qianjin returned to her own city that never sleeps and lay on her big bed, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although she also knew that this victory was only temporary. With the beginning of the new advent, there will definitely be new battles. But for Ouyang Qianjin, now there is time. With time, she can promote the magic and magic circle she has studied, especially the barrier magic. As long as someone masters this magic, she doesn't need to go up in the next battle. Just send someone. So in the next few months, Ouyang Qianjin systematically handed over her barrier magic to some dragon people. Of course, it also includes alchemy. In this way, she can completely slack off. However, on this day, when Ouyang Qianjin woke up again and planned to slack off happily, a magic circle appeared on the bed again. It's just that this magic circle is different from any previous one. No, it is very different from the magic knowledge she is familiar with. At least in terms of system. Yellow. The figure is a simple circle with a triangle inside. And inside the triangle is a big question mark. What the hell is going on here? The confused Ouyang Qianjin didn't care about anything else and immediately put away her moving castle. Afterwards, Ouyang Qianjin disappeared from this world with her moving castle.